Wherever leaves dance in the breeze, there shall be a fire burning. The glow of that flame will illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout once more. The resonant, steadfast voice of an elderly man echoed in Yun Ting's ears, making his already throbbing head feel even more muddled. What is happening to me? It seems I celebrated a bit too exuberantly with my roommates yesterday indeed. A hangover is a terrible plight. And who is incessantly calling my name? Can't they see him trying to sleep? After a brief moment, Yun Ting's mind began to clear somewhat, yet the voice persisted, growing increasingly loud and annoying. With his eyes still tightly shut, he could only passively listen to the incessant chatter around him, inwardly grumbling, "What leaves? What fire? If the fire burns, the trees are lost. How can they sprout anew? This makes no sense. Wait, something's off. Why does this sound so familiar? Have I heard this somewhere before? Let me think. That's right. Isn't this a famous quote for Naruto? The third Hokage always spoke of the will of fire. Is someone in the dorm watching Naruto? It has been over for ages. Why are they just now catching up?" Just as Yin Ting was about to chastise a roommate for watching without headphones, suddenly, a blinding light burst forth in his darkened vision, with no means to shield his eyes. He had no choice but to embrace it. As Yin Ting's eyes finally adjusted, he took in his surroundings without hindrance. He was jolted to his core, waves of shock crashing within him. What is happening? To his astonishment, he was no longer in the cramped confines of his dormitory, but standing atop a grand building's rooftop. Gazing out, he beheld a landscape of unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar structures. Further afield lay an endless expanse of towering forest in that moment, Yun Ting's mind raced with clarity. This appears to be the Hidden Leaf Village from Naruto. Having watched the entirety of the series, he was well acquainted with the architectural style of the Leaf Village, especially the three lifelike faces carved into the towering cliffside nearby, serving as undeniable evidence. So I crossed over, with a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. Yun Ting glanced down at his feet. If memory served, he was currently situated in the Hokage building. Thus, the incessant voice that had been nagging at him belonged to the third Hokage himself. Instinctively, Yun Ting turned to his right. There stood an elderly man clad in a white Hokage robe, adorned with a Hokage hat, and clutching a pipe, animatedly delivering a speech. It was indeed the third Hokage. In that instant, Yun Ting felt as if his mind had exploded. In a fleeting moment, the sense of alienation he felt upon crossing overshadowed, exposing him to the surging tide of surrounding information. Excitement, cheers, fervor. Only then did Yun Ting realize that the Leaf Village was currently in the midst of some grand celebration, with throngs of people encircling the Hokage building. He and the third Hokage were the focal points of this festivity. What, then, was his identity? How could he stand side by side with the third Hokage at such a moment? A sense of panic enveloped Yun Ting. While crossing over might be one thing, being the center of attention amid such a gathering was entirely another. That moment, he could only maintain a facade of composure while frantically searching his mind for information about the identity he now inhabited, lest he inadvertently reveal any discrepancies. After all, with the existence of Orochimaru, who frequently changed bodies, and the prevalence of soul techniques in this world, exposing any inconsistency could raise suspicion. Yet, as often is the case, reality took a turn for the worse. Soon enough, the third Hokage concluded his lengthy discourse on the will of fire. He then cast a gaze filled with profound meaning upon Yun Ting. Yun Ting thought, "That great sage, could you not elaborate a bit more? Or at least speak directly to me? Why are you staring at me like that?" I am at a loss for how to respond. Yun Ting felt like crying present. He was engulfed in confusion, questioning his own identity and purpose, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, in moments of crisis, his potential surged. Adhering to the principle of mutual stillness, Yun Ting quickly reacted, adopting an expression imbued with deep significance, coupled with admiration and respect for the third Hokage. That moment, Yun Ting's acting prowess shone brilliantly, outshining even the most charming figures from his previous life. If mirroring the connection between the two atop the Hokage building, the surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed upon the duo. 1 minute, 2 minutes. With an expression laden with meaning, Yin Ting maintained an unwavering gaze locked onto the third Hokage, refusing to blink. He was determined not to be outlasted by an old man. Sure enough, before long, the third Hokage's eyelids subtly twitched, and he inhaled deeply. Then, after a deliberate hearty laugh, he broke the silence, saying, "Seeing the new saplings thriving, we, the older generation, take great comfort. The future of the Leaf Village shall now rest in the hands of you young people." Yin Ting. Caught off guard, Yin Ting humbly replied, "Your influence remains strong. Esteemed Third Hokage, the future development of the Leaf Village still relies on you." No matter the response, flattery was always the correct answer. Even though Yin Ting still had no grasp of the Third Hokage's intent, his words brought evident comfort to the elder. "The future ultimately belongs to you," the Third Hokage remarked meaningfully, waving his hand at he. Then glanced down at the eagerly expectant crowd, letting out a barely perceptible sigh before quickly returning to his cheerful demeanor, addressing Yin Ting. "The hour grows late, the villagers must be eager. Are you ready?" Yin Ting, ready for what? With a giant question mark hovering in his mind, Yin Ting nodded earnestly. "Then, I entrust the future of the leaf to you." As he spoke, the third Hokage removed his esteemed hat and extended it toward Yin Ting, saying, "Here, wear it." In that instant, Yin Ting's pupils constricted sharply. Having watched Naruto, he knew well the symbolic significance of the Hokage hat. This action was undoubtedly a passing of the mantle to the next Hokage. With the third Hokage still present, the only plausible option was for him to bequeath the title to the fourth Hokage. But the question remained, why was the fourth Hokage's hat being placed upon his head? Though Yin Ting could not clearly discern his own appearance, the hair cascading down was undoubtedly black. He was not a blonde. This indicated that he was not Minato Namikaze. So then, why him? Yin Ting's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Yet at that moment, as the third Hokage handed over the Hokage hat under the watchful gaze of the entire village, he had no time to ponder further. Ultimately, he could only numbly accept the Hokage hat and slowly place it upon his head, a hat long coveted by countless others. Beside him, the third Hokage inhaled deeply and proclaimed loudly, "Hereby, I declare Senju Yin Ting as the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village." In the next moment, the entire Leaf Village erupted in cheers. "Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage!" At that moment, the entirety of Konoha erupted in fervent cheers for their new generation of Hokage. Despite being thrust into this role rather abruptly, Yin Ting could not help but feel a rush of excitement amidst the electrifying atmosphere. After all, this was the Hokage. Anyone familiar with the original tale understands the esteemed position it holds, and the multitude who yearn for it. Yet today, it was he, previously a mere overlooked university student, who found himself unexpectedly elevated to such heights. It was only natural that he would be overwhelmed with emotion. However, amidst his elation, Yin Ting suddenly recalled the third Hokage mentioning his full name, Senju Yin Ting. Senju? Was it that Senju? He remembered that aside from the first and second Hokage, the only notable members of the Senju clan who appeared in the original story were Tsunade and Nawaki, the latter having met a tragic end, leaving Tsunade as the sole survivor. What, then, was the significance of his name, Senju Yin Ting? He had no recollection of such a character existing in the original narrative. Moreover, he had now ascended to the position of fourth Hokage. Could it be a consequence of his transmigration? As Yin Ting waved enthusiastically at the jubilant villagers of Konoha, he pondered whether the legendary Minato Namikaze had ceased to exist because of him. He gazed down at the crowd, primarily composed of the village's elite jonin. Among them were the likes of Ino Shikichos Nara Shikaku, Yamenka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga brothers, Hizashi and Hayashi. Observing the characters he had once seen in manga now vividly alive before him, each with their distinct expressions gazing at him, filled Yin Ting with profound sentiment. After a thorough scan of the crowd, he finally spotted a glimmer of golden hair. At that moment, Minato Namikaze was clapping with a smile tinged with a hint of regret. When he noticed Yin Ting's gaze, he paused momentarily before offering a radiant smile devoid of malice and congratulations. To the villagers, Minato was nothing short of a paragon, both in character and ability. Yunting mused on how he had managed to supplant such an esteemed figure as Hokage. As he prepared to return Minato's smile, a slender, delicate arm suddenly intruded upon his view, wrapping around Minato's neck. Beside him stood a striking young kunoichi with long, beautiful red hair, who firmly pressed Minato's head against her ample bosom, soothing him with affectionate strokes of his hair. Watching the embarrassment mingled with bliss on Minato's face, coupled with the unmistakable scent of romance wafting through the air, Yunting instantly recognized the red-haired woman as Kushina Uzumaki, the current host of the Nine Tails and future mother of Naruto. Initially, he had intended to express his apologies to Minato, but upon sensing the immense emotional turmoil this couple inflicted upon his eternal bachelorhood, any lingering regret evaporated entirely. Displaying affection in public should indeed be met with disdain. Meanwhile, beside the couple, the ever-impetuous Hatake Kakashi, his white hair an emblem of audacity, cast a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Kushina with his lifeless eyes, shaking his head in exasperation. Although he now often found himself withdrawn, he occasionally succumbed to the social prowess of his sensei's wife. One might ponder whether it was truly appropriate for her to engage in such open displays before a crowd. It seemed that Minato-sensei was on the verge of social embarrassment. Noticing the gazes directed toward them, Kakashi, empathizing with the situation, quickly adjusted his mask, lowering his head in an attempt to feign ignorance of the couple. As time passed, apart from recognizing the aforementioned individuals, Yunting encountered familiar faces, now fully grown, yet still retaining their youthful essence. There was the brooding Kakashi, the still enchanting Yugao, the young Asuma Sarutobi, sporting a premature beard, and the enigmatic Shiranui Gunma, who occasionally adjusted his dark sunglasses to discreetly survey the mature women around him. However, the most striking figure was the exuberant Might Guy, clad in an eye-watering green jumpsuit, his watermelon-like hairstyle and bushy brows radiating enthusiasm. Upon noticing Yunting's gaze, he jubilantly brandished another green jumpsuit, exclaiming, "Lord Fourth, this is a special battle attire I prepared for you, symbolizing youth and fervor. Wear it, and you shall embody the invincible spirit of youth. Let the passion of the Hokage shine forth." Yunting swiftly averted his eyes, resolutely refusing to don such a ridiculously garish green outfit. Following the conclusion of the Hokage inauguration ceremony, Konoha village resumed its usual rhythm. Seated in the office once belonging to the Third Hokage, now his own, Yunting languidly reclined in his chair, gazing out at the village streets, lost in thought. After the exhilaration of the ceremony, the weight of reality settled back upon him. Although he was uncertain how he had awakened to find himself as the Fourth Hokage, he resolved to embrace his role, much like he had when facing the Third Hokage, steeling himself to navigate this position. However, the responsibilities of the Fourth Hokage were far from easy. Much like Minato upon his ascension, Yunting's authority was unprecedentedly limited. Although he held the nominal title of Konoha's leader, many decisions still required the approval of the Third Hokage. Most crucially, the Umbu, which was supposed to be directly under the Hokage's command, remained under the Third's jurisdiction. Even if he wished to take charge, the latter would graciously decline, citing Yunting's youth and lack of governance experience as reasons to learn from him. Additionally, the ambitious Shimura Danzo, who operated outside of the Umbu, and the ever-powerful Midoriya, along with the advisors Nara Shikaku and Kurama Yakumo, posed substantial constraints on the newly appointed Hokage, whose foundation was still precarious. If these matters could still be resolved with the passage of time, the true crisis for him arose from external forces. How did Minato Namikaze become the most short-lived Hokage in history? It was precisely due to the Nine-Tails rampage 1 year later. Currently, it is Yunting himself who has taken Minato's place as the Fourth Hokage. This implies that if the Nine-Tails were to reappear, he would be the first to face the dire consequences. How many tailed beast bombs could he withstand? Would he not become the ephemeral Fourth Hokage in Minato's stead? The thought sent a chill down Yunting's spine. Fortunately, there remained a year. To navigate this life-and-death crisis, the crux lay in personal strength. As for the current capabilities of this body, with ample time to sift through his memories, Yunting quickly grasped everything. Senju Yunting, a member of the Senju clan, age 22, had previously held the position of Jonin before becoming the Fourth Hokage. He possessed mastery over the 5 elemental chakra natures: water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. His remarkable performance during the Third Shinobi World War, coupled with the Third Hokage's resignation in light of the war's outcomes, led to his recommendation as a candidate for Hokage, and he was officially named the Fourth Hokage during subsequent high-level discussions. Within the Hokage office, fragments of Yunting's 21 years flickered in his mind. After a long moment, when he reopened his eyes, they sparkled with a coldness and sharpness never seen in peacetime. This signified that he had finally assimilated and mastered this body. From this moment forth, he was truly Senju Yunting, indistinguishable from an outsider. He had not anticipated that such an unexpected individual would emerge within the ranks of Hokage. Yunting, or rather Senju Yunting, mused internally. However, if the phenomenon of transmigration could indeed manifest, then altering the original narrative would not be surprising. Shaking his head, he swiftly redirected his focus to the most pressing matter at hand, his strength. As the sole surviving male of the Senju clan, inheriting their formidable physical prowess and abundant chakra, Senju Yunting was among the elite jonin. This was one of the reasons he could assume the mantle of Hokage. After all, to become the leader of a village, one must possess a strength that commands respect. Of course, the key to surpassing Minato Namikaze, who wielded the Flying Thunder God technique, to truly become the Fourth Hokage, lay primarily in the Senju surname. Whether it be the legacy of the first and second Hokages or the influence of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, Yunting, as the only male of the Senju clan, possessed immense political capital. While Minato's achievements were indeed remarkable, he ultimately came from a commoner background, inherently setting him apart from Senju Yunting. Even though the former became a disciple of Jiraiya, many high-ranking officials in Konoha were reluctant to see the Hokage position perpetually passed down within the Hokage's master-disciple lineage. Thus, various power struggles ensued among the higher-ups. And through a series of compromises, Yunting, as a member of the Senju clan, narrowly outmaneuvered Minato to become the Fourth Hokage. This is a result derived from the fusion of the original memories by Yunting, combined with inferences drawn from the original text of his past life. However, despite the fact that Senju Yunting is adept in 5 distinct chakra nature transformations and possesses a multitude of jutsu, supported by the formidable physique of the Senju clan, making him a rare adversary even among jonin, his strength does not quite match that of Kakashi Hatake before his mastery of Kamui, even after a decade. Nevertheless, he remains far from being a match for the Nine-Tails. Even with prior preparations, it is exceedingly difficult to ensure he would not fall prey to the elusive masked man, also known as Obito Uchiha, who wields the power of space-time. Therefore, the crux of the matter lies in strength. Greater power is imperative. It is often said that traversers are endowed with a golden finger advantage, are they not? Yunting looked around, noticing no one was present, and murmured, "Golden finger? System? Deep blue? Come forth." After calling for the system repeatedly, just as he was about to give up, suddenly, a series of beeping sounds echoed in his mind. Due to the host's summons of the system exceeding 5 times, in accordance with the first law of time-space traversal, the system has been generated for the host. Ding. Dear esteemed host, the Naruto enhancement system is at your service. Thus, it seems one must call for the system 5 times before it responds, Yunting thought to himself, feeling a bit exasperated. However, with the golden finger now in place, he set aside his grievances and watched with eager anticipation. In essence, the Naruto enhancement system offers a rich array of ninjutsu, illusions, and bloodline limits for acquisition, allowing him, as a Hokage, to grasp these abilities seamlessly after incurring a certain cost, bypassing the intermediate learning phase. Yet, 2 prerequisites must be met. First, to exchange for an ability, one must first possess its training method. For instance, to learn a specific jutsu directly, one must hold the training scroll for that jutsu, while bloodline limits require the blood of individuals possessing that lineage. Second, the exchange of abilities necessitates the expenditure of a resource known as Hokage prestige points. The stronger the desired ability, the higher the requisite prestige points. For example, D-rank jutsu such as the body replacement technique requires 50 points. C-rank jutsu like the fire release, great fireball technique demands 100 points, while B-rank jutsu such as fire release, great fire extinguishing requires 500 points. The A-rank jutsu escalate into the thousands, and S-rank jutsu soar into 5 figures. Bloodline limits are even more costly. Yunting's most coveted wood release, astonishingly, is priced at a staggering 500,000 prestige points. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as the mightiest bloodline limit. Fortunately, The system offers a novice gift package that grants a 90% discount on his first exchange. Additionally, as a member of the Senju clan, although he lacks the wood release of the First Hokage, he inherently possesses latent genes for wood release within his bloodline. This significantly reduces the prestige points required for the exchange, ultimately tallying to a mere 10,000 points. Upon reviewing all these conditions, Yunting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Setting aside the prestige points, had he been in any other identity, the first prerequisite would undoubtedly have been a thunderbolt from a clear sky. After all, how could an ordinary person possess the capability to amass numerous ninjutsu scrolls? If such scrolls truly existed, it would be far more prudent to invest time in personal study, rather than squander reputation points. However, it must be noted that he is now the Fourth Hokage. He possesses the full privilege to peruse all ninjutsu within Konoha, which implies that he can exchange and learn them all, particularly the forbidden techniques contained within the Book of Seals. While ordinary ninjutsu can be learned independently, what about these taboo arts? For instance, the Flying Thunder God technique. Even the Third Hokage, renowned as the doctor of the ninja world, and the exceptionally gifted legendary 3 ninjas were unable to master it. Throughout the entire ninja realm, apart from the Second Hokage, only Minato Namikaze could comprehend it. Yunting himself lacked confidence, but at this moment, it was time to recognize the value of the system. The mere thought of wielding various formidable secret techniques in the future made him want to laugh heartily in celebration. Were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of the Hokage, yet, he could no longer suppress his feelings. For the glaring 0 in the Hokage reputation points section felt like a bucket of cold water drenching him thoroughly. How can my reputation points be 0? Yunting questioned in disbelief. The system replied coldly. The so-called Hokage reputation points are derived from the host's actions as Hokage, recognized and respected by others, resulting in accrued points. Since the host has just ascended to the position of Hokage and has yet to achieve anything, the reputation points are currently 0. Very well. Yunting felt quite helpless. Coming to terms with reality, he realized he would have to start afresh. Speaking of which, how could he earn reputation points now? Undertaking significant tasks? Nonsense. At present, it was questionable whether his policies could even leave the Hokage's office. However, the matter of Hokage reputation points was directly linked to his strength, and strength was vital for his survival, leaving no room for complacency. Yunting had to ponder carefully on what avenues could swiftly yield reputation points. A new day arrived. After a night of deep contemplation, Yunting ultimately chose the only available method and made his way to the Hokage's office. After all, he had a job. He could not simply shirk his responsibilities on his first day. Soon, after completing the few documents, merely signing and stamping them, Yunting waved his hand to the familiar-faced assistant with a beard, bearing the surname Sarutobi, to take them away. Just as he was preparing to stretch and enjoy a well-deserved rest, a sudden knock echoed from the door. He looked up and saw the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed casually, a pipe in his mouth, greeting him with a smile. Yunting, how do you find your first day as Hokage? Clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, Yunting quickly rose to welcome Hiruzen Sarutobi inside, while subtly indicating, it's quite manageable. The work is much easier than I anticipated. Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged as he responded. Times have changed. The land of wind and the land of earth have now signed a ceasefire agreement with us. Only the cloud and mist ninjas occasionally engage in minor skirmishes along the borders, but this situation will not last long. It won't be long before the war's conclusion is upon us. For us in Konoha, the priority is to recover swiftly from the devastation of war. Yunting nodded, remarking that with the foundation of the Fire Nation's foremost power, Konoha would undoubtedly recover swiftly from the ravages of war. While the financial aid from the daimyo was one aspect, what held greater significance for us in Konoha was the bounty derived from ninja missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and stated that it was time for the distribution of tasks, encouraging Yunting to inquire should he have any uncertainties. Yunting replied, expressing his reliance on the Third Hokage. 10 minutes later, the newly appointed Fourth Hokage, along with the Third Hokage and a group of assisting chunin, convened in a spacious office. Yunting picked up a scroll detailing various missions and, with Hiruzen's guidance, began assigning tasks to the arriving Konoha ninjas. After concluding the allocation of a mission for a jonin accompanied by 3 chunin, another individual entered shortly thereafter. Lord Fourth, Lord Third. Yunting was slightly taken aback. Lifting his gaze, previously, The entering ninjas had first acknowledged the third Hokage before addressing him, but this time the order was reversed, an unexpected occurrence. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he emitted a soft gasp. Hiruzen, perceiving Yunting's unfamiliarity, introduced the man, Marahoshi Kokai, an elder of Konoha who served under the second Hokage, a steadfast bearer of the will of fire, having devoted his life to Konoha. Do not be misled by his rank as a chunin. Personal circumstances have influenced this designation. Kokai's prowess is exceptional, even among jonin, so do not let the chunin label limit your task assignment. Hiruzen then greeted Kokai with the familiarity of an old acquaintance, saying, Kokai, I've told you countless times to simply call me Hiruzen. After all, I learned much from you in the past. Kokai responded with unexpected calmness, his gaze shifting between Hiruzen and Yunting. A man of his experience, he understood the subtle tensions between the two Hokages. Naturally, he preferred to see the rightful fourth Hokage assume genuine authority rather than witness an old friend clinging to power. However, he could only express his discontent through a demeanor of indifference. After all, he was a Hokage. He shook his head and murmured softly, prompting a slight shadow to cross Hiruzen's face, who was well aware of the implications of his old friend's stance. Yet, some things are indeed difficult to relinquish. Meanwhile, Yunting, who had absorbed all of this, was genuinely astonished. He had a vague impression of Kokai, a true eternal chunin. What surprised him more was the man's remarkable character. If one were to discuss the heir to the will of fire, Kokai might be more fitting than he, the official Hokage. Observing Kokai's left eye and the way he stood tall despite his left leg's disability, Yunting expressed his respect by addressing him as Elder Kokai. Lord Hokage, Kokai replied, bowing in respect. In that moment, Yunting received his first notification of gaining 1 prestige point as Hokage. Indeed, he had acquired the most exemplary subordinate. If only all the ninjas of Konoha possessed such admirable qualities. As Yunting mused, he earnestly engaged in a discussion regarding the task with Gujia. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi, typically loquacious, remained unusually silent. In the subsequent hours, Yunting, now well acquainted with the entire process, effortlessly tackled each task, while Sarutobi Hizashi gradually regained his composure, occasionally offering insightful suggestions. After 2 hours, they had nearly completed all the work, leaving only one individual remaining, Hatake Kakashi. Observing the ninja card emblazoned with Kakashi's prominent visage, Yunting furrowed his brow. On the other side, a Konoha chunin hastened to clarify, it is as follows, Lord Fourth Hokage. Jonin Hatake Kakashi suffered severe psychological trauma after encountering an ambush on the battlefield against the Mist, resulting in the loss of all his team members. Consequently, he has found it challenging to assume the role of squad leader in subsequent missions. The future arrangements for Jonin Kakashi require your esteemed guidance, Hokage-sama. As a crucial high-level asset to the village, every Jonin must be regarded with utmost importance, particularly a prodigy like Hatake Kakashi, who attained his rank at the tender age of 12. It is only natural to present his future planning before you. Yunting pondered for a moment. If his memory served him right, Kakashi had been assigned to the Umbu by Minato after Rin's death, where he had since dedicated himself to protecting the pregnant Kushina Uzumaki. It was through witnessing the gradual emergence of new life that he had begun to emerge from his self-imposed isolation. Of course, the subsequent sacrifice of Minato and Kushina was an entirely different matter. However, Yunting was not Minato, regardless of his ability to intervene in Umbu affairs. He held no particular rapport with Kakashi, who was a legitimate disciple in the lineage of the Third Hokage. Conveniently, the principal party was right beside him. Thus, Yunting entrusted this matter to Sarutobi Hizashi. The latter, furrowing his brow in deep thought, eventually stated, Kakashi is no longer suited to serve as a commanding leader. Let him undergo trials within the Umbu. Indeed, everything returned to its proper course. Yunting held no objections. As such, Kakashi entered with a heavy heart. And after receiving the Umbu enlistment notice, he exited with the same somber demeanor. Thus concluded a day's work for the Hokage. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hizashi, Yunting departed from the Hokage building, making his way towards the village streets. In pursuit of earning reputation points, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Yunting's approach to garnering Hokage reputation points was straightforward. With no significant events at hand to accrue these points, he opted to accumulate them through smaller deeds. By donning the distinguished robes of the Fourth Hokage and strolling through the village, he warmly greeted the humble villagers, adopting a personable demeanor. He believed that their gratitude would undoubtedly resonate, thus earning him the much-desired reputation points. Therefore, after finishing his duties at the Hokage office, Yunting chose not to return to the desolate Senju clan estate. Instead, he wandered through the village in his Hokage garb, cheerfully exchanging pleasantries with the villagers. "Good day, Fourth Hokage. Greetings to you as well, dear elder. Please remember to walk slowly. Esteemed Hokage, please indulge in these authentic three-colored dumplings on the house." That simply cannot be. Even the Hokage cannot partake in a feast without compensation. "You must accept my payment, dear proprietor. One day, when I grow up, I aspire to be like you, to guard the village and protect everyone as the Hokage." What an admirable aspiration. You must diligently study at the Ninja Academy, strive for excellence daily, and never skip classes or lose focus. Only then can your dreams come to fruition. As the Hokage walked along, Yunting greeted every passing villager with unrestrained enthusiasm. His smile nearly frozen in place, yet the resounding voice of Hokage reputation points in his mind filled him with joy. In a short span, he had already amassed over 50 reputation points. After completing his tasks today, he anticipated not merely reaching 1,000, but perhaps 300 to 400 points. At this rate, with just a little over a month's time, he would be able to exchange for the coveted wood release. For Yunting, the choice of wood release was paramount not only due to his Senju lineage, but also because, given his current capabilities, while the system offered an array of abilities, most would not provide him with significant assistance. Few powers could substantially enhance his strength and contend with the Nine Tails, and those that could were often exorbitantly priced. Among these abilities, the renowned wood release, celebrated for its effectiveness against tailed beasts and emblematic of the Senju and Konoha, was undoubtedly his first choice. The mere thought of wielding wood release in the future, emulating the first Hokage's unparalleled prowess, sent waves of excitement through Yunting, brightening his smile further. Much to the delight of the nearby young women who blushed at the sight. "The Hokage is so handsome. Indeed, I heard the Hokage isn't married yet. I wonder what kind of girl he likes. Alas, I am already wed, otherwise, with my 36D figure, humph." Amidst the increasingly bold remarks surrounding him, Yunting chose not to dwell on them too much, considering the considerable reputation points they had contributed. As he continued to gather points, a shopfront's curtain caught his attention around a corner. Ichiraku Ramen. As a staple throughout the saga of Naruto, Yunting had a vivid impression of this establishment. Since he had arrived in this world, he was determined to savor its offerings. "Welcome. Oh, it's the Hokage. Papa, come quickly. The Hokage is here." Just as Yunting lifted the curtain and stepped inside, a joyful voice rang out within the shop. A young girl, still a charming little loli, was precariously perched atop a tall stool, straining to peek over the counter. Upon seeing Yunting, her face lit up, and she immediately turned to call out to her father in the back. He is coming. Soon, under Yunting's watchful gaze, the renowned owner of Ichiraku Ramen, who appeared slightly younger than in the original narrative and affectionately dubbed the man who needs the dough by the crowd, rushed out. Apron tied and rolling pin in hand, bursting with enthusiasm. "Ha! The esteemed Hokage's personal visit has truly ignited a fervor within me. Shobu, prepare the ingredients. Today, I shall showcase my culinary prowess before the Hokage and elevate the illustrious name of Ichiraku Ramen." Yunting observed the father and daughter, brimming with passion and determination, as if they were ready to charge into battle, and felt a twinge of exasperation. It seems that those who have been friends with Naruto since childhood, unaffected by the influence of the Nine Tails, are indeed spirited fools. Ahem. Yunting quickly cleared his throat several times to redirect their attention, saying, "My dear friends, it appears I have yet to place my order." Shobu replied, "So, the Hokage has not yet ordered?" Handai awkwardly scratched his head in response. "Indeed, father," Shobu said with her wide, innocent eyes. "Ahem, how overly excited I am." Handai lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he addressed Yunting. "So, Hokage, what ramen would you like to order?" With the conversation finally back on track, Yunting sighed in relief and turned to the menu affixed to the wall on his left. The offerings were listed as follows: Ramen 60 Ryo, Special Ramen 70 Ryo, Wild Vegetable Ramen 65 Ryo, Tonkatsu Ramen 60 Ryo, Special Chashu 75 Ryo, and Miso Chashu Ramen 90 Ryo. Unlike Naruto, who was perpetually impoverished, Yunting was well off due to the assets inherited from the Senju clan and his Hokage's salary, allowing him to disregard the cost entirely. Thus, he ordered the most expensive miso chashu ramen. Very well. 1 bowl of miso chashu ramen. Handai replied with a beaming smile, swiftly springing into action, expertly crafting the ramen. Soon, a large bowl of aromatic ramen was placed before Yunting, generously topped with chashu. Enjoy your meal. Handai and Shobu chimed in unison. Yunting nodded with a smile and, taking up his chopsticks, began to savor the long-awaited Ichiraku ramen. Quite delightful, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with genuine praise. Thank you for the compliment. Handai grinned widely. At that moment, however, Yunting's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly as he heard an unusual voice within his mind. Acquired 5 reputation points from Handai's Hokage status. His eyes widened in astonishment. The reputation points had increased by 5 all at once. He had assumed that the points gained from everyone would only amount to 1. What set Handai apart from the others? Yunting glanced at the bowl of ramen. Was it his heartfelt compliment about the deliciousness of the ramen, which Handai took great pride in, that led to a higher regard from him as Hokage compared to others? Was it simply that he had praised the right aspect? Having arrived at this conclusion, Yunting's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. It seemed that his rate of acquiring reputation points could indeed be accelerated. On the 10th day of his tenure as the Fourth Hokage, after concluding a day of monotonous duties, Yunting strolled through the village as he typically did, emanating a smile while occasionally stopping to inquire about the mundane lives of the villagers. Yet unbeknownst to others, Yunting was acutely aware that his smile bore a hint of forced cheerfulness. He had miscalculated somewhat. Initially, he believed that his reputation points would steadily accumulate. Yet the harsh reality revealed that as time progressed, the points he garnered dwindled. Even though he had learned from the hands of the skilled how to acquire more reputation points from individuals, the truth remained that he could not continuously exploit the same source. Much like the proprietors of street-side shops, he could earn reputation points from them at first, even indulging their preferences to gain further. However, upon their subsequent interactions, no matter how amiable their conversations, extracting reputation points became increasingly elusive. The sole exception was the ramen shop, where, as long as he praised the deliciousness of the noodles after his meal, he would unwaveringly receive 5 points of reputation. Nonetheless, the contributions of a single individual are inherently limited. Presently, Yunting found himself relying on encounters with unfamiliar faces to exchange for reputation points. However, although Konoha village is vast, and its population is far from that of a mere village, not everyone has the leisure to venture outside. Consequently, as time advanced, the number of new faces Yunting could encounter diminished, which left him feeling quite anxious. Nevertheless, the experiences of this period were not devoid of other rewards for Yunting. At the very least, through 10 days of interaction with the villagers, listening to their tales of daily life, joys, and sorrows, he gained a deeper understanding of the village, this world, and the era he inhabited, alleviating the sense of disconnection he once felt. Hearing the villagers sincerely address him as Lord Hokage dissolved the remnants of a transcendent arrogance within him, allowing him to wholeheartedly embrace this new world. In the parlance of the Hokage, he had forged a bond with this realm. While such bonds imply an unavoidable responsibility, they serve as an anchor, tightly binding one to the world. For Yunting, who was akin to a tree without roots, this connection was essential. At this moment, after attentively listening to a villager lamenting the excessively harsh and unfeeling enforcement of the Konoha Guard, and assuring them he would bear their concerns in mind, Yunting furrowed his brow as he watched the villager depart with satisfaction. This was not the first time he had heard complaints regarding the Uchiha clan from the villagers. The power of the Konoha Guard was formidable, making it difficult even for the Third Hokage to intervene, let alone for him in his current position. Moreover, as a member of the Senju clan, many Uchiha believed that he had usurped the position of the Fourth Hokage, which rightfully belonged to Uchiha Fugaku. In such circumstances, resentment towards the village had intensified among many Uchiha compared to the original narrative, leading to the growing influence of radical factions within the clan. Alas, troubles seemed to abound. At present, Yunting had no viable solutions to address the latent issues with the Uchiha clan and could only continue to delay. If he could amass the overwhelming power akin to that of the first Hokage, these matters would no longer pose a concern. Ultimately, everything circled back to the issue of strength, which, for Yunting, returned to the matter of reputation points. How, then, can one enhance efficiency? Yun-Ting furrowed his brows in contemplation. At that moment, a spirited voice resonated from a distance. 111, 112, 113. Startled, Yun-Ting murmured to himself, "No way." He turned his head to glance over, and indeed, as he had anticipated, a strikingly vibrant green figure was hopping energetically towards him. It was none other than Might Guy. Over the past few days, Yun-Ting had frequently encountered him, regardless of the weather. He steadfastly practiced his physical techniques every single day. Each time they crossed paths, Yun-Ting instinctively sought to avoid him, for he dreaded the prospect of Guy excitedly producing a matching green bodysuit and insisting he wear it. The mere thought was utterly unbearable. Yet this time, evasion proved impossible. 116, 117, oh, Hokage-sama. Guy exclaimed with exuberance as he leaped closer, maintaining his frog-like posture while counting 118, 119. Faced with this exuberance, Yun-Ting reluctantly halted his steps. To preempt the unveiling of the green bodysuit, he spoke first. "Might Guy, right? I have observed your unwavering dedication to physical training these past few days. It is commendable. Keep up the good work, and do not cease due to my presence. I believe you shall undoubtedly become a great ninja in the future." A great ninja? Is he referring to me? Guy halted his motion toward his ninja pouch, staring in astonishment at Yun-Ting, whose face beamed with admiration, rendered momentarily speechless. Just as Yun-Ting began to wonder if he had misspoken, suddenly, tears cascaded down Guy's face like a waterfall. "Wah, Hokage-sama believes I can become a great ninja. I am so touched. For the sake of your expectations, I have resolved. Today's frog hops shall increase from 1,000 to 3,000. Moreover, I shall add 3,000 kicks and 5 laps of walking upside down around the village. Hokage-sama, I shall not disappoint your hopes." With tears of fervor streaming down his face, Guy fervently declared, filled with fiery determination. At that moment, Yun-Ting was equally astounded. Though he had witnessed Guy's exaggerated antics in the original work, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different affair. Yet this was not the primary reason for his astonishment. What truly rendered him speechless was the notification from the system regarding Might Guy's reputation points. 50. Reputation points? Yun-Ting could hardly believe it. Tentatively, he encouraged, "Keep going. Ignite your youth, Guy." Instantly, the fervor surged within Guy once more. "As you command, Hokage-sama." "Ah, let my youth burn brightly." From Might Guy, reputation points 50, he had gained reputation points again. In that moment, Yun-Ting gazed at Might Guy with a sense of wonder, no longer harboring any desire to withdraw, only because he had discovered a magnificent treasure. "Guy, the badge of youth is inseparable from fervor. One must always maintain that fervor." "Indeed, Lord Hokage, you are absolutely correct. For the sake of youth, I shall run 50 laps around Konoha." "Guy, youth knows no bounds." "Yes, Lord Hokage. I have resolved that after completing today's training task, I will further engage in an additional, 3 hours of training." "Guy, you are a genius, a diligent genius. I firmly believe that your future is immeasurable. Oh, Lord Hokage, you hold me in such high regard. To live up to your expectations, I shall strive even harder. Let my youth blossom. Guy, hard work will never betray those who toil. Continue to gallop forth on the path you believe in. Lord Hokage, take care." "Guy? Guy? Guy?" Recently, an unusual event has unfolded in Konoha. For reasons unknown, the newly appointed Fourth Hokage has become entwined with the village's notorious eccentric, the performance artist Might Guy. And they seem to share an unexpectedly amiable rapport, leaving many villagers astonished and concerned that the young Hokage might be led astray. However, Yun-Ting remains unfazed. For accumulating reputation points is not a trivial matter. It is worth noting that his rate of gaining reputation points during this period rivals that of his initial days. All thanks to Might Guy. Whenever he utters a phrase regarding youth or fervor, the latter responds with an exuberant surprise worth 50 reputation points. Consequently, his total reputation points have soared impressively. It can be said that if he were to exchange for wood release, a significant portion of the credit would belong to Might Guy. As usual, Yun-Ting arrived at the location where Might Guy frequently trains, intending to glean some benefits from him. However, as he waited, the sun began to set, and he still had not caught sight of his friend. This was quite uncharacteristic, given Might Guy's nature. He should not be late. A gentle breeze swept by as Yun-Ting, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, stroked his chin in puzzlement. Just then, a faint sound of air being sliced through reached his ears, and a member of the Umbu, who had been quietly protecting the Hokage, emerged from the shadows. Kneeling respectfully before Yunting. Through the animal mask, the voice declared, "Lord Hokage, Might Guy has exhausted himself and was admitted to the Konoha hospital at 9 this morning. He will likely be unable to train for the foreseeable future." Exhausted? Yunting was taken aback. After all, this was Might Guy? When it comes to physical exertion, even he, a member of the formidable Senju clan, felt somewhat inferior. Otherwise, how could the 8 Gates technique, which places such immense demands on the body, only be practiced by Might Guy and his son Guy in Konoha over the years? The exaggerated daily training regimen would likely incapacitate anyone else attempting to follow suit. Yet, this father-son duo remained vibrantly alive, brimming with enthusiasm each day. Yunting had often harbored deep suspicions regarding whether the Might clan had some ancestral connection to the Senju clan, or perhaps even to the Ashura lineage. Thus, upon hearing the news of Might Guy's exhaustion, he was genuinely astonished. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yunting found that this outcome seemed somewhat understandable. Moreover, the reasons behind this situation seemed to be significantly related to him. Yunting cleared his throat a few times, his expression somewhat awkward. It appeared that his relentless encouragement of Might Guy with motivational platitudes had ignited a fervor within the latter, leading him to undertake excessive training beyond his original plans, ultimately resulting in a hospitalization due to physical strain. The human body, after all, is not made of iron. Even the strongest have their limits. Yunting felt a pang of guilt, realizing that one cannot continuously exploit another's potential without consequence. Cough, cough. Inform Konoha Hospital to employ the finest medicine to treat Might Guy, ensuring no residual effects. Charge it to my account. With a hint of embarrassment, Yunting instructed the Umbu. At your command. A gentle breeze swept by, and the Umbu ninja vanished from Yunting's sight. He sighed and turned towards Ichiraku Ramen. Even the tiniest mosquito contributes sustenance. Given that the affluent cannot be tapped at present, he could only seek solace at the humble establishment. It was also time to arrange for his shadow guard. As the esteemed Hokage, one must always be surrounded by trusted allies. The shadow guard has historically been a protective force for each village's leader. They are not necessarily required to possess extraordinary strength or be high-ranking ninjas. After all, for the leaders of these villages, they are undoubtedly the most powerful, and thus have little need for external protection. The existence of the shadow guard serves to showcase the leader's status while also providing assistance. Consequently, this position has always been held by the most loyal and trusted confidants of the leader. Since assuming the role of Hokage, Yunting had yet to recruit a shadow guard. Previously, he had not been in a hurry. However, with his prestige steadily rising and the prospect of wood release on the horizon, he required trustworthy individuals to help shield him from external scrutiny and better safeguard his secrets. In the Hokage's office, Yunting sat at his desk, diligently perusing the files of all Chunin level and above ninjas in Konoha. These documents were undeniably classified information, but for Yunting, as Hokage, accessing them was a simple matter. If memory serves, the members of the Shadow Guard chosen by Minato Namikaze upon his ascension to the position of Fourth Hokage included Narashikaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Inazuka Kiba. Yunting located the files on these 3 individuals, having been selected by Minato and later collaborating to execute the Flying Thunder God technique. Their qualifications were indeed commendable. However, in terms of familiarity, they were evidently closer to Minato, and given that he had not interacted with them during previous conflicts, he could hardly choose them as his trusted shadow guard. Yunting shook his head, setting aside their files and continuing his search. An hour later, gazing at the 3 ninja files on his desk, Yunting nodded in satisfaction. By Yun, a Konoha Jonin, proficient in wind-release sword techniques, characterized by resilience, extensive experience, and exceptional leadership capabilities. Shoujo, a Konoha special Jonin, adept in the use of various ninja tools and trap setting. Hinata Takuma, a Konoha special Jonin, possessing the Byakugan bloodline limit, with remarkable scouting abilities. These are the individuals Yunting selected for his shadow guard. The trio exhibited commendable prowess, having fought alongside him in the previous Ninja World War, forging a bond of great intimacy, making them ideal candidates to serve as his trusted confidants. Come in, Yunting commanded. Lord Hokage, the assistant, bearing the surname Sarutobi, promptly entered. Summoned by Yun Yishan, Shou Juyi, and Hinata Da Jin to my office. Yunting instructed. As you wish. Half an hour later, without any unexpected occurrences. Bai Yun Yishan and the others readily accepted the role of members in the Fourth Hokage's Guardian Corps. To stand as a protector by the Hokage's side was a dream cherished by every Leaf Village ninja. Thus, Yunting's small cadre began to take shape. In the 11th month of the 47th year of Konoha, more than a month after the village welcomed its Fourth Hokage, within the expansive training grounds of the Senju clan, Yunting stood alone at the center. The members of the Guardian Corps, strategically positioned around him, were instructed to prohibit any outsiders from entering. It is worth mentioning that since his arrival in this world, Yunting had focused on gaining prestige points, accompanied by Umbu at all times, leaving him little opportunity to truly test his current abilities. After all, recalling memories is one thing, but executing them is an entirely different matter. He did not wish to become the subject of external suspicion due to a momentary lapse. Thus, having finally established his own team, he was determined to genuinely assess his power today. Recalling various ninjutsu in his mind, Yunting swiftly formed hand seals with his fingers crossing in front of his chest. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wu Yin. Fire style, great fireball technique. A tremendous amount of chakra converged in Yunting's throat, which he then expelled from his mouth, transforming into a colossal fireball that soared forward. Boom. The towering trees within a 10-meter radius were instantly reduced to ashes by the fierce flames. This was true ninjutsu. Yunting observed his hands. The reality was undeniably more awe-inspiring than what he had witnessed in the animations. However, he noted that the release of ninjutsu was somewhat slower. Based on his memories, he realized that his hand seal speed was nearly half of what his original self could achieve in a normal state. In a real battle, such a delay would prove fatal. Indeed, he needed to practice extensively. Yunting mused. Although he did not initially demand a hand seal speed akin to the terrifying 1 seal per second of Uchiha Itachi, he aspired to at least reach the elite Jounin standard. Let us put this into action. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water tooth bullet. Wind style, great breakthrough. Lightning style, earth walk. Relying on the vast chakra reserves of his Senju lineage and his mastery of 5 chakra nature transformations, Yunting boldly unleashed a series of dazzling ninjutsu familiar to him from memory, aiming to swiftly adapt to his surroundings and restore his original peak combat prowess. Thus, in the days that followed, apart from his duties and earning prestige points, Yunting dedicated considerable time to fully regain his peak strength. A week later, perhaps due to his innate combat talent combined with the assimilation of his original self's battle memories, he remarkably mastered his abilities within just a few days. Even in conjunction with the memories of his past life, the elevated perspective granted him a subtle enhancement in strength compared to before. In the training grounds of the Senju clan, Yunting, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, and Bai Yun Yishan distanced themselves, forming their respective hand seals. Hokage-sama, I seek your guidance. Bai Yun Yishan drew his Changfeng sword, and as his voice faded, he executed the body flicker technique. Instantly appearing before Yunting amidst a blinding sonic boom, the blade aimed directly at his chest. Clang. Anticipating the assault, Yunting swiftly drew a kunai to parry Bai Yun Yishan's sword. Simultaneously, his other hand, moving with remarkable speed, retrieved another kunai from his ninja pouch. Its surface enveloped in wind chakra, transforming it into a sharp projectile hurled towards his opponent. Swoosh. The kunai sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Bai Yun Yishan's form vanished, leaving only a few scattered leaves to drift down. A leaf substitution technique. In the next instant, Bai Yun Yishan's silhouette reappeared behind Yunting. Bang! The long sword struck Yunting, who suddenly erupted in a cloud of white smoke, revealing a wooden log cleaved in two before Bai Yun Yishan. Swish! 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 Before the latter could react, a multitude of shuriken rained down upon him from all directions. Bai Yun Yishan took a deep breath, wielding his sword with exquisite skill, deftly knocking each projectile aside. Unperturbed, Yunting executed the body flicker technique once more, arriving before him with even greater speed, igniting a fierce close-quarters combat. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of kunai and sword erupted in dazzling sparks. For a moment, the entire training ground was filled with the afterimages of their duel. Watching from the sidelines, Hinata Takuma was drenched in sweat. Even with his Byakugan activated, he struggled increasingly to keep pace with the two combatants. In the arena, Yunting wielded his kunai with precision, delivering rapid strikes aimed at by Yun Yishan's body without a hint of superfluous movement. Despite the duration of the battle, he appeared utterly unfazed, breathing steadily as if on a leisurely outing. In contrast, the fatigue on by Yun Yishan's face was unmistakable. After yet another collision with Yun Ting, feeling the unyielding strength of his opponent and the numbness in his own arms, Bai Yun Yishan secretly marveled at Yun Ting's constitution and made a resolute decision. Suddenly, he leapt backward, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several potent air bullets erupted from his mouth, shooting forward incessantly like a barrage of bullets. Yun Ting, observing the onslaught, remained calm, executing several large leaps across the training ground to evade the vacuum spheres. Ignoring the continuous explosions behind him, he turned to face Bai Yun Yishan, only to find his adversary had prepared a decisive move. Noticing the intense wind chakra enveloping Bai Yun Yishan's sword, Yun Ting's expression revealed anticipation. This must be the wind release, vacuum sword, a ninjutsu of his own creation. In terms of ninjutsu rank, it was on par with Kakashi's Raikiri, both classified as S rank. Thus, let me personally test the might of this technique. Yun Ting swiftly formed hand seals, his speed having increased exponentially since his initial attempts. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The chakra within Yun Ting surged violently, and in an instant, a colossal water dragon rose majestically around him. At this moment, Yun Ting's execution of the water dragon bullet technique was not akin to that of Kakashi or Zabuza, who required 44 seals. Rather, he opted for a simplified version inspired by the second Hokage. Although the seals were reduced, the potency remained undiminished, especially with the substantial chakra at his disposal. The water dragon before him was rendered twice as powerful compared to those conjured by others. With a thunderous roar under Yun Ting's command, the water dragon surged forward like a raging torrent towards the adversary. Bai Yun Yishan, witnessing this, dashed forward while wielding his vacuum sword, unleashing powerful wind blades that carved deep gashes into the oncoming water dragon. Within moments, the dragon was cleaved into several pieces, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Unfazed, Yun Ting prepared to cast another technique as Bai Yun Yishan charged at him. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive wave surged forth from Yun Ting, radiating outward in all directions. The training ground was soon transformed into a vast expanse of water. As tranquility returned, Yun Ting stood with his feet poised upon the water's surface, while Bai Yun Yishan had vanished from sight. Is it over? Inquired Han Jiuyi nervously from the sidelines. With veins bulging, Hinata Tokima, activating his Byakugan, fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "No, not yet." Just as his words echoed, the previously calm water surface erupted with violent ripples. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from beneath the water. Caught off guard, Bai Yun Yishan emerged from the depths, brandishing his razor-sharp vacuum sword, poised to strike at the unsuspecting Yun Ting. In an instant, as the blade made contact with Yun Ting's form, he transformed into a cascade of water, cascading over Bai Yun Yishan. A water clone. When did that happen? This is bad. Bai Yun Yishan's expression shifted dramatically, and as he attempted to withdraw, he sensed a weight upon his body, hindering his speed. This water is problematic, he realized, glancing at the water enveloping him, belatedly understanding its implications. Not only was it the water from the clone, but the lake beneath him was equally treacherous. At that moment, Yun Ting's true self emerged from the water's surface behind Bai Yun Yishan. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and instantly, torrents of water surged from the lake, coalescing around Bai Yun Yishan to form a massive water sphere, encapsulating him. This was the water release, water prison technique, uniquely modified by Yun Ting for enhanced stealth and greater effectiveness. The ordinary water prison technique could not contain Yishan's vacuum sword. Only by harnessing the residual force from the earlier great waterfall technique could he truly ensnare him. With a smile, Yun Ting explained. Adorned in a red and white Hokage robe that remained impeccably smooth, no wonder the Hokage employed such a formidable great waterfall technique before. In the water prison, Bai Yun Yishan bitterly smiled and shook his head, then dissipated the vacuum sword in his hand. I conceded defeat wholeheartedly. Truly, he is worthy of being the fourth Hokage. Yun Ting smiled slightly and casually dispelled the water prison technique, saying, "Go home and rest well. You need not stand watch today." Understood. Bai Yun Yishan sheathed his long sword, bowed to Yun Ting, bid farewell to his two companions, and turned to leave. The lake in the training ground would not dissipate anytime soon. Yunting sought out a highly confidential new training ground within the Senju clan's territory, ensuring that Shojui and Hinata Takuma stood guard outside to prevent any disturbances. Once the barrier was activated, he began to ponder in solitude. Bayun Yeshan's strength should not be underestimated. Among Jonin, he undoubtedly qualified as an elite. However, in their recent battle, he effortlessly triumphed over his opponent with just a few combinations of ninjutsu. Although strategy played a part, it was sufficient to demonstrate his current prowess. At present, he might be the perfect amalgamation of two souls, benefiting from advantages such as faster hand seals, more versatile ninjutsu combinations, and quicker learning speeds, rendering his current strength even greater than that of his original self at his peak. Currently, he was living up to the name of the Fourth Hokage. Yet, against the likes of the Nine Tails and the elusive Uchiha Obito, who wielded the powers of time and space, it still fell short. Thus, he needed the power of wood release. Yunting checked his Hokage reputation points. After accumulating over a month, bolstered significantly by Might Guy's contributions, his reputation points had finally surpassed 10,000. This meant he could finally exchange for wood release. The reason he chose this concealed training ground was to ensure secrecy for the upcoming acquisition of wood release. Yunting harbored plans. Now was not the opportune moment to reveal wood release. The imminent eruption of a certain event would serve as the perfect stage for his remarkable debut. It would also mark the day he reclaimed his Hokage authority. With such thoughts igniting his spirit, Yunting regained his composure and addressed the system with deliberate clarity. Exchange for the bloodline limit. Would release. Come forth. Since the passing of Senju Hashirama, renowned as the strongest in the ninja world, may the authentic wood release of the Senju clan re-emerge. Confirm the exchange for the bloodline limit. Would release. Confirm. With the deduction of 10,000 reputation points, the bloodline limit, would release, was successfully exchanged. Before he could lament the swift loss of his hard-earned reputation points, Yunting felt an overwhelming surge of life energy manifesting from within him. The magnitude of this energy was so vast that even his Senju physique could not encompass it entirely. At this moment, the cells within Yunting's body seemed to possess infinite vitality, continuously dividing, as if he were immersed in an ocean of life. The bloodline of the Senju clan was further purified and strengthened in that instant. Ultimately, the latent genes hidden deep within his bloodline, the bloodline limit of wood release, which had only been awakened by a select few of the Senju over millennia, was finally activated by Yunting. In a moment of divine inspiration, Yunting clasped his hands together and shouted, "Would release. Birth of the divine tree." The magnificent chakra surged forth from within him, and in the blink of an eye, the training ground, with him at its center, trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Cracks began to split the ground, and from these fissures, robust trees were uprooted, growing rapidly until they reached the apex of the barrier. In an instant, a breathtaking forest replaced the training ground, unfurling before Yunting's eyes. The joy on his face was palpable as he felt that every tree within this forest could be commanded by his will. At long last, he had successfully mastered the wood release technique. This was no mere imitation like that of the great, but a true embodiment of the technique, wielded by a rightful member of the Senju clan. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the potential for future development was undoubtedly on par with the latter. Now it was time to delve into the Senju clan's repository, to dust off the thick layers of neglect and uncover the long-buried secrets of wood release techniques for study. As his excitement gradually subsided, he gazed thoughtfully at the vast expanse of the artificial forest before him. With the power of wood release now at his disposal, he realized that to fully harness its capabilities and unleash its entirety, he could not rely solely on his instinctual abilities. He needed to integrate various formidable wood release techniques. The Senju clan had no shortage of such techniques. If his memory served him correctly, there were even insights on wood release penned by Hashirama himself, which had been neglected by previous clan members who were incapable of wielding wood release. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to learn from them. In summary, with the acquisition of wood release, he anticipated a significant surge in his strength in the time to come. This also signified that the internal and external troubles that had caused him to furrow his brow since his arrival in this world would finally be within his capacity to resolve. Whether it was the high-ranking officials led by the Third Hokage or the impending turmoil of the Nine Tails, Yunting extended his palm. confident that beneath the tranquil power of wood release, everything lay within his grasp. In the first month of the 48th year of Konoha, as Yunting focused intently on developing his wood release abilities, the new year quietly dawned. During this period, while the outside world appeared calm, undercurrents swirled beneath the surface. Beyond the land of fire, the land of wind and the land of earth retreated into their homes, quietly nursing their wounds. The frequency of operations by the mist shinobi from the land of water had also gradually decreased, not only due to the overwhelming deterrent posed by Might Guy's defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also due to the restlessness exhibited by the bloodline clans within their borders. Meanwhile, the land of lightning remained dissatisfied with the status quo, persistently probing the borders of the land of fire, which kept the relations between the two nations as volatile as a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Beyond the 5 great nations, in the overlooked small nation of the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization, under the guidance of the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, was undergoing a transformation, embarking on a path diametrically opposed to its original modus operandi, one that would eventually influence the entire ninja world. Internally, in the Land of Fire, the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been compelled to resign due to discontent over the compromises made with the Land of Earth during the Third Great Ninja War, still secretly retained control over the power of Konoha. Independent of the shadows, the roots deeply entrenched in darkness remained firmly in the grasp of Shimura Danzo, another advisor of the Leaf Village, to the extent that even the Third Hokage is powerless to intervene. At this moment, in the subterranean base, within an office shrouded in gloom, Danzo, known in the ninja world as the Darkness of Shinobi, sits in a chair, leaning on his cane. Beside him stands his most capable assistant, Oil Woman Ryoma. What has our newly appointed Hokage been occupied with lately? Danzo's cold, profound voice inquires. Ryoma adjusts the sunglasses perched on his nose and replies, as in the beginning, aside from stamping documents at the Hokage building and engaging in casual conversations with the villagers, he has recently dedicated considerable time to personal training. However, due to the presence of Byakugan within his shadow guard, our people are unable to investigate closely what the Fourth Hokage is truly practicing. Unable to investigate, so be it, Danzo says dismissively. Then, a thought crosses his mind, and he snorts derisively. He is merely a juvenile, riding on the coattails of the Senju name, fortunate enough to ascend to this position. I suppose he has come to realize just how idle his role as Hokage is, channeling his energy solely into training. Izuna has truly played his cards well. Evidently, Danzo is still aggrieved by his inability to assume the position of Hokage, and the fact that his later recommendation of Orochimaru also failed to bear fruit. Enough. Let us set aside matters concerning the Fourth Hokage for now. What is going on with Orochimaru lately? Danzo's cane strikes the ground with emphasis, his dissatisfaction evident. The progress of the experiments entrusted to him has noticeably slowed compared to previous times. What is he contemplating? Has he not yet moved on from his defeat in the Hokage election? Orochimaru does not seem affected by his failure in the election. Ryoma hesitates before voicing his assessment. On the contrary, he seems to be spending even more time in the laboratory, although much of his research does not align with our requirements. Danzo responds coldly. The resources allocated to him by the roots are not intended for his personal use. It appears I must personally remind him of this. Furthermore, during this period, Orochimaru has requested a significant number of living subjects for his experiments, which the roots have been unable to provide. He has personally gone outside the village to procure several, which seems to have raised some eyebrows within the community. Ryoma ponders before adding, it seems he has made some miscalculations. At this, Danzo's brow furrows. How careless. If he requires subjects, there are plenty outside the village. Why must Orochimaru resort to actions within the village? Ryoma, send someone to mitigate this matter. As for Orochimaru, it appears I cannot afford to delay. I must speak with him at once. With that, Danzo rises and heads toward the Roots laboratory. By the way, the internal situation in the Mist Village has been unstable recently, and tensions between the higher-ups and the Bloodline Limit clans seem to be escalating. Dispatch another team of Root ninjas there. If the opportunity arises, we shall stoke the flames of their discord. Danzo's figure fades into the darkness, leaving only the echo of his iron-fisted, merciless voice resonating in the room. Understood. Ryoma replies calmly, accepting the orders. Deeply rooted in the shadows, the roots, despite their constant absorption of the vital essence from the leaves above, remain undaunted in the face of external foes, wielding their blades with unwavering resolve. This is a remarkably sharp double-edged sword. Similarly regarded as a double-edged sword, the Uchiha clan, viewed as a thorn in the side of the Konoha Advisory Council, is currently in a state of fervent activity at the Nanha Shrine every so often. The prominent ninjas from the Uchiha clan gather here in seclusion to deliberate on matters of great importance to their clan. Today is no exception. Within the shrine, Uchiha Fugaku, seated at the forefront, furrows his brow as he observes the cacophony of voices from those flanking him. The cause of his concern is the palpable dissatisfaction among his clansmen towards the upper echelons of the village. Particularly this time, they feel that the Uchiha, having made significant contributions and sacrifices during the Third Great Ninja War, should have rightfully claimed the position of Hokage. Instead, they find themselves overshadowed by their former adversary, yet another Senju, who has ascended to that esteemed role. It is worth noting that, including the first and second Hokage, 3 out of the 4 faces carved into Hokage rock belong to the Senju clan. This reality stirs a deep sense of discontent among those who, alongside the Senju, were instrumental in founding Konoha and are regarded as its elders. Consequently, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan is exceedingly volatile, with the militant faction gaining substantial influence. While it has not yet reached the point where the majority, save for a few, advocate for a bloodless revolution, as will be the case 6 or 7 years hence, there are already discernible signs of such sentiments brewing. Thus, as the head of the family, Uchiha Fugaku finds himself burdened with weariness. Although he will eventually opt for a bloodless revolution, it will be more a matter of adhering to the will of the people than a personal preference. At heart, he still yearns for a gentle resolution to the conflicts at hand. After several hours of deliberation, having managed to quell the tumultuous emotions of his clansmen to some extent, Uchiha Fugaku returns home, visibly fatigued. He spots his son, Uchiha Itachi, lost in thought by the pond, and approaches him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Itachi, what occupies your mind? Uchiha Fugaku has always felt immense pride and satisfaction in his exceptionally gifted son. Father, I am contemplating ninjutsu, the young Itachi responds, albeit with a slight falsehood. At merely 4 years of age, having been thrust into battle by his own father and having taken lives, he finds himself pondering the profound question of the meaning of life, an inquiry that many adults may never dare to consider. Unbeknownst to Fugaku, his son harbors the potential for philosophical thought at such a tender age. After expressing his willingness to assist with any questions, Fugaku steps inside their home. There, Uchiha Mikoto, her belly slightly rounded, approaches him with warmth. After sharing a tender moment, she smiles and shares, "Today, I encountered Kushina on the street. To my surprise, she too is expecting." Uchiha Fugaku pauses momentarily before responding with a smile. "Kushina is pregnant? It seems Minato is about to become a father." Having previously collaborated with Namikaze Minato during the recent conflict, and due to the close friendship between Mikoto and Kushina, the two families maintain a cordial relationship. Alas, he muses, if Minato were to become Hokage, the Uchiha circumstances would likely improve significantly. He then recalled that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and during her pregnancy, it was likely that external forces might take advantage of the situation. However, upon further reflection, he could not help but smirk slightly. If he could contemplate such matters, surely the higher-ups of Konoha could as well. It was likely that they would not only guard against outside enemies, but also keep a watchful eye on him. The wielder of the Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, Mikoto was unaware of her husband's recent train of thought. After sharing her thoughts on Kushina, she gently caressed her belly, expressing her anticipation. "I wonder if the babies that Kushina and I are carrying are boys or girls. If they are both boys, they will surely become the best of friends in the future. Of course, they will also be remarkable ninja partners." Uchiha Fugaku placed his hand on his wife's belly, smiling with eager expectation. In the Hokage's office, the acrid scent of smoke lingered in the air. Yenting did not smoke. The only person permitted to indulge in such a vice within his office was the esteemed Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The protection plan for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Upon receiving the scroll that Hiruzen had deliberately handed over, Yenting opened it and regarded its contents with a complex expression. So, the day has finally arrived? Observing the pregnancy information regarding Uzumaki Kushina issued by the Konoha hospital on the scroll, Yenting's thoughts turned to the impending chaos of the Nine-Tails in October. It was undoubtedly the beginning of a countdown. Across the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while puffing on his pipe, remarked, Kushina's pregnancy as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is of utmost importance to Konoha. After all, during this vulnerable period, we cannot overlook the possibility of hostile forces attempting to disrupt her. If the Nine-Tails were to go berserk, it would pose a severe threat to the village. Yunting suppressed his thoughts and agreed. Indeed, especially as her time approaches. That is when the Nine-Tails is most likely to lose control. Hiruzen nodded. At that time, there will be the tightest security in place. However, prior to that, the village must arrange for additional Umbu personnel to protect Kushina. What if we could relocate Kushina to a concealed location, unknown to outsiders? To ensure her safety during her pregnancy? This way, we could minimize external scrutiny. At the very least, it would prevent those with nefarious intentions from knowing her due date, thereby allowing her to navigate this period with reduced risk. Yunting suddenly proposed. Hiruzen seemed intrigued by the idea, but then hesitated. Given Kushina's temperament, it may prove quite difficult. The thought of Naruto, inheriting his mother's fiery spirit, being confined to one place for 10 months, made Yunting shake his head decisively. If that were the case, the blood-red pepper, combined with the irritability often associated with pregnant women, would likely result in Kushina wreaking havoc in no time. Forget I mentioned it, he said, lowering his gaze again to examine the list of Umbu protectors selected by Hiruzen, where Kakashi Hataki's name prominently appeared. Kakashi is someone Minato specifically requested to join upon learning of the plan, Hiruzen explained. Minato hopes that Kakashi can maintain a calm demeanor while safeguarding Kushina, helping him to move past his previous shadows. Witnessing the gradual arrival of new life into this world serves as a radiant beam of warmth for Kakashi, a soul ensnared in despair. The personnel arrangement by the Third Hokage is remarkably judicious, and I harbor no objections. With these words, Yunting inscribed his name beside Sarutobi Hiruzen's on the scroll. Given the matter of the Jinchuriki, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his considerable authority, must confer with Yunting, the Fourth Hokage. Thus, I shall instruct the Umbu to proceed accordingly. Rising, Sarutobi Hiruzen bid farewell to Yunting. Soon, the Hokage's office was left with Yunting alone. In contrast to his clan member Tsunade, who would be inundated with mountains of paperwork upon assuming the Fifth Hokage, Yunting found himself considerably unburdened. After swiftly attending to the limited documents at hand, he rose from his chair and gazed out the window, his thoughts drifting far beyond the horizon. The tumult of the Nine-Tails incident loomed near, and he had contemplated whether to eliminate the puppet master before their arrival, venturing directly into the land of rain. Previously lacking the capability, he now possessed would release and had mastered numerous formidable techniques in the ensuing time, which fueled his aspirations. After all, the Uchiha Obito of the present was merely a young adolescent. Despite wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, his combat prowess was still rather unrefined. This was evidenced when Namake's Minato, in a brief encounter, swiftly discerned his abilities and severed his right arm, nearly allowing him to escape. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito had not yet attained the power that would later stir the ninja world into chaos over the course of a decade. However, while Yunting's thoughts were noble, they were fundamentally unattainable. His current position as the Fourth Hokage dictated that he could not act recklessly. The mere act of stepping outside Konohagakure would yield profound repercussions. Moreover, at this moment, Uchiha Obito was not without his allies. The formidable Nagato, endowed with the Rinnegan, and the equally formidable Konin were at his side. Together, the three posed a significant threat, and Yunting could not guarantee his safe return should he infiltrate their ranks. Although proficient in wood release, he was no Hashirama Senju. Furthermore, should the enemy have mastered Izanagi, the chances of success under such circumstances would be exceedingly slim. Therefore, all Yunting could do was to continuously enhance his own strength while remaining vigilant. Yet, even the strongest defenses would prove inadequate against an adversary endowed with spatial manipulation and unparalleled infiltration skills. Should he remain perpetually by Kushina Uzumaki's side? Nonsense. It was reasonable for a husband to be present during childbirth, but what would he appear to be in that scenario? He was no ordinary neighbor. Enough of this. Time remains, and he would ponder further later. Rubbing his temples, Yunting returned to his desk and retrieved a lengthy scroll bound with fine twine, its exterior evoking a sense of historical antiquity. This was a contract scroll regarding summoning beasts that he had inadvertently discovered while searching for the wood-release secret arts in the Senju clan's archives. The entity bound by this contract was none other than the slug of the wet-bone forest, one of the three great sacred lands deeply entwined with his Senju lineage. As he unfolded the scroll, Yunting gazed upon the names of the ninjas who had once inscribed their signatures upon it. Aside from the majority of familiar Senju names, there were also those from the Uzumaki and Kagaya clans, among others. These clans were undoubtedly elite families within the ninja world. However, when confronted with a contract from one of the three sacred lands, they all sought after it fervently, illustrating the immense allure of the wet-bone forest. Yunting continued to scroll through the parchment and nodded knowingly upon seeing the names of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade inscribed in the most recent entries. Turning further back, he encountered a blank space, clearly indicating that this summoning contract had available slots. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunting bit his finger and inscribed his name in the empty space following Tsunade's, then pressed his bloodied fingerprint beneath it. The reason for the First Hokage's formidable strength lay not only in his mastery of wood release, but also in the sage arts he cultivated. Aspiring to evolve from the minor incarnation of the first to its complete form, Yunting would not let this opportunity slip away. He had no concerns about his ability to cultivate the arts. The reason why Tsunade, also of the Senju clan, struggled with the wet-bone forest sage arts was due to her body being unable to withstand the accompanying corrosive damage. However, Yunting was different. Possessing wood release like the First Hokage, his life recovery speed was remarkably swift, rendering him impervious to the effects of corrosion, thus perfectly fulfilling the conditions for practicing the wet-bone forest sage arts. Moreover, even if his cultivation proved challenging, he had the system to rely on. Once he engaged with the methods of the wet-bone forest sage arts, he could exchange for them through the system. Therefore, why not seize the opportunity? With the contract signed, just as Yunting contemplated whether to summon the slug now that he had the chance, suddenly white smoke began to emerge around him. Was this the reverse summoning technique? Just as Yunting voiced this thought, he vanished from his spot. The next moment, members of the Fourth Hokage's guard rushed into the Hokage's office, only to find it empty. The leader, Bayun Yeshan, narrowed his eyes and exclaimed urgently, "Quick! Summon the Third Hokage." Unbeknownst to him, his actions had inadvertently caused a commotion in the Hokage building. When Yunting opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Before him stood rows of towering trees, their trunks stark and devoid of leaves, exuding a ghastly white hue that imparted a bone-chilling aura. Nevertheless, the forest was unexpectedly suffused with a moist and refreshing atmosphere, especially enriched by the immense life energy he sensed pervading the area. With just a gentle breath, Yunting felt a wave of comfort wash over his entire being. The wet-bone forest? It truly is a land of treasures, he mused. At that moment, it seemed that the newcomer had caught the attention of the creatures within the woods. Emerging from the foliage were numerous blue and white slugs of varying sizes, all gazing towards Yunting. Soon, a larger slug than its counterparts slithered over to Yunting's side and, with a voice that belied its appearance, spoke gently. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Lord Thousand-Hand Yunting?" "Please, no need for such formalities. You may simply call me by my name," Yunting quickly replied. He was acutely aware that within the entire wet-bone forest, there was but a single slug sage, and all these seemingly delicate slugs were merely its manifestations. This indicated that he was indeed conversing with the true essence of the slug sage, a venerable being akin to the ancient toad sage of Miyaboka Mountain, who had lived for millennia, deserving of utmost respect. "My apologies, but I have a habit of addressing each of my contract partners as Lord. It may take some time for me to adjust my speech. Moreover, I am not a sage, merely a slug who has lived for an extended period and possesses some sage techniques. Therefore, please call me Living Slug. That is my name," the slug responded, its tone remaining gentle and humble. Indeed, just as remembered, the sage of the wet-bone forest possessed an unexpectedly amiable disposition. At this moment, Yunting could not help but offer a moment of silence for Orochimaru, who had forged a contract with the dragon of the cave. Given the circumstances, since the slug had expressed such sentiments, Yunting decided to address it directly as Living Slug. Upon hearing this, the slug nodded with delight and continued. "Since Lady Tsunade's time, it has been quite a while since any newcomers have entered the wet-bone forest. Upon seeing your name, especially as a member of the Thousand-Hand clan, I took the liberty of summoning you, hoping it has not interrupted any of your important matters." For the Living Slug, throughout its millennium of existence, although it had encountered a plethora of contract partners, its longest companionship had been with the Thousand-Hand clan, naturally fostering a deeper emotional connection with them. Through Tsunade's narratives, it had learned that the Thousand-Hand clan was now nearly extinct, which filled it with sorrow. Thus, upon noticing another Thousand-Hand name on its external contract scroll, it impulsively acted against its usual nature, summoning Yunting. Upon hearing this, Yunting immediately waved his hand, assuring, "There is no inconvenience. In fact, I have nothing pressing at the moment." After all, the contract scroll was placed within the Hokage's office, and even if others were unaware, the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen would grasp the situation instantly upon seeing it. Thus, he had no concerns about any issues arising from that end. Now that he was in the Wetbone Forest, he seized the opportunity to explore this sacred land. "Do you wish to meet my true form, Lord Yunting?" After a brief pause, the living slug, now perched on Yunting's shoulder, inquired. "Is that permissible?" Yunting asked, intrigued by the slug's true form. From his understanding, in the original narrative, the true form of the living slug had never been fully summoned. Even Tsunade had only managed to summon a small part of it. "Of course, there is no problem. You are my contract partner, Lord Yunting. It is only natural that we come to know each other better, as we will be fighting side by side in the future." The living slug spoke, leading Yunting deeper into the Wetbone Forest. As Yunting glanced around, he observed numerous slugs of varying sizes, adorned in shades of blue and white, secreting a transparent, viscous fluid from their mouths, dotting the ground and trees along the path. Rather than evoking disgust, they exuded a sense of endearing innocence. During their journey, the slug perched on his shoulder curiously inquired, "Is this robe you wore the Hokage's ceremonial attire? Have you perhaps become the new Hokage of Konoha?" "Indeed. I am now the Fourth Hokage," Yunting affirmed with a nod. "How impressive. It reminds me of Lord Hashirama from decades past, who was also a Hokage," the slug marveled. "Huh, I cannot compare to the first Hokage," Yunting chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. In this manner of exchange, Yunting unwittingly arrived at his destination. Upon passing the final pale tree and entering a clearing, he looked up, and despite having mentally prepared himself, his face still betrayed a profound shock. It is immensely vast. Even having been accustomed to the grandeur of modern concrete edifices, Yunting was left speechless by the colossal form of the living slug before him, which defied description and seemed to stretch endlessly. At this moment, he comprehended the true essence of a sage. The being before him, without employing any mystical arts, could merely shift its body to invoke tremors akin to an earth-shattering force, rivaling that of an S-rank jutsu. Taking advantage of Yunting's astonishment, the slug on his shoulder leaped down, wriggling towards the massive body of the living slug and merging into it. In the next instant, the enormous head of the slug moved slightly, lowering to gaze at Yunting, who appeared no larger than a pebble. In a gentle, soothing voice, it addressed him, "Lord Yunting, it is a true pleasure to meet you at last. I look forward to our future collaboration. And I too hope for your guidance," Yunting replied earnestly, reassured by the slug's courteous demeanor. As future comrades bound by a contract, the slug, having engaged in a cordial exchange with Yunting, began to fulfill its obligations by detailing its various capabilities. In addition to its renowned ultimate medical prowess, it possessed abilities such as adhesive tongue and teeth, the technique of division, and visual sharing, among others. Notably, the adhesive tongue and teeth represented a rare offensive capability, one that Orochimaru acknowledged could potentially be lethal to him. Furthermore, being a mollusk, the slug was impervious to pure physical attacks. However, these were merely fragments of its true power. After all, both Yunting and Tsunade had only summoned a fraction of the slug's essence, limiting its full potential. One could only wonder if the legendary Senju Hashirama could harness its power to the fullest in his prime. Yunting shook his head, while the cells within him, akin to the legendary Hashiramas, could be deemed a remarkable anomaly. The immense and unyielding creature before him posed a formidable challenge. To attempt to summon it entirely could result in an instantaneous depletion of his chakra, leaving no time for the Hashirama cells to replenish him, leading to his untimely demise. Returning to the matter at hand, Yunting articulated the core objective of his contract with the summoning scroll to the creature. "Is it the cultivation of senjutsu?" The gentle voice of the slug revealed no surprise. Those acquainted with the three great sanctuaries naturally held a keen interest in the unique senjutsu, distinct from the chakra system. Yet only a handful ever succeeded in mastering it. The slug did not refuse but patiently clarified, "If Lord Yunting wishes to cultivate, I shall not oppose. However, do bear in mind that unlike Mayaboku Mountain and Ryuchi Cave, The senjutsu of the wet-bone forest is ill-suited for human cultivation. In the past millennium, only Lord Hashirama has succeeded. Even Lady Tsunade had to abandon her efforts after a time, as the path to mastering senjutsu is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to assimilation by natural energy and death. This, I implore you to remember, Lord Yunting. I understand, Yunting replied with clarity. However, the fact that Tsunade could not cultivate does not imply that I am incapable, though they belong to the same clan. The blood relation between Yunting and Tsunade was not particularly close, given the vastness of the Senju clan and its numerous branches. In truth, he and Tsunade, being more than a decade apart in age, could be considered peers, hence his casual address of her name. The slug, undeterred by these nuances, expressed surprise at Yunting's confidence. Oh? What leads you to such a conclusion, Lord Yunting? Yunting spoke with conviction, as he clasped his hands together and struck them in unison. In an instant, the ground around him trembled as massive trees erupted from the earth, as if stirred by an earthquake. Soon, amidst the cacophony, the once snow-covered bone forest was transformed into a vibrant expanse of greenery. The reason Lord Hashirama could master the senjutsu of the wet bone forest is undoubtedly due to his exceptional life force, granted by his wood release. Standing among these towering trees, I am confident that my possession of wood release significantly enhances my chances of succeeding in senjutsu cultivation. Wood release indeed, the slug mused. At that moment, as it gazed upon Senju Yunting, it seemed to perceive within him the spirit of a once invincible friend, whose heart remained kind and open. If that is the case, Lord Yunting, it seems your endeavor in senjutsu may well be successful. The slug soon regained its composure and remarked, I shall grant your request, Lord Yunting. Shall we commence the cultivation of senjutsu now? Yunting was about to acquiesce when he noticed the passage of time and realized he had been away for quite a while. Thus, he revised his response. Not today. I must return to address a few matters. Let us begin tomorrow. I shall dedicate some time each day to study senjutsu in the wet bone forest. From now on, I will rely on you. It is no trouble at all. With you here, I shall find my spirits lifted, the slug cheerfully replied. Oh, does Tsunade seldom visit? Yunting inquired with curiosity. The slug responded, as for Lady Tsunade, she seems to devote most of her time to drinking and gambling, even in the wet bone forest. The majority of the reasons for one's presence often revolve around evading creditors. This indeed aligns with Tsunade's character. Merely the annual bills, signed by Tsunade herself and sent to the Senju clan, amount to an innumerable stack in Yunting's memory. Initially, he assisted in settling some of these debts, but upon witnessing the relentless arrival of more and more bills, he abandoned that notion. After all, no matter how affluent the Senju clan's legacy, it cannot withstand such extravagant squandering. Consequently, during her travels, or rather, her escapades, Tsunade even took the time to send letters berating him for his lack of loyalty. Now, reflecting on the past, Yunting can only conclude that he acted quite wisely. Furthermore, the former elders of the Senju clan indeed possessed foresight. They chose to entrust the clan's heritage to him rather than to the more legitimate Tsunade. Apart from the ingrained preference for males, they were also acutely aware of Tsunade's personality. Should the inheritance fall into her hands, with her reckless ways, it would not be long before the Senju legacy would vanish entirely. At this moment, Yunting couldn't help but think of Kato Shizune, who follows Tsunade. One wonders whether this young girl is a blessing or a curse, aligning herself with such a whimsical adult at such a tender age. Surely, her childhood must be filled with vivid experiences. After a moment of silent homage, as Yunting prepared to weave hand seals and depart, a thought struck him. He turned to the slug and said, By the way, please keep the matter of wood release confidential. Is it to be kept from Lady Tsunade? The slug quickly deduced. Indeed, due to certain circumstances, the wood release must remain undisclosed for now. Moreover, rather than informing you directly, I am more eager to witness her reaction when she inadvertently discovers it, Yunting replied, a mischievous smile gracing his face. One can only imagine the myriad emotions that would play across Tsunade's features upon learning that her own grandson, the descendant of Hashirama Senju, has inherited the wood release, while she has not. Although we are both contract holders, since you, Lord Yunting, have requested confidentiality, I shall remain tight-lipped before Lady Tsunade, the slug replied, a hint of anticipation in its tone. I too am quite curious to see her reaction. Rest assured, when that day arrives, I will make a point to remind you. Yunting said with a final smile before transforming into a plume of smoke and departing the wet-bone forest. Observing the spot where he once stood, the slug stirred slightly. Smiling, what an intriguing contract holder. Within the Hokage's office, the previously empty space was now bustling with ninjas. Yet, compared to the initial panic, the demeanor of the crowd had notably calmed. This transformation was, of course, thanks to the seasoned Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He now occupied Yunting's former seat. Puffing on a cigarette while glancing down at the open scroll of the wet-bone forest contract on his desk, reflecting on the fact that even a once reclusive noble ninja clan should not be underestimated. It is worth noting that he had invested considerable effort in securing contracts for his disciples, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, with the sacred ground. In this instance, it is primarily the intrinsic qualities of the two individuals that have unlocked the gates to the sacred land. Unlike Tsunade, who effortlessly produced the contract scroll of the wet-bone forest and succeeded with such simplicity. Now, it is the turn of Senju Yunting, indeed a source of envy. Nevertheless, despite this, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors no greed for this contract scroll. One might argue that his character is indecisive and feeble, consumed by a desire for power. However, it is undeniable that his personal integrity remains commendably high. Were it Shimura Danzo in this scenario, he would have likely seized it greedily without a second thought. At that moment, as Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff from his pipe, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly moved aside. In the next instant, a plume of white smoke erupted from the spot he had just vacated. Once the smoke dissipated, the figure of Yunting emerged into view. Fourth Hokage. The others in the room exclaimed with joy. I apologize for causing everyone concern. I am quite well. I merely went to converse with my newly summoned companion. You all may disperse now, Yunting said with a smile. Yes, everyone responded in unison. I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Third Hokage, Yunting continued, offering thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter waved his pipe dismissively, replying nonchalantly, it is no great matter. A simple explanation suffices. Moreover, congratulations are in order, Yunting. The Sage of Slugs is indeed an extraordinary being. Yunting humbly acknowledged, the Sage of Slugs is indeed remarkable, possessing a most amiable and compassionate nature. With this ally by my side, not only for myself but for Konoha, should any troubles arise, their assistance will prove invaluable. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, recalling the sage's formidable healing abilities. He then reflected on Tsunade, another contractor from the wet-bone forest, and sighed. It is a pity Tsunade is not currently in Konoha. If any trouble were to arise, the two of you combined with the sage's abilities could significantly mitigate any losses. Yunting fell silent. He understood well why Tsunade was reluctant to return. Sarutobi Hiruzen likely grasped the underlying reasons as well. Besides seeking solace to heal psychological wounds, she likely wished to avoid confronting the sordid affairs of the village's upper echelons. The same could be said for Jiraiya. Both of his disciples were hesitant to return to Konoha, evidently burdened by the events of the past that had created a rift in their hearts. It was only after the death of the Third Hokage and the necessity to address the village's turmoil, coupled with a reluctance to allow someone like Danzo to take charge, that Tsunade was compelled to return. Of course, Naruto's persuasive words also played a significant role. Very well. I shall not intrude any longer. As one grows older, one tends to reminisce about the past. At that moment, the now aware Sarutobi Hiruzen bid farewell. The Third Hokage remains as vigorous as ever, Yunting remarked with light-hearted banter as he saw him off. In the midst of their exchange, he suddenly recalled something with eager anticipation. By the way, Third Hokage, when might I borrow that crystal ball you have? I have inquired about this several times. The so-called crystal ball was, of course, the tool used by the Third Hokage at the beginning of the original story to spy on Naruto. Its activation has a more technical term known as the telescope technique. Yunting had long coveted this object, since it can observe every detail of Naruto's journey from afar. One wonders what would happen if it were relocated elsewhere, perhaps to a bathhouse. Initially, Yunting believed this to be a standard tool of the Hokage, yet to his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken it away. This led to his persistent requests. However, it was evident that the latter was unwilling to comply. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a state of urgency, shook his head vehemently and exclaimed, No, I told you earlier that the crystal ball is broken and has yet to be repaired. It appears it may never be fixed, so Yunting, please abandon any thoughts of it. What a jest. The crystal ball was his lifeline. whenever he found himself alone. It brought him immense satisfaction. How could he possibly part with it? Absolutely not. Without waiting for Yunting to respond, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily distanced himself, moving with an agility that belied his age. Yunting regarded the retreating figure with disdain. It was no surprise that the mentor of the infamous trio of robed disciples still possessed a youthful spirit at such an advanced age. He would never believe that the crystal ball was truly broken. It seemed yet another reason had emerged to challenge the Third Hokage's reign. Filled with ambition, Yunting returned to his office. Regrettably, the renowned novel paradise of affection had yet to materialize. Jiraiya was still gathering material. Otherwise, he would have relished witnessing the acclaim showered upon it by Kakashi and its frenzied sales across all nations. Perhaps he should send a message to urge Jiraiya for updates? As the Fourth Hokage, Yunting naturally had channels to contact Jiraiya. However, if he were to resort to such means, he would likely face a torrent of criticism. He was getting ahead of himself. With the prospect of mastering sage techniques on the horizon, Yunting felt he was on the brink of losing himself in ambition. The vivid image of Senju Hashirama defeating the Ninetales in sage mode lingered in his mind. Once he attained mastery, he did not aspire to rival Hashirama. Considering the latter's extensive years of battle and training compared to his own brief tenure. Yet, if he could emulate even 4/5 of that power, it would be more than sufficient. To calm his racing thoughts, Yunting retrieved another well-known novel, Tales of the Resolute Ninja, a cherished work by none other than Jiraiya himself. However, due to its cliched narrative of an underdog rising to heroism, its sales had been rather disappointing, which ultimately inspired Jiraiya to embark on a path more aligned with his true calling as a master of romantic action. Interestingly, this particular copy had been recommended to him by Minato during a casual chat at Ichiraku Ramen, where the latter, a devoted fan of the book, even contemplated naming his unborn child after the protagonist. As he opened the novel's first page and beheld the hero's introduction, Yunting's gaze grew profound. Naruto, the unexpected individual. What fate awaits him in the future? The anticipation is palpable. In the Whetbone Forest, after announcing his itinerary to the outside world, Yunting dedicated time each day to learn sage arts from the living slug. The so-called sage arts refer to the power derived from absorbing the natural energies of the external world into one's body, merging it with one's own physical and spiritual energies to achieve a harmonious balance, thus enabling the practitioner to execute illusions far beyond the capabilities of ordinary chakra. The essence of mastering sage arts lies not only in balancing the three energies within, but also in the absorption of natural energy from the surroundings. The training of sage arts at one of the three sacred lands, Mount Myaboku, begins with the application of toad oil on the body, which facilitates the sensation and absorption of natural energy. In contrast, the method employed in the Whetbone Forest involves the secretion of a transparent, viscous substance from the mouths of the living slugs, which is rich in natural energy. Meanwhile, at Yunting, the practice of sage arts commences with the direct application of this transparent slime on the skin, allowing for the immediate absorption of its natural energy, proving to be significantly faster than the method at Mount Myaboku. However, this approach is fraught with severe drawbacks, as the slime possesses a potent corrosive nature. Once applied to the skin, the practitioner must endure bodily harm from the corrosive effects while simultaneously absorbing natural energy, unless one possesses medical ninjutsu or a remarkable self-healing ability. Enduring this process becomes exceedingly challenging. The former option exacerbates chakra consumption at a time when absorption of natural energy is critical, thus testing the practitioner's capability to balance the three energies within. The latter option, despite the impressive healing prowess of clans such as the Senju or Uzumaki, proves insufficient against the corrosive slime of the slugs. Consequently, the danger associated with sage arts training in the Whetbone Forest far surpasses that of Mount Myaboku. Even prodigies like Tsunade chose to abandon the practice after several attempts. The only exception to this was Hashirama Senju, whose success stemmed from the inherent vitality of wood release combined with the Senju clan's physical constitution, resulting in an extraordinary synergy that endowed him with formidable self-healing and recovery capabilities, rendering him impervious to the corrosive effects of the slime. Yunting, also possessing wood release, naturally inherited this trait, instilling him with considerable confidence in his ability to train in the sage arts of the Whetbone Forest. Regrettably, his prestige as Hokage has been accruing slowly during this period, not only due to the familiarity of many in Konoha, but also because his esteemed mentor, Mike Guy, has been away on a mission for an extended duration. Unless he accomplishes something earth-shattering, his prestige points are likely to rise at a glacial pace. This is why he has been diligently and patiently practicing sage arts during this time. 3 words, insufficient points. Fortunately, if one were to quantify the completion of sage arts as a percentage, upon achieving 10%, he would only need to pay an additional 90% in the system for further exchanges, which is rather considerate. The pale, stark trees stretch upward, piercing the clouds. Within this deliberately cleared expanse, Yunting, stripped of his upper garments, sits cross-legged on the ground, allowing the small blue and white slugs to coil around him. Exuding their viscous secretions imbued with natural energy, his countenance reflecting a serene focus. Occasionally, wisps of corrosive white smoke would emanate from his skin, yet before long, a vibrant green vitality surged forth from within, swiftly mending the wounds. This cycle repeated itself, although Yunting appeared unscathed. The skin on his upper body had undergone several renewals, and the agonizing sensation of corrosion had not been dulled, prompting him to furrow his brows intermittently. I now harbor serious doubts that Tsunade's inability to persevere was partly due to her reluctance to witness her body being so mercilessly ravaged, Yunting mused. After all, she was a woman who, even in her advanced years, still sought to appear youthful. What beauty would wish to behold her skin ravaged as though by a ghastly fiend? Especially when her own self-healing capabilities were inferior to his. Even though she was a remarkable medical ninja capable of swift recovery through healing jutsu. Such actions would merely exacerbate chakra depletion, destabilizing the balance of the 3 energies within her, thus increasing the likelihood of failure in her sage arts training. My lord Yunting, today's training task has been completed, a gentle voice from the living slug chimed in after a while. The cultivation of sage arts is not an instantaneous endeavor, but a gradual progression. Under the tutelage of the amiable slug, Yunting could cease his efforts after achieving the designated targets each day. After all, the human body has its limits when absorbing natural energy. The small slugs that had previously been perched upon Yunting's torso now began to descend, wriggling toward the nearby forest of bones. As Yunting rose to don his garments, a bright female voice rang out from behind him. Oh, is that not the illustrious Fourth Hokage? How is it that you find yourself here in the nude? Quite unbecoming. Yunting paused momentarily, then continued dressing with nonchalance, calmly responding, First, I am not naked. To express it more succinctly, it would be more appropriate to refer to my upper body. Second, this is the wet bone forest. There were no others present before. And there is only one additional person now. Tsunade, you are no longer a little girl. It hardly qualifies as unbecoming. Third, as the Hokage, should not you, a ninja of Konoha, show a modicum of respect for me, considering your prolonged absence from the village? With that, Yunting turned to face her, and there stood Tsunade. Her light golden hair styled in twin ponytails, clad in her familiar tea-green long coat, and a gray sleeveless top, arms crossed, her bosom accentuated, wearing a teasing smile as she regarded him. Their eyes met, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow, remarking, It seems that assuming the role of Hokage has inflated your ego. Tell me, Yunting, do you still remember how hard my punches were? Yunting was momentarily taken aback, as memories of being relentlessly pursued and pummeled by Tsunade in his youth flooded his mind, causing him to twitch his mouth in response. He retorted, And do you recall that to this day, I have not forgotten the numerous IOUs I have pressed upon you at the table? At this, Tsunade's previously brash demeanor faltered, her gaze flitting nervously as she glanced around, attempting to divert the conversation with a feigned yawn. Ah yes. By the way, Yunting, how is it that you have contracted with the wetbone forest? When did this occur? Seeing Tsunade's obstinate demeanor, Yunting could only shrug helplessly and move on. The contract scroll of the wetbone forest lay within the clan's treasury, and naturally, I wished to forge a contract. Tsunade, you cannot be unaware of this matter? Yunting gazed at her in confusion. Tsunade's eyes darted away as she cleared her throat, declaring, Of course I know. The truth was, she had long forgotten where the contract scroll was, yet she could recall the locations of every wine cellar in the Senju clan with clarity. Yunting chuckled at her disarray. Having grown accustomed to Tsunade's eccentricities long ago, he teased, What brings you to Wetbone Forest today? Have you been chased by debt collectors and found no refuge? Nonsense. Tsunade retorted loudly, as if struck at a tender spot. I merely came to keep the living slug company. It gets rather lonely here. I make it a point to visit and chat with it every so often. The nearest small slug poked its head out from the trunk, understandingly chiming in, indeed. Lady Tsunade always spends a long time talking with me. Yunting smirked. What about that little girl who always follows you around? Now that you're here, what will happen to her? I hope those adults don't abduct her to sell. They wouldn't dare, Tsunade instinctively replied, only to realize she had let something slip. She shot Yunting a fierce glare, then relented, lying back with a resigned air. If Shizun encounters trouble, I won't hesitate to disregard any notions of morality. They aren't foolish enough to cross my line. Indeed, although Tsunade was perpetually in debt, she remained one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha in terms of combat prowess. She was not someone the gambling dens could provoke. Furthermore, despite her debts, she still possessed the means to repay, albeit it might take longer than anticipated. This was why she had never been turned away from the gambling houses and had earned her reputation as a prized target in the gambling world. In terms of drinking, Tsunade was notoriously poor. However, regarding gambling, while she had consistently lost, she had never resorted to overturning the table or displaying hostility. Now, with her secrets laid bare, Tsunade ceased to maintain her facade, cheekily approaching Yunting, wrapping her arms around his neck, and exuberantly pulling him close, grinning. Yunting, lend me some money. I have none. Yunting responded, feeling the suffocating pressure of Tsunade's embrace. After struggling for several seconds, he finally managed to speak. The reliable tactic that has never failed before has suddenly lost its effectiveness today. Unwilling to accept defeat, Tsunade tightened her grip, persistently insisting, how can you have none? Not to mention the clan elders entrusted you with the Senju family's wealth. Your monthly salary as Hokage is no small sum. Just lend me a little. Rest assured, the interest will be generous. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted from Tsunade's arms. In the next moment, Yunting's figure appeared beside her. Although the sensation was delightful, if this continued, he would surely suffocate, leaving him no choice but to resort to this drastic measure. Yunting rubbed his flushed nose and retorted, what about the interest? Over all these years, I have yet to see you repay even a sliver of the principal. Do you expect me to be fooled repeatedly? However, he paused slightly, then suddenly alluded to something. If you truly desire to speak, I could relinquish the position of Hokage and the assets of the Senju clan to you. You would then be free to spend them as you please, but would you be willing? Tsunade fell silent at once. If she genuinely wished for such a thing, she would not have allowed Yunting to inherit it all, nor would she have refrained from returning to Konoha until now. She understood that these responsibilities carried immense weight. She did not believe herself capable of shouldering them, nor did she wish to take on such burdens. Forget it, you miser. Tsunade waved her hand in resignation, abandoning the idea of borrowing money. After a while, observing the Hokage's ceremonial robe adorning Yunting, she inquired with curiosity, how does it feel to be the fourth Hokage? It's quite good, though there are many restrictions, Yunting replied candidly. Just look at me, a dignified Hokage, with nothing to do each day but come to the Wetbone Forest to study sage techniques. Ah, the third Hokage. Tsunade was not oblivious to the affairs of Konoha's upper echelons and was well aware of Yunting's current situation. Yet, as he was her mentor, she could only comfort him. The third Hokage's vitality will wane as time progresses. You are still young. Do not be disheartened. After all, you could outlast him. You might not expect this, but that fellow is still as lively as ever after more than a decade. If it weren't for the betrayal of your comrade, who knows how much longer he would remain in power? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yunting nodded in agreement with Tsunade. He had already devised a plan to bring down the third Hokage, which would soon come to fruition, making it inconvenient to discuss such matters with Tsunade at present. Subsequently, Tsunade deftly sidestepped the awkward topic and shifted to another matter. I just heard you mention you are practicing sage techniques. Indeed. Can you manage it? I hope you don't end up being the shortest-lived Hokage in Konoha's history. Tsunade had arrived just after Yunting finished his training. Thus, she had not witnessed his performance during practice, judging by her own failures. She could not fathom that someone she had once easily bested could achieve success in mastering sage techniques. Just because one person fails does not mean another will. Yunting countered. However, seeing Tsunade's lingering skepticism, he proposed, how about we make a wager? The stakes being whether or not I can successfully master sage techniques. Upon hearing the mention of a wager, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly replied, all right, I bet you will not succeed in your training. How about we wager 10 million Ryo? Deal. I wager that I will succeed, Yunting responded with a smile. As for the stakes, I do not expect this miser to produce even a single Rio, so let us change it to an unconditional favor from you. It's a promise, Tsunade exclaimed eagerly, fearing Yunting might reconsider. In her mind, she was certain that he would undoubtedly fail, making the 10 million Rio an easy gain. As for the favor she would owe if she lost, she paid it no mind, believing that no matter how unreasonable the request, it would never come to pass. However, this individual selectively chose to forget, for she was invariably fated to lose whenever gambling was involved. The sole exception would arise only when dire tidings accompanied her. Yet, at this moment, the latter's conditions were not met. Observing Tsunade's exuberant demeanor, Yunting couldn't help but smile, as if witnessing fish being cast into a pot. Subsequently, Yunting returned to Konoha, instructing his subordinates to prepare a lavish feast, along with the copious fine wines that Tsunade had so fervently requested, all of which he packed and brought to the Wetbone Forest, marking a reunion meal with Tsunade, whom he had not seen in quite some time. To speak candidly, their relationship had once been strained due to certain circumstances. However, with the passing of Shinjuro and the subsequent demise of the remaining elderly members of the Senju clan, who had barely been clinging to life, the once renowned Senju of the forest were now reduced to just these two, a man and a woman, rendering any lingering grievances inconsequential. At this moment, the two sat cross-legged across from one another, the meal untouched while much of the fine wine Yunting had brought had already been consumed. The majority by Tsunade, the notorious drinker. Shinjuro, that old curmudgeon, passed away 3 months ago, did he not? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Her face flushed from the drink as she removed her long coat, revealing a gray, sleeveless garment that accentuated her stunning figure. Although Yunting had not drunk excessively, he felt somewhat dazed, and after a few moments of contemplation, he realized that the Shinjuro Tsunade spoke of was indeed the last elder of the Senju clan, who had been active during the eras of the First and Second Hokage. Unfortunately, the old man could not withstand the passage of time and had taken his final breath not long ago, an event that had transpired before Yunting's time travel. He nodded and casually asked, Elder Shinjuro passed away 3 months ago, what of it? Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then filled both their cups from the wine bottle, gesturing for a toast before continuing. Did that old curmudgeon say anything before he died? You must have been by his side at that time. Still feeling the effects of the potent drink coursing through him, Yunting did not ponder long before recalling Shinjuro's words. What else could he have said? He merely wished for us, the last two of the Senju clan, to unite in marriage and produce an exceptionally pure-blooded descendant to carry on the Senju legacy. He implored that we not repeat the mistakes of early Konoha, allowing intermarriage with outsiders, which led to the dilution of the Senju bloodline and a gradual decrease in those bearing the Senju name. As he recounted Shinjuro's last wishes, Yunting's mind finally cleared, his body stiffening as a look of apprehension crossed his face as he gazed at Tsunade. Suddenly, he recalled that it was this very matter that had led to their previous estrangement. Indeed, this was an event from many years past. At that time, Tsunade was young and headstrong. Her fiery temperament flared upon hearing that the clan elders, led by Shinjuro, still lingering on the brink of death, wished for her to wed the young Yunting in order to preserve the Senju bloodline. Enraged, she stormed in and confronted the elders, delivering a sound thrashing. What a joke! How could the illustrious Tsunade, a woman of such grandeur, ever consider marrying a mere child significantly her junior? As for the Senju clan and its legacy, under the influence of the Third Hokage and even the First and Second Hokages, her ideology has evolved to embrace the entirety of Konoha rather than being confined to a singular clan. Ultimately, the Senju clan has dwindled to just a handful, and the past is unlikely to differ from the future. From the very beginning, Tsunade consistently rebuffed any notions of such a union, even directing her ire towards Yunting, which led to the latter's occasional encounters with her wrathful memories. In those formative years, Yunting, who had been inexplicably victimized, held a grudge against Tsunade. However, as time passed, the grievances of years transformed into cherished memories, with both individuals choosing to overlook the past, even when they sparred occasionally, devoid of any malice, merely a habitual exchange. Nonetheless, the matter itself remained, and while it was better left unspoken, its mere mention rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. Indeed, after listening to Yunting's account, Tsunade's already flushed face grew even more crimson with indignation. That infuriating old fool. Even at the brink of death, he could not remain at peace. Did he truly wish to meddle in my affairs? It was precisely due to the incessant interference of those elderly gentlemen that her burgeoning feelings for Katsuo were never allowed to blossom into a formal relationship before his untimely demise. Now, years later, he still sought to orchestrate her life from beyond the grave. As thoughts of this injustice coursed through her mind, Tsunade, unable to contain her frustration, struck the ground with her fist. The impact was thunderous, creating a sizable crater beside her. Yunting, witnessing the scene, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Noticing the fierce glare in Tsunade's eyes directed at him, he hastily exclaimed, "I too believe that Elder Shinmori has lost his wits. In this day and age, why adhere to antiquated traditions? Shouldn't we advocate for the freedom of love?" With Tsunade's expression softening, he sighed in relief and continued, "Moreover, we have an age difference of over 10 years. Not to mention, I would hardly wish to marry someone so much older than myself." Realizing he had spoken too freely, Yunting quickly amended his words upon observing Tsunade's sudden shift in demeanor. "What I meant to convey is that the perspective of Elder Shinmori was misguided from the outset. Their desire for the Senju clan to thrive should not lead them to fixate on us. The purity of bloodlines is secondary. Rather, they should encourage us to branch out and expand." He continued, "For instance, if I were to marry a multitude of women all at once, in just 2 generations, our Senju clan would surely flourish once more." "Oh, I never expected you to entertain the notion of a harem." Tsunade, seemingly seeing Yunting in a new light, widened her eyes in a bemused expression. "And no, I was merely using it as an example to counter Elder Shinmori's viewpoint." Yunting hastily denied, eager to preserve his dignified image. "Humph." Tsunade let out a cold laugh, her expression rapidly shifting from sunny to stormy. "So, you prefer someone younger, thus you oppose the views of those old men? Is it because you find me, an older woman, unappealing?" As Tsunade spoke of age, her tone grew markedly intense, her hands clenched into fists, producing a crackling sound. It was evident that Yunting's seemingly casual, yet painfully honest words had deeply wounded her, leaving her in a state of lingering distress. Yunting was taken aback. He never anticipated Tsunade would draw such convoluted connections. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. To express disagreement would imply disdain for her age, while agreement would contradict his earlier rebuttal. His mind raced in an attempt to formulate an appropriate response. In truth, it is absolutely wrong for elder show to arrange marriages. However, if I were to seek a partner, it would not be someone forced upon me from the outside. Tsunade, you are undoubtedly the finest choice, for your charm is unparalleled. Haha, surely, this would suffice." He stood in opposition to Elder Show's approach, while simultaneously paying homage to Tsunade's allure. Undoubtedly the goddess in his eyes. This surely could not be construed as disdain. Yunting commended his own quick wit. Yet, he remained oblivious to the increasingly peculiar expression on Tsunade's face. Suddenly, a thunderous eruption resonated through the wet bone forest, more intense than before, as thick clouds of dust ascended. Amidst this chaos, Yunting's voice rang out in exasperation. "Tsunade, what madness are you indulging in?" Bang, bang, bang. The jarring sounds of explosions reverberated continuously. Yunting and Tsunade darted through the forest, retreating and advancing with remarkable speed. Numerous slug clones glanced up momentarily, only to return to their own pursuits. "Tsunade, what on earth are you doing?" Yunting exclaimed, evading a punishing kick from Tsunade that descended from above. Witnessing the ground beneath him crumble instantaneously, he grimaced slightly and pressed on with his inquiries. Ahead, through the dense haze, Tsunade replied, "Madness? No. I simply did not expect a mere brat to dare make a play for my attention. I intend to give him a profound lesson." "Goodness. Wasn't that in accordance with your earlier statement?" Yunting retorted, momentarily speechless. Yet he did not deny that there was a kernel of truth in his previous words. After all, Tsunade, with her remarkable stature, possessed an undeniable allure. Though she was over a decade his senior, the sealing technique she bore ensured not only her perpetual youth, but also her ability to maintain her peak physical appearance. This implied that even in her 70s or 80s, she would still resemble a delicate 20-year-old woman. Were it not for her volatile temperament, she would be the quintessential partner. Even so, one must ask, which admirer would remain unmoved? As an ordinary man, Yunting was no exception, especially given the unique bond they shared. Nonetheless, while harboring such thoughts, he maintained a facade of rivalry, asserting, "Tsunade, your statement is fundamentally flawed. To the outside world, you would simply appear as an old cow courting tender grass. And it is painfully obvious who suffers in such a scenario. Old cow? Tender grass? Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration, taking a deep breath as her exaggerated bosom heaved violently. With a fierce glare, she remarked, "It seems that since becoming Hokage, your confidence has truly soared. Let me ascertain just how formidable this new Fourth Hokage truly is." Upon hearing this, Yunting's eyes sparkled with a sudden, inexplicable urge to engage. He decided to seize the moment, halting his retreat, and with a smile declared, "Very well. I, too, wish to witness the prowess of one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha." At that moment, the wet-bone forest fell eerily silent, observing Yunting's serious demeanor. Tsunade's earlier ire faded, replaced by a calm resolve. This confrontation was not part of any anticipated plan, yet both parties had swiftly readied themselves. Thus, it was time for battle. With a swift movement, Yunting took the initiative, forming hand seals at an astonishing pace. He then pressed his right hand forcefully against the ground. In an instant, the earth within a 100-meter radius quaked violently, either heaving or cracking, forcing Tsunade, who was poised to close the distance, to dodge left and right. Seizing the opportunity, 2 white plumes of smoke erupted beside Yunting, revealing 2 identical shadow clones. The 3 of them then simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Water release, water surge wave. Yunting unleashed a relentless barrage of techniques without affording Tsunade a moment's respite. Almost simultaneously, 3 formidable jutsu surged forth from Yunting and his clones, converging towards Tsunade with overwhelming force. When Tsunade, having just vaporized the yellow spring swamp beneath her with brute strength, looked up, she found the surging mud and stone river and the rapidly swirling water vortex closing in on her. There was no time left to evade. However, if she believed that this assault could defeat her, she would be gravely underestimating one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade swiftly formed hand seals, the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead glowing brightly. The Ein seal, a sealing technique for storing chakra, could be adjusted as needed to release accumulated chakra, enabling instantaneous healing, enhanced attacks, and increased speed. At this moment, Tsunade did not need to fully unseal the Ein seal. Even a partial release was sufficient to amplify her strength considerably. With a swift movement, Tsunade's black high heels struck the ground, propelling her forward with a speed greater than before, fearlessly charging into the torrent of jutsu. The ground shook as the earth flow river and water surge wave rapidly engulfed her figure, their residual force crashing and merging upon the earth. Gradually, a vast, muddy quagmire replaced the once expansive bone forest, now lying before Yunting. He, however, dared not to underestimate the situation. He could not believe that one of the legendary Sannin would fall so swiftly. Indeed, in but a mere few breaths, Tsunade emerged unscathed from the quagmire, akin to a formidable female Tyrannosaurus, trailing a billow of dust as she charged ferociously towards him. Bang! Bang! Tsunade's velocity surpassed all expectations. The 2 shadow clones of Yunting succumbed to her relentless assault within mere exchanges, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The sensation of the shadow clones being crushed by an enormous grinding machine resonated through Yunting, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. He knew he must not allow Tsunade's fist to connect. Earth release, earth wall. Seizing the fleeting moment provided by his shadow clones, Yunting swiftly distanced himself and employed ninjutsu to buy time. However, the results were far from satisfactory. With a casual punch, Tsunade shattered the thick earthen wall. Advancing towards him without losing momentum, her breath laced with alcohol as she exuberantly taunted, "You're merely wasting chakra with such antics. A real man wouldn't hide. Face me head on, you brat." Only a fool would engage her directly. Yunting rolled his eyes in response. The Senju clan's reputation, aside from their wood release, vibrant vitality, and abundant life force, was also built upon their immense strength. Yunting possessed considerable strength, a fact well acknowledged by Bayun Yeshan during their previous encounter. Yet, in comparison to Tsunade, his strength paled in significance. Beyond her natural physique, she had mastered the secret technique of superhuman strength, which demanded exceptional precision in chakra control. The combination of these factors rendered her punches enough to instill terror in any adversary. Yunting, however, would not be foolish enough to engage in a direct contest of strength. His prowess relied more upon ninjutsu, and the meager reputation points he had accumulated were already utilized to exchange for several new ninjutsu techniques, enhancing the versatility of his offensive capabilities. He had contemplated acquiring superhuman strength, yet despite the legends surrounding it as a secret of the Senju clan, his thorough search of the clan's archives yielded no training methods for this technique. Thus, he could only set it aside for the time being. Even if he were to obtain superhuman strength, he doubted he would match Tsunade in that regard. The same abilities yield different results in different hands. She had wielded her superhuman strength for years. He did not believe he could contend with her as a novice. The battle raged on, confronting one of the legendary Sannin. And with the absence of any prior connection to Kato, Tsunade, now free from her fear of blood, was at her peak. Despite Yunting's myriad attempts, he found himself systematically countered by her seasoned experience. Reluctantly, he was drawn into close combat. Bang, 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 bang. Her elegant fists, bolstered by terrifying power, struck rapidly, resonating like a barrage of cannon fire. In such a fierce cadence, Yunting dared not let his guard down. Yet, prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. Soon, as Yunting ducked to evade Tsunade's whip kick and prepared to counterattack, she unexpectedly accelerated once more, leaving him no time to react as her fist struck him directly. Bang! Yunting's body stiffened momentarily, only to dissolve entirely a heartbeat later, transforming into dark soil that cascaded into the mire below. Another clone of Earth, Yunting. Your mastery of this technique has truly become remarkable. Tsunade retracted her fist, her irritation palpable. After all, I am a decade older than you. Possessing the extensive combat experience of one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, I cannot be overly cautious, can I? From behind, Yunting's voice emerged, accompanied by the whistling of several shuriken slicing through the air. Excellent. Tsunade gritted her teeth, enunciating each word with precision. Previously, it didn't seem particularly significant, but now, upon hearing the mention of over a decade, veins throbbed upon her forehead. Faced with the incoming shuriken, she did not flinch. Instead, she swatted them away as one would a fly, effortlessly scattering them to either side. Just as she intended to advance, she noticed Yunting suddenly retracting his fingers with great force. In the next instant, the shuriken that had been deflected soared back into the air, swirling rapidly around Tsunade. Among them, strands of transparent steel wire emerged, and before Tsunade could react, they constricted violently, binding her. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A searing inferno erupted from Yunting's mouth, racing along the transparent wires towards Tsunade, swiftly manifesting as a human-shaped torch before her. The plan had succeeded. Throughout the entire sequence, Yunting had deliberately provoked her with words, then belittled her with shuriken, all while concealing a lethal intent beneath the surface. Ultimately, the culmination of his strategy revealed the hidden dagger. This epitomized the wisdom of combat. In battles among ninjas, while raw power is undeniably significant, intellect holds even greater value. At the right moment, a seemingly mundane technique can render even the mightiest of ninjas bloodied and defeated. Yunting was confident that under his current maneuver, the vast majority of ninjas would lose their combat effectiveness. Yet, was Tsunade among that majority? Past experiences assured him she certainly was not. Seizing the opportunity, he formed another set of hand seals. Indeed, it wasn't long before footsteps echoed from within the fiery apparition. When Tsunade reappeared before Yunting, she appeared considerably more disheveled, with her exposed arms marred by charred patches. However, from those wounds, vibrant green energy swiftly surged forth, and within mere moments, her skin returned to its original smooth alabaster state. Aside from a few singed threads on her clothing, Tsunade looked as if she had not changed at all since their initial encounter. Some form of medical ninjutsu? How unfortunate to be engaged in battle with such a resilient, swiftly recovering adversary. Yunting lamented. On the other side, regardless of her outward appearance, Tsunade, having taken a significant hit, glared fiercely at Yunting and exclaimed, "Shuriken, steel wire, fire release." This flashy combination. If I were less aware, I might have thought I was facing a Uchiha just now. When did you acquire such techniques? Tsunade's thoughts were clouded with confusion as she grappled with the transformation of Yunting into the Fourth Hokage. They had fought and communicated extensively in the past. Yet the display of ninjutsu just witnessed was unlike anything she had seen from him before. Moreover, it seemed that this fellow possessed an abundance of chakra. How long has it been since we last met? And yet the other party has grown to such an extent. Nonetheless, it is reassuring that he can at least uphold the identity of the Fourth Hokage. Tsunade felt a sense of relief. However, beyond that, her current emotions were predominantly displeasure. Having suffered such a significant loss for the first time, the thought of not exacting revenge left her unsettled. Observing Tsunade's undiminished authority, Yunting made his final decision. After completing the last hand sign, he declared, as long as the technique proves effective, it matters not whether it belongs to the Uchiha clan or not. Furthermore, the techniques I have mastered extend beyond this one. The following ninjutsu has been in development for quite some time, specifically prepared for you, Tsunade. So be cautious. Earth Release, Earth Spirit Giant. With that, Yunting pressed his hands forcefully against the muddy ground, causing the entire mire to churn violently, as if it were boiling oil. In the next moment, a colossal muddy hand emerged from the sludge, followed by another hand, an arm, a head, a torso, and finally, 2 legs. When all settled, a towering earthen giant, approximately 20 meters high, stood before Yunting. This was indeed the Earth Spirit Giant. Is this formidable creature your true reliance? Tsunade remarked, a mix of astonishment and unyielding determination in her tone. You may try, Yunting replied with a calm smile. As a ninjutsu he had created over the years, specifically designed to counter Tsunade's combat style, it was far more than just a matter of size. Let us see then. Without hesitation, Tsunade charged toward the Earth Spirit Giant, her eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. The giant, in turn, advanced with enormous strides. Boom! A thunderous clash resonated at the center of their confrontation. It was as though a comet had collided with the earth, as a delicate fist met the gargantuan earthen fist, raising concerns for the former's fate. Yet, contrary to expectations, the outcome was astonishingly different. The once imposing and seemingly invincible Earth Spirit Giant staggered back 3 steps under the impact of Tsunade's seemingly minuscule punch. Moreover, the palm that had just collided with hers crumbled like a house of cards. In an instant, one of the giant's hands was rendered useless. In contrast, Tsunade merely experienced slight redness on her knuckles as a consequence. Impressive. It is rare to encounter an opponent with such strength. This is just what I need to stretch my muscles. Tsunade comfortably rotated her fist, a look of satisfaction on her face. However, Yunting, it appears this behemoth cannot withstand my onslaught for long, which contradicts your earlier confident assertions. To this, Yunting remained unperturbed. Do not worry, the battle has only just begun. The S-rank ninjutsu, which consumed so much of his chakra, was not so easily defeated. Indeed, as the two conversed, the Earth Spirit Giant began to transform. The severed hand appeared to draw the surrounding mud toward it like a magnet, continuously accumulating the earth beneath. In a mere breath, the severed hand of the Earth Spirit Giant miraculously reformed. At this moment, Tsunade also took notice of the scene, her eyes narrowing with intrigue. I told you, the battle has only just begun. Tsunade, your impatience is your downfall, commented Yunting with a smirk. In response, Tsunade scoffed. Regenerative abilities, you say? What of it? Let us see who prevails faster, my dismantling or your oversized toy's restoration. With that, she clenched her fists and surged once more toward the Earth Spirit Giant. Despite the stark contrast between the two, a mere pebble versus a towering hill, the former exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance over the latter. Indeed, this was the reality. The Earth Spirit Giant possessed immense strength. Few ninjas could match its raw power. Coupled with its colossal stature, most ninjutsu merely tickled its surface, justly earning its classification as an S-rank technique in terms of difficulty. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Tsunade, whose strength surpassed its own, rendered the giant's sheer size a liability. As the battle progressed, the tide swiftly turned in her favor. Was Yunting's claim of having developed a technique to counter Tsunade erroneous? Certainly not. Yunting had never intended to defeat the creator of medical ninjutsu, endowed with remarkable healing capabilities, with a single technique. The key to the Earth Spirit Giant's advantage lay in its continuous self-healing ability. As Tsunade had asserted, she was indeed carving numerous gaps into the giant. Yet time and again, it swiftly mended itself and resumed its pursuit. This cyclical struggle incessantly drained Tsunade's chakra and stamina. Yunting's strategy was akin to a slow, deliberate blade. Of course, the giant's healing capabilities were not limitless. The frequency of its regeneration depended on the amount of soil it could absorb from its surroundings. Yunting had anticipated this from the onset of the battle, employing extensive earth and water release techniques to create a swampy terrain, perfectly suited for the Earth Spirit Giant's abilities. In truth, both the Earth Release and the Earth Spirit Giant, much like the future Lightning Release Kirin, required favorable natural conditions to manifest their full potential. This was a meticulously prepared feast Yunting had laid out for Tsunade from the very beginning. During her initial encounter with this technique, Tsunade had unwittingly fallen victim to Yunting's cunning. Now, seasoned by the trials of war, Tsunade, after several attempts, had discerned the swampy landscape surrounding her. Internally cursing Yunting for his slyness, she sought to bypass the Earth Spirit Giant, aiming to capture the leader before the minion. However, Yunting had anticipated this maneuver. The Earth Spirit Giant, though appearing cumbersome, moved with surprising agility, blocking her path. After several attempts, Tsunade was reluctantly forced to abandon her plan. In this moment, Tsunade's significant shortcoming became apparent. While her close combat prowess was formidable, she lacked the means for large-scale area attacks. Had she possessed such capabilities, she could have transformed the terrain with a wide-ranging ninjutsu, effectively severing the giant's source of strength. Regrettably, it seems that Tsunade has never showcased any ninjutsu in her encounters with Yunting. At this moment, drenched in fragrant sweat and gasping for breath, Tsunade's mood is exceedingly poor. She has never experienced such a grueling battle before. Despite sustaining no injuries herself, she finds herself ensnared by her opponent, progressively feeling her state deteriorate. If this continues, the possibility of defeat looms ominously. Tsunade is indignant. Were she to confront a truly formidable adversary, she would not be without recourse. Summoning a living slug would easily counter this foe. However, this battle is between her and Yunting, and the slug is a shared summoning entity. She cannot afford to call upon it for assistance. Thus, determination flashes in her eyes as she refuses to concede, especially to someone like Yunting. Abruptly, she leaps backward, forming the tiger seal with her hands. What is this? Yunting furrows his brow slightly, as he suspects that Tsunade formed this same seal when she partially released her Yin seal. Thus, she must be contemplating something significant. His expression shifts as he swiftly prepares to act. Just as Tsunade intends to fully unseal her Yin seal and unleash her newly conceived, most powerful technique, she is startled to see the Earth Spirit Giant inexplicably collapse before her, never to rise again. Perplexed, she halts and casts a questioning glance toward Yunting. She does not believe that her opponent's ninjutsu has reached its limit. It's getting late. We need not fight to the death. Let us call it a day. Yunting declares as he approaches without any defenses. In truth, he had anticipated Tsunade's next move, but he had not expected her to have created it so soon. The technique she is about to employ is the ninjutsu, creation rebirth of the 100 heroes. With this technique, Tsunade not only gains the ability for rapid regeneration, but her strength and speed also surge dramatically. Her power is such that a single punch could shatter Madara's Susanoo. Yunting does not believe that his Earth Spirit Giant could withstand such might. It would be obliterated without even a chance for self-repair. Should the battle persist, Yunting would have no choice but to resort to wood release, which contradicts his secretive intentions. Therefore, he voluntarily ceases combat. Seeing her opponent lower his hands and express reluctance to continue, Tsunade likewise abandons the notion of further conflict. Displeased, she pouts at the approaching Yunting and straightforwardly concedes. All right. I suppose this time I have lost. Let us consider it a tie. Yunting shakes his head. He genuinely believes this to be the case. In a scenario where neither side has employed their trump cards, although Tsunade appears to have been gradually worn down, it is essential to note that this was under the assumption she had no intention of retreating. Ninja battles are not mere contests. They are bound by time and space. Tsunade possesses the capability to withdraw effortlessly, and once distanced from the mire, she could halt and wait, allowing Yunting's geographical advantage to dissipate before re-engaging. Thus, in reality, Yunting, without resorting to wood release, truly cannot contend with her. However, while he thinks this way, Tsunade disagrees. A loss is a loss. I am not one to stubbornly refuse acknowledgement. Initially reluctant to concede defeat, Tsunade now surprisingly acknowledges her loss with a touch of pride. She arches her light yellow eyebrows and declares with a spirited demeanor, "In this contest, you have emerged victorious. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. However, I must remind you that I have seen through your jutsu this time, and I shall not be deceived again. Yunting, do prepare yourself well. I hope you won't be reduced to tears, nose running, when we meet again. Rest assured, I shall present you with a grand surprise. Yunting replies with a mischievous smile. By that time, he will no longer need to hold back his would-release techniques. One can only imagine how moved Tsunade will be upon witnessing that surprise. Alas, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. Tsunade bids farewell, unaware of the true meaning behind Yunting's smile. Oh, and do not forget our wager. If it becomes too much, be sure to concede promptly, for I would not wish to return to find you transformed into a stone. Also, she casts a deep glance at Yunting's Hokage robe. The future of Konoha rests in your hands. With that, she vanishes into a cloud of white smoke, leaving the wet bone forest. As Yunting gazes at the spot where Tsunade once stood, he remains silent for a moment before murmuring, Konoha reflecting on his previous life. He recalls how he had fantasized about becoming a member of the Akatsuki, not for any nefarious reason, but simply to don their striking uniform. Of course, opposing the entire ninja world is undeniably cool, yet reality diverges significantly from his dreams. After all, he had transmigrated into the body of one destined to become the Fourth Hokage. At this juncture, who would be foolish enough to forsake the most powerful force in the ninja world, the esteemed leader of Konoha, to instead become a rogue ninja serving under the Akatsuki? Yunting, with a sound mind, naturally binds his interests entirely to Konoha. As for his childhood aspirations, perhaps one day he will vanquish the Akatsuki members and collect their uniforms to fulfill that dream. Shaking his head, Yunting addresses the nearby living leech clone. I apologize for the mess I made at your dwelling. It's no trouble at all, the leech replies kindly. In no time, we shall regenerate. Besides, it has been quite lively in the wet-bone forest. I thoroughly enjoyed the recent battle. Very well then, Yunting responds with a smile. Before bidding farewell to the leech and departing the wet-bone forest, due to the additional skirmish, Yunting returns to the Hokage office slightly later than anticipated, compelling him to hasten the processing of the accumulated paperwork. However, such minor inconveniences are of little consequence. Following his personal duel with Tsunade, Yunting has gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. With the inclusion of his wood release, his prowess likely surpasses that of the current legendary Sannin. Thus, as he prepares for the critical objectives he has meticulously laid out, Yunting feels a renewed sense of confidence. Then it is time to act, he declares, glancing at the personal file on his desk. In the upper right corner of the document, a photograph captures the image of a pale-skinned man with golden vertical pupils, exuding an aura of profound darkness as he gazes forward. It is indeed Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin renowned alongside Tsunade. Come in, Yunting called out. Soon, Sarutobi's assistant, sporting a thick beard, entered the room and inquired, Fourth Hokage, what are your commands? Yunting calmly glanced at his assistant and replied, please summon the captain of the security team to my office. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's assistant's expression shifted slightly. The captain of the security team referred to none other than Fugaku Uchiha. It is well known that the Uchiha clan harbors resentment due to the position of Hokage, coupled with the historical conflicts with the Senju clan, leading to a rather frosty relationship with Yunting. The two factions had scarcely communicated during recent times. Thus, the assistant was quite astonished at Yunting's request to call Fugaku. Nevertheless, surprise aside, his duty was to obey. Understood. He responded promptly before departing to fulfill the request. Of course, he did not forget to relay this news to Sarutobi Hizashi. Yunting, without needing to witness his assistant's little antics firsthand, could easily surmise what was transpiring. He was indifferent to it all, knowing was of no consequence. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the dust settled and he could replace the assistant with a striking leggy secretary in black stockings. Now that would be a fitting arrangement for a leader. The beard was simply too distracting. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha, working within the Konoha security department, received the news swiftly. His initial reaction was one of confusion. After all, he had no personal relationship with the current Fourth Hokage, even if there were matters of great importance concerning the village. It was unlikely that someone who appeared to hold a prominent position but was, in reality, marginalized in the power hierarchy of Konoha would be consulted. Nevertheless, being summoned by the village's highest authority, Fugaku dared not delay. He set aside his work and made his way to the Hokage building. Fourth Hokage. After a polite greeting, Fugaku entered the room and addressed the youthful figure seated upon the highest seat of power in Konoha. Yunting nodded in acknowledgement and, without further preamble, stated, Captain Fugaku, I have a few cases I wish to discuss with you today. Cases? Fugaku was taken aback. On his way there, He had contemplated the reasons for Yunting's summons. He had considered the possibility that the Hokage might wish to reprimand the Uchiha clan, given the recent discontent within the clan, which often expressed grievances against the village. He even entertained the thought that this new Hokage might be looking to recruit him, understanding that while Yunting possessed a title, he lacked true power. And the Uchiha clan could be a formidable ally. The merging of their strengths could indeed be a favorable alliance. As for their mutual grievances, they could be set aside when genuine interests were at stake. Thus, Fugaku had assessed the situation in his mind for quite some time. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Yunting had summoned him specifically concerning cases. The responsibility of the Konoha Security Department was to safeguard the village and manage the myriad affairs that arose within, naturally leading to an accumulation of various cases. As the chief overseer, it is only natural for the Fourth Hokage to seek his counsel regarding a case. Therefore, is this truly a matter of official business? Observing Yunting's earnest and unperturbed expression, Uchiha Fugaku felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, this was a case. Yunting, indifferent to Uchiha Fugaku's reaction, was focused on the affairs of the Uchiha clan, which would be addressed later rather than now. Thus, he proceeded with formalities. I have reviewed the case files from the security team and discovered that there have been 6 reported cases of missing persons in the village over the past few months. Of these, 1 was attributed to human traffickers, and another involved a murder followed by a clandestine burial. These 2 cases were swiftly resolved by the security team, demonstrating commendable efficiency. However, the remaining 4 cases, while marked as solved in the files, contain numerous discrepancies upon closer examination. Captain Fugaku, I urge you to review them yourself. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku had adjusted his demeanor and, upon hearing Yunting's words, took the files, focusing on the 4 highlighted cases. Soon, his brow furrowed. As the captain of the Konoha security force, and with considerable experience handling various cases, Fugaku could readily discern that both the processes and outcomes of these 4 missing persons cases were fraught with issues, suggesting significant underlying problems. Just a few days ago, I encountered the individuals who reported these missing persons after work. Upon inquiry, I learned that they were deeply dissatisfied with the outcomes. Not only were their loved ones missing, but they were also left in the dark regarding the details of the cases, ultimately receiving nothing but the cold notification that their loved ones were deceased and that the bodies could not be recovered, with the perpetrators already apprehended. Yunting lightly tapped his fingers on the table, observing Fugaku's changing expression. There are certain matters we both understand implicitly, Captain Fugaku. I shall not pursue accountability within the security team. You are free to handle it as you see fit. However, I am officially entrusting these 4 missing persons cases back to you starting today, with the hope that the security team will address them with the seriousness they warrant, ultimately providing satisfactory resolutions for the families of the missing. Seeing that Yunting was not probing into the security team's responsibilities, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled in relief and promptly assured. Rest assured, Fourth Hokage, the security team will exert every effort to resolve these 4 missing persons cases as swiftly as possible. Very well, I shall await your progress. Yunting nodded, signaling for him to depart. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Fugaku emerged with a somber expression. Although Yunting had indicated a lack of pursuit, these 4 fraudulent cases had struck the security team like a resounding slap, and more specifically, on the face of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were known for their pride, which manifested within the security team as strict enforcement of the law, devoid of leniency. While villagers might label them as cold and unfeeling, they had never been accused of corruption or deceit. Yet today was undoubtedly an exception, and that too in the presence of the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku resolved that upon returning, he would not only root out the traitors within the security team, but also mobilize the entire clan to ensure that these 4 cases were solved in the shortest time possible, to uncover the true culprits, regardless of the formidable status of the latter, in order to uphold the dignity and prestige of the Uchiha clan. Even the mightiest must be apprehended. The curtain is about to rise on a grand performance. Within the Hokage's office, Yunting gazed out at the scenery, reflecting on the recent spate of disappearances in Konoha. Judging by the methods employed, it was highly probable that the culprit was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Following his failure in the election for the Fourth Hokage, Orochimaru had devoted himself entirely to the perilous path of forbidden research. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's defection occurred post the Nine Tails turmoil, coinciding with the mysterious vanishings of villagers and even shinobi. This led to the discovery of his illicit experiments, which were strictly prohibited by the village. It was then that Sarutobi Hiruzen took matters into his own hands, seeking to apprehend him. Regrettably, in a moment of compassion, he let Orochimaru slip away. However, Yunting's intention is to expedite this event. In his grand design, the true target is not Orochimaru, but Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Consider the ramifications: a revered disciple of the Third Hokage betraying the village, especially when Hiruzen had the opportunity to capture him, yet chose mercy, allowing a significant threat to escape. Should this information come to light, it would profoundly tarnish his reputation. When the time comes for Yunting, as the Fourth Hokage, to personally seize Orochimaru, revealing the long-concealed would-release technique, the shockwaves throughout Konoha would be monumental. Thus, as the prestige of both Hokages fluctuates, Yunting would reclaim power in the village with relative ease. The finest steel must be forged into the sharpest blade. Yunting has concealed his would-release for a considerable time, intending to achieve a spectacular revelation at the most critical juncture. The key to this entire scheme lies in Orochimaru's unwitting cooperation. Although he has not yet descended into the depths of reckless abduction as he would in the future, he has evidently embarked on that path. Perhaps this is merely the beginning, but Yunting has been diligently monitoring the situation regarding the missing individuals. The moment he sensed something amiss, he seized the smallest clue, determined to extract it entirely. To that end, he deliberately lured out the Uchiha police force, who would undoubtedly exhaust their efforts to investigate this matter for the sake of their own reputation. With the strength of the Uchiha clan, they should be sufficient to deal with Orochimaru and the roots supporting his experiments. Of course, for Yunting, the Uchiha serve merely as a facade to draw attention. Behind the scenes, he has dispatched members of the Shadow Guard to covertly investigate Orochimaru's secret base. Since Konoha ninjas are prohibited from leaving the village without permission, Orochimaru's hideout must exist within the expansive forests of Konoha. With Hyuga Takama's Byakugan, locating this base would be significantly easier. However, merely possessing the Byakugan is insufficient. Yunting has penned a letter for Takama to deliver to the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, seeking discreet assistance. He harbors no concerns that Hayashi might disclose this letter to the Third Hokage. The Hyuga clan has managed to maintain its standing in Konoha for many years, not only due to the strategic advantage of the Byakugan, but also by maintaining a position of political neutrality. Ultimately, one is the Fourth Hokage, and the Hyuga clan would not foolishly offend one party for the sake of another. Naturally, it is quite normal not to offer assistance under such circumstances. What surprised Yunting, however, was that Hyuga Hizashi actually responded affirmatively, agreeing to send clan ninjas to assist. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. In fact, not only was Yunting taken aback, but his younger brother, Hyuga Hayashi, was also quite perplexed by their elder brother's actions. He privately inquired, "Clan leader, why must we aid the Fourth Hokage?" As he spoke, Hayashi suddenly paused, unable to continue. "Why must we assist the Fourth Hokage? As a member of Konoha, isn't this a given? What reason could there be? Yet, the current situation is that the Third Hokage still holds power, and the Fourth Hokage ultimately exists only in title." Attempting to articulate his thoughts, Hayashi was about to speak again when the current clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, raised his hand to halt him, saying calmly, "Hayashi, I comprehend your perspective. However, I wish to ask you, who is the current leader of Konoha?" "It is the Fourth," he replied, "but with the Third stepping down, the Fourth's ascension is justified. Correct?" At this point, Hayashi seemed to grasp something, whispering, "Indeed, the Fourth is rightful and, therefore, legitimate. Since the former has made a request, it is the duty of the Hyuga clan, as members of Konoha, to contribute." Upon saying this, Hyuga Hizashi's eyes swiftly turned sharp as he regarded his younger brother, stating, "Hayashi, you must remember that the reason the Hyuga clan has endured to this day lies in our adherence to legitimacy. The main family safeguards the Byakugan, while the branch family upholds the integrity of the main house. Do you understand?" "I understand." It dawned on him that his elder brother's agreement to assist the Fourth was rooted in his unwavering belief in legitimacy, rather than the self-serving motives he had initially suspected. Reflecting on this, Hayashi clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. So, must the branch family forever remain subordinate to the main family's legitimacy? Unbeknownst to Yunting, who was unaware of the conversation between the brothers, he felt quite content during the following period. The Third Hokage's meeting with Uchiha Fugaku regarding village matters did not weigh heavily on his mind. The crimes committed by Orochimaru were being pursued by the two major clans of Uchiha and Hyuga, so it was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, under the guidance of the living slug, his progress in sage techniques was flourishing. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. As the orchestrator, Yunting found himself with some leisure time. After work, he continued to wander through the village, albeit with a broader range than before. He still greeted the villagers he encountered with a smile. Even though these familiar faces no longer provided him with prestige points in a short span. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a tranquil location. Upon closer inspection, he found himself before the Konoha memorial stone. Having arrived at this solemn site, Yunting stepped inside, traversing one grave after another, his expression growing serious as he beheld the multitude of names inscribed there, those ninjas who sacrificed their lives for Konoha. Lord Hokage at that moment, a voice, somewhat youthful in tone, suddenly rang out beside him. Yunting turned his head and was greeted by a small boy clad in attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, who politely bowed to him. What is the name of this child from the Uchiha clan? What brings him here alone? Yunting approached the boy and kindly ruffled his hair, inquiring, My name is Uchiha Itachi. I have come to pay respects to the elders of my clan. The boy, Uchiha Itachi, replied earnestly, his small face reflecting sincerity. Uchiha Itachi? Yunting was momentarily taken aback. Lowering his gaze for a closer inspection, he noted that although the boy's tear troughs had yet to develop as prominently as they would in adulthood, his features were indeed unmistakably familiar. No wonder there was an inherent sense of recognition upon first sight. Thus, Yunting affectionately tousled the youthful Itachi's hair once more, aware that such moments would soon become a rarity. It is getting late. We should return quickly to avoid worrying the adults, Yunting said with a smile, satisfied. Although the future Itachi may pose a threat to the Uchiha clan, he would undoubtedly remain steadfastly loyal to Konoha. Such a character, as Hokage of Konoha, he naturally found quite endearing. Yes, Uchiha Itachi politely bid farewell before turning to head home. Along the way, he recalled Yunting's earlier demeanor and pondered. Everyone in the clan says that the Fourth Hokage harbors significant prejudice against the Uchiha clan, yet this does not appear to align with reality. It seems that rumors should not be taken at face value. Before the memorial stone, as Yunting watched Itachi's figure recede into the distance, the smile on his face waned. He spoke calmly. Come out. I did not expect one of the legendary Sannin to enjoy lurking in the shadows. At this moment, the only one who could be referred to as one of the Sannin was Orochimaru. I had no intention of spying. I merely found myself waiting outside as the place I wished to go was occupied by a prior visitor, came the hoarse voice of Orochimaru from the nearby woods. He then emerged, clad in a Jonin uniform, his golden slit-like eyes regarding Yunting with an amused smile. However, I did witness quite an intriguing scene. I never anticipated that the esteemed Hokage from the Senju clan would harbor no bias against the Uchihas. Yunting furrowed his brow slightly, responding, Bias? Mr. Orochimaru, your statement is misguided. The Uchiha are equally part of Konoha. As Hokage, how could I possess any prejudice, especially in the presence of a child? It is precisely in the presence of children that one sheds their facade. Orochimaru, intrigued, remarked, Our once beloved second Hokage articulated that the Uchiha are a malevolent clan. Those of us who inherited his will, now positioned in high ranks, have relentlessly embraced this notion as doctrine. Even my exceedingly kind Third Hokage, in his heart, does not share the same sentiment. It is unexpected that within the Senju lineage, the Fourth Hokage would present such a deviation. How fascinating. It seems that the winds of the future shall not remain constant. You are overthinking this, Mr. Orochimaru, Yunting replied coolly. Wishing to refrain from further discourse on the matter, he then shifted his gaze back to his interlocutor, calmly asking, What have you been occupied with lately? It has been quite some time since I last saw you. Orochimaru chuckled softly. The development of ninjutsu, in-depth research on chakra, the mysteries of the soul, and so much more. It is hardly surprising that the Hokage has not seen me in recent months. Yunting nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, Lord Orochimaru's knowledge is profound, and I hold great admiration for him. Yet, what brings you to the memorial stone today? Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. I have been plagued by incessant auditory hallucinations of buzzing insects, compelling me to seek solace and perhaps encounter familiar faces, such as my unfortunate disciple. He approached the stone inscribed with the name of the Senju clan and placed the flowers he had prepared earlier. Yunting observed Orochimaru's retreating silhouette. a glimmer of concealed sharpness flickering in his eyes. It appeared that Orochimaru had sensed something amiss. A cold breeze swept through, rendering the memorial stone noticeably chillier than before. Unperturbed, Orochimaru gazed at the gravestone of his former disciple, musing, "The fragility of life is indeed extraordinary. Who could have foreseen that mere detonating tags could extinguish the Senju lineage? And who would have imagined that a once mighty shinobi now clings desperately to the remnants of power with his frail hands?" Yunting's eyes narrowed, discerning the implications of Orochimaru's words. So, indeed, Orochimaru turned back, his vertical pupils aflame with fervor and resolve. "I must pursue the eternal possibilities with utmost urgency within the constraints of time. Only thus can we prevent such tragedies from recurring." As dusk descended, Yunting found himself alone before the memorial stone, contemplating Orochimaru's earlier remarks. It seemed the latter had sensed an anomaly but appeared entirely indifferent, creating a paradox. However, endowed with memories from his past life, Yunting suddenly arrived at a revelation. He had long overlooked a crucial point. Given Orochimaru's intellect, why would he recklessly engage in abductions and experiments within Konoha, beyond the confines of the Land of Fire? Even outside Konoha, there existed countless living subjects available for his experiments. Even if he refrained from venturing out, the root organization could assist him, rendering the risk of exposure minuscule. Yet, to abduct individuals beneath the very eyes of Konoha was undeniably unwise. Previously, Yunting had assumed Orochimaru's obsession with research had clouded his judgment, leading him to act without forethought. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that Orochimaru was quite rational. Therefore, was it conceivable that Orochimaru intentionally sought to be discovered by the Third Hokage, seizing the opportunity to sever ties and defect from Konoha? After all, for one of his stature, the rigid confines of Konoha would only hinder his development. Only by breaking free and immersing himself in a broader realm could he pursue his research without restraint, ultimately becoming the master of truth and the pinnacle of individuality within the limited time frame he desired. At this moment, Yunting grew increasingly convinced of the validity of his thoughts. Orochimaru, having spent years in Konoha, undoubtedly harbored emotions tied to the place. Rather than severing those ties himself, he would prefer to orchestrate a clean break through the hands of others. To this end, he recklessly captured villagers for human experimentation, providing others with leverage against him. Particularly when recalling details from the original narrative, this notion resonated even more profoundly. Now, this incriminating evidence has fallen into the hands of Yunting far sooner than anticipated. Given this, let him fulfill the other party's desires. When a cat catches a mouse, if the mouse willingly surrenders, the entire process undoubtedly becomes significantly shorter. On the surface, the Uchiha Guard has mobilized entirely, while the Hyuga clan, led by the Shadow Guard, operates in secrecy, along with the indifference of Orochimaru, the instigator. As anticipated by Yunting, it did not take long for the gathered evidence of Orochimaru's criminal records and the existence of his clandestine laboratory for human experimentation to be presented before him. Lord Fourth, what course of action shall we take now? In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku inquired heavily. Upon discovering that the mastermind behind the missing persons case was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, he sensed the complexity of the situation. Particularly, as he delved deeper, he began to perceive that he and the Uchiha clan had unwittingly become entangled in the power struggle between the Third and Fourth Hokage. It is essential to note that Orochimaru is a direct disciple of the Third Hokage. Should he expose such a scandal, not only would it tarnish his own reputation, but it would also severely undermine the prestige of the Third Hokage, potentially igniting an even larger power struggle within Konoha. Contemplating this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a throbbing headache. The Uchiha clan's position in Konoha is already precarious. If they become ensnared in this power struggle, the consequences could be dire if their endeavors fail. However, given the considerable effort they have expended regarding Orochimaru, retreating from this situation is no longer feasible. Thus, they must follow this path with the Fourth Hokage, who has led them into this predicament. With this realization, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glinted with determination as he assertively stated, Orochimaru has harmed the villagers and conducted forbidden human experiments in secret, gravely violating Konoha's regulations. The evidence is irrefutable. I implore you, Lord Fourth, to give the order. And the Konoha Guard is prepared to apprehend this villain. By saying this, Uchiha Fugaku unequivocally declared his allegiance to Yunting's side. I will remember the contributions of the guard in this endeavor. Yunting acknowledged with a nod of appreciation, then continued calmly. However, there is no need for haste. Orochimaru, after all, is one of the legendary Sannin and has made significant contributions to Konoha. Even in light of his transgressions, we should deliberate before making a decision. I believe this matter should be left to the Third Hokage to resolve. After all, he is more suited to handle it as Orochimaru's mentor. Initially, Uchiha Fugaku tightened his brow upon hearing Yunting's insistence on patience, feeling akin to a eunuch anxious for an emperor's decision. However, upon hearing that the matter would be entrusted to the Third Hokage, he paused in surprise, then relaxed his brow, no longer dissenting. Indeed, given the large number of personnel involved in this investigation, it is likely that many are now aware of the truth regarding Orochimaru, Yunting suddenly inquired. That is indeed the case, Uchiha Fugaku replied, his eyes brightening with understanding. Yunting sighed and remarked, It seems that the truth about Orochimaru can no longer be concealed within the village. Since concealment is futile, there is no need to engage in futile efforts. It is often said that guarding against the public's words is more challenging than preventing a flood. At this moment, our best course of action is to swiftly bring this matter to a conclusion. Come in. At that command, Sarutobi's assistant hurriedly entered. Yunting retrieved the evidence dossier from the table and handed it over, saying, Please deliver this to the Third Hokage for review at once, and convey my message that the evidence against Orochimaru is irrefutable. I urge the Third Hokage to make a prompt decision, lest it be too late. Upon hearing this, the assistant's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could glean from Yunting's words that Orochimaru, a disciple of the Third Hokage, had found himself embroiled in serious trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the scroll and rushed anxiously towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. In stark contrast, Yunting returned to his seat, leisurely sipped his tea, and with a faint smile remarked, Now, we shall see what choice our esteemed Third Hokage will make. Uchiha Fugaku also awaited the outcome with keen anticipation. Within the confines of the Hokage's office in the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in casual attire, exhibited an unusual display of distress upon receiving the scroll from his assistant. Orochimaru. The mention of this name elicited a mix of shock, frustration, and disappointment in his voice. In truth, he had long suspected Orochimaru's clandestine activities. However, the lack of significant actions on his part, coupled with Hiruzen's stern warnings, had seemingly quelled his ambitions. Little did he realize that such restraint was merely a prelude to more audacious endeavors. As he scrutinized the detailed accounts of Orochimaru's transgressions within the scroll, Hiruzen understood that his disciple was now ensnared in an inescapable fate. Regret washed over him as he reflected on his earlier decision to send Orochimaru to the root as his representative to monitor Danzo. In hindsight, he had unwittingly facilitated a partnership between two ambitious and unscrupulous individuals. How could he have overlooked the fact that behind Orochimaru's reckless experiments lay the substantial backing of his old friend? At this moment, Hiruzen clenched his pipe tightly, appearing as though he had aged a decade. Suddenly, recalling Yunting's instructions, the assistant reiterated them. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's grip on the pipe tightened. He recognized the implication in Yunting's words. It was a call for him to take a definitive stand, with his eyes reflecting both reluctance and unwavering resolve. Hiruzen rose abruptly and retrieved an old combat uniform from the wardrobe, donning it after a long absence. Contact the Umbu. We shall apprehend the rogue ninja Orochimaru together. Fully equipped, Hiruzen issued his command in a chilling tone. At this juncture, for the sake of Konoha and the will of fire, it was his duty as the Third Hokage and Orochimaru's mentor to take decisive action against his former pupil. Soon, the Hokage Tower erupted into a flurry of activity. Yunting rose and gazed out the window, just in time to catch sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen clad in a black combat uniform, leading a swift team of Umbu ninjas towards the outside. The direction they were headed was unmistakably towards Orochimaru's clandestine base. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku, who observed the scene as well, remarked with a sense of nostalgia, the Third Hokage has ultimately made the most prudent choice. Yunting remained silent until Sarutobi Hiruzen's silhouette faded from his line of sight, at which point he spoke. A correct choice does not necessarily guarantee its completion. Our esteemed Third Hokage possesses a fundamentally gentle disposition. Having said that, Yunting turned to Uchiha Fugaku, who had unknowingly stepped onto his vessel, and continued. The grand performance is about to commence. As the initiators, we must ensure a beginning and an end. I entrust you with the matters I just discussed, Fugaku clan leader. As for me, I shall provide the final punctuation to today's events. He found intrigue in the moving and a sense of ennui in the static. A windmill that does not turn, though at times it may seem to possess a certain charm, ultimately holds no aesthetic value. In Orochimaru's eyes, Konoha, which he had inhabited for over 30 years, resembled that cumbersome windmill, rendering him exceedingly disinterested. Originally, had he become the master of the windmill, he could have blown a fresh breeze to set it spinning rapidly. However, he had been bested by another. Surprisingly, the once mundane individual, upon their next encounter, revealed a refreshing vigor. Regrettably, this wind required considerable time to truly take flight. For him, time was the most precious commodity he lacked. Therefore, rather than merely observing its sluggish motion, he preferred to embody this new wind himself, orchestrating everything according to his desires. Touching the forehead protector of Konoha, Orochimaru smiled indifferently. He pinned the final stroke on the scroll, then summoned a snake, allowing it to swallow the scroll before dissipating into white smoke. After completing this, he lifted his gaze towards the door, his expression shifting as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart, and he murmured to himself, "At last. They have arrived." In the next moment, the stone door exploded open, and several figures rushed inside. It was none other than the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a team of Umbu. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice reverberated with fury within the confines of the chamber. Orochimaru, upon seeing the intruders, displayed a flicker of surprise on his face. He had anticipated that the leader of the mission would be Senju Yunting, not his own master. How intriguing. At this moment, oblivious to Orochimaru's thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze first fell upon his disciple, who appeared strikingly unfamiliar. Then he surveyed the surroundings. Upon noticing rows of glass jars filled with various human organs, a profound disappointment washed over his countenance. Why? Returning to the present, Orochimaru chuckled softly, his raspy voice penetrating the air. Because I seek to master all ninjutsu and comprehend the truths of this world. Just as the first person to mix yellow and blue named the resulting color green, I am merely engaging in the same endeavor. But you must not harm the lives of innocent people, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted vehemently. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's sneer deepened. Ah, my benevolent teacher. The pursuit of truth undoubtedly entails sacrifices. For these ordinary individuals who lead unremarkable lives, to dedicate themselves to a grand cause is indeed the highest honor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned cold. He recognized that his beloved disciple had become ensnared in darkness. Thus, he declared resolutely, Orochimaru, you have succumbed to madness. As your teacher and the Third Hokage, I must rectify this. With that, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Sarutobi's old comrade, the summoning beast known as the Monkey King, materialized. Hiruzen, what have you summoned me for? Who are we to confront? Observing the surrounding leaf ninjas, the imposing figure of the Monkey King, with his white mane, inquired with puzzlement. Sarutobi replied, Orochimaru. Orochimaru? The Monkey King initially regarded Orochimaru with confusion, but soon grasped the situation, his tone turning cold. Hiruzen, I warned you long ago that your disciple harbored ill intentions. It seems that grave errors have indeed occurred. Such a noisy old fool, Orochimaru retorted icily, casting a disdainful glance at the Monkey King before turning his attention back to Sarutobi. Teacher, you must know that I will not surrender easily. So, Hiruzen, are you prepared to kill me? Can you truly bring yourself to do it? At these words, Sarutobi momentarily faltered. It was at this moment that Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile, seizing the opportunity to swiftly form hand seals. Soon, a piercing sound wave erupted from his gestures, shattering numerous glass jars in the vicinity, surging towards Sarutobi and the others. In an instant, the Umbu members present collapsed, blood spurting from their ears. The Monkey King fared slightly better, managing to hold on, but only just. The only one left capable of combat was Sarutobi himself. At that moment, Orochimaru swiftly darted past him, making his escape towards the outside of the base. Kill him, Hiruzen. The opportunity is now, the Monkey King shouted urgently. Yet, Sarutobi stood frozen, merely casting a sidelong glance at the fleeing Orochimaru, whose childhood, youth, and myriad memories flooded his mind. Logically, he understood what needed to be done. However, faced with a disciple whom he had watched grow and whom he had guided, he found himself unable to act. At the entrance, Orochimaru paused briefly. Glancing back at the unmoving Sarutobi, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. So, teacher, you still cannot bring yourself to do it. With that, he turned away and fled. The Monkey King, witnessing this, could hardly believe his eyes as he turned to Sarutobi. Hiruzen, you. Sarutobi lowered his head in silence for a moment before responding. I'm sorry, I could not bring myself to do it. The ensuing silence enveloped the room. In a corner, a small blue and white slug, having witnessed the entire scene, retreated into the shadows. Truly, what a poignant drama of master and disciple. Not far from Orochimaru's base, perched upon a branch and aided by the visual sharing ability of a slug resting upon his shoulder, Yunting reflected on the unfolding events. Indeed, the outcome was not unexpected. Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately faltered in taking decisive action. Had this been the original narrative, his decision to spare the treacherous Orochimaru, who posed a significant threat to Konoha due to personal concerns, while simultaneously holding the esteemed position of Konoha's leader, would have been unthinkable. However, he, as the Fourth Hokage, still remained. Such conduct undeniably placed a substantial and perilous leverage in the hands of his adversaries. Any individual possessing even a modicum of political acumen would seize the opportunity to exploit this vulnerability. Furthermore, the entire scheme had originated from Yunting himself, which elucidated why he had entrusted the matter of Orochimaru to Hiruzen. Clearly, the latter had not disappointed him. Moreover, at the conclusion of the plan, Yunting intended to personally apprehend Orochimaru. In stark contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Third Hokage, would find himself bereft of any possibility of redemption. This was precisely why Yunting awaited here. Dojima, have you tracked down Orochimaru? For this operation, Yunting had brought along Hyuga Dojima, whose Byakugan was essential for pinpointing Orochimaru's whereabouts. Lord Hokage, we have located Orochimaru, Hyuga Dojima exclaimed, activating his Byakugan. A faint smile graced Yunting's lips. Then let the serpent hunt commence. Lush trees whizzed past him as he moved. Though Orochimaru had evaded his former mentor, a lingering sense of crisis pervaded him. Born not from mere paranoia, but from the unexpected presence of the Fourth Hokage, Senju Yunting. Initially, he had not anticipated such a swift betrayal of Konoha, especially since his experiments had just begun. At first, he had only captured ordinary individuals, not the more conspicuous shinobi. In his estimation, Konoha's investigative efficiency would not be so rapid, particularly with Danzo's route operating in secrecy. Yet, the reality unfolded with alarming speed, as if an unseen hand had been lying in wait for its quarry. With no alternative, he resolved to adapt to the circumstances. Departing sooner rather than later was undoubtedly more advantageous for someone whose cover had already been compromised. Thus, drawing upon his extensive knowledge of Konoha, he prepared himself, confident in his ability to escape unscathed. The entire affair indeed transpired as anticipated. The only surprise was that his pursuer was not Senju Yunting, but rather his own teacher. However, upon reflection, he recognized this as merely the absurd consequence of political strife. What a tiresome struggle, he mused. While the world is replete with the astute, they invariably squander time in the ceaseless pursuit of power and profit. Yet, they remain oblivious to the insignificance of such pursuits in the grand tapestry of eternity. Orochimaru sneered coldly and accelerated his flight. Yet, not long after, through the serpents he had left in his wake, he sensed the approach of pursuers, among them the very Senju Yunting he had been contemplating. Why did you not reveal yourself earlier? It seems you were merely waiting for me here. Your appetite is indeed insatiable. Do you not fear being overwhelmed? Yet, despite my words, Orochimaru did not slow his pace. Rather, he quickened it. Although he showed no fear of Senju Yunting, the proximity to Konoha was a concern. Wasting time might lead to being pursued by reinforcements. He had never been one to act recklessly. A kilometer away, Hinata Tekken, who was closely trailing, suddenly exclaimed in urgency, Lord Hokage, Orochimaru has accelerated. Yunting furrowed his brow slightly. While he felt relatively unfazed, for Hinata Tekken, this was already his utmost speed. If he continued, he would only fall further behind. Fortunately, a kilometer was not an insurmountable distance. He placed a reassuring hand on Tekken's shoulder and said, You have worked hard. Leave the rest to me. You should return and summon reinforcements. With that, Yunting surged forward, his speed nearly doubling as he pursued Orochimaru. How swift! Truly, he is the Hokage. Tekken marveled at Yunting's retreating figure, though worry soon crossed his face. After all, the foe ahead was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, renowned throughout the ninja world. He could not afford to delay any longer and promptly turned back to gather reinforcements as instructed. Ahead, Orochimaru glanced back, noticing the figure drawing ever closer. Indeed, he had underestimated the Hokage. While he had gleaned some understanding of Senju Yunting's capabilities during their previous encounters, he had not anticipated such significant progress in a short span. However, he believed that such an advancement would not suffice to hinder him. Surveying his surroundings, he realized escape was not feasible in the short term. Thus, he decided to halt, intending to deal with the troublesome Senju Yunting first. If circumstances allowed, he would not mind eliminating a Hokage and acquiring a Senju body, for such specimens were exceedingly rare in this era. Behind him, as Orochimaru began to decelerate, Yunting prepared himself for the confrontation. In a sun-dappled clearing, Orochimaru stood, still clad in his Konoha Jonin uniform, awaiting his opponent. Soon, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of Yunting, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, appearing before him. Is this not our esteemed Fourth Hokage? Orochimaru initiated the exchange, his distinctive raspy voice laced with mockery. Yunting offered a faint smile. It has been a while since we last met. Mr. Orochimaru, I see you have transformed into a rogue ninja of Konoha. How unpredictable life can be. Orochimaru chuckled in response. I must express my gratitude to the Fourth Hokage for his contributions to my current predicament. If I were truly innocent, would I find myself in such a situation today? Yunting's smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. I am not the Third Hokage. I will not allow you. A significant threat to Konoha, to escape. Konoha has nurtured you, and the knowledge, techniques, jutsu, and even your very being are the treasures of Konoha. They cannot be taken away. Therefore, Orochimaru, will you choose to surrender, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Should it be the latter, I would not mind returning with a corpse. In that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Confronted with the ultimatum from Yunting, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then emitted a low, chilling laugh. The current generation of juniors truly lacks any semblance of respect for their esteemed predecessors. The Fourth Hokage? What an illustrious title it is. I dare say most ninjas would feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness in its presence. But that applies to others, not to me. While I am not particularly fond of the title of the legendary three bestowed upon me by Hanzo, do you truly comprehend who stands before you? The venerable Fourth Hokage. The absurdity of politics may have granted you the title of Hokage, yet it does not confer the essence of the role. Today, I would not mind slaying a shadow, thereby establishing the shortest-lived Hokage in history. By the end of his proclamation, Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes gleamed with icy malice. For one who had participated in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars and faced countless adversaries, the new Hokage before him appeared far too naive. Since the opponent had willingly sought death, he was more than willing to oblige, just as countless others had fallen beneath him over the past 30 years. In response, Yunting maintained a calm demeanor, yet his words resonated with unwavering conviction. Soon, I shall redefine your understanding of the title Hokage. Well, I eagerly await that moment. Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile, extending his serpent-like tongue to wet his lips before swiftly initiating his attack. Utilizing the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, he launched a single shuriken, which rapidly multiplied into hundreds, raining down upon Yunting like a relentless storm. As an A-rank ninjutsu invented by the Third Hokage, Orochimaru, being a direct disciple, had certainly mastered it. Facing this overwhelming assault, Yunting remained composed, bringing his hands together to execute the wind release. Great breakthrough. A ferocious gale erupted from before him, instantly scattering the incoming shuriken into disarray. Although the Great Breakthrough is merely a foundational, hand-seal-less C-rank technique, its scale varies significantly based on the user's prowess. When wielded by an exceptional ninja, it can uproot entire forests. In the hands of Yunting, whose chakra reserves were immense, it resembled a devastating typhoon that obliterated all in its path. Witnessing his own ninjutsu being thwarted, Orochimaru, with his long black hair tossed wildly by the wind, excitedly licked his lips, exclaiming, "What an enviable amount of chakra! Such a formidable physique! I yearn to dissect and study it thoroughly." As he spoke, his hands continued their swift motions without faltering. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, striking the ground and instantly expanding into a vast sea of flames, which, influenced by the raging wind, surged forward with even greater ferocity. In the realm of ninjutsu research, Orochimaru's expertise rivaled that of the so-called ninjutsu doctor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. By harnessing the properties of wind, the destructive capability of his fire release was exponentially amplified. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. As the colossal wave of fire threatened to engulf Yunting, Orochimaru paused to ponder briefly, then turned away with a hint of regret. He naturally did not believe that this particular ninjutsu could slay Senju Yunting. Yet it could certainly cause him some trouble and buy some time. Although he was quite envious of Senju's physique, he was still in the midst of a retreat, pursued by numerous Leaf Village shinobi. To avert any unnecessary mishaps, he prioritized a successful escape before anything else. However, while he wished to flee, others were unwilling to allow it. At the moment Orochimaru turned, Yunting abruptly emerged from beneath him, a kunai gripped in his hand. Its cold edge aimed directly at Orochimaru's neck. Rip! The sensation that returned to Yunting's hand was unlike that of flesh and blood. In the next heartbeat, Orochimaru transformed entirely into a clay clone, collapsing with a resounding thud. "The fourth truly has not forgotten me," came Orochimaru's distinctive voice from behind Yunting. Almost immediately, the sound of hissing serpents followed. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of venomous snakes suddenly erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, baring their sharp fangs as they lunged towards Yunting's back. Boom! In an echo of Orochimaru's previous action, Yunting too transformed into a clay clone, though this time adorned with several explosive tags that crackled ominously. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, sending dust swirling as fragments of serpentine bodies scattered in all directions. As Yunting re-emerged in his true form, his gaze remained fixed amidst the chaos, his hands poised to form seals once more. Suddenly, a sharp, rushing sound pierced the air. Orochimaru's conspicuous head shot forth, expelling a long sword that sliced toward him with incredible speed. Yunting's eyes twitched slightly, although he was already aware of Orochimaru's infamous extending neck technique. Witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly eerie. The opponent's speed was extraordinary, forcing him to abandon his seals and draw his kunai in defense. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated multiple times in an instant, culminating in Yunting's kunai being severed by the sword emerging from Orochimaru's mouth, necessitating a retreat. "What immense strength," Orochimaru remarked, reattaching his head to his body and twisting his neck as he regarded Yunting. "Alas, I still cannot compare to Tsunade, that monstrous woman." Yunting's response was a blazing fireball. Orochimaru easily evaded it, and the two resumed their fierce battle. At this moment, Orochimaru's physical form had undergone soft body modification, greatly enhancing his flexibility and adaptability, making his close combat prowess extraordinarily unpredictable. Coupled with his vast combat experience, it would have posed a formidable challenge for Yunting in the past. However, now endowed with wood-release techniques and the enhanced physical capabilities of the Senju clan, while his strength may not rival that of Tsunade, he had surpassed her in other aspects, allowing him to handle Orochimaru with considerable ease. Except for that sword. It must be the Kusanagi sword, he thought. Although the Kusanagi sword is often depicted in the world of Naruto, the fact that it was carried by Orochimaru and had been personally tested by Yunting suggested that this particular sword was among the highest quality of the Kusanagi. Crash! Yunting delivered a powerful punch, which was once again thwarted by Orochimaru's acrobatic and flexible form. At that moment, seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the waning energy of Yunting, and before the new vigor could manifest, the prepared Orochimaru's head once again soared forth, twisting in midair, with the Kusanagi sword aimed directly at the nape of Yunting's neck. "I've been waiting for you." Yunting, unfazed, instead smiled, his entire body erupting with a torrent of electric currents, a manifestation of the lightning release body stimulation technique. In an instant, his speed surged dramatically. With a swift turn, he faced the incoming Kusanagi sword, extending his hand to grasp it firmly, disregarding the injury to his palm. Orochimaru's expression shifted instantly. Sensing impending doom, he attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. With a crackling sound, the chakra within Yunting boiled fiercely, and the hand gripping the Kusanagi sword erupted with intense electric light. Metal is conductive, and the speed of lightning is unparalleled. Thus, Orochimaru could only watch helplessly as the dazzling electric energy coursed along the blade, enveloping him entirely. The sound of sizzling filled the air, reminiscent of countless birds chirping within Orochimaru's body. At that moment, he had no time to react, his entire being trembling uncontrollably as waves of charred energy erupted from within him, transforming his once pale skin into a charred black. The effectiveness of lightning release varies between individuals. Just as Uchiha Sasuke's lightning was particularly effective against Deidara during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when a ninja from the allied forces attempted to incapacitate the latter, who was firmly bound, with lightning release, it proved utterly ineffective, akin to a mere tickle. Yunting's lightning, though seldom utilized, was no less formidable when he chose to wield it, rivaling even the mightiest lightning users. Otherwise, given Orochimaru's commendable resistance to ninjutsu, he would have long since escaped. A minute later, noticing the absence of life in Orochimaru, Yunting withdrew his hand. Continuing would only squander chakra. Within Yunting's perception, Orochimaru's organs had been utterly ravaged by the lightning. Prolonging the assault would yield no further purpose, merely a futile endeavor. With a thud, he ceased the lightning release, his palm flicking lightly as Orochimaru's charred corpse, still bearing its elongated neck, collapsed to the ground. Only the exquisitely sharp Kusanagi sword remained clasped in his palm. Such a fine sword, Yunting remarked, releasing his right hand and retrieving the blade, admiring its unmarred surface despite having endured the onslaught of lightning. Meanwhile, the deep wound on his previously bleeding palm quickly began to heal autonomously. Before long, Yunting's right hand was restored to pristine condition, as if the injury had never existed. The Senju clan, particularly those like him who inherited wood release, possessed a life recovery speed that far exceeded ordinary expectations. After stowing the Kusanagi sword, Yunting turned his gaze to Orochimaru's lifeless form. While one might expect to lower their guard after slaying one of the legendary Sannin, with Orochimaru's corpse before him, Yunting was acutely aware that this particular foe was notoriously difficult to vanquish, akin to a cockroach that refuses to die. Although it is not many years later, and he had previously confirmed that his opponent was indeed lifeless, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Yunting reached into his ninja pouch and extracted 4 shuriken, skillfully pinching them between his fingers while imbuing them with the essence of wind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The shuriken, propelled at over double the speed of ordinary throws, were launched toward Orochimaru's head, chest, hands, and legs in quick succession. Should they find their mark, the latter would suffer a swift and certain demise. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as the shuriken approached, a pair of ghastly pale arms burst forth from Orochimaru's abdomen, effortlessly fending off the projectiles. To Yunting's astonishment, a brand new Orochimaru emerged from the remains, as if shedding a grotesque second skin. When he stood before Yunting once more, he was entirely unscathed, albeit covered in a repulsive viscous substance. Was this Orochimaru employing the body replacement technique? This technique, akin to a bug in the system, was the epitome of a perfect substitution. Yet, like many of Orochimaru's esoteric skills, it possessed a distinctly unsettling quality. To Yunting's dismay, it appeared that this individual had developed it long before. He furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend the mechanics behind such a technique, especially after having thoroughly examined the lifeless shell moments before. Truly, what caution the Fourth Hokage displayed. At that moment, the rejuvenated Orochimaru spoke, his tone devoid of previous mockery and imbued with an earnest gravity. He acknowledged Yunting's remarkable growth and strength since ascending to the position of Hokage, a testament to the legacy of the Senju clan. I had underestimated you, he conceded, his voice laced with newfound respect. If I do not muster the resolve to eliminate you with all my might, I may very well meet my end here. Orochimaru, who had meticulously planned for this encounter, had miscalculated the prowess of Senju Yunting, and a sense of urgency enveloped him. Without further hesitation, he struck the ground with both hands and bellowed, "Twin snakes of the shadow." In an instant, a multitude of serpents, far exceeding the previous summons, surged forth like a raging tide toward Yunting. To be frank, of all creatures, I detest snakes the most. Furrowing his brow at the onslaught, Yunting swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water collision waves. As his chakra rapidly drained, a torrent of spiraling water encircled him like a waterfall, forming an impenetrable barrier. The venomous serpents that lunged at him were utterly thwarted, crushed by the overwhelming pressure of the water. Yet, Yunting did not remain on the defensive. Under his adept manipulation, the swirling waters expanded, engulfing a significant number of the attacking serpents. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, a vast shadow loomed beneath him. Instinctively glancing upward, he beheld a colossal serpent descending from above, its massive body sweeping toward him with ferocious force. Boom! The water barrier shattered. Yunting executed several agile leaps, narrowly evading the assault. As he came to a halt, a massive serpent, no less formidable than the previous one, suddenly lunged from behind, its gaping maw racing towards him. Do you truly believe I fear you? Yunting swiftly pivoted, evading the serpent, and then unsheathed the newly acquired Kusanagi sword, delivering a fierce slash at the serpent's body. In an instant, the foul stench of serpent blood erupted as the creature was cleaved in two, its anguished cries dissipating into a plume of white smoke. Banished back to the dragon's den. Yet, for every serpent vanquished, hundreds more surged towards him, including those he had previously slain. Observing the onslaught, Yunting relinquished his sword and formed a seal with both hands. Water release. Water, severing wave. A rapid, high-pressure jet of water erupted from his mouth, slicing through the horde of serpents, great and small, without hindrance, tearing them apart effortlessly. Soon, the area was cleared of all threats. Where's Orochimaru? Yunting scanned his surroundings. I'm right here. A familiar voice echoed from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunting spun around and swung his fist. Bang! Orochimaru made no attempt to resist the blow. But in the next instant, his form deflated, unleashing dozens of venomous serpents. Unlike before, these serpents expanded as they charged towards Yunting. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive detonations erupted before him. As the smoke cleared, only a charred, splintered log remained on the ground. Such peculiar ninjutsu, Yunting remarked, observing his unscathed self reappear, shaking his head at the spot he had just occupied. Not far away, Orochimaru emerged from the earth, a sinister smile creeping across his face. It seems Lord Hokage underestimated you. As he spoke, he scrutinized Yunting, seeking to gauge the latter's chakra levels from any subtle signs. Time is of the essence, Yunting suddenly declared. Orochimaru paused, taken aback. In this moment, it seemed more fitting for him, the rogue ninja, to utter such words. Yet Yunting offered no explanation, instead glancing over his shoulder and murmuring, considering the time, those I summoned will arrive shortly. After all, a stage is set, and what is a performance without an audience? What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Orochimaru, as if he had overlooked something significant. This feeling was decidedly unsettling. Yunting smiled and politely inquired, what do you believe my confidence in pursuing you alone relies upon, Mr. Orochimaru? Arrogance. No. Your recent display has solidified your position as the true Hokage. Ultimately, being one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, recognizing that panic would resolve nothing, managed to regain his composure, even taking the time to ponder Yunting's inquiry. The ability to swiftly seize upon a weakness and orchestrate a strategy aimed at the third Hokage, perfectly understanding his psychological reactions to ensure a decisive strike, could not belong to one who would become overconfident at a critical juncture. Upon learning that the third Hokage had spared me, you, Yunting, were not content to let matters rest. Instead, you sought to seize the opportunity to capture me, relying solely on your belief in your ability to triumph over me. As this realization dawned on Orochimaru, his pupils contracted sharply, and astonishment filled his countenance. After all this confrontation, he did not perceive Yunting as a reckless individual. Yet, he could not fathom the source of such unwavering confidence from someone with whom he had never clashed before, especially now, having gained a deeper understanding of one another. His opponent showed no signs of retreat, boldly articulating his intentions. What could possibly have bestowed upon him such immense confidence? Orochimaru found himself perplexed. Meanwhile, Yunting noted that the time was ripe for action. It was no longer premature to make his move. Thus, he could no longer contain the eagerness bubbling within him and began to elucidate. I can only imagine that you, Orochimaru-sensei, are curious about the foundation of my confidence. In gratitude for your earlier remarks, and given the timing, I shall no longer conceal the truth. What I rely upon is the unparalleled talent of the Senju clan. It is the very ability that the first Hokage wielded to vanquish all adversaries. It is the most esteemed bloodline limit recognized throughout the ninja world. Would release. Advent of the Divine Tree. As Yunting's words resonated, under the unmasked astonishment of Orochimaru, countless trees erupted from the earth, sprouting vigorously in all directions. Centered around Yunting. In an instant, a vast forest supplanted the grassland before Orochimaru's eyes. Could it truly be Would release? Orochimaru stared in utter disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. He never anticipated that the current Senju Yunting could awaken such a power. At 20 years of age, the chances of awakening a bloodline limit, had it not occurred earlier, were virtually non-existent, much like Tsunade, his own granddaughter, who, despite being of the purest Senju lineage, had failed to manifest it. Yet who could have foreseen that Yunting, distantly related to the Senju lineage, would unwittingly awaken Would release at this age? No wonder he dared to confront me alone, exuding confidence in his ability to defeat me. Orochimaru, who had studied the cells of Hashirama, was well acquainted with the formidable nature of this bloodline limit that once dominated the ninja world. He had even collaborated with Danzo on experiments involving Would release, resulting in a rare specimen that survived against all odds. His understanding of Would release only intensified his trepidation, especially since the one executing it was not the flawed subject previously designated as a by Danzo, but rather a true descendant of the Senju. The former exhibited a mere shadow of Would release's power, while the latter was pure and unadulterated. A weight of unprecedented seriousness settled upon Orochimaru's face. At this moment, there was no room for further contemplation, for the advent of the divine tree that Yunting initiated was rapidly encroaching upon him. Boom, 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 boom. The ground beneath Orochimaru trembled as trees surged upward, competing to break free from the earth. Even as he retreated continuously, his pursuer remained steadfastly at his heels. Soon, evasion became an impossibility. The shadow of the serpent. Orochimaru swiftly struck the ground, summoning an astonishing multitude of venomous snakes that surged forth to retaliate against the encroaching trees. It proved futile. In the face of the onslaught of snakes, the trees summoned by Would release retaliated with even greater ferocity. Before long, the serpents found themselves ensnared, with little chance of resistance, and even the colossal serpents summoned by Orochimaru succumbed to the same fate, struggling momentarily before transforming into nourishing compost for the trees. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the strength of the trees was nonetheless staggering. Orochimaru evaded the relentless onslaught of branches with remarkable agility, witnessing his jutsu being effortlessly countered. He maintained a facade of composure, yet his inner turmoil escalated. Amidst his frantic maneuvers, he glanced upward. The previously clear sky had been obscured by a dense canopy of foliage, and he had unwittingly become ensnared within the realm of Would release. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal fire dragon erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, engulfing the encroaching trees while its residual heat spread outward. Soon, a conflagration engulfed the forest. Just as Orochimaru began to feel a sense of relief, he was taken aback to see the once vibrant flames rapidly extinguish, and the trees that had been scorched began to sprout anew. Within mere moments, the small patch of forest he had devastated with fire was rejuvenated, its thick branches once again converging upon him with lethal intent. Clearly, if Would release could be so easily subdued by fire release, it would not have earned the title of the foremost bloodline limit in the ninja world. This could not continue. He had to escape the confines of this woodbound technique. Sharp wooden spikes grazed perilously past his face, tearing into his flesh, yet Orochimaru remained unblinking, blood streaming down his visage. Determining his direction, he unleashed his full speed in a desperate bid for freedom. Not far ahead, the entire forest, a manifestation of his consciousness, sensed his plight and swiftly commanded the surrounding trees to execute a more strategic assault. In an instant, the peril he faced intensified. Countless branches assailed him from every direction, front, back, left, right, above, and below. Even as he severed some, an unending stream continued to surge forth, instilling a sense of despair. After barely sustaining himself for a time, Orochimaru ultimately found himself ensnared, a thick branch tightly coiling around his right leg. This was only the beginning. Soon, an even greater number of trees rushed in, ensnaring him in a tightening embrace. As he felt his organs being crushed under immense pressure, sharp wooden spikes penetrated deeper into his body. Orochimaru's mouth gaped open in shock. Orochimaru's substitution technique. With a sudden burst, a pale, moist arm emerged from his mouth, quickly followed by the rebirth of a new Orochimaru from the tattered remnants of his old form. Gazing at the thorny tree that had materialized, nourished by the blood and flesh of his former self, Orochimaru inhaled deeply, biting into his fingertip before forcefully striking the ground. Summoning technique. Bang! A thick plume of white smoke ascended within the forest conjured by wood release. Amidst the thunderous sounds of towering trees being toppled and crushed, a colossal serpent adorned with purple stripes was summoned forth by Orochimaru. Hey, Orochimaru, I was in the midst of slumber. Why do you summon me at this hour? To appease my wrath, you must prepare not 100, but 200 living sacrifices. The true spirit beast of Orochimaru, the myriad serpents of the Dragon Cave, spoke with palpable impatience. Unfazed, Orochimaru replied, whether it be 200 or 500, it matters not, as long as we can navigate through this predicament. The myriad serpents rejoiced. It seems you have landed yourself in quite a predicament, Orochimaru. Let me see. A mere child. Oh, clad in the Hokage's robe. Have you betrayed your village? How intriguing. I have yet to feast upon a Hokage. However, Orochimaru cautioned against underestimating this young Hokage, choosing not to elaborate further. Fully aware of the myriad serpent's vile temperament, he understood that should he mention the opponent's would release, the serpent might flee at the first sign of danger, which was unacceptable. He had summoned the myriad serpents precisely to act as a shield. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the emergence of the imposing serpent, Yunting realized it was indeed the myriad serpents. Yet, regardless of its size, Wood Release was not intimidated by such adversaries. With a swift clap of his hands, numerous trees surged forth, transforming into an expansive net to ensnare the serpent. What is this? The serpent, still brimming with arrogance, observed the surrounding forest as it surged forward, seemingly animated in its assault. Boom! The earth trembled. Regardless of the unfolding chaos, the battle-hardened myriad serpents instinctively activated its formidable body, crushing the encroaching trees one by one. Though it lacked ninjutsu, its immense size and unparalleled speed made it a formidable opponent, rarely bested unless faced with a shadow-level ninja. This was why Orochimaru had tolerated its arrogant demeanor for so long. Get out of this forest, myriad serpents, Orochimaru urged from atop its head. Damn you, Orochimaru. What kind of opponent have you provoked? Although brash, the myriad serpents was not foolish. Upon sensing the gravity of the situation, it cursed Orochimaru internally but complied, slithering away with all its might. Yunting, however, would not allow this to happen. Soon, a relentless barrage of wood release attacks descended upon the myriad serpents from all directions. Even as it shattered the incoming trees, an unceasing wave of wood continued to ensnare it without leaving any openings. Is this wood release? Realizing its growing exhaustion, the myriad serpents finally recognized the legendary technique that had vanished for decades, now resurrected to challenge it. Damn you, Orochimaru. The myriad serpents was about to unleash a torrent of curses when it suddenly noticed that its opponent had vanished without a trace. Taking advantage of the current moment when the majority of the power of the tree realm's secret technique was concentrated on the myriad snakes, Orochimaru swiftly seized the opportunity to withdraw. This was, in fact, a plan he had meticulously devised. The summoned myriad snakes served as a mere pawn, a shield in plain sight. Given their formidable abilities, they were expected to buy him sufficient time to escape. Ignoring the cacophony of curses emanating from the myriad snakes behind him, Orochimaru calculated his escape while sprinting towards the forest's edge at the utmost speed. Although there were still trees obstructing his path, their numbers and strength had diminished significantly compared to before. Almost there, as the bright light ahead began to materialize, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, the myriad snakes, restrained by the majority of Yunting's strength, found themselves in dire straits. Despite their astonishing power, they could only break free from the wooden restraints so many times before exhaustion set in. Ultimately, confronted by the branches and trees that ensnared their massive form, the myriad snakes, enduring immense pain, let out a furious roar directed at Orochimaru. You wait. I will not let you escape. With that, they transformed into a plume of white smoke and retreated, severely wounded, back to the Dragon Cave. The unexpected animosity that had developed between the myriad snakes and Orochimaru caught Yunting's attention. After casting a glance at the spot where the snakes had vanished, he shifted his focus to the retreating Orochimaru. It was now too late to impede his escape. A new strategy was required. Contemplating this, Yunting clasped his hands once more, forming a seal distinct from the previous one. Simultaneously, a kilometer away, a significant group was hastening towards the battlefield where Yunting and Orochimaru had clashed. Apart from Hinata Takuma, who had joined midway to guide them, the remainder consisted chiefly of renowned jonin from Konoha or clan leaders, such as Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hizashi, the current Inuzuka clan, Yamanaka Shika, Yuhi Kurenai, and Namikaze Minato, among others. Their presence was summoned by Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, his influence alone might not have been sufficient, however. With the added weight of Yunting's status as the Fourth Hokage and the sudden incident of Orochimaru's defection, the combination of factors compelled them to set out together. Why would Orochimaru do such a thing? Minato mused, furrowing his brows in dismay. As Jiraiya's disciple, he felt a profound sense of unease upon learning of his mentor's defection. Setting aside the tremendous negative impact that the defection of one of the legendary Sannin would have on Konoha, he knew that the typically jovial demeanor of his teacher would surely be marred by heartache upon receiving this news. In response to Minato's lament, the others remained silent. While he might have naively believed their mission was solely to capture Orochimaru, the more informed clan leaders present, particularly those aware that the Third Hokage had already departed and the Fourth was following closely behind, sensed something amiss. Especially considering that it was Uchiha Fugaku who had summoned them. When had the Uchiha clan and the Fourth Hokage grown so close? Wasn't it said that their relationship was strained? Furthermore, it has come to light from Hinata Tokimi that the Fourth Hokage is in pursuit of Orochimaru. The astute individuals within the team, such as Nara Shikaku, immediately began to draw further connections. What of the Third Hokage? Surely he would have ventured forth to confront Orochimaru ahead of them. How could he allow the latter to escape? This seems implausible. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow deeply. Nevertheless, regardless of their musings, it became apparent to him and many others in the team that their arrival was not intended to effect any change, but rather to serve as mere spectators, witnessing the significant events that were about to unfold. As the weight of their thoughts hung in the air, a sudden stirring sound wafted from the distance. Although the sound reached them faintly due to the distance, the assembled elite jonin were adept enough to perceive it effortlessly. Byakugan. Hinata Hizashi's immaculate Byakugan revealed the emergence of distinct chakra signatures a kilometer away. Among them, he recognized Orochimaru's chilling chakra, unmistakable without the need for visual confirmation. The second chakra, forming the outline of a colossal serpent-summoning beast, bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru's, undoubtedly that of the Great Serpent. What truly astonished him, however, was the final chakra signature. When had someone acquired such pure and formidable life force chakra? Its extensive distribution raised questions about the ninjutsu capable of producing such an effect. At that moment, the trees of the forest, cloaked beneath the chakra, seemed to pulsate with life. A living forest? For an instant, Hinata Hizashi found himself questioning the veracity of his Byakugan. After a brief silence, he articulated, "There is a battle occurring 1 kilometer to the east, where Orochimaru and his summoning beast, the Great Serpent, have just vanished, likely having been repelled." "Is it the Fourth Hokage engaging Orochimaru?" inquired Uchiha Fugaku from the side. Hinata Hizashi shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. The chakra of the individual confronting Orochimaru is unfamiliar to me, and it seems the latter employed a wide-ranging jutsu that obscured my vision, preventing me from discerning further. Regardless of whether it is the Fourth Hokage, since Orochimaru lies ahead, we must swiftly apprehend him. His mind harbors too many secrets of Konoha. We cannot allow him to escape," declared Nara Shikaku, the highest-ranking jonin present. "Understood." The group accelerated their pace, swiftly closing the distance of 1 kilometer. As the battlefield drew nearer, Minato Namikaze, known as the Golden Flash and the fastest among them due to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, unsheathed a specially crafted kunai. "I shall proceed ahead," he stated. "Minato, your task is to engage Orochimaru and prevent his escape until we arrive. By the time we reach him, the outcome of the battle should be decided." Nara Shikaku reminded him. "Understood." Wolfing Mizuno nodded, preparing to take the lead. However, at that moment, an overwhelming tremor suddenly resonated from the nearby battlefield. Mizuno halted his steps, and instinctively, everyone else lifted their heads. In the next instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning roared through their minds, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. At this very moment, even Hinata Hizashi, who typically maintained impeccable decorum, found himself astonished, his mouth agape upon witnessing the immense cloud of dust ahead. The question loomed, what could that possibly be? Simultaneously, a similar sense of bewilderment engulfed Orochimaru. Just as he was about to revel in his narrow escape, he suddenly perceived a powerful disturbance emanating from the vast forest behind him, stirred by Yunting's chakra. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Standing atop the crown of a great tree, Yunting completed his hand seals. In the next moment, the entire forest erupted into motion. All the trees within a kilometer radius appeared to sprout legs, swiftly converging before Yunting, gathering into a formidable mass. Ultimately, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. A wood dragon, far larger and more elongated than the previous 10,000 snakes, coalesced from the assembly of trees. As Yunting leaped atop its head, the majestic wood dragon's eyes suddenly blazed with intensity, rising majestically to survey all below amid the earth-shattering tremor. Orochimaru, there is no escape for you. Surrender at once. From his lofty perch atop the dragon's head, Yunting declared, his Hokage robes billowing with authority as he gazed down upon the diminutive figure of Orochimaru. What a detestable tone. Orochimaru lifted his gaze, observing the vividly animated and perilously potent wood dragon, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Those endowed with bloodline limits were indeed extraordinarily fortunate. With mere effort, they could surpass the life work of most ninjas. Even as he had delved into the development of various jutsu, before the wood release of Senju Yunting, his own techniques seemed but a jest. Such was the lament of the ordinary. Yet, the more unattainable it appeared, the more he yearned for it. At this moment, Orochimaru felt an intense fascination with bloodline limits, particularly those of immeasurable strength. However, all of this hinged on his ability to survive and escape. Meanwhile, Yunting's gaze shifted to the right, where he recognized several familiar Konoha ninjas who had now arrived and were observing his current state. The stage was set. With the audience gathered, it was time to conclude this spectacle. A slight smile graced Yunting's lips. In his grand design, the Third Hokage's decision to allow Orochimaru's departure merely constituted the first act. It was only by defeating Orochimaru in front of everyone with his wood release that true fulfillment would be achieved. He understood well the reverence wood release commanded in the hearts of the Konoha populace, and he was acutely aware that once news of his wood release spread, it would incite tremendous shock. Yet, that was still insufficient. Only by witnessing its authenticity and experiencing its might could he thoroughly astonish them all. Only in this manner could he, after 3 generations of diminished power, swiftly seize control with formidable prestige, thus circumventing various troublesome conflicts. It is essential to note that prior to this, despite bearing the title of the Fourth Hokage, his personal renown paled in comparison to that of the illustrious Minato Namikaze. Ultimately, the Hidden Leaf Village is a violent organization where the significance of strength is undeniably evident. Accordingly, he devised a strategy of exemplary punishment, with the current Orochimaru serving as the heavily weighted chicken, while the others present are akin to monkeys. Furthermore, Yunting harbored numerous aspirations to amass prestige points. As it stands, notifications within the system incessantly chimed with prestige points from various sources. Although still overshadowed by the uniquely perceptive Might Guy, every little accumulation matters. This is far more rewarding than the previous meager 1-point gain. Could any alternative method, such as mere textual explanation or hearsay, yield such an effect? Yunting foresaw a considerable surge in his stagnant prestige points following this day. Thus, he resolved to no longer delay and to conclude this battle swiftly. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. With a swift motion of his foot, the wooden dragon, in a harmonious understanding, unleashed a powerful cry before its massive form surged forward with an unparalleled momentum, hurtling towards Orochimaru. Before the wooden dragon arrived, a chilling gust of wind compelled Orochimaru to retreat repeatedly. With narrowed eyes, Orochimaru forcefully halted himself, bloodied hands striking the ground with fervor, triple Rashomon. In an instant, 3 colossal and uniquely designed Azura gates appeared, each gaping wide in front of the wooden dragon. This represented Orochimaru's most formidable physical defense technique, the Rashomon, a skill only he could wield since the time of the First Hokage. Yet, he could only summon 3 gates, not the pinnacle 5. Without hesitation, Yunting commanded the wooden dragon to charge. Boom! The first gate was instantly shattered. Following swiftly were the second and third. In the face of such overwhelming wood release, The so-called Rashomon merely served to delay the inevitable. In that brief interlude, Orochimaru unleashed his final resort, the Serpent's Sea Formation. Countless snakes surged forth in a frenzied wave from Orochimaru's grotesquely large mouth. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Soon, an unfathomable multitude of serpents coalesced into an immense sea of snakes, surging forward with astonishing speed. Its might surpassed that of the previous shadow snake hands by 100-fold. Before Yunting's eyes, the scene was nearly engulfed by serpents, threatening to submerge the wooden dragon beneath him. Truly, he was one of the legendary Sannin, though not yet at his complete form of a decade later. His strength was not to be underestimated. Yunting marveled inwardly. Coincidentally, the spectators from the Hidden Leaf Village, now at the battlefield's edge, were equally struck with astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. Is it any wonder that he is Orochimaru? Nara Shikaku shook his head in resignation. Amidst such a vast sea of serpents, even their desire to assist would be futile. Kakashi Hitaki's expression mirrored a hint of concern. Surrounded by a multitude of snakes, Orochimaru, despite possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, found it exceedingly difficult to reach his adversary in a timely manner. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku activated his three-tomo Sharingan, observing the battlefield in silence. Perhaps he was contemplating how he would respond if faced with a similar predicament. At that moment, Hinata Hizashi suddenly proclaimed, "The Hokage will surely devise a solution. After all, he wields would release." Indeed, would release. Growing up enthralled by the legends of the god of shinobi, and with some of their forebears having witnessed the first Hokage's overwhelming prowess firsthand, the Leaf Village shinobi were filled with admiration for this long-vanished, yet deeply revered bloodline limit. The crowd swiftly turned their gaze towards Senju Yunting, who did not disappoint them. Would release. Advent of the flowering trees. Even though Yunting, now renowned for his vast chakra reserves, had executed numerous jutsu in succession, this final, enhanced technique left him feeling a notable drain of energy for the first time. However, the results were strikingly evident. Just as before, trees that had lain dormant beneath the earth erupted forth, growing rapidly. What set this occasion apart was the profusion of blossoms adorning each tree. Under Yunting's command, the petals unfurled with haste, releasing a toxic pollen that spread through the air. This formidable technique, which had once briefly incapacitated Uchiha Madara, retained its efficacy even against an overwhelming sea of serpents. In an instant, the cacophony of hissing that had filled the sky fell into a profound silence, and the battlefield was enveloped in stillness. In the next moment, the wooden dragon beneath Yunting stirred. After crushing countless serpents that offered no resistance, the dragon's tail swished, ensnaring Orochimaru, who had succumbed to the pollen and was momentarily dazed. At this juncture, the battle had effectively reached its conclusion. "Now, Orochimaru, will you still cling to resistance?" Yunting inquired, lowering the dragon's head. At that moment, having undergone bodily modifications, Orochimaru awoke early. Upon feeling the unyielding confinement surrounding him and hearing Yunting's familiar words, he comprehended his predicament. Yet, rather than despairing in the face of imminent doom, he smirked defiantly and retorted, "Resistance? Even if I surrender? Do you truly believe that a mere Leaf Village prison could hold me?" Yunting shook his head, replying, "With your intellect, it is indeed true that you could not be contained for long. So, Orochimaru, do you refuse to confess?" "Confess? No. Even in his current situation, Orochimaru displayed no hint of regret, instead scoffing, "I do not believe I have erred at all. The pursuit of truth has always required the sacrifice of individuals throughout history. Even a powerful wielder of wood release, such as yourself, seems unable to escape the confines of mortal reasoning. Much like the original Hokage, despite possessing a treasure trove of potential, you remain oblivious to the art of self-discovery, ultimately perishing like mere mortals. How lamentable, how detestable." The deranged musings of a mad scientist. After forming a conclusion about Orochimaru in his heart, Yunting's expression grew solemn, and he spoke with deliberate clarity. "I comprehend your intentions, Orochimaru. Therefore, I render my final judgment. In the name of the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, I hereby sentence the rogue ninja Orochimaru to death. In the ninja world, the only fate awaiting all captured rogue ninjas is execution. Not every rogue is akin to Uchiha Sasuke, nor do they possess an extraordinary ally like Uzumaki Naruto. Were the Third Hokage present, perhaps Orochimaru would have a chance at life. However, Now that he has fallen into the hands of Yunting, there is no opportunity to evade this monumental dilemma. With an expression devoid of emotion, he extended his hand, and a portion of the wooden dragon coiling around Orochimaru suddenly constricted, hastening the absorption of the meager chakra that remained within him. The wood dragon technique inherently possesses the ability to siphon chakra, and once a ninja's chakra is entirely depleted, death is inevitable. This method of dealing with Orochimaru not only grants a semblance of dignity to one who had once contributed significantly to Konoha, but it also serves to preclude the possibility of Orochimaru employing his peculiar body replacement techniques to escape. Although Yunting did not fully grasp such secret arts, he understood that even the most sophisticated ninjutsu requires chakra to sustain it. Without the latter, it is akin to a ship without water, unable to navigate. At this moment, Orochimaru's chakra visibly dwindled, and his essence continued to wane. Surprisingly, throughout the ordeal, Orochimaru remained silent, a perplexing grin etched upon his face. After several breaths, the wood dragon could no longer absorb chakra, and Orochimaru's presence faded into nothingness. The wood dragon released its hold, observing the fallen Orochimaru, who no longer appeared to manifest a new self from within. Yunting could finally ascertain that he was truly dead. Is this truly the end? Such a serene and uncomplicated conclusion? Yunting felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Even though he was the one to deliver the fatal blow, and the evidence lay before him, no one understood better than Yunting the profound impact that future Orochimaru would have on the entire ninja realm. The mere refinement of the Edo Tensei technique, built upon the foundation of the Second Hokage, had the potential to revolutionize the dynamics of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Not to mention, the most striking aspect was his terrifying vitality, having perished countless times, yet always managing to return unscathed. Thus, even after having personally slain Orochimaru, should he suddenly reappear, vibrant and full of life, Yunting was certain he would not be surprised. However, such a scenario was unlikely to unfold. After all, the current Orochimaru was not the one of years hence, devoid of the reincarnation and cursed seals yet to be developed. With this thought, Yunting subtly nodded, dismissing those unnecessary musings. Overall, the plan had been executed flawlessly. He had indeed achieved a resounding success. It is time to reap the fruits of one's labor. Lord Hokage, Lord Fourth. After putting an end to Orochimaru at the battlefield's edge, the elite shinobi of Konoha, who had been left in stunned silence throughout the battle, finally regained their composure and approached Yunting to pay their respects. The depth of their reverence now surpassed anything they had previously exhibited in his presence. It was inevitable. Having witnessed the authentic wood-release techniques wielded by Yunting, alongside the lifeless form of Orochimaru, it was clear to all but the dim-witted that the dynamics of Konoha were about to undergo a profound transformation. In acknowledgement, Yunting nodded. The tides had turned in his favor, and there was no need for further gestures of persuasion. After dissipating the techniques of the wood dragon and flowering tree, he commanded, "Seal Orochimaru's corpse and send it to the analysis team for research upon our return to Konoha." Even in death, a ninja's body could yield a wealth of information regarding their unique jutsu. Indeed, the fallen formidable shinobi represented a treasure trove of secrets. A prime example would be Senju Hashirama. The renowned Hashirama cells had been the subject of extensive research by various factions within the shinobi world for many years. Should Yunting meet his end in the future, his legacy would surely be regarded with equal esteem. At that moment, Yamashiro Hachi, the leader of Konoha's analysis team, was among the crowd. Upon hearing Yunting's directive, he promptly responded and retrieved a sealing scroll to store Orochimaru's remains. Thus, under the complex gazes of the onlookers, one of the legendary Sannin of the shinobi world concluded his life in this manner. With the rogue ninja of Konoha vanquished, this mission reached its conclusion. As Yunting spoke, he suddenly paused, turning to gaze behind the crowd, where a figure was rapidly approaching. It was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, the crowd's thoughts began to swirl. Yunting observed their reactions and remarked, "The third has arrived. It is fortuitous that we can discuss certain matters here." At his words, Minato Namikaze opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed instead. The others shared his unspoken understanding, maintaining a silence steeped in anticipation. In this charged atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in battle attire, approached the assembly. Upon seeing Senju Yunting and the Konoha elite shinobi present, and noting the evident signs of Orochimaru's battle, He had his suspicions, but still inquired, "Where is Orochimaru?" The group instinctively turned to Yunting, who nodded in affirmation. Yamashiro Hachi then raised the sealing scroll and responded, "Lord Third, the rogue ninja Orochimaru has been slain by Lord Fourth, and his body has been retrieved." Did this outcome come as a surprise? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, appearing a decade older in an instant. Yunting observed this transformation without a hint of compassion and addressed him, "Lord Third, if my memory serves me correctly, it was you who initially led the charge to capture Orochimaru. Why did you not succeed? Shouldn't the Third Hokage possess the strength to prevent failure?" As I confronted Yunting with my inquiries, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his weary eyes reopening, seemed poised to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Yunting shook his head and spoke on his behalf. The Third Hokage undoubtedly had the capacity to apprehend Orochimaru. However, in the climactic moment, personal feelings ultimately overshadowed duty. Faced with his beloved disciple, who he had watched grow over the years, he could not bring himself to act and allowed him to depart. Am I correct, Third Hokage? The truth was indeed as he stated. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, conceding the point. Although he was uncertain how Yunting possessed such intricate knowledge, he recognized the veracity in his words, and given his character, he would not resort to deceit, even at the cost of his own reputation. In contrast to the ruthless Danzo, while Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored his own ambitions, he remained steadfast in his principles. As he acknowledged the truth, the expressions of those present, including Minato Namikaze, shifted noticeably. As the Hokage, to willingly permit a rogue ninja to escape, regardless of their profound emotional ties, was viewed by them as utterly unacceptable. Ninjas are bound by their duty to complete missions, and under the influence of the will of fire, the concern for comrades is deeply ingrained in the hearts of Konoha's denizens. However, this concern does not extend to rogue ninjas who have betrayed their village and their comrades. Particularly disconcerting was the fact that the Hokage himself had actively shielded a traitor. To the ninjas of Konoha, the Third Hokage's actions were akin to a sovereign surrendering amidst a battle. In that instant, the gazes directed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted, imbued with newfound scrutiny. Observing this, Yunting resolutely concluded, "The Third Hokage had previously examined the evidence against Orochimaru that I provided you, which only documented 4 cases of missing persons linked to him. Yet this merely scratches the surface of what we have uncovered in recent months. In the years, and even decades prior, countless individuals were forcibly subjected to Orochimaru's experiments. You have seen the rows of glass jars containing human organs in Orochimaru's secret lair. Do you truly believe such a scale could be achieved by a mere few individuals?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Yunting continued, "Orochimaru's descent into darkness was not an overnight affair. Over the years, he has disregarded human life in pursuit of forbidden research that Konoha expressly prohibits. His transgressions are indeed heinous. While it is understandable that you hesitated initially due to past affections, I must ask," his expression grew stern, "after Orochimaru struck down your accompanying ENBU members, why did you not intervene and allow him to escape? Do those Konoha ENBU not merit your concern?" At this pronouncement, the Konoha ninjas erupted in disbelief, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance paled further. After Orochimaru unleashed that sonic ninjutsu in his secret base, the squad of ANBU accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen fell, some meeting their demise, while the survivors were gravely injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed it all and yet refrained from action. This undoubtedly constituted a grave error on his part. Is the life of one's own disciple not valued, while that of subordinates is deemed insignificant, especially when the former bears the mark of treachery? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Third Hokage, finds his reputation at an unprecedented low among the populace. Ultimately, he is consumed by profound guilt and remorse following this final blow from the Cloud Village. Without awaiting further words from others, Sarutobi, with a voice more aged than before, acknowledges his failures. The defection of Orochimaru is a result of my inadequate guidance. I allowed him to leave for my own selfish reasons, disregarding the well-being of those in our village. I am willing to accept all consequences for the village's sake. I implore you all to cooperate with the Fourth Hokage in the future, so that Konoha may flourish even more." Though many present, including some leaf ninjas, felt a pang of sympathy for the Third Hokage, who had served as Hokage for so many years with undeniable merit, Sarutobi's self-reproach was unyielding. He was not feigning remorse. He recognized his errors and accepted the repercussions. Moreover, this declaration signified his voluntary surrender of political power to the Cloud Village. In truth, he had come to this realization after allowing Orochimaru to depart, though he had not anticipated the swiftness of Cloud's actions. Truly, the youth possessed formidable prowess. Sarutobi gazed at the Cloud leader, fully aware, through decades of experience, that today's events were orchestrated by him. Yet, the path he chose was one of no return, and he could blame no one else. Furthermore, Konoha could no longer afford internal strife. Cloud, the future of Konoha is now in your hands, Sarutobi declared solemnly, a hint of melancholy in his tone. I assure you, Konoha will thrive under my leadership, Cloud responded, his expression resolute. This moment marked the true transfer of power from the Third Hokage to the Fourth. Nearby, the clan leaders of Hyuga, Uchiha, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Oil Woman, along with renowned jonin like Namikaze Minato and Yuhi Kurenai, bore witness to this significant event. Thus, Cloud's plan culminated in resounding success. From this day forth, he truly held dominion over Konoha, becoming the rightful Fourth Hokage. After a simple yet solemn ceremony, the people of Konoha departed without lingering. As Sarutobi walked away, he learned of Cloud's awakening of wood release, which left him astonished and reminded him of the first Hokage. Perhaps he truly could lead Konoha to even greater glory. With this thought, Sarutobi felt a sense of peace wash over him. An hour later, amidst the ravaged battlefield where Cloud and Orochimaru had clashed, a small white phosphorus snake suddenly emerged from the remnants of a severed serpent, its golden slit eyes casting a complex glance toward the direction of Konoha before vanishing into the forest. The first half of the year 48 in Konoha was expected to be free of turmoil. However, the arrival of Yunting rendered the first half of the year extraordinarily remarkable, primarily due to two sensational events that transpired within the shinobi world. The first was the assassination of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, following his defection. The second was the awakening of Mokutan by the Fourth Hokage of Konoha, upon Yunting's return to the village alongside a group of Konoha shinobi. These events swiftly spread without concealment, becoming the talk of the town. In the depths of the root base, a shadowy figure, Danzo Shimura, remained motionless for a considerable time until the oil girl Ryoma entered to report, Lord Danzo, all related laboratories have been shut down, and the documentation concerning human experimentation has been destroyed. I understand, Danzo replied, pressing his hands against the cane, his voice grave. Instruct the root personnel to expedite the transfer of experimental equipment. Given the significant risks of conducting experiments in Konoha and the Land of Fire, we shall relocate them to the smaller neighboring nations. Additionally, advise them to exercise caution on their journey. Senju Hashirama's descendant is keen on uncovering my secrets. It is crucial to remember that this is no longer the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen's dominion. At the mention of Hiruzen, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Danzo's eyes. He had never anticipated that his longtime rival would be usurped by a junior, and so easily at that. Is Hiruzen truly aging? He mused inwardly. Yet I shall never concede to age. Had it not been for my momentary hesitation, I would not have had to wait until now for the Hokage position. Danzo silently reflected before inquiring, has the investigation into Orochimaru been thoroughly conducted? Is his death confirmed? With an impassive expression, Ryoma responded, we have examined the battlefield where the Fourth Hokage confronted Orochimaru, and no distinct markings left by the latter were found. Coupled with the eyewitness accounts of several Konoha jonin, Root has confirmed the veracity of Orochimaru's demise. What a pity, Danzo expressed with genuine regret. While Orochimaru occasionally pursued his own ambitions, one cannot deny his unparalleled talent in research. In my estimation, the collective capabilities of all Root researchers would not equal even half of Orochimaru's prowess. Thus, when I learned of his defection, I was willing to take the risk of dispatching Root shinobi to assist him. Alas, it was ultimately a step too late. Such a development would undoubtedly slow Root's subsequent research, perhaps even plunge it into stagnation. Danzo instinctively touched the bandages tightly wrapping his right arm, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he queried, and what of Senju Yunting's Mokutan? What have you discovered? Upon mentioning Mokutan, Ryoma's face revealed a rare flicker of emotion. It is formidable, extremely formidable. This conclusion was derived directly from the battlefield by Kakashi himself. He further stated that the Mokutan he employed likely does not even reach half the potency of the Fourth Hokage's. Imitation is ultimately just imitation, Danzo lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. For now, let Root remain silent. Understood. At the Sarutobi residence, Hiruzen's household, Mito Gates Inn, Nara Shikaku, and Sarutobi, Hiruzen himself convened. Hiruzen, you are being foolish. In the reception hall, Mito Minyan was visibly agitated. As a peer of the Third Hokage and a stakeholder in the Hokage lineage, the decline of Sarutobi Hiruzen was a heavy blow for both of these Konoha advisors. He did not believe that, now freed from the constraints of the Third Hokage, he and his fellow advisor could still exert significant influence over Senju Yunting in the affairs of Konoha. This was particularly true given that the latter possessed the formidable wood release, a symbol of Konoha, and had even defeated one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. At this moment, Mito Minyan's criticism of Hiruzen was not about his relinquishing power, as that decision was already set in stone and nearly impossible to alter. What truly vexed him was Hiruzen's decision to let Orochimaru go. Had that incident not occurred, the subsequent palace coup would never have transpired. Although he had previously taken pleasure in his old friend's leniency, which allowed them to wield greater power, that same leniency had now backfired, filling him with resentment. Faced with the reproach of his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely smoked his pipe with an impassive expression, though he had earlier expressed a willingness to accept punishment. After years of service as the Third Hokage, Yunting ultimately did not press him too hard, allowing him to maintain dignity and truly enjoy his retirement. Soon, the acrid smoke filled the room, causing Mito Minyan, who was about to speak again, to cough violently. Enough, Minyan, said the observant Konohagakure advisor, Tsunade Koharu, as she patted him on the back. Given the circumstances, we should consider how to proceed. The two then continued their discussion on the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, retrieving a cherished crystal ball from his possession, placing it into a box, and summoning a member of the Sarutobi clan to whom he entrusted the box with the instruction, "Deliver this to the Fourth Hokage, and tell him it is a gift from me." "Yes," the Sarutobi clan member replied, taking the box and departing. Observing this exchange, the two Konoha advisors ceased their conversation. After exchanging glances, Tsunade Koharu spoke up. "Hiruzen, what do you believe we should do next?" "What should we do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the two before finally responding. "There is a precedent I believe you could learn from." "Who?" they inquired. The two advisors from Sunagakure. While Konoha was embroiled in discussions regarding two significant matters, the other four great nations, equally renowned, swiftly received the news. In the Land of Wind, the recently returned Fourth Hokage, Raza, gazed at the Konoha dispatch handed to him by his subordinate, marveling at the abundance of talent in Konoha. Even with one of the legendary Sannin gone, they had gained a stronger Fourth Hokage who wielded wood release. It was said that the latter was merely in his 20s, truly a youth. Raza turned his gaze toward the sand village, now shrouded in wind and sand. After enduring 2 ninja world wars, the strength of the sand village had plummeted to an all-time low, with successors lacking in capability and finances so dire that he, as Kazekage, had to personally venture into the desert to seek riches. The ambitions of yesteryear had long since faded. Now, his only hope was to restore the village to its former glory. Perhaps, for the hidden sand village, the prospect of transforming enmity with the hidden leaf into camaraderie, or even forging an alliance, presents a commendable avenue forward. Luo Sha suddenly contemplated this notion, his eyes brightening with newfound clarity. In the land of Earth, the Third Hokage, Anoki lay upon a hospital bed, receiving tender ministrations from a lovely nurse who applied ointment to his weary back. It was during this moment that he overheard his son, Kuratsuchi, discussing intelligence regarding the hidden leaf. Upon learning that the Yunting possessed would release, he sighed deeply, lost in reverie of days gone by. He could only hope that this Fourth Hokage, also a member of the Senju clan, would embody the noble character of his forebears. Should he resemble Uchiha Madara, the future of the ninja world would undoubtedly be fraught with turmoil. After a prolonged silence, Anoki expressed his sentiments. However, his thoughts were swiftly interrupted as a surge of formidable energy erupted from him, and with a firm push, he rose to his feet, declaring resolutely, "No. With the hidden leaf on the rise, how can I, as Tsuchikage, squander time in this bed? I must rally. I must." A resounding crack echoed through the hospital room, followed by Anoki's anguished wail, "My back. Lord Tsuchikage, how many times must we remind you not to overexert yourself?" The nurse admonished, rolling her eyes with little regard. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am the Tsuchikage. Anoki retorted, shivering in pain. The nurse, undeterred, replied, regardless of your title, in this hospital, you are a patient, and patients must heed our instructions. No moving. Ouch. Be gentle. The commotion in the hospital room escalated. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi scratched his head, opting to remain silent as he observed the unfolding spectacle. In the land of lightning, within the office of the Hokage, the muscular Fourth Hokage, swiftly lifted a barbell thicker than his own arms while listening to a report from his secretary, Mabui. This was the kind of office dynamic that Yunting yearned to possess. Yet the Fourth Hokage enjoyed it long ago. Regrettably, his preoccupation with muscles rendered him scarcely attentive to his secretary. Would release. Upon completing Mabui's briefing, A's eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit, eager to witness the legendary Would Release's true power. He pondered how much of the First Hokage's prowess the current Fourth Hokage might possess. His superior was a battle enthusiast, and although Mabui felt exasperated, she reminded him, Lord Hokage, the momentum in the Hidden Leaf is currently strong. The village elders suggest we reduce tensions along the border with the Land of Fire to avert unnecessary complications. Reduce? No. The more we face such a situation, the more we must demonstrate the strength of the Cloud Ninja. Only in doing so can we secure greater advantages in future negotiations with the Hidden Leaf. Those elders are growing increasingly senile. We need not heed their counsel. The Hokage firmly rejected the notion. Mabui was not surprised. After all, the Hokage's demeanor had always been resolute. By the way, Lord Hokage, Killer Bee has once again ventured out of the Cloud Thunder Valley, claiming he intends to hold a concert within the village, she added, recalling something pertinent. However, as soon as the words left her lips, regret swiftly took hold of her heart. Indeed, Laying Ai's eyes suddenly gleamed with fury as he exclaimed, Damn that fool. What could he possibly be thinking all day long? As his elder brother, it is my duty to discipline him. Mabui, please take care of the remaining documents on the table. With that, he disregarded Mabui's protests and vanished in a thunderous explosion. Gazing at the gaping hole in the wall before him, and then at the towering stack of documents on the desk, Mabui felt a wave of despair wash over him. Meanwhile, in the land of water, the Fourth Hokage, Itsong, remained expressionless as he listened to his subordinate's report. Once he was left alone in the office, a shadow gradually emerged behind him. Though obscured, a blood-red eye filled with ominous portent revealed 3 spinning toma within it. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, since Sarutobi Hiruzen's unexpected resignation, Yunting had experienced a tumultuous blend of pain and pleasure. For the first time, he truly wielded the military power of the foremost nation in the ninja world, commanding all Konoha ninjas, including those once renowned figures. The satisfaction derived from such authority brought him immense joy. However, this joy was soon overshadowed by the weight of responsibilities that had multiplied beyond measure. Staring at the mountainous pile of paperwork before him, Yunting let out a deep sigh. He had devoted the majority of his daily hours to these duties. And even when the crystal ball finally arrived from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had yet to use it even once. Yet, the path he chose demanded perseverance. Yunting summoned a cadre of shadow clones to toil alongside him. 2 hours later, as the clones dispersed, Yunting, weary from the multiplied fatigue, rubbed his temples vigorously. Although the assistance of the clones significantly enhanced his work efficiency, the exhaustion they accumulated ultimately returned to him, the original body. This was why many were aware of the benefits of shadow clones, but seldom employed them for assistance. Fortunately, as a member of the Senju clan, Yunting could rejuvenate himself with a brief rest. However, if this continued, while his body might endure, his spirit would inevitably grow weary. He pondered how the Third Hokage had managed for so many years. Although the current workload was heavily influenced by the transition of power, many minor matters did not necessitate the Hokage's direct oversight. It seemed imperative to find someone to share the burden. Shaking his head, Yunting acknowledged that this unforeseen heavy workload had shattered his initial plans. Not only had he been compelled to pause his training in sage arts, but he also had yet to utilize the rapidly accumulating reputation points during this period. While power was significant, the strength that sustained it was undoubtedly more crucial, a truth that remained clear in Yunting's mind. Narashikaku would be an excellent choice. As the leader of the Jonin class and a member of the intelligent Nara clan, he would undoubtedly alleviate much of the burden. Moreover, the illustrious figure of Namikaze Minato should also be considered. After all, he is a character from the original work of Naruto. Aside from his penchant for whimsically naming jutsu, his abilities are beyond reproach, and his character is undoubtedly far more noble than the dark thoughts that plague my own mind. Yunting swiftly selected his candidates. In the past, he might have harbored reservations about choosing Naruto and Namake's Minato, both of whom are intricately linked to the Third Hokage. However, with the current situation firmly established, such concerns were no longer relevant. As fellow Leaf ninjas, Yunting, now embodying the true essence of Hokage, would treat them all equally. After all, the contributions of the former were equivalent to those made towards his own objectives. This was a perfect opportunity to elevate both men to his side, simultaneously conveying to the outside world that those who served under the Third Hokage would still find favor in his new era. With this thought illuminating his mind, Yunting's eyes sparkled as he promptly called out, "Ritsuko, how may I assist you, Hokage-sama?" A strikingly beautiful woman entered, inquiring promptly. Yamanaka Ritsuko, a special jonin of the Yamanaka clan, currently serves as the secretary to the Fourth Hokage. Upon gaining authority, Yunting immediately dismissed the previous assistant, whom he found exceedingly bothersome, and appointed the secretary he had long desired. After a thorough selection process, the young, stunning Ritsuko, with her golden hair and long legs, caught his eye. A boss should indeed have a female secretary by their side, and the Hokage is no exception. Yunting observed Ritsuko, elegantly clad in a black uniform, her shapely legs encased in sheer stockings, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This also fulfilled a small personal wish of his. "Please fetch Naruto and Namake's Minato," he instructed. "Understood." Ritsuko replied succinctly before swiftly departing in her high heels, closing the door behind her with a flourish. Young, beautiful, and remarkably efficient, she asked no unnecessary questions. After being appointed as the Hokage's secretary, she even proactively moved away from the Yamanaka clan, refraining from any private meetings with her kin. Who wouldn't appreciate such a perceptive and self-aware individual? The promotion of Naruto and Namake's Minato to assist in village affairs proceeded without a hitch. The former, being a wise man, naturally did not decline. As for the latter, although he had missed out on the long-cherished dream of becoming Hokage, the opportunity to actively contribute to the affairs of Konoha and truly serve its inhabitants was, for him, a source of profound happiness. Speaking of the will of fire, many within Konoha regard it as their life's creed, dedicating themselves to its principles. Yet, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that, as the Fourth Hokage, Yunting finds himself rather indifferent to it. The so-called will of fire, in his view, merely represents a shallow manifestation of values, far from the essence of true ideology. Having been shaped by the intellectual currents of the great celestial empire over millennia, Yunting remains unaffected by such notions. Perhaps there will come a time when he can enlighten them about the teachings of old masters, allowing these individuals to truly broaden their horizons? Yunting pondered. Had Senju Hashirama been fortunate enough to engage with the wise words of the legendary old man, he likely would not have foolishly instituted the one village, one nation policy, but rather would have toppled the idle noble clans long ago. However, it is doubtful that Hashirama possessed the intellect to comprehend such matters. Had it been Tobarama Senju, he would have undoubtedly succeeded. But I digress. After a moment of quiet reflection on the shortcomings of his ancestors, Senju Yunting redirected his attention back to the present. With the assistance of Naruto and Namake's Minato, the time he devoted to his duties had indeed diminished significantly. This newfound freedom allowed him to focus on matters concerning himself. Within the confines of the Hokage building, before a rigorously secured secret chamber, Yunting patiently stood, submitting to the identity verification conducted by the Umbu stationed there. Upon assuming the mantle of Hokage, he promptly initiated a thorough purging of the Umbu. While he could overlook ordinary ninjas closely connected to the Third Hokage, he recognized the necessity of having complete control over the most crucial Umbu operatives directly under the Hokage's command. As a result, many former Umbu members had removed their masks, becoming visible ninjas, while numerous individuals of impeccable character were inducted into the Umbu. Notably, Kakashi was not dismissed. Instead, he was retained by Kushina's side for protection. This decision served as a form of safeguarding for the once confused prodigy. Now, having replaced the Umbu with his loyal allies, Yunting had asserted his authority over them. Yet, why was he subjected to Umbu scrutiny at this moment? The only plausible explanation lay in the significance of what they were guarding, necessitating their cautious approach. After all, Within the shinobi world, there exists a plethora of techniques, from the fundamental transformation jutsu to the more intricate and esoteric erasure techniques. Yunting was acutely aware of this, hence his compliance with the Umbu's examination. After a lengthy and intricate process, the leading Umbu member respectfully announced, "Hokage-sama, you may enter." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yunting proceeded. Soon, under the seals cast by the surrounding Umbu, the protective barriers of the secret chamber were momentarily lifted. Without needing further prompt, Yunting pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, the chamber revealed itself to be quite spacious, with the sole focal point being a colossal scroll resting upon a central stone platform. This scroll represented the objective of Yunting's visit, the Book of Seals. The significance of the Book of Seals cannot be overstated. As a forbidden tome entrusted to the guardianship of successive Hokages, it contained records of Konoha's most formidable forbidden techniques. These so-called forbidden techniques were characterized by their immense power, high training requirements, or the potential to inflict severe harm or even death upon the user, making them unsuitable for dissemination among ordinary ninjas, thus leading to their confinement within this tome. Only those exceptionally gifted and unwaveringly loyal to Konoha, upon receiving the Hokage's permission, could learn a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. The Flying Thunder God technique, employed by Namake's Minato, was acquired in such a manner. As the Fourth Hokage, Yunting naturally had the privilege to peruse the Book of Seals at any time. Previously, due to financial constraints, he had seldom availed himself of this opportunity. Currently, he has significantly enhanced his reputation in Konoha due to events surrounding the wood release technique. His amassed reputation points are unprecedentedly abundant, allowing him to indulge in the forbidden techniques contained within the Book of Seals. Upon opening this tome, the first technique that caught his eye was the illustrious shadow clone technique. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his thoughts drifting to Naruto, who was still nestled within Kushina's womb. It is worth noting that Naruto's successful theft of the Book of Seals was likely aided by the ever-watchful Third Hokage. Reflecting on the numerous security measures he had previously encountered, and recalling how effortlessly Naruto acquired the book in the original narrative, without a single Umbu ninja emerging to challenge him, he shook his head in disbelief. Fortuitously, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the son of Minato Namikaze. Had it been anyone else, not only would they have failed to steal the Book of Seals, but even a voluntary return would have led to a prison sentence. Moreover, his relentless pursuit to bring back the rogue Uchiha Sasuke in hopes of restoring everything to its former state was naive. Little did he realize that if Sasuke were to return, he might escape execution due to being the last of the Uchiha bloodline. Yet he would likely spend most of his life in confinement. It stands to reason that Sasuke must have been acutely aware of this reality. He must have been foolish to accompany Naruto back to Konoha. With a sigh, he refocused his attention on the Book of Seals. Naruto, with his lackluster taijutsu, is indeed well suited for the shadow clone technique, which relies heavily on quantity. However, that does not imply he requires it. The number of shadow clones would not significantly aid him. Rather than expending chakra on this technique, he would be better served utilizing it for other ninjutsu in which he excels. Furthermore, while his reputation points are ample, they do not permit him the luxury of learning every forbidden technique he encounters. A careful selection is essential. Continuing to browse through the Book of Seals, he decided to temporarily set aside the four-symbol seal. The corpse demon seal was out of the question. Such a grim practice was unthinkable. The art of darkness, a powerful genjutsu, could indeed compensate for his shortcomings in illusion techniques and was relatively inexpensive, thus worth considering. The Edo Tensei is formidable and strong. However, this technique, originally conceived by the second Hokage, was not truly completed until Orochimaru refined it and further developed it into the genuine Edo Tensei we know today. With Orochimaru now out of the picture and lacking the capability to accomplish it himself, he decided to forego it. But just in case, it would be prudent to memorize the reverse hand seals for Edo Tensei, should he meet his end many years hence. And if someone were to complete the Edo Tensei to summon him, it would indeed be a delightful surprise to reverse it. Having settled that thought, he swiftly committed the reverse hand seals for Edo Tensei to memory. He continued to peruse the Book of Seals, having broadly scanned its contents. Aside from the aforementioned techniques, the tome also contained various other techniques, such as the explosive tag exchange, spiritualization technique, 8 gates, flying thunder god technique, and more. The reputation points required for these techniques varied significantly, with the Art of Darkness requiring 20,000 points and the Explosive Tag Exchange needing 30,000. The most supreme time-space-related Flying Thunder God technique requires a staggering 250,000, while the 8 Gates of Duanjia demand 300,000. And the incomplete Edo Tensei is valued even higher at 320,000. It is essential to note that the original price for the wood release bloodline limit is 500,000, which remains significantly elevated compared to other ninjutsu of comparable power. This serves to illustrate the formidable nature of these forbidden techniques. Particularly, the Edo Tensei, a technique that wrests souls from the hands of death, is often regarded as a bug within the system, and even in its incomplete form, it commands an exorbitant price. Clearly, the system's valuation of ninjutsu is not solely predicated on the sheer power it exhibits. Fortunately, Yunting does not require the exchange for Edo Tensei. Otherwise, despite his self-perception of affluence, he could scarcely withstand such expenses. Following the defection of Orochimaru and the emergence of wood release, Yunting has amassed a remarkable 80,000 prestige points. This figure is one that he could scarcely have imagined previously. However, through meticulous planning and maximizing his influence, he has reaped substantial rewards. Out of the 80,000 prestige points, the vast majority stems from those he had previously exploited. Unlike the past, where their reactions were limited to a mere 1, this time they faced Yunting with varying degrees of response: 5, 10, 15, and so forth. Regrettably, none surpassed Might Guy. Moreover, Yunting finds it lamentable that prestige points can only be acquired within a certain range of his location, which implies that the anticipated news of wood release will not yield the continuous influx of prestige points he had envisioned. Of course, even without this limitation, the latter notion remains a fantasy. After all, prestige points arise from the respect and admiration for the Hokage. For those outside the Land of Fire, the news of Yunting possessing wood release would likely incite more gossip than genuine concern or joy. Even within the Land of Fire, aside from Konoha, the reactions of citizens from other nations may not be particularly fervent. It is unrealistic to expect those who must pay to hire ninjas for handling troublesome matters to hold the Hokage in high esteem. In comparison, the impressions of the officials and nobles who directly lead them resonate more profoundly. Therefore, despite Yunting's busy schedule, he must carve out time to engage with the populace. The oblivious villagers believe that his approachable demeanor remains unchanged, thus their respect for him only deepens. Returning to the present, although Yunting possesses a considerable sum of 80,000, he is unable to access 50,000 of it. This amount is earmarked for the wet bone forest sage technique. Within the system, sage techniques are priced significantly higher than ninjutsu and even bloodline limits. The wet bone forest sage technique is on par with the most expensive wood release. This is not only due to the introduction of a novel energy system that exponentially amplifies the wielder's strength, but also because the sage techniques available for exchange in the system are far superior to the half-baked methods of Jiraiya, which require reliance on the deep-seated partnership of the sage of Mount Myaboku, or Naruto's transformation that necessitates a 5-minute build-up. Instead, they resemble the instantaneous and prolonged sage mode of Hashirama Senju, who can seamlessly enter this state with a simple gesture of his hands. With the sage mode and the addition of wood release, Yunting can be said to be approaching the divine status of the ninja world. Thus, for Yunting, this 500,000 must remain untouched. As for why he has not exchanged it immediately, aside from the unsettling nature of suddenly achieving mastery and cultivation, especially under the watchful eyes of the living slug, it is also because he wishes to take advantage of the remaining time to invest effort into his own training in sage techniques. This would allow him to make progress, thereby reducing the amount of prestige points required for the exchange later. Having grown accustomed to a life of hardship, he tends to think in a frugal manner. There is still ample time before the chaos of the Nine Tails, and with his current strength, he feels confident enough to handle any unforeseen events without undue haste. Of course, necessary preparations must be made, such as securing the 500,000 prestige points as a foundation. Consequently, Yunting has only 300,000 at his disposal. Among those, he can only choose one forbidden technique, be it the Flying Thunder God technique or the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Without much hesitation, he swiftly opted for the Flying Thunder God technique. While the 8 Gates of Duanjia is indeed an immensely powerful forbidden art for Yunting, who has mastered wood release, opening the first 7 gates would merely be a supplementary enhancement. Once he attains sage mode, those gates would become even less significant. as a single wood-release secret technique would suffice to match their power. The true essence of the 8 gates lies undoubtedly in the 8th gate. Just as Guy, upon opening the 7th gate, merely tickled Uchiha Madara, it was the 8th gate that nearly brought about a conclusive end with a final strike. However, such a glorious outcome comes at the cost of one's own life. Yunting has no desire to learn the dead demon-consuming seal, so he is even less inclined to pursue the 8 gates, which also demands a sacrifice, especially considering that he would need to spend 300,000 prestige points. With the first 7 gates offering little assistance, and the final gate resulting in inevitable death, it feels like an insufferable loss. With that time, he would be better served learning the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, even if he cannot prevail, he should at least be able to escape. Furthermore, if he cannot defeat his enemies while in Sage mode utilizing wood release, he does not believe that the power gained from opening the 8th gate would truly be capable of slaying them. Taking all these factors into account, while the 8 gates of Duanjia is indeed a formidable technique, it is not an indispensable asset for Yunting at this stage. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, offers him considerably greater combat assistance. Thus, having settled on the Flying Thunder God technique, he also selected the Dark Walking technique and the Mutual Explosive Tag technique, effectively exhausting his budget. With only a few prestige points remaining, he intends to exchange for some ordinary ninjutsu to broaden his arsenal, making himself more versatile. In this manner, his extensive procurement comes to a close, ushering in a comprehensive enhancement of Yunting's abilities. Should he wish to embark on such a grand undertaking again, it is likely that he will have to wait until after the turmoil of the Nine Tails. Within the Hokage's office, with the assistance of Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato, Yunting found his duties as Hokage significantly alleviated, allowing him to devote more energy to revising the new jutsu he had exchanged for from sealing techniques. He even managed to carve out some leisure time to connect with his female secretary. Ritsuko, are you finding it comfortable living alone? If you prefer, you can always return to live with your parents. It's no trouble, and I wouldn't mind, Yunting casually remarked while browsing through the limited documents. In contrast to the lively and infatuated nature of a certain girl from the mountains in the future, Yamashiro Ritsuko exhibited a more composed and calm demeanor. Responding with poise, she said, for the sake of work, I believe it would be best to move closer to the Hokage building. My parents share this sentiment, and I appreciate your kindness. Lord Hokage, Yunting smiled. You are fortunate to have understanding parents, Ritsuko. By the way, your parents run a flower shop, don't they? Indeed, Ritsuko replied. Many members of the Yamashiro clan operate flower shops, though my parents' establishment is quite modest. Yunting nodded. Just as the Nara clan operated a medicinal herb shop, famous for its deer antler products within the Hidden Leaf, and even across the ninja world, the Akimichi clan ran restaurants. The Yamashiro clan managed flower shops, and the Uchiha clan dabbled in weaponry. Each ninja clan had their means of earning a livelihood. Naturally, if one were to speak of the wealthiest, it would be the Senju clan. After all, the majority of the land and buildings in the original Hidden Leaf village were created by Hashirama Senju using his wood release techniques. While Hashirama may not have cared much for wealth, the astute Tobarama Senju certainly seized the opportunity to amass significant fortune. Indeed, the Senju clan's primary source of income lay in real estate. In the early days of the Hidden Leaf's development, the disparity between them and other clans may not have been evident. However, gazing upon the bustling scenery outside now reveals the truth. This explains why, despite Tsunade's continuous financial losses and notorious reputation, there remained individuals willing to lend her money. Although the Senju clan's assets had diminished due to its decline, what remained was sufficient to render Yunting, the current steward of the Senju wealth, the wealthiest individual in the Hidden Leaf. While he may have been concerned about this in the past, his elevated position as Hokage now rendered such matters trivial. Suddenly, he instructed, Ritsuko, please arrange for a count of the number of individuals in the Hidden Leaf currently facing housing difficulties or living on the streets. Where there is wealth, there is poverty. This is no exception in the Hidden Leaf. My aim now is to assist the latter. Once the statistics are compiled, inform these individuals that, should they wish, they may temporarily reside on Senju land for a monthly fee of merely 100 ryo. For those truly unable to pay, we can provide them with an interest-free loan, requiring only timely repayments. Yunting's approach of offering low-cost housing, merely 100 ryo, is remarkably generous, especially considering the absence of interest on loans. The rationale behind not offering it for free is to prevent fostering a sense of entitlement among these individuals. This initiative reflects Yunting's desire, as Hokage, to extend a helping hand to those in need, guided by the principles of his previous life. In this world, the impoverished, akin to mere blades of grass, are largely overlooked. Even the will of fire seldom illuminates the existence of these ninjas, who possess no talent whatsoever. Yet, paradoxically, such individuals comprise the largest demographic within the land of fire and the entire ninja world. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Ritsuko's face was one of astonishment. Initially, while she had her doubts regarding the preliminary investigation, she chose not to inquire further. However, when Yunting mentioned the leasing of the Senju clan's land, even her temperament could not restrain her curiosity. Lord Hokage, are you truly intending to open the Senju estate? It is essential to recognize that the estate of a clan serves not only as a residence for the ninja clan, but also holds significant symbolic value. Moreover, the Senju estate is not situated on the outskirts, but rather in the heart of Konoha, a location where every inch is immensely valuable. The mere thought of leasing it for such a paltry sum made Ritsuko feel a pang of sympathy for Yunting. Nevertheless, Yunting remained resolute. There are only 2 members left of the Senju clan, and one of them is constantly away, unwilling to return. It would be an egregious waste for me to reside there alone. Instead, I would prefer to perform a good deed, aiding the villagers while simultaneously breathing life and vibrancy into the estate. I believe that if the first and second Hokage were still present, the former's benevolence and the latter's rationality would undoubtedly lead them to concur. As Yunting gazed out at the Hokage rock, he spoke with a calm demeanor. In that moment, Ritsuko felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for the young Hokage before her, a sentiment even more profound than when she first learned of his wood-release abilities. I understand. I shall diligently see this matter through, she affirmed with a firm nod. Yunting recalled something and added, remember to prioritize one principle. Assist the urgent, not the impoverished. Understood. Ritsuko responded with fervor. By the way, since you are my secretary, you must always be on standby. The Senju estate is vast. Why not relocate closer to me? Yamashiro Ritsuko instinctively began to respond, but fortunately caught herself in time. She quickly tightened her long legs, wrapped in black silk. After contemplating for a moment and glancing at Yunting several times, she finally steeled herself and declared, very well. Unsurprisingly, this act of kindness from Yunting astonished many within the ninja community and earned him the gratitude of the villagers, particularly those at the lower strata, resulting in an unexpected accumulation of prestige points. Aside from these operational matters, Yunting had also nearly perfected several newly learned ninja techniques over the past few days. Among them, the specially crafted kunai required for the Flying Thunder God technique had been completed. Yunting retrieved one of these kunai from his ninja pouch. Unlike the trident-shaped kunai used by Namake's Minato, the one in his hand, while inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula, resembled a standard model. This design ensured a higher degree of secrecy when launching an attack, making it significantly more effective for ambushing foes. One could not help but wonder what Minato was thinking when he opted for such an overt trident-shaped kunai. It merely served to announce to the enemy the coordinates of his Flying Thunder God. Shaking his head, Yunting practiced with the specially crafted kunai for a few moments before returning it to his pouch. He chose not to disclose his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique to others, for maintaining the confidentiality of one's abilities is of paramount importance to a ninja. The most quintessential example is undoubtedly Haiden. In the absence of any understanding of his abilities, he could even slay those of the highest caliber. However, once his capabilities became known, a mere squad of elite jonin could easily capture him. As of now, there is no necessity for Yunting to expose the Flying Thunder God technique. Naturally, he will keep it concealed, reserving it as a delightful surprise for any formidable foes that may arise in the future. Returning to his desk, Yunting gazed at the barren surface, devoid of clutter, and smiled genuinely. He then retrieved a crystal ball from his drawer, the very same one utilized by the Third Hokage to observe the entire village. Yunting had long coveted this crystal ball, and now that it had finally come into his possession, his desires were fulfilled. Yet, upon his enthusiastic attempts to experiment with it, he unexpectedly discovered that the crystal ball was not as omnipotent as he had envisioned. In principle, it could indeed monitor an individual's every move within the confines of Konoha from a distance, but this necessitated a thorough understanding of that person's chakra attributes. In other words, Without a profound acquaintance, it would be quite challenging to glean information about the individual through the crystal ball. The Third Hokage could maintain a vigilant watch on the villagers for an entire day because he had accumulated decades of familiarity with them. Presently, Yunting, utilizing the crystal ball, could at most observe just a few acquaintances. Initially, he had covertly surveyed several bustling bathhouses, rather, the commercial streets adjacent to them. This would allow him to comprehend the livelihoods of Konoha's residents without stepping outside. Unfortunately, this initiative for community welfare would not be realized in the short term. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. He decided to check on the progress of Ritsuko's poverty alleviation efforts in the mountains. Without further ado, Yunting employed the telescope technique on the crystal ball. Instantly, a familiar visage materialized within its depths. At the entrance of Konoha, while the Fourth Hokage, Yunting, diligently inspected the work of his subordinates, two vigilant members of the Konoha guard suddenly furrowed their brows. Their Sharingan activated. They swiftly turned their gaze toward a rapidly approaching figure and shouted, "Halt! Identify yourself." The figure continued its swift advance. Just as the two Uchiha ninjas were about to take action, the newcomer finally came to a stop at the gate, exclaiming with a sense of nostalgia, "I have returned. Who are you? Wait, is it Lord Jiraiya?" One of the Uchiha ninjas was about to demand the identity of the newcomer, but upon noticing the distinctive white hair and the kanji for oil upon his forehead, his heart stirred. After scrutinizing the figure's features, he ultimately confirmed his identity and revised his statement. "You must be Uchiha Shigeru, right?" At the gate, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, turned and flashed a broad smile. "I never expected Lord Jiraiya to remember my name," Uchiha Shigeru replied in astonishment. During a previous conflict between Konoha and the Land of Earth, he had briefly accompanied Jiraiya, who was serving as the commanding officer for the Land of Earth at the time. This was why he could easily recognize Jiraiya. It was only natural for a commander to be well acquainted with each of their subordinates. Had it been the usual occasion, Jiraiya would undoubtedly have displayed a proud expression while uttering these words. However, now, his typically jovial demeanor was tinged with a hint of reluctance. Observing this, Uchiha Sho, recalling the recent events that had transpired in the village, swiftly deduced the reason and promptly proceeded to assist Jiraiya with the necessary registration. "Lord Jiraiya, welcome back to Konoha. You may enter," Uchiha Sho announced. "Thank you, Sho," Jiraiya replied, patting the young man's shoulder. Just as he was about to step inside, he paused abruptly and inquired with a somber tone, "Is Orochimaru truly as the outside world describes?" Uchiha Sho nodded. After a brief silence, Jiraiya finally took a step into Konoha. Uchiha Sho glanced back, sensing the desolate silhouette of this renowned figure among the legendary Sannin of the ninja world. A quarter of an hour later, while Yunting remained diligently engrossed in observing the crystal ball, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air resonated from outside the window, followed by the stern voices of the Umbu who guarded him. Yunting furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly concealing the crystal ball before turning to the window. To his surprise, amidst a circle of Umbu ninjas, a familiar figure came into view. "What a surprise! Let Jiraiya-san in." Yunting smiled and waved his hand. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Umbu quickly dispersed. Jiraiya, who had inadvertently caused this commotion, awkwardly scratched his head. Leaping through the window into the Hokage's office, he promptly apologized to Yunting. "My sincerest apologies. When the Third Hokage was here, I was accustomed to climbing through the window and momentarily forgot to change my ways." Yunting, unperturbed, replied, "There is no need for you to change, Jiraiya-san. I will instruct the Umbu not to obstruct you in the future." Jiraiya shook his head. "No? I think it's best to refrain from such behavior. It is ultimately an act of recklessness, and I should strive to amend it." As he spoke, he surveyed the Hokage's office, now transformed in style, and an unfamiliar sensation washed over him regarding the current state of Konoha. After all, with new faces replacing the old, the Umbu would never have obstructed him upon seeing his face in the past. Yet, times have changed. The freedom he once enjoyed under the Third Hokage was no longer fitting in the era of the Fourth, particularly given the latter's unfamiliarity with him and the competitive tension stemming from Tsunade's influence. Thus, the outwardly cheerful yet inwardly perceptive Jiraiya understood that he, too, must adapt. Seeing this, Yunting refrained from further persuasion and instead inquired, "What brings you back to Konoha so suddenly, Jiraiya-san? Weren't you gathering materials in the Western continent?" "Indeed. The priestesses of the Land of Demons in the Western continent possess a certain charm that I had hoped to capture more of," Jiraiya explained. However, I heard some news that compelled me to return post-haste. As he concluded, his expression grew grave. It concerns Orochimaru, does it not? Yenting stated calmly. Jiraiya took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. Yes. What then does Jiraiya-san intend to do? Are you planning to reproach the village for their decision to eliminate Orochimaru? Yenting asked bluntly. Let us not forget that Orochimaru was unwilling to surrender and had already defected. In light of his selfish pursuits, which have led to the grievous torment of villagers through inhumane and forbidden experiments, his demise would be no tragedy. These accusations are substantiated by ample evidence. And should Master Jiraiya harbor any doubts, he is welcome to investigate. However, let it be remembered, do not place personal sentiments above the jurisprudence of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent for a considerable time. Truth be told, he was uncertain as to the reason he had rushed back, disregarding all else upon hearing the news. The events had transpired, and he realized it was too late for any alteration. Yet, it was that impulsive spirit, driven by years of camaraderie with Orochimaru, that compelled his return. Now, standing before Yenting, the fourth Hokage, he found himself at a loss for words. As the other had stated, Orochimaru deserved his fate, and Konoha's actions were justifiable. What could he possibly question? Should he inquire why Yenting had not shown mercy? Waiting for his return to reform Orochimaru and lead him back to the right path? Was such a feat achievable? Jiraiya shook his head. While he could be naive at times, he understood that Orochimaru's nature was impervious to his influence. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon himself. As a teammate, for failing to redirect Orochimaru upon noticing his aberrations, thus allowing him to embark on a path of no return. Jiraiya's gaze dimmed, and finally, he spoke. I hold no objections to the village's actions. However, as an old friend of many years, I wish to bid farewell to Orochimaru one last time. I kindly request your permission, Hokage. Orochimaru's body is currently in the analysis room. Please take my authorization to pay your respects, Jiraiya-senpai. Yenting did not decline Jiraiya's request, penning a letter of authorization and handing it to him. After expressing his gratitude, Jiraiya swiftly departed the Hokage's office, this time exiting through the door. Observing his retreating figure, Yenting was reminded of another individual. If Jiraiya had arrived, then surely the other of the legendary Sannin would respond as well. Rewinding time slightly, the astonishing news from Konoha had just begun to circulate. In the land of fire, on the bustling streets of Shosetsu, renowned throughout the shinobi world as a gambling hub, Tsunade had spent a considerable amount of her travels in this very locale. At this moment, she stood before a spacious gambling house, clutching a substantial sum of money borrowed against promissory notes, striding confidently through the entrance. Beside her, the young girl Kato Shizune, cradling a pink piglet, followed reluctantly after several failed attempts to dissuade her. The atmosphere within the gambling house had been lively. However, upon Tsunade's entrance, a brief moment of silence ensued, swiftly erupting into a cacophony akin to a volcanic eruption. While they may not be aware of the legendary Sannin, the locals were acutely familiar with the tale of the money-spending child, the fabled golden goose. The woman entering was a vision: golden hair, ample bosom, striking beauty, and a green coat emblazoned with the character for gamble. Every aspect conformed impeccably to the depiction of the fabled golden goose. In an instant, the entire casino erupted with fervor. Recognizing the opportunity for prosperity, the gamblers present eagerly rushed forward, hoping to secure a seat at Tsunade's table, yearning for the benevolent goddess to bestow her fortune upon them. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the situation only calmed when the owner of the gambling house intervened. The game commenced, and Tsunade, brimming with excitement, began to shake the dice. For her, losing money was of little consequence, as she had long grown accustomed to such outcomes. What delighted her most was the entire gambling experience. However, today proved to be somewhat unexpected. After several rounds, Tsunade was astonished to find that amidst her continuous losses, there were also moments of victory, resulting in her stack of money fluctuating, ultimately remaining nearly unchanged from its initial amount. What could this mean? Over the years, Tsunade had come to understand her unique gambling circumstances. Consistent losses indicated that all was well around her, while sudden wins foretold of impending misfortune. But what did it signify when, after such an extended period, she neither won nor lost? Tsunade found herself perplexed. The other gamblers at her table, who had endured their own struggles, shared her confusion. They whispered among themselves, questioning why this supposed cash cow was behaving so oddly, wondering where the promised generosity had gone. Had the real Tsunade not shown up? They had heard rumors of a transformation technique among ninjas that allowed one to assume another's identity. At that moment, the only one truly reveling in the situation was Katsumi Shizune. After all, if Tsunade lost everything, she and her master would have nowhere to sleep that night. Time passed slowly. Compared to previous occasions, Tsunade lingered in the gambling house longer than usual. In her joy, she paid little heed to her surroundings. Rolling up her sleeves and diving back into the game with fervor, observers began to disperse, realizing that the legendary cash cow seemed to be more myth than reality. Soon, the sounds of various bets echoed once more throughout the establishment. A gambling house, after all, is a melting pot of diverse characters, and amidst the merriment, one could hardly escape the incessant chatter and boasts from all corners. Before long, a particularly sensational piece of news emerged from the lips of a newcomer. Have you heard? A significant event recently unfolded in Konoha. A significant event? What kind of event? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, has defected. The Sannin? That's a renowned figure. How could he betray them? Who knows? Some say he was conducting inhumane experiments and fled upon being discovered. Others suggest he was forced to do so, considering the current Hokage was once his rival and nearly defeated him. Can you imagine the Hokage allowing such a threat to remain close? That makes a lot of sense. But where did Orochimaru escape to? I hope it's not here. If a fight breaks out, our street would be destroyed. Indeed. But worry not. Orochimaru was slain on the spot by the current Fourth Hokage shortly after his defection. Is that true? One of the legendary three shinobi, renowned on the battlefield in years past, could not so easily meet his demise, could he? Indeed, it is true. One must consider that Orochimaru faced none other than the Fourth Hokage, who possesses the wood release. Wood release? Is that not the technique of the First Hokage? Surely, this cannot be a deception. The news has long circulated within Konoha. How could it be false? It is worth noting that the current Fourth Hokage shares the same surname as the first, both being Senju. If this is indeed the case, then Orochimaru's death at the hands of the wood release seems entirely plausible. Indeed, in an instant, whispers regarding Konoha spread rapidly throughout the gambling house, igniting fervent discussions among patrons captivated by the clash of such notable figures. Among them, an informed gambler glanced towards Tsunade's position and muttered, "I heard from someone that the legendary Great Fat Sheep refers to one of the three shinobi of Konoha, but I cannot verify its truth." At this moment, Tsunade, whose previously flushed face began to set in a steely resolve, had keenly overheard the conversations within the establishment. Initially, she had dismissed it as mere drunken ramblings, but as the topic was broached by others, her brow furrowed in concern. The shocking news of Orochimaru's defection had already left her astounded. Although she felt considerable dissatisfaction towards him for failing to protect his student, Shimoku, after years of fighting side by side, the revelation of her comrade's betrayal stirred a complex emotional turmoil within her. It is no small matter that one of the three shinobi of Konoha has defected. The impact on Konoha's reputation is profound. Yet, subsequent astonishing revelations further unsettled her heart like tempestuous waves. Orochimaru was slain by Yenting? While she did not share Jiraiya's deep bond with Orochimaru, the news still cast a shadow over her spirits. However, the announcement that Yenting could wield wood release struck her like a dagger, instantly shattering her already tumultuous thoughts. Wood release? Is it truly wood release? Surely, it cannot be false. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of Orochimaru's formidable prowess. For Yenting to have vanquished him, the use of wood release would indeed be requisite. Therefore, Yenting's mastery of wood release is genuine? Tsunade found herself torn between joy and sorrow. On one hand, it is a boon for Konoha, gaining a powerful wood release user who could counterbalance the repercussions of Orochimaru's defection. On the other hand, the grim reality remains. Orochimaru is dead. Moreover, the most crucial aspect. As the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, the pure lineage of the Senju clan had failed to awaken the wood release within her, while Yenting, a Senju of lesser lineage, had succeeded. This left her in a state of profound discontent. She recalled the tears she shed in private upon discovering her lack of talent for wood release during her childhood. Gazing at the table before her, where her finances remained unchanged, Tsunade's expression transformed, as though she had stepped into a die house, finally grasping the significance of this peculiar situation. It was a bittersweet revelation. Nearby, Shizune, who had also caught wind of the news, observed Tsunade's ever-changing visage and felt a surge of trepidation. Just as she mustered the courage to speak, Tsunade suddenly called out, "Shizune, come here." In a sudden burst of energy, Shizune responded, her arms tightening around the creature in her embrace, causing it to roll its eyes in distress. "Once we have collected the money, we shall return," Tsunade commanded. "Understood, Lady Tsunade." Shizune swiftly gathered the coins on the table into her bag, while the creature that had jumped to the ground finally exhaled in relief. "Are we heading back to Konoha, Lady Tsunade?" After tidying up, Shizune assumed they would return home, given the magnitude of recent events. To her surprise, Tsunade shook her head and replied, "We shall not return. Some matters can be clarified elsewhere." Unlike Jiraiya, who would occasionally return to report intelligence, Tsunade genuinely wished to avoid Konoha, despite the altered circumstances since Yunting had ascended to Hokage. However, now that her counterpart had awakened the wood release, the thought of returning only to be compared to Senju Yunting irked her. Thus, she resolved to remain away. After all, there were other means to inquire about the situation at hand. Moreover, mastering the wood release was not a skill one could acquire overnight. By the timeline, it was likely that Yunting had awakened it during their previous confrontation, yet he had chosen not to disclose it, perhaps reveling in the secret, especially in her presence. This thought ignited a fierce anger within Tsunade. "Just wait. Old and new grievances alike shall be settled," she declared, storming back to the inn, foregoing her usual drinking routine in preparation. Shizune, with a hint of disappointment, cradled the creature in her arms and followed behind. Tsunade's intention was to seek out Yunting in the Forest of Death. Unfortunately, due to Yunting's assumption of power from the Third Hokage, he was preoccupied with official duties, causing a delay in his training in sage arts. This left Tsunade fuming after waiting for many days, and after dismantling several bones in the forest. She impatiently suggested to the living slug, summon that young man here." The slug refused. "Lady Tsunade, Lord Yunting has been quite busy. Summoning him without permission would be quite rude. I must decline." "Then you may relay my presence to him, and ask him to come find me," Tsunade insisted. After some persuasion, the slug reluctantly agreed to this less impolite course of action. There exists a perceptual link between the parties in a summoning contract. Upon sensing the slug's desire to be summoned, Yunting paused momentarily, intrigued but compliant. The summoning technique was invoked. As the white smoke dissipated, the smaller slug appeared in the Hokage's office, greeting Yunting warmly. "Lord Yunting." "Slug," Yunting responded with a smile, curiosity piqued. "Is there something amiss? It is unusual for you to come so proactively." "It concerns Lady Tsunade," the slug explained in detail. Upon hearing this, Yunting nodded in understanding. After Jiraiya returned to Konoha, he had been contemplating when Tsunade would send word, only to find her arrival closely following Jiraiya's departure. "Yet, are you still unwilling to return to Konoha?" Contemplating Tsunade's invitation to meet him in the wet-bone forest, Yunting did not refuse. He turned to the living slug and said, "I must trouble you then." "It is no trouble at all," the slug replied gently. Afterward, it transformed into white smoke and departed. Soon after, Yunting too was enveloped in white smoke, summoned to the wet-bone forest. The Umbu ninjas, covertly protecting the Hokage, remained undisturbed. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. The wet-bone forest remained a landscape saturated with moisture and strewn with white bones. The area that had been severely damaged during Yunting's confrontation with Tsunade had since rejuvenated, now overflowing with trees. However, in another section, a row of trees lay severed at the waist. Given the slug's previous words, Yunting understood precisely who was responsible. At this moment, the long-awaited instigator rushed toward him upon seeing him. "Hey, Tsunade!" Just as Yunting was about to wave in greeting, a seemingly harmless yet incredibly forceful white fist came hurtling towards him. Even now, he dared not withstand such a blow. He quickly closed his mouth and darted aside. Boom! It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had erupted. After a violent commotion, a colossal pit was instantly formed where Yunting had stood. Should he have been struck? Even with his formidable vitality, he would have surely been left with a gaping hole. At this moment, witnessing Tsunade, the violent woman, relentlessly pursuing him as if preparing to confront Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, Yunting felt a surge of anxiety. While swiftly evading, he shouted, "Tsunade, I don't believe I have offended you. Why do you pursue me like a mortal enemy upon our first meeting? Can't you at least pause? You know I am the Hokage, and you are a Konoha Jonin. Do you intend to rise against me? Hokage? How terrifying." Since you hold such respect for the Fourth Hokage, do you wish to label me a rogue ninja? Tsunade retorted with a cold smirk. During the days of waiting, she had not been idle. After gathering and analyzing the information she received, she had largely pieced together the entire situation without Yunting's input. While Orochimaru deserved his fate, she could not overlook Yunting's pivotal role in the unfolding events. Coupled with the Third Hokage's retirement, it was evident that her clan's younger member had meticulously orchestrated everything. No wonder when she inquired about the situation, Yunting had shown no signs of worry. He had secretly prepared a grand surprise. Though she professed indifference toward Konoha's power struggles, Orochimaru and the Third Hokage were closely tied to her, and witnessing their downfall, orchestrated by Yunting, stirred her ire. It would be unrealistic to claim she felt no anger. Not only her, but Jiraiya harbored similar sentiments, though he was more rational and had a less intimate relationship with Yunting, preventing him from being as unreserved as Tsunade. Just kidding. Merely joking, Yunting exclaimed, waving his hands in embarrassment at Tsunade's words. However, Tsunade remained undeterred. In addition to the aforementioned matters, she was equally incensed by Yunting's previous concealment of his wood-release techniques during their battle. The mere thought of the opponent's seemingly fierce demeanor, while secretly relishing the spectacle of her struggle, ignited a furious blaze within her. Thus, both old grievances and new resentments converged. Crack! Crack! Tsunade clenched her fists and coldly declared, "If you wish to evade my strikes, then resort to wood release. The ninjutsu you employed last time will no longer be effective against me." Yunting offered no rebuttal. The intricate combination of various ninjutsu that had once created a prime environment for the Earth Release's colossal golem was now rendered ineffective against a prepared adversary. After all, she was one of the legendary three ninjas, and to suppress the wrath of this female behemoth, the wood release was indeed the most prudent choice. Thus, Yunting formed hand seals and acquiesced. "Very well, I shall heed your wishes, but do be cautious." Thus commenced a battle that had been anticipated. Wood release, silent binding technique. Boom, boom, boom. Thick, sturdy wooden pillars surged forth from behind Yunting, piercing through the air like javelins aimed directly at Tsunade. It was indeed wood release. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise, soon clouded with complexity. In the next moment, the rapidly approaching trees ensnared her before she could react. For an ordinary individual, this technique would render them utterly immobile. Yet, Bound was one of the legendary three ninjas, particularly skilled in taijutsu. With a swift movement, Tsunade effortlessly shattered the trees binding her. Yunting was not taken aback. While wood release exhibited remarkable resistance to ninjutsu, its effectiveness diminished in the face of taijutsu. Boom. The heel of Tsunade's black stiletto struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater, and with a powerful thrust, she darted towards Yunting. Wood release, tree world barrier. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. A series of defensive wood release techniques materialized, interposing between them, but they were swiftly dismantled by Tsunade's brute strength. As she closed the distance, Yunting suddenly extended his right hand. Wood release, violent tree spear. Instantly, a colossal tree erupted from his right arm, and with a mighty swing, he unleashed the tree with tremendous force towards Tsunade. Seeing this, Tsunade halted her advance. As the giant tree bore down upon her, she let out a sharp command. Raising her powerful hands, rumble. A violent shockwave emanated from the center of their clash, toppling the surrounding skeletal forest without resistance. In the heart of the battlefield, Tsunade stood her ground, while the towering tree above her began to splinter. Yet, soon enough, due to her formidable regenerative abilities, the tree swiftly restored itself. And further new growths from Yunting continually accumulated upon it, intensifying the pressure emanating from the tree. In the end, even Tsunade found herself frowning. At that moment, Yunting's left arm also sprouted a violent tree spear, thrusting towards her. Tsunade was compelled to retreat momentarily. For the duration that followed, leveraging the violent tree spear technique, Yunting engaged in a back-and-forth exchange with Tsunade in close combat. In terms of flexibility, she ultimately could not match her opponent. During yet another encounter, Tsunade finally seized the opportunity. With two powerful kicks, she shattered two enormous trees across their trunks. Taking advantage of the moment before the trees could regenerate, she swiftly lunged forward and delivered a forceful punch directly at Yunting's main body. Ultimately, it was the wooden substitute that bore the brunt of this attack. Indeed, Tsunade showed no mercy. Yunting appeared from a short distance, speaking as he clapped his hands together in prayer, proclaiming, "Wood release. Birth of the woodland." In an instant, vast numbers of trees erupted from the ground, growing rapidly to replace the original landscape, transforming it into an extraordinarily lush forest. The woodland has descended. Enveloped in this verdant realm, observing the dense canopies above and the vibrant trees surrounding her, Tsunade was flooded with memories of her childhood, recalling countless familiar scenes. She instinctively glanced at Yunting, from whom she seemed to see the figure she deeply admired and held in high regard. Meanwhile, after summoning the woodland, Yunting refrained from immediately launching an attack, instead turning his gaze towards Tsunade, calmly stating, "You have just witnessed the power of wood release. I trust you are well aware of the might of this technique. Thus, there is no need for further combat. Such exertion would be detrimental for both of us." The numerous wood release techniques he had previously employed were not solely for the purpose of battle. He had deliberately prepared them for Tsunade's benefit. Especially the birth of the woodland, which had once flourished around Konoha, a sight Tsunade had witnessed many times during her youth. This was a nostalgic gift he offered her. Tsunade harbored a profound connection to wood release, possibly more than he did. After a brief silence, she nodded, having worked up a sweat. She had lost the desire to continue fighting. Moreover, the expansive forest before her undeniably stirred her memories. For a while, Yunting allowed Tsunade to ponder in solitude, signaling to a nearby living slug before departing with a resounding thud. When he returned, he bore a large jar of wine. "I believe you could greatly benefit from this," he remarked, indicating the jar as he caught Tsunade's gaze. Without hesitation, she seized the jar and boldly poured the wine into her mouth. Observing the rapid dampening of her attire, Yunting cleared his throat and raised the bowl in his other hand, saying, "Do save some for me, will you?" "Not a chance," Tsunade replied curtly, wiping her mouth. Although they had ceased fighting, it did not imply that her anger had dissipated. Yunting shrugged, watching as she savored the wine alone. After a considerable time, once the jar was emptied, Tsunade's face bore a rosy hue, yet her eyes remained clear. Finally, she spoke, "How did you awaken your wood release?" Yunting, unperturbed, smiled and replied, "I expected you would refrain from asking." Tsunade responded with a heavy snort. Yunting refrained from further provoking her, recognizing that he could not attribute his awakening of wood release to the system. He shook his head and replied, "It just awakened unexpectedly. Coincidentally, during the days I became Hokage." A palpable disappointment crossed Tsunade's face. Yunting understood her thoughts. She was evidently inspired by his experience and was curious whether she could awaken wood release as well, especially since his method of awakening was rather unconventional. Unlike the Sharingan, which awakens under mental stimulation and thus is not particularly age-restricted, wood release is influenced by one's physical constitution, often allowing for early judgment on its potential awakening. Originally, both Yunting and Tsunade lacked the aptitude for wood release, yet his current ability to awaken it undoubtedly sparked a flicker of hope within her. Just as the Sharingan holds profound significance for the Uchiha, wood release is equally meaningful for every member of the Senju clan. Unfortunately, Yunting's response extinguished the nascent thought that had just kindled within Tsunade. However, was there not a glimmer of possibility? At that moment, Yunting thoughtfully stroked his chin, hesitatingly stating, "Perhaps there is a way." Tsunade suddenly looked up, the extinguished flame within her reigniting. "Do you have a method?" she inquired. Wary of Yunting's propensity for jest, her impulse to retaliate rising once again. After all, the man before her had a history. Seeing her reaction, Yunting, who had been somewhat hesitant, quickly divulged the idea that had unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. "When Orochimaru defected, amidst our confrontation, I acquired a piece of information. There exists another individual capable of wood release besides myself." Given that Orochimaru was now deceased, Yunting felt at liberty to weave his narrative, ensuring that the information he provided did not come across as implausible. As anticipated, Tsunade expressed disbelief. "Currently, only the two of us remain from the Senju clan. How could there possibly be another with wood release?" Yunting mused that he was downplaying the situation. After all, figures like Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and even Danzo possessed wood release abilities. Would she believe it? Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and clarified. The wood release human experimentation was an underhanded endeavor conducted by Orochimaru and Danzo. They selected 60 children as test subjects to implant Hashirama's cells, hoping they could withstand its power. 59 of those children perished, and the last was nearly abandoned by Orochimaru. To everyone's astonishment, He survived and inherited the power of wood release, now known as Ko, serving en route. Danzo, Orochimaru. Tsunade's eyes flared with anger, knowing well that Yunting would not fabricate such matters. Her fury stemmed not only from the disregard for the lives of those children, but also from their exploitation of Hashirama's cells, which were undoubtedly extracted from his deceased body. Orochimaru is dead. As for Danzo, ultimately, he is but a corpse's voice. Even under duress, he would shift all blame onto Orochimaru. There will be time to deal with him later, Yunting reassured her. Tsunade calmed herself, trusting that Yunting would not speak falsely. She redirected her focus to Ko. So, a non-Senju has acquired wood release? Indeed, Yunting affirmed. However, in comparison to the first generation, the wood release displayed by the youth now known as Jia can only be described as a flawed version, lacking the formidable power of the true Senju. So, when you previously mentioned that there was a way, was it because of this Jia? Tsunade inquired. Yunting first nodded, then shook his head, stating, Jia possesses the ability to inherit wood release, and regardless of its imperfections, it is evident that there exists within him a factor capable of supporting such techniques. Yet, this alone is insufficient. If we were to incorporate the cells of Hashirama, along with the most crucial element, myself, who has awakened wood release, then perhaps, through numerous experiments, we might ignite a latent potential for wood release within you. Upon hearing the word experiment, Tsunade instinctively thought of the human experiments related to wood release that Yunting had mentioned, and she furrowed her brow, voicing her refusal. Yunting hurriedly clarified, of course, it is not a human experiment. After all, Tsunade, you are inherently of the Senju clan, although you have yet to awaken wood release. The latent genes still reside within your bloodline. What we need to do now is not to find a suitable candidate, but merely to awaken the wood release genes that lie dormant within you. Yunting's own awakening of wood release was aided by the system, yet he meticulously observed the entire process. His wood release did not emerge from nothingness. Rather, it was the system's indescribable power that delved deep into his bloodline, awakening the profoundly hidden wood release factors, enabling his successful awakening. This aligns perfectly with the system's discounted exchange for wood release, as he already possessed a bloodline connected to it. Conversely, to exchange for other bloodline limits, one must possess the corresponding lineage. Reflecting on this, it sparked an idea within him. Could a similar awakening method be employed to enable Tsunade to awaken wood release as well? Without the system's assistance, this would undoubtedly necessitate extensive experimentation and advanced biotechnological foundations. Fortunately, Konoha is not lacking in such resources. The technological landscape of the world Yunting inhabited is quite distorted. Many households possess refrigerators, stoves, and even televisions, and people are capable of constructing steel bridges across seas. Yet in many respects, society remains entrenched in a medieval state, with warfare predominantly reliant on swords and cold weaponry. His first-hand experiences left him somewhat speechless. In the realm of biotechnology, apart from individuals like Orochimaru, Konoha's capabilities in this domain can be deemed exceptionally robust, even surpassing the biological standards of his previous life in certain aspects. This forms the basis of Yunting's confidence when addressing Tsunade. Undoubtedly, the most substantial support lies in his own existence as a living example. As someone who initially failed to awaken wood release but has now genuinely achieved it through external influence, the study of his blood's cellular organization characteristics would, in earnest, provide greater assistance to Tsunade's awakening than Jia or even the Hashirama cells. After all, figures like Madara, Obito, and Danzo were able to wield wood release by suppressing Hashirama cells through the power of the Uchiha. Jia only possesses a flawed version of wood release. Tsunade would not follow the aforementioned paths, but rather utilize Yunting as the primary model, with Hashirama cells and Jia as auxiliary references, embarking on an entirely different journey. However, should this course of action be pursued, the magnitude of the undertaking would undoubtedly be immense. Even after a prolonged period of intense effort, the possibility of research failure loomed, rendering further progress unattainable. In light of this, Yunting took it upon himself to caution Tsunade, to prevent her from harboring inflated hopes that would only lead to greater disappointment. Tsunade, however, merely nodded in indifferent acknowledgement. For her, achieving success would be a stroke of fortune, while failure would entail no loss, sparing her from future regrets. Unexpectedly, she remarked upon Yunting's kindness after the plan was solidified. Consider this an apology for my earlier concealment. At this, Yunting broke into a broad smile and replied, "Furthermore, you are my sister. Who else would I assist if not you?" The moment these words left his lips, Tsunade felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Although they were of the same generation and he was correct in addressing her as sister, this was a title he had never previously employed. His sudden use of such an intimate tone caught her off guard, and instead of eliciting joy, it left her feeling quite uncomfortable. "Enough," Tsunade retorted, instantly reverting to her fierce demeanor. "Fine," Yunting chuckled. He was relieved to see her back to her usual self after her earlier emotional display, which he found quite disconcerting. "By the way, when do you plan to return to Konoha? Time is running short," he inquired. Tsunade hesitated before responding. "If the experiment requires my blood cells or similar samples, you can come to the wet bone forest to request them. I am not ready to return just yet." "Why not?" Yunting frowned slightly. The current era was one of his family's ascendants, and the past could no longer resurface. Even if Tsunade had grievances, she could simply relay them to him for resolution. There was no need for her prolonged absence. Tsunade shook her head. "Compared to the constraints of Konoha, I find greater freedom outside, and I have grown accustomed to this way of life. Moreover, returning would only serve to remind me of all that I have lost." Having witnessed the Senju clan's decline from prosperity to obscurity, she preferred not to dwell on painful memories. Seeing her resolute stance, Yunting ceased his persuasion but mentioned, "By the way, I have allowed some impoverished villagers from Konoha to temporarily reside in the Senju estate. Just thought you should know. Let them stay. It is better than leaving it empty," Tsunade replied nonchalantly. "Very well, I shall take my leave then. The wood release experiment requires considerable preparation, and I will remind you when the time comes." "Agreed. Do return occasionally." "Of course. And remember to gamble less and drink less. At least set a good example for that little girl by your side. When did you become so nagging? More bothersome than the Third Hokage. Hurry up and leave." "All right. Do not forget our wager." With a puff of white smoke, Yunting vanished from the wet bone forest. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. "Wager? What wager?" "Oh, right," she recalled. She had previously wagered with Yunting concerning his mastery of sage techniques. If he succeeded, she would unconditionally agree to one request of his choosing. Prior to this moment, she had been entirely confident of his failure. However, the mere thought that Yunting possesses wood release, akin to her grandfather, who successfully mastered sage arts, instantly sent her into a state of panic. "Living slug," Tsunade exclaimed immediately. "Lady Tsunade, how may I assist you?" The ever-vigilant living slug swiftly appeared before Tsunade. Awaiting her command, Tsunade inquired, "How is that brat Yunting progressing with his sage training?" The slug replied with a sense of satisfaction, "Very well. Lord Yunting, possessing wood release, can mitigate the adverse effects of the wet bone forest sage techniques, allowing for rapid advancement in his training." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. "So, he has a significant chance of successfully mastering sage arts?" The slug nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." At this juncture, Tsunade's countenance darkened. She realized that she was destined to lose this wager once again. "Slug," she spoke weakly. "Present, Lady Tsunade," the slug replied, brimming with energy. "You knew all along that Yunting would have wood release." "Indeed. So, when Yunting began his sage training, you anticipated he would succeed?" "It was highly probable, Lady Tsunade. After all, even with wood release, there are inherent risks in mastering sage arts. Yet, why did you not warn me about this?" "You did not inquire, Lady Tsunade. Furthermore, Lord Yunting specifically requested that his wood release remain undisclosed." "I apologize, Lady Tsunade." The slug, having witnessed the wager between Yunting and Tsunade, was acutely aware of her current feelings. Each time the opponent lost everything and came here to avoid repayment, she wore a similar expression, though this time it was amplified. In contrast, the slug could only express regret. Tsunade had lost interest in further conversation and instinctively began to contemplate escape. After all, who knew what unreasonable demands that brat might make in the future? Yet, recalling the enticing vision Yunting had just painted for her, her thoughts of fleeing dissipated. Tsunade cast her gaze downward at her pinnacle of dominance within the ninja world, her expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Was she truly going to resort to leveraging her allure? In the Hokage office of Konoha, having committed to Tsunade regarding the research on wood release awakening, Yunting wasted no time and promptly set the wheels in motion upon his return. For a research experiment, aside from the specimens, the most crucial elements are undoubtedly the researchers and funding. Konoha was not lacking in talented individuals, and as Hokage, Yunting could easily mobilize them. Regarding funding, the Senju clan was financially robust. Although he claimed not to allocate a single coin to Tsunade, he had always reserved a substantial portion in his heart for her. Now, it was fitting to utilize a part of these resources for the research, making efficient use of them. With both aspects in place, it meant the experiment could commence imminently. Given the significance of wood release, Yunting deliberately elevated the confidentiality of this experiment to the highest level. This meant that, aside from the research personnel, he was the sole individual in Konoha privy to the details of this endeavor, as the specimens included not only the exceedingly precious Hashirama cells from Konoha, but also his and Tsunade's blood cells. Additionally, an unexpected ally, a boy named Jia, would also provide auxiliary assistance. Although the opposing faction remains firmly under the control of the Roots, Yunting is poised to extricate it forthwith. As the Senju of the forest, he possesses the authority to reclaim all entities associated with wood release. Moreover, he may take the opportunity to deliver a significant reprimand to the Roots. This organization, having thrived beyond the purview of the Hokage's authority under the Third Hokage's indulgence, has now reached a point where it is unwieldy. He shall not tolerate the unchecked expansion of such a rogue entity. Presently, without sufficient justification, he cannot forcibly disband this vast underground organization. However, implementing necessary restrictions and sanctions is imperative. With this in mind, Yunting suddenly called out, "Come forth." Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja emerged, half kneeling in the subterranean passage. Yunting commanded, "Deliver all documents pertaining to the Roots to me." "Yes," replied the Umbu, and he promptly vanished again. Although members of the Roots are implanted with a seal that prevents them from disclosing information about their organization, the Roots are ultimately a part of Konoha. Their development relies on personnel, funding, and equipment, which, despite their own channels, cannot sever their dependence on Konoha itself. This implies that Konoha has always maintained an understanding of the Roots' inner workings. This knowledge is one of the reasons the Third Hokage has allowed the Roots to flourish. Aside from personal sentiments, of course, no matter how much one knows, there will always be aspects concealed by the Roots, inaccessible to outsiders. For instance, the various forbidden experiments conducted in collaboration with Orochimaru, the Sharingan, and entities like Jonin. These matters are buried deep underground, hidden from the light of day. However, once exposed, they leave no room for rebuttal. What Yunting aims to unveil is the most assured piece of information. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows darted swiftly through the dense forest, startling nearby beasts into a panicked flight. How much farther? The leader, donned in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, was none other than the current Fourth Hokage, Senju Yunting. "Hokage-sama. We have approximately 3 kilometers to go," responded an Umbu ninja clad in black, adorned with a cat-faced mask. Yunting remarked, "I did not anticipate that Danzo would position the Roots in such a remote location. Let us hasten our pace." "Yes," the group chorused in unison. Immediately, the entire team accelerated significantly. Yunting was decisive in his actions, since he aimed to retrieve Jonin and simultaneously reprimand the Roots. He quickly organized personnel to accompany him after gathering the intelligence on the Roots. In addition to himself and the Shadow Guard, he brought along 4 Umbu squads. This not only served to bolster their presence, but also to prevent Danzo from resorting to desperate measures. After all, he had previously orchestrated an assassination attempt on the Third Hokage. Being the stronghold of the Roots, one could never know if there were peculiar and self-destructive sealing techniques within. Despite his formidable strength, appropriate precautions were essential. "Hokage-sama, we have arrived." After a while, an Umbu ninja who had surveyed the Roots spoke, leading the group to a shaded area beneath the trees. Though the surroundings appeared unremarkable within the ranks of the team, a shadowy ninja from the Umbu swiftly formed hand seals, dispelling the concealed barriers that obscured vision. Before long, an iron door leading deep underground emerged into view. "Enter," Yunting commanded, boldly pushing the door open and stepping inside, followed closely by the others. "Who goes there?" "Halt," the vigilant Root ninjas stationed within the door demanded, the sound of unsheathing blades echoing ominously. However, upon hearing of the Hokage's arrival, and especially upon witnessing the distinctive Hokage cloak adorning Yunting's figure, their initial instincts to engage were promptly quelled. Despite their allegiance to Danzo and their pledge of loyalty, they recognized that they were ultimately ninjas of Konoha, and thus dared not act recklessly in the presence of the Hokage. Of course, This restraint was contingent upon Danzo not issuing a command to attack. Were such a directive to be given, the indoctrinated root members would likely attack the Hokage without hesitation, for in their eyes, it was Danzo who truly upheld the village. Even now, although these root ninjas refrained from obstructing Yunting's advance, their subtly encircling stance starkly contrasted with the demeanor of Konoha ninjas that Yunting had previously encountered. Observing this, Yunting could not help but smirk derisively. It was truly amusing that as the village leader, he was treated with the suspicion of an enemy by his own people in his own home. If the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages were to witness this, they would surely find it laughable. With a countenance as serene as water, Yunting led his umbu deeper into the underground labyrinth. Soon, they arrived at a vast subterranean well, on a suspended steel bridge that spanned the expanse. The master of the roots, Shimura Danzo, stood leaning on his cane, surrounded by a throng of individuals, quietly awaiting their arrival. Yunting strode forward, gesturing for his umbu to swiftly disperse and secure advantageous positions. Thus, 2 factions stood poised against one another, the animal-masked umbu ninjas on one side and the more intricately masked root ninjas on the other, creating a palpable tension in the air. Amidst this charged silence, Danzo, caught slightly off guard by Yunting's unexpected presence, maintained a facade of calm. He took a few steps forward, leaning on his cane, and spoke in a deep voice. What brings the 4th Hokage to the root base unannounced? This marked the first occasion since assuming the mantle of Hokage that Yunting encountered the infamous Master of the Shadows. After appraising Danzo's bandaged right eye and arm, he replied with a faint smile, "As Hokage, it is my duty to be informed about all matters concerning Konoha. As the training institution under the umbu, it should pose no issue for me to visit the roots. Furthermore, as a member of the Konoha Advisory Council, it is only fitting that I pay my respects." Danzo regarded Yunting with a penetrating gaze and replied, "There is no need for concern, 4th Hokage. The root has been exceedingly busy of late, leaving me little time for other matters, yet it is fortunate that you have chosen to visit. It is no trouble at all. I have found my time in the office rather dull. A little movement helps to clear the mind," Yunting responded with a smile, then turned his attention to the surroundings with admiration, exclaiming, "The root base is indeed extraordinary. It seems Elder Danzo has invested considerable effort in this regard. Uncertain if Elder Danzo is available, I wish to explore this place thoroughly under his guidance. Upon my return, I would like to enable the umbu to learn as well. Since the 4th Hokage has expressed such sentiments, I am naturally inclined to cooperate." Danzo did not refuse. He understood that since Yunting had come here, mere words would not suffice to dismiss him. Although unclear about the true purpose of the visit, he felt no fear in revealing anything, as he had already removed all inappropriate elements from the root. Thus, for the duration of the visit, Danzo, leaning on a cane, led Yunting around like a genuine tour guide. As Danzo had indicated, the ninjas of root took great care in concealing their traces. Indeed, Yunting found no discrepancies during his observation. However, he was not concerned with those illicit experiments or materials. His focus was on living beings. While Danzo could relocate the experiments, he kept the boy named Jia, who had unexpectedly acquired wood release, close at hand. Although Jia could not fully harness his powers, with proper growth, he could become a formidable jonin. For Danzo, who had suffered significant losses in the Land of Rain, he could not afford to overlook such a promising talent and felt compelled to nurture him closely. Thus, during this time, it was less about Yunting observing the base and more about him scrutinizing the members of Root. Jia was merely in his early teens, donned in the Root uniform and mask, yet his diminutive stature was quite conspicuous among the ninjas. Particularly, he possessed wood release, albeit in a rudimentary form, yet his body still radiated a faint vitality. This was imperceptible to outsiders, but Yunting, with his authentic wood release, could sense it. After some time, Yunting finally spotted Jia in a corner of the Root base, standing guard. Danzo also noticed Jia performing his duty nearby, but paid little mind, knowing that aside from himself, very few were aware of Jia's capabilities. The external parties, including the Hokage, were utterly oblivious. However, Yunting's subsequent remark tightened Danzo's chest with sudden apprehension. "Elder Danzo, I have heard a rumor that Orochimaru previously collaborated with Root on forbidden experiments. Is there any truth to this?" Stopping in his tracks, Yunting posed this question. Danzo, maintaining his composure, dismissively retorted, "Nonsense. Fourth Hokage, you have seen the Root base. There was no foundation for any experiments. Yunting, with a half-smile, replied, "Oh, what if it were Orochimaru who spoke those words? He shared many things with me before his demise." At the mention of Orochimaru, Danzo's expression subtly changed. Such words from a mere rogue ninja. He asserted, "Surely, the Fourth Hokage cannot believe in the provocations of such a person." He struck the ground with his cane, his demeanor grave. Yet, despite his words, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Could it be that Orochimaru had indeed divulged something before his end? This did not align with the character he knew. Danzo could hardly believe that Orochimaru would experience a moment of repentance before his death. After all, they belonged to the same ilk, steadfastly walking their own perceived righteous paths, impervious to the influence of others. What advantage could revealing the secrets of the root provide him? Conversely, if Orochimaru sought revenge against the Fourth Hokage or Konoha, he would remain silent, fully aware that only through a continued struggle between himself and the Hokage could such possibilities ever materialize. With this thought, Danzo soon calmed himself, dismissing the idea that his junior, Yunting, was deliberately trying to deceive him. Moreover, even if there were any truths to be uncovered, as he had just stated, without irrefutable evidence, the words of a mere rogue ninja, especially one who was now deceased, held no weight. Wait, there was indeed a piece of evidence. Danzo's gaze suddenly sharpened as he inadvertently noticed Q. Given that Yunting was lingering here and had just uttered those words, his keen instincts immediately alerted him to something amiss. Danzo's reaction was decisive. Regardless of whether Yunting had truly discerned an issue, he felt compelled to subtly caution Q. However, Yunting, who had already been prepared, would not allow Danzo to succeed. In an instant, he flashed in front of Danzo, obstructing the line of sight between them. Then, with the familiarity of an old friend, he placed a hand on Danzo's shoulder while simultaneously casting a glance at Q, executing a technique he had long since prepared. The Jinjutsu, Dark Passage. In an instant, Q found himself enveloped in darkness, his eyes wide open yet perceiving not a glimmer of light, only an abyss of endless blackness. Meanwhile, before Danzo could react, Yunting's hand had already settled on his shoulder. How swift! Sensing the palpable aura of menace surrounding him, Danzo dared not move. Compelled to watch helplessly as Q flailed about like a headless fly, his movements frantic with caution. Soon after, as Yunting hurled a barrage of shurikens in Q's direction, the blind ninja instinctively executed the most appropriate response for a shinobi. Wood release, wood pillar wall. A series of wooden pillars erupted from the ground, swiftly bending to form a protective archway before him. The shurikens struck the wooden columns with a series of sharp, resonant sounds. Yunting released his grip on Danzo and lifted the dark passage technique, and as Q, bewildered, turned his gaze toward him, Yunting sighed, exclaiming, "Wood release. Elder Danzo, what explanation do you offer?" Danzo fell silent, not only due to the revelation regarding Q, but also because of the alarming implications of Yunting's recent actions. He suddenly realized that if Yunting truly wished to end his life at this moment, he would indeed face a formidable challenge in mounting any resistance. This realization compelled him to adopt a more cautious and prudent demeanor in addressing the ensuing complications. Danzo hesitated to speak. Yet, this did not deter Yunting from pressing on. He glanced around at the root ninjas who were converging due to the earlier commotion and, unfazed, continued his assault before his demise. Orochimaru confided in me about his past collaboration with the root on experiments involving the wood release human technique, revealing that one child had inadvertently survived and inherited the wood release. Initially, I found it hard to believe. It now appears that he truly did not deceive me. The young boy before me, adept in wood release, is named Jia, correct? In any case, Orochimaru is no longer a concern, and Yunting can naturally attribute all knowledge to him. Upon hearing the name Jia uttered by Yunting, Danzo's composure finally faltered. The fact that Jia possesses the wood release ability, as well as his very name, is knowledge that outsiders could not possibly possess. Only a select few within the higher echelons of the root are privy to this information. However, these individuals have been bound by the cursed tongue seal and would never betray him. The sole exception is Orochimaru. The fact that Yunting can accurately identify him and speak his name clearly indicates he possesses detailed intelligence. Thus, it must be Orochimaru. Even at this moment, Danzo struggles to comprehend why Orochimaru would betray him, harming himself in the process. Yet, there is no time for further contemplation. He must defend himself, The fourth Hokage must not take the word of the traitorous Orochimaru at face value, for he seeks nothing more than to sow discord between Root and Konoha. The wood release experiments were conducted solely by Orochimaru in secret. It was I who discovered this in time to prevent further developments. Moreover, Jia was taken from him to prevent him from seeking forbidden power. Truly, he has turned black into white. Yunting's lips curled slightly, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. After all, the testimony of a deceased traitor could not inflict harm upon the elders of Konoha. He then pointedly asked, if that is the case, why not hand Jia over to Konoha? You, Elder Danzo, must be well aware of the significance of wood release within the village. This child possesses immense potential as a ninja. Here, under my guidance, he would receive the most comprehensive training, becoming a person of root. Without a true name, emotions, a past, or a future, he could fully realize his potential, becoming a sharp blade for Konoha, eliminating all enemies. While Danzo spoke these words with sincerity, they were also laced with his own selfish desires. Yunting did not hesitate to expose this, and simultaneously, he would also serve as your own weapon, Elder Danzo. The matter of wood release concerns the secrets of Konoha and allows for no personal concealment. Elder Danzo, you have overstepped. Danzo fell silent. As the fourth Hokage and a member of the Senju clan, I have made my decision. At this juncture, Yunting fixed an unassailable gaze upon Danzo. From this day forth, Jia shall be withdrawn from his position as a root ninja and placed under direct supervision of the Hokage. Elder Danzo, for withholding information, you are to remain under house arrest for 1 year. Do you have any objections? Danzo's gaze shifted. After Jia's exposure, he realized that it was no longer possible to protect him. This punishment was not beyond his expectations. Ultimately, having lost in this sudden confrontation, he resigned himself to the outcome and calmly replied, I have no objections. Very well, then please lift Jia's cursed tongue seal, Elder Danzo. Yunting gestured for Jia to come forward. The bewildered Jia could only comply. He then watched as Lord Danzo released the cursed tongue seal from him. At that moment, he could not comprehend what it meant to be freed from the cursed tongue seal. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation of his departure from Root to follow the fourth Hokage, Kakashi instinctively complied with the command, removing his mask and standing beside Yunting. This matter seemed to reach a resolution. Just as Yunting and his entourage were about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Danzo, stating, by the way, Orochimaru was once a member of Root. Regardless of whether he truly refrained from collaborating on forbidden experiments, Root bears its share of responsibility. Recently, several clan leaders have been voicing their grievances about Root recruiting too many of their clansmen. Therefore, as a consequence of Root's negligence, I propose revoking its authority to directly recruit members. Yunting's words were spoken lightly. However, upon hearing them, the anger that had not yet arisen even after losing Kakashi was finally ignited within Danzo. Fourth Hokage, Root serves as the hidden sword of Konoha, making significant contributions while enduring substantial casualties. If we cannot promptly replenish our losses, how can we ensure Konoha's interests? How can we safeguard its security? Yunting's maneuver undoubtedly severed the backup forces of Root, inciting Danzo's ire further. He continued, perhaps the fourth Hokage is unaware that Orochimaru initially joined Root as an informant for the third Hokage, and he never even implanted the curse mark himself. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed towards the third Hokage. Furthermore, the ninja clans of Konoha are inherently powerful. If Root does not periodically draw upon its elite forces, it could easily lead to an imbalance of power, potentially threatening the authority of the Hokage. The fourth Hokage must reconsider this matter. In response, Yunting maintained a firm stance. Regardless of the circumstances, since Orochimaru was a member of Root, the organization must bear its responsibility. Elder Danzo, we both understand certain truths. If I genuinely wish to delve deeper, even the most concealed secrets will eventually be revealed. For the sake of unity within Konoha, it would be prudent for you to accept this outcome. Moreover, I am not suggesting that Root cannot replenish its personnel. It will merely require prior notification. Recruitment matters can still be handled by the Umbu after proper reporting. In this way, the concerns Danzo raised regarding the imbalance of power among the clans can still be addressed. Gaining true control over this force that lies outside the realm of power is not an overnight endeavor. Just as in the original story, when the third Hokage once disbanded Root, it continued to operate in secrecy under Danzo's control, ultimately proving fruitless. Now, Yunting's effectiveness lies in gradually tightening the noose. Similar to the forthcoming personnel reporting, the UMBU's control over Root will become even more stringent. Danzo was acutely aware of this. However, Root's prior transgressions, coupled with the Hokage's authority being within reach, posed a dilemma. Shinji Yunting was not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Faced with the legitimate consequences, Danzo, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. Just as he had suppressed Root during the decades of cooperation with Hiruzen, he was not without patience in waiting. Now, the situation mirrored that sentiment. Watching Yunting's departing figure, Danzo, forced to concede, struggled to suppress his simmering fury and frustration, even as he continually reminded himself of the necessity of compliance. After all, in the past, he could concede to his old comrade Sarutobi Hiruzen with grace. Yet now, Shinji Yunting is merely a junior, whose contributions to Konoha pale in comparison to his own. However, upon assuming the mantle of Hokage, Yunting displays an unyielding dominance before him. How could this not incite his discontent? At this moment, Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position has reached an unprecedented depth, departing from the roots and returning to the light. Yunting gazes at his companion, Jia, and contemplates that this journey has come to a satisfactory conclusion. Toppling Danzo has never been an endeavor achievable in a single day, especially given the deeply entrenched old forces within Konoha. Although he wields power, his tenure is still fresh, and his foundations are not yet solidified. In the absence of sufficient evidence, as Hokage, Yunting cannot act recklessly but must adhere to the established protocols step by step. Undoubtedly, he has successfully completed the initial stage. At that moment, Jia, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What should I do next?" Yunting gently patted his head and replied with a smile, "Next, let us embrace a new life. Moreover, as Jia is merely a code name, you shall henceforth be known as Yamato." In the village of Konoha, within the Sarutobi clan's abode, resides the former Third Hokage, now a retired elder. Since relinquishing his power, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been living a tranquil life, indulging in smoking, reading, and writing, a life of serene simplicity. Today, however, an unexpected visitor suddenly appeared while he was leisurely enjoying his pipe and a book. "Old man, judging by your relaxed demeanor, it seems retirement is far more delightful than you anticipated." The intruder was none other than Jiraiya, who boldly pushed the door open. Hiruzen was not surprised and, shaking his pipe, remarked, "Have you returned from bidding farewell to Orochimaru?" He was well aware that this emotionally sensitive disciple would hasten back upon hearing news of Orochimaru. Regardless of his location, Jiraiya nodded, his emotions considerably more subdued than they had been initially. The relationship between the two regarding Orochimaru was fraught with complexity. Nevertheless, with the latter's demise, all grievances had dissipated into the ether. The two tacitly avoided further discussion on this topic. Jiraiya settled cross-legged before Hiruzen, scrutinizing the elder's countenance before continuing the earlier conversation with a teasing tone. "Your complexion looks much improved compared to before." It seems stepping down from the Hokage's burden was indeed a wise choice. Hiruzen, taking a puff from his pipe, replied with a smile, "Though Yunting is young, he is undeniably a most competent Hokage. I have no cause for concern." Jiraiya chuckled heartily in response. His visit, apart from extending greetings to his former teacher, also served to probe into Hiruzen's true sentiments. After all, his teacher's abdication was not a voluntary act, but rather a consequence of his defeat against the current Fourth Hokage. While Jiraiya shared a profound bond with the Third, Konoha had only just begun to heal from the recent conflict, and external threats still loomed, making internal strife intolerable. For the greater good, should the teacher remain obstinate, he nonetheless hopes that through his persuasion, the teacher will willingly step back and embrace the tranquility of retirement, savoring the time that lies ahead. It now appears that he has been overly anxious. As Jiraiya's mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen undoubtedly comprehended the profound implications behind the latter's words, which prompted his earlier remarks. Indeed, they stemmed from genuine sentiment. After all, with the legacy of wood release now inherited by Shinji Yuntai, his strength, prestige, and methods are ample enough to fulfill the role of Hokage. Even if he harbors aspirations, the likelihood of their realization grows increasingly slim. Sarutobi Hiruzen's regard for Konoha is certainly no less than that of Jiraiya. He would never act in a manner that jeopardizes the greater cause for personal gain. With this sentiment expressed, there is no need to delve deeper. In the time that follows, the two, with open hearts and free from burdens, engage in joyful discourse. Among the myriad topics, Jiraiya's extensive travels are the most frequently discussed, particularly as he eloquently recounts the diverse customs and industries encountered along his journeys. Sarutobi Hiruzen, while struggling to maintain a serious demeanor, reveals his earnest attentiveness through his long-neglected pipe. In the realm of LSP, the bond between these two is unmistakably profound. Just as one speaks passionately, the other listens with fervor, when suddenly, a roar from Lake Biwa interrupts their discourse. Asuma, you are sneaking a smoke again. Get over here. It's infuriating. What is the big deal about a man smoking? And how old are you? Put that out this instant. And what about the other cigarettes you've hidden? Hand them over. I have none. Just this one in my hand. Do you think I will believe you? The ensuing ruckus outside is filled with chaos. Ultimately, Sarutobi Asuma, caught red-handed, lets out a heart-wrenching cry, declaring that he will not return home, and bolts outside. Outside, with no time to spare, Biwako, still simmering with anger, turns her ire back towards the interior, exclaiming, Sarutobi Hiruzen, look at the fine example you set. Cough. Biwako, we have a guest. Jiraiya is here. As he says this, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively extinguishes his pipe. Humph. You two continue your conversation. Make sure Jiraiya stays for dinner. That boy never knows to come through the front door. Biwako refrains from further comment, granting Sarutobi Hiruzen a measure of respect. Inside, as Hiruzen relights his pipe, he lets out a deep sigh and remarks to Jiraiya, you see, this retirement life is not as idyllic as one might envision. Jiraiya chuckles awkwardly. Asuma has grown up. A little rebellion is perfectly normal. If only it were merely a bit of rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, declining to elaborate further. Every family has its unique struggles. Jiraiya refrains from further comment as well. After enjoying a sumptuous feast prepared by Biwako, as the time for departure approaches, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally inquires, when do you plan to leave? He was well aware that his disciple was an individual who could not remain idle, and he had no intention of persuading him to stay, as there was no need for the latter to assume the role of Hokage at this moment. Jiraiya chuckled. Let me visit the Namikaze family first. I have heard that Kushina is expecting. I must see my future grand student. I trust he will grow to be a great ninja, much like his parents. Sarutobi Hiruzen shared in the anticipation. Well then, I shall take my leave. Jiraiya waved and vanished into the twilight's embrace. Hiruzen gazed at his retreating figure, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Across from the Namikaze residence, in a concealed observation point, stood Hatake Kakashi, his white hair and feline-masked face betraying nothing as he scrutinized the household across the way. Residing there were not only the targets of his prolonged mission, but also his beloved sensei's wife. Today, it seemed that Kushina had prepared an abundance of dishes, perhaps to entertain guests. Through the small kitchen window, Kakashi observed Kushina, her red hair cascading about her shoulders, exuding a warmth that was markedly enhanced by her happiness as she hummed a cheerful tune while cooking. Clearly, that individual held a significant place in her heart. As Kakashi pondered this, he took out his pen and paper to document the scene. Upon completing his notes, he turned his gaze back, this time focusing on Kushina's slightly protruding belly. Witnessing the nascent life emerging from nothingness stirred a profound emotion within him, especially as he found himself ensnared in the icy grip of despair. Time passed slowly, and under Kakashi's watchful eye, Kushina filled the table with an impressive array of dishes. Just then, his teacher, Minato Namikaze, returned home after a long day of work, apologizing profusely amidst Kushina's playful reprimands, as he hurriedly assisted in the final preparations. At last, the guests they had been awaiting arrived. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and, from another perspective, Kakashi's revered mentor. Kakashi recorded this new development before stretching lazily, preparing to take a moment of respite. With the esteemed guest present, the need for their protective detail seemed trivial. For the former was the greatest assurance of safety. Simultaneously, within the Namikaze household, Jiraiya, having just entered and inhaled the delightful aromas, marveled at the lavish spread before him. I always thought you were exaggerating, Minato, when you spoke of Kushina's culinary prowess. After all, the fiery red pepper seemed an unlikely candidate for a skilled cook. It appears I was gravely mistaken. Indeed, to me, Kushina is the epitome of a perfect wife, and undoubtedly, she will be an exceptional mother as well. Minato declared with pride. Don't think that your flattery will absolve you of your tardiness. We had agreed that you would return early to help me prepare dinner. Kushina chimed in, her expression joyful, yet tinged with playful reproach. Alas, there were simply too many tasks assigned by the fourth today. I had to ask Kakashi for assistance just to make it back in time, Minato replied, scratching his head with an apologetic smile. It appears that the fourth Hokage places immense trust in the Water Gate. His most esteemed disciple has not only evaded suspicion from the Cloud Village regarding his candidacy for Hokage, but has also been entrusted with significant responsibilities, much to Jiraiya's delight. He quickly interjected to diffuse the tension, saying, I am absolutely famished. Let's eat. That way I can truly appreciate Kushina's culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Kushina's attention was indeed redirected, and she eagerly led Jiraiya to sample the various dishes she had prepared. Jiraiya-sensei, do try this dish. I learned it after much effort from my neighbor's grandmother. And this soup, according to Mikoto, it's a millennium-old secret recipe from the Uchiha clan. It's only because of my good relationships that I managed to acquire this recipe. And this dish, as a chef, I crafted it with great care. So please provide a thorough critique. Jiraiya-sensei, Watergate, you must eat more. She exclaimed. Huh, why are you all not eating? There are still so many dishes left. Is my cooking not satisfactory? If that's the case, then finish every last bite. Do you think it was easy for me to prepare all of this? Ultimately, the rarely gentle Kushina revealed her fiery nature when she saw that a considerable portion of her labor had gone untouched. The ferocity of her outbursts startled both Watergate and Jiraiya, who, fearing her wrath, forced themselves to continue eating. They persevered until they had consumed at least 8 servings of food. Only then did Kushina break into a smile, returning to her gentle demeanor. Jiraiya cast a sympathetic glance at Watergate, who, like him, leaned back in his chair, struggling to digest their overindulgence. After a considerable pause, Jiraiya curiously inquired, Have you two decided on a name for the child? At this, Watergate and Kushina exchanged a knowing smile. The former tenderly caressed his wife's belly, saying, Of course. I have a great fondness for the protagonist in Jiraiya-sensei's tale of the strong-willed ninja who never gives up. It would be wonderful if our unborn child could become a ninja like that character. So, Jiraiya-sensei, may I borrow the name of the protagonist? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Naruto? He asked, feeling a surge of emotion, yet he clumsily cautioned, Is that truly a good idea? I merely thought of that name on a whim while eating ramen. Naruto is a splendid name. Kushina chimed in, nodding in agreement with Jiraiya before Watergate could respond. Watergate beamed with joy and nodded as well. Kushina, Watergate, Jiraiya, they all murmured with heartfelt emotion. Then their gaze fell upon Kushina's belly, symbolizing that this unborn child would indeed be named Naruto. The warmth of the Watergate household continued unabated. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was responsible for their covert protection, arrived for his shift change. After casting one last glance at his teacher's home, he proceeded to hand over his duties and led his team back. The Dark Operations base awaited. After a long day of work, Kakashi finally removed his mask, preparing to change and leave, when his direct superior, a captain from the Umbu division, approached him. Handing him a document, he said, Kakashi, your team is about to welcome a new member. Here are the details. As the team leader, you should familiarize yourself with this. Understood, Kakashi replied, taking the document. By the way, this newcomer has been personally assigned to your team by Lord Hokage, so Kakashi, the responsibility lies heavily on your shoulders. Do not disappoint him. Yes. With that, the Umbu captain turned and departed. Kakashi gazed at the document in his hands, feeling a surge of curiosity. A person personally appointed by the Hokage? He opened the file, line by line, examining the newcomer's information. The name was Yamato. Could he really join the Umbu at such a young age? Would release. No wonder, Kakashi mused. Even with his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel astonished upon reading Yamato's details. Simultaneously, he was surprised by the Fourth Hokage's trust in him to lead such an important individual. He hadn't anticipated such faith from his predecessor. All he could do was strive to repay that trust. After disposing of the document, Kakashi changed into his casual attire, adjusted his forehead protector, and donned his mask before exiting the Umbu base. It was already evening, and the streets of Konoha buzzed with life. Accustomed to dining out, he decided to indulge himself at the familiar Ichiraku ramen. The sumptuous meals prepared by Kushina, his former mentor, had stirred his appetite. Navigating through the throng of people, he absorbed the lively atmosphere around him. He paused for a moment in front of a bookstore named Jiang Hall. Upon discovering that there were no new books to his liking, He could only shake his head in disappointment and continue on his way. Before long, Kakashi noticed a squad of Konoha's security personnel approaching. Instinctively, he adjusted the forehead protector that concealed his left eye. Although his Sharingan had been gifted to him by his dear friend Obito before his demise, and had received the approval of the Third Hokage as well as the Uchiha clan leader, it did not mean that the matter was concluded. For many proud and radical members of the Uchiha clan, no matter the reason, the Sharingan should never be exposed to outsiders. As a result, Kakashi had encountered several confrontations with Uchiha individuals seeking to provoke him, leading to a sense of dread whenever he spotted the Uchiha fan symbol. As for the Sharingan itself, he held no intrinsic concern. However, as it was a parting gift from Obito, he felt compelled to carry its sentiment forward. Therefore, he would never back down. The commercial district, being the most bustling area of Konoha, naturally saw a heavy flow of people, necessitating the presence of the Konoha security patrols. At this moment, not only did Kakashi notice the members of the patrol, but they also recognized him. To his surprise, the Uchiha members merely cast him a few indifferent glances before passing by without a word. How strange, Kakashi thought, puzzled, based on his previous experiences. While these individuals would typically refrain from violence, they never missed an opportunity for mockery. Today, it is perplexing how matters could be resolved so effortlessly. Yet, while he remains bewildered, the members of the Uchiha clan are acutely aware of the implications. The awakening of Mokutan by Yunting has instinctively drawn their thoughts to Senju Hashirama, and subsequently to their own ancestor, Uchiha Madara, who was defeated by Hashirama. Among those outside the Senju clan, it is undoubtedly they, the Uchihas, who hold the most profound impressions of Mokutan, due to their historic rivalry spanning a millennium. This understanding prompted the newly formed militant faction within the Uchiha to suppress their ambitions immediately after the news of Yunting's awakening spread. A bloodless revolution? Without even a pair of Sharingan, how could they hope to contend with Mokutan? Moreover, with their clan leader having aligned early on with the Fourth Hokage, Yunting did not forget his contributions and did not adopt the prejudiced views held by the disciples of the Second Hokage towards the Uchiha. These various factors unexpectedly eased the relations between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha. Now, faced with the olive branch extended by Yunting, the Uchiha are more than willing to accept. To demonstrate their sincerity, they are also inclined to adopt a more amicable demeanor. This includes ceasing their antagonism towards Kakashi and addressing issues within the police force itself. This is the reason why Kakashi observes that the members of the police force no longer exhibit their former arrogance. Yunting had not forgotten the grievances voiced by many villagers regarding the police force's harsh enforcement when he first visited them. During this time, he specifically brought this matter to the attention of Uchiha Fugaku. Excluding the era of the First Hokage, the present time is undoubtedly the most politically lenient for the Uchiha clan. To cherish this hard-won political climate, to maintain relations with the Fourth Hokage Yunting, and to improve the Uchiha's reputation within the village, Uchiha Fugaku has earnestly considered Yunting's concerns regarding the police force and is genuinely undertaking reforms. During this period, he has resolutely suppressed some of the obstinate clan elders who were resistant to change. As a result of these sweeping reforms, the atmosphere within the police force has significantly improved, leading to a better reputation for the Uchiha within the village. Yunting, taking note of these changes, rewarded the Uchiha clan with a position in the Umbu Black Ops. This outcome brought immense joy to the previously disgruntled Uchiha elders. It is important to recognize that this position in the Umbu is one of the most trusted roles by the Hokage, and its significance is beyond measure. For the Uchiha clan, who previously had no members in the Umbu, this is akin to ascending to great heights. Consequently, in recent times, the Uchiha leadership has held numerous heated meetings at the named shrine, nearly dismantling the shrine in their fervor to secure that one coveted Umbu position. Perhaps it is difficult for outsiders to comprehend why the illustrious Uchiha clan would place such importance on a single Umbu position. A simple analogy may clarify this. It is akin to the kingdom of Footbath in Yunting's past life, which, while an economic giant, has always been politically diminutive, thus fostering an intense pursuit of political stature. The Uchiha clan can be described as giants in military prowess, yet diminutive in political stature. Even if the door to the latter were merely ajar, they would unhesitatingly seize the opportunity to enter. Thus, if the security forces are to be reformed, let it be a thorough transformation. Returning to the present, Kakashi continued on his way, untroubled by any Uchiha. As he passed the dango shop, the enticing aroma stirred his appetite, leaving him to ponder whether to forego Ichiraku ramen in favor of this establishment. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar Uchiha fan. With a resigned expression, Kakashi was about to voice his irritation when he noticed two young Uchiha children come fully into view, halting his words. "Hey, Itachi, try this three-colored dango, it's delicious," exclaimed a little Uchiha girl named Izumi, presenting a skewer of dango to the boy beside her. Itachi felt a sense of helplessness. He ought to be practicing shuriken techniques. Yet through a twist of fate, he had rescued this bullied girl and, in gratitude, she had insisted on bringing him here. Seeing Izumi's determined expression, Itachi reluctantly accepted the dango, taking a hesitant bite. Just as he was preparing to feign appreciation, a spark of delight ignited in his eyes. "This is truly delicious," he exclaimed genuinely, finishing the entire skewer in one go. "My apologies. I didn't save any for you," he said, suddenly embarrassed as he gazed at the empty skewer. Rather than being upset, Izumi beamed with joy. "It's all right. We can buy more. Shall we get a few more skewers of three-colored dango?" Tempted by the prospect of more delectable treats, Itachi hesitated for a moment before nodding earnestly, a rare display of youthful enthusiasm. Watching the two Uchiha children scamper joyfully towards the dango shop, Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps I should indulge in some of that three-colored dango as well. Drawn by the same allure, Kakashi followed suit. However, his hopes were soon dashed. The shopkeeper informed him that the last few skewers had just been purchased by the two children. At this hour, there should have been an ample supply, but today, an insatiable appetite had graced their establishment. The owner pointed to a corner where a little girl devoured skewers with fervor, clearly having consumed all the remaining stock. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, Kakashi mused, though the girl seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, he recognized her. Isn't she from the Myobokuzen family? If memory serves, she was recently taken on as a disciple by Orochimaru. With this realization, Kakashi understood her voracious eating habits. Choosing not to intrude, he departed the dango shop with a tinge of regret. Yet, after taking only a few steps, a strong arm suddenly enveloped his shoulder, and a familiar voice chimed in his ear. "Hey, Kakashi. Long time no see. How about a long-awaited duel? Kai, when did you return? It has come to my attention that you have been frequently assigned to external missions of late," Kakashi remarked lazily without turning his head. The visitor was none other than Might Guy, clad in his eternally unchanged green jumpsuit. Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, a fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed his face, which he quickly replaced with unwavering determination. Youth does not allow for cowardly evasion, and fervor does not permit idle words without action. Thus, I have returned, to prove that my youth is devoid of regrets. Kakashi was perplexed by Guy's words and felt no inclination to comprehend their meaning. However, he understood that he must acquiesce to the challenge proposed by his friend, for otherwise, this individual would undoubtedly persist relentlessly. "Very well, let us engage in a contest of speed. The finish line shall be Ichiraku ramen. Now let us begin. Haha, let my youth blossom." The day concluded with this exhilarating sprint. The following morning, as Kakashi stifled a yawn and prepared to report to the Umbu, Yunting had already arrived at the office, ready to embark on another day of Hokage duties. "Yamato, you will henceforth serve in the Umbu. I have arranged for you to have a commendable senior mentor. Make sure to learn well from him." In his presence, the former member of Root, now clad in Umbu attire, respectfully responded, "As you command, Lord Hokage." "Then off you go." Yunting waved his hand. He had not treated Yamato as a mere experimental subject after taking him from Root. Although a member of that organization, he had not been truly brainwashed into a cold and ruthless tool of slaughter. Rather, he had consistently preserved the rare kindness within his heart. Coupled with his significant potential, he was likely to reach the level of an elite jonin, contributing greatly to Konoha. After extracting a sample of blood cells necessary for research, Yunting guided him along the original path into Umbu training, entrusting him to Kakashi's leadership. Though these two had yet to intersect in their journeys, one could anticipate that fate would eventually ignite a spark between them. With Yamato's departure, only Yunting and Yamashiro Ritsuko remained in the office. After signing a document, Yunting handed it to Ritsuko, instructing, "Deliver this to the head of the Wood Release Laboratory." The document contained consent for the allocation of funds from the Senju clan to be injected into the Wood Release Laboratory. With the acquisition of Hashirama's cells, Tsunade's blood, and Yamato's blood cells, the laboratory was now well equipped with experimental materials, making it an opportune moment to formally invest in research. As Yunting's trusted aide, Ritsuko was well aware of the highly confidential nature of the wood release research. She nodded solemnly, carefully stowing the document before striding away in her high heels. Subsequently, as the Hokage's assistants, Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato arrived punctually at the office, greeting Yunting as they collected the bulk of the day's workload. Observing the few remaining documents on his desk, Yunting nodded in satisfaction. There was ample time to indulge in leisure amidst the responsibilities of leadership. However, today was unlike any other. Several new matters awaited Yunting's attention. Uchiha Ain, gazing at the ninja information card in his hand, Yunting turned his attention to the tall and slender female ninja standing before him, her demeanor and appearance exuding an air of cold detachment. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Long before Uchiha Fugaku had aligned himself with Yunting's side, he had complied without complaint with Yunting's request to reorganize the security team. As a gesture of goodwill, Yunting had deliberately set aside a position in the Shadow Guard to offer to the Uchiha clan. He had heard that various factions within the Uchiha clan were fervently vying for this position. Even Uchiha Fugaku himself faced considerable challenges in selecting a candidate he deemed suitable. Yunting had initially anticipated that this matter would linger for quite some time, yet unexpectedly, a candidate had already arrived. What astonished him further was that the newcomer from the Uchiha clan was a young woman. Was she attempting to employ the wiles of beauty to sway him? Yunting mused inwardly. After all, though the woman named Uchiha Aya possessed a somewhat flat figure, her beauty was undeniably striking. However, upon reviewing the detailed information regarding Uchiha Aya in his hand, his initial doubts began to dissipate. Uchiha Aya, a jonin of the Uchiha clan, had previously served as the captain of a division within the Konoha security team. She had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and excelled in swordsmanship, fire release, and lightning release. While this woman appeared captivating, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Judging solely from the information on paper, she could be considered a standout among jonin. The three-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha was a testament to the long-standing principle within the ninja world. One-on-one confrontations were unavoidable. Clearly, the Uchiha clan had intentionally selected such a young and capable woman, not merely for the sake of employing beauty as a tactic, but also to manifest their prowess. Yunting remained indifferent. He was far from being the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's might or whether Uchiha Aya had covertly received instructions from her clan to relay information gleaned from the Shadow Guard, he was unfazed. For he held the conviction that, in the face of absolute strength, all obstacles would be rendered to dust. Yaima, Yunting called out. Lord Hokage. Bayun Yaima promptly appeared. Uchiha Aya will become a member of the Shadow Guard. As her captain, you are to set aside your current duties and take the time to properly instruct her in her responsibilities, Yunting commanded. Uchiha Aya, you have one day to familiarize yourself with the workings of the Shadow Guard. Off you go. Understood. Bayun Yaima nodded. Very well, Uchiha Aya replied calmly, her expression remaining unyielding throughout. The two departed. As Yunting glanced at the retreating figure of the Uchiha woman who had just joined his inner circle, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Whether Uchiha Aya would convey information on behalf of the Uchiha clan could be inferred from the expectations placed on Itachi upon his future induction into the Umbu. If there was any cause for concern in Yunting's mind, it was non-existent. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished a position to the Uchiha clan. In truth, it was not only the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga, Nara, and Aburame clans were equally adept at inserting their personnel into various functional departments within Konoha to relay information. Even compared to the perpetually marginalized Uchiha clan, the intelligence gathered by these ninja clans is considerably more substantial. Take Nara Shikaku, for instance. As the head of the Nara clan, he currently assists the Yueying in managing various affairs within Konoha. One could surmise that he possesses a wealth of intelligence regarding Konoha. Yet, the higher echelons of Konoha have consistently remained wary of the Uchiha clan. Why is this so? Ultimately, it stems from their failure to perceive the Uchiha as an integral part of Konoha. Even if they do not openly acknowledge it, deep down, they regard them as potential adversaries. Consequently, their policy has been to confine the Uchiha firmly within the Konoha Guard, denying them entry into the Umbu, barring them from mentoring graduating ninja students, and even restricting their participation in wars against the four great nations to a mere handful. As a result, even those within the Uchiha who are willing to align themselves with Konoha find their voices increasingly stifled under this cold violence and subtle animosity. This has led to the strengthening of the militant faction within the clan, ultimately culminating in a desperate revolution against the upper echelons of Konoha. Unfortunately, they encountered Uchiha Itachi, who inherited the will of fire and possessed extraordinary prowess. It can be said that the Uchiha clan is on a path to self-destruction, with significant responsibility resting upon the shoulders of the Third Hokage, Danzo, Mito Gate Kurenai, and the other second-generation Hokage disciples. Among them, while the Third Hokage's stance may not have been unwavering, his indecision in addressing the Uchiha issue as Konoha's leader resulted in missed opportunities for peaceful resolutions. In some respects, his culpability is even greater. As time has passed, the current authority, Yue, will no longer adhere to the policies of these old-timers who feared the power of the Uchiha. For him, opening up positions in the Shadow Guard to the Uchiha is merely the beginning. Should they continue to demonstrate commendable behavior, he is willing to gradually dismantle the shackles binding the Uchiha, ultimately facilitating their genuine integration into the village of Konoha and ensuring that the Uchiha's annihilation does not repeat on his watch. Of course, should the Uchiha choose to disregard his intentions, veering off course or becoming overly ambitious, he would not hesitate to restore order. After all, he possesses the strength and the time to do so. At merely 20 years of age, he is not like the Third Hokage or Danzo, who still have decades ahead of them. On another note, it remains uncertain what choices Uchiha Aine will make. Will she, like Itachi, feign allegiance to her clan while secretly aligning with Konoha? Or will she embody the ideals of a typical Uchiha, putting her clan above all? Yue eagerly anticipates her decision, confident that he will not be at a loss regardless of her path. Should she choose the latter, even as a member of the Shadow Guard, she would not gain access to Konoha's vital intelligence from Yue. Instead, she could serve as a crucial bridge between him and the Uchiha, consistently conveying Yue's impartial stance towards the Uchiha, allowing them to feel more at ease. Naturally, if Uchiha Aine leans towards the former scenario, it would be even more advantageous. Not only would Yue gain a trusted confidant, but he could also implant a spy within the Uchiha clan before Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi fully mature. However, it must be acknowledged that the likelihood of such an outcome is rather slim. Yet, the tides of fate remain unpredictable. Who can truly ascertain the future? Let us await its unfolding. Today is destined to be an eventful day. Shortly after Uchiha Aine's departure, Yamashiro Ritsuko returned, guiding Jiraiya, who had been waiting outside, into the fold. It was surprising that Jiraiya, having just returned to Konoha a few days prior, was already set to leave again. Yunting, understanding the situation, inquired in astonishment, having noted that Jiraiya had only just visited the Namikaze household yesterday. It seemed rather hasty for him to depart again so soon. With a smile, Jiraiya replied, "I have witnessed what I needed to. Konoha flourishes under the Fourth Hokage's stewardship, which reassures me. Therefore, it is time for me to continue my unfinished journey of exploration." The allure of a carefree journey was indeed captivating. Yunting, who had always remained within the confines of Konoha and had never ventured beyond its borders, felt a pang of envy for Jiraiya's freedom. However, cognizant of his own responsibilities, he refrained from dwelling on it and shifted the conversation, asking, "Jiraiya-sensei, have you considered publishing a book recently?" "Publishing a book?" Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. "The sales of my first small book were dismal, nearly leading me to bankruptcy. If I were to write again, it's likely no one would buy it. Not everyone shares the same fervor for the tale of strong will as does Minato Namikaze." Yunting himself had received this very book from Minato, yet after perusing a few pages, he lost interest, finding the plot excessively cliched. If even the denizens of this world lacked the desire to continue reading, how could he, who had experienced countless tales in his past life, be expected to persevere? Nevertheless, this did not imply that Jiraiya lacked literary potential. He simply had yet to discover the right direction. "Jiraiya-sensei, perhaps if you were to explore a different genre, your novel could achieve remarkable success," Yunting suggested, subtly hinting. "A different genre?" Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering. "Indeed," Yunting encouraged, "you should delve into a subject that truly plays to your strengths." With a knowing glance, he directed Jiraiya's attention towards Yamashiro Ritsuko's long legs clad in black stockings. Jiraiya complied, and as Ritsuko's gaze intensified, a spark ignited within him. As if a storm of inspiration burst forth in his mind, opening the gateway to a new world. Observing Jiraiya's enthusiastic departure, Yun Ting felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed that, thanks to his suggestion, this masterful creator's journey would commence much sooner than expected. Perhaps it would not be long before the highly anticipated Ica Paradise would emerge, a work that would undoubtedly captivate the entire shinobi world. He had long awaited this moment, especially since he had devoured every novel from the weighing hall after employing transformation techniques to procure them, leaving him in dire need of mental sustenance. Thus, Jiraiya-sensei, may you thrive. Ritsuko? 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 Later that night, within the Senju clan's residence, clad in casual attire, Yun Ting called out several times before Ritsuko approached, her expression icy. Halting at a distance of 3 meters, awaiting instructions with an air of formality, Yun Ting observed her demeanor, releasing a resigned sigh. This all harkens back to a few days prior, when Jiraiya bid farewell. For the benefit of the vast male populace in the ninja world, he, in his rare role as a life mentor, chose to guide Jiraiya by selecting the only long-legged woman in the room as his target. Although the outcome was achieved, their little antics did not escape the notice of Ritsuko Yamashiro. Jiraiya managed to make his escape before her ire could fully manifest. As for the remaining individual, Ritsuko had not been particularly amiable towards him during this time. In fact, she had even exchanged her usual form-fitting skirts and black stockings for ordinary trousers. This change elicited a sigh from Yun Ting. Fortunately, his female secretary remained steadfast in her professionalism. Despite her perpetual cool demeanor, she diligently attended to her responsibilities. As the personal secretary to the Hokage, even after hours, she was obligated to accompany him home, ever ready to await his commands. While Yun Ting's residence may not boast the prime location inherited from Tsunade's family estate, it is nonetheless situated in a central area, vast in expanse. Adorned with an antique architectural style, complete with flowing streams and elegant pavilions. One could say he had long since exceeded his life's ambitions with such a grand abode. Naturally, such a spacious estate could not be occupied solely by Yun Ting. Prior to this, he had employed a cadre of servants to manage his daily needs and maintain the cleanliness of his home. Even with Ritsuko's presence now, her accommodation was hardly a concern. It can be said that Yun Ting's arrival in this world marked him as a significant victor in life. Why go so far? Come, sit here. Yun Ting beckoned Ritsuko with a pat on the chair beside him. Unlike some obstinate individuals, Yun Ting had no qualms about making his home comfortable for himself. Previously, his residence reflected a classic Japanese aesthetic, but after his personal renovations, the interior had transformed into a more modern living style, while the exterior remained unchanged. The traditional tatami mats were a thing of the past. Ritsuko hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a seat beside Yun Ting. Upon witnessing this, his eyes brightened. It seemed the prolonged Cold War between them was finally thawing. However, he could not permit her to immediately revert to her secretary attire, as they were soon to embark on a journey together. Each newly appointed Hokage is required to make a trip to the capital of the Land of Fire shortly after taking office, to pay a visit to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, articulate the policies of the new leadership, and foster mutual relationships. Although the village of Konoha is not under the direct control of the Land of Fire, it ultimately recognizes the daimyo as its nominal leader. The first, second, and third Hokage all made such visits upon their appointments, and Yun Ting, as the fourth, would not be an exception. In truth, his departure was rather delayed. However, given the circumstances within the village, it was only after he had secured considerable power and established a firm grip on the village that Yun Ting felt at ease to visit the daimyo. At this moment, he conveyed to Ritsuko the essence of the matter. So, prepare well when you return, not only for yourself, but also for the entire team's supplies and route planning. These responsibilities shall fall to you. I will grant you 3 days. 3 days hence, we shall set forth to the capital of the Land of Fire. Understood. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Ritsuko Yamanaka ceased her petulance, nodding solemnly as she expressed a hint of hesitation. Is it not perhaps too feeble for Lord Hokage to travel solely with the Shadow Guard? Should we not augment our numbers with a few more Ambu squads? Yun Ting waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. No need, the Shadow Guard suffices. Even in the face of danger, there remains me, the Hokage. Furthermore, if we do not diminish our visible strength, how might the lurking fiends dare to strike? A glint of cold resolve flickered in Yunting's eyes. This expedition presents an optimal opportunity for certain shadowy rodents and opposing factions to eliminate him, the Fourth Hokage. Even with his wood release, none would let such a chance slip by. Power, politics, wealth, glory, and the pursuit of the secrets of the wood release bloodline limit are enough to compel individuals to cast aside their reservations and strike at formidable targets. As for the legendary god of the ninja world, who once swept through with the might of wood release, it has been too long since his time. And aside from elder figures like Inoki, few in the current ninja realm have truly grasped his power. To them, regardless of how potent a bloodline limit may be, its wielder is still but a mortal. Being mortal, there exists the potential for death. Hence, Yunting could well imagine the number of vultures that would be drawn to test him upon learning of his departure. This was destined to be a path paved with blood, and he was prepared for it. He would utilize the blood of those with nefarious intentions to instill fear across the land, reminding the world of the might of wood release while ensuring that as long as he remained, no one could usurp his position, be it within or outside the village. At that moment, seated firmly in his chair, Yunting resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a sharp, luminous aura. Those around him, quickly discerning his thoughts, felt no need to persuade him further, but rather were filled with anticipation. As previously stated, this individual before them is none other than the Hokage. 3 days later, at the gates of Konoha, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes and holding the Hokage hat in one hand, Yunting engaged in brief exchanges with the villagers who had come to bid him farewell before directing his gaze towards Shikaku Nara and Minato Namikaze. Shikaku, Minato. The affairs of Konoha will rest upon your shoulders for the time being. Should any significant matters arise that you cannot handle, send a message via the Flying Hawk. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, we shall manage Konoha diligently, they responded with solemnity. Yunting nodded, feeling reassured by their capabilities and character. As long as he remained unscathed, he had no concerns regarding any disturbances within the village. Then let us bid farewell. Everyone return to your duties. After concluding his farewells amidst a chorus of well wishes, Yunting donned the Hokage hat and, accompanied by Ritsuko Yamanaka, departed Konoha village at a measured pace. Shadowing them discreetly was his shadow guard, comprising Bayun Yeshan, Shoujo Jien, Hinata Takuma, and the newly joined Uchiha Aya. Thus, the news of the Fourth Hokage's departure from the Hidden Leaf Village spread swiftly to those who were attuned to such matters, stirring a hidden tide. In the abode of Danzo Shimura, who had been placed under house arrest for a year by the Fourth Hokage, the presence of outsiders was strictly forbidden. Yet, one individual managed to evade the watchful eyes set by the outside world and approached him, kneeling respectfully on the ground. Lord Danzo, the Fourth Hokage has ventured out. Even in the confines of his home, Danzo, accustomed to the shadows, tapped his cane and scoffed. Even I am aware that other ninja villages are stirring, eager to seize this opportunity to assassinate the Hokage. Surely the Fourth is not oblivious to this. And yet, he embarks with such a small entourage. Truly, he is youthful and impetuous. Does he believe himself to be the first Hokage? Let it be known, even the latter had his days numbered. The visitor remained silent. After a brief moment, he inquired, Lord Danzo, shall the root take action as well? At this, a cold light gleamed in Danzo's single eye. After several moments of rapid tapping on his cane, he abruptly halted. The Fourth is far too young, dismissing the counsel of others. His policies entirely contravening the established principles of the Leaf. He has liberated the Uchiha clan, a malevolent family that disregards the existence of our village. Sooner or later, he shall face retribution. It is one thing for him to suffer, but it is intolerable for the Leaf to suffer alongside him. With that, Danzo rose abruptly, casting an elongated shadow throughout the room. Thus, I have resolved to restore order, sacrificing the Fourth for the greater good of the Leaf. Yes, Lord Danzo, replied a root ninja named E, bowing his head in obedience. Deploy the Four Symbols team to commence the operation for restoration. Danzo commanded, his voice laced with murderous intent. Understood. The ninja vanished as soon as the command was issued, leaving Danzo alone in the dimly lit room, accompanied only by a whispered utterance, Hokage. Coincidentally, it was not just Danzo who reacted. Various external forces, having quickly received news from spies within the Leaf, also began to respond. Some remained indifferent, others tested the waters, seeking opportunities to exploit the situation, while yet others mobilized their full strength to assassinate the Hokage. Moreover, spurred by the lucrative bounties in the black market, many bounty hunters and rogue ninjas began to stir. The bounty for the fourth Hokage, Senju Yunting, was an astounding 800 million, an unprecedented amount, in the land of rivers. Within an underground black market, Kakazu, having just exchanged a corpse for a bounty of 10 million, habitually approached the bounty board to check for new targets worthy of pursuit. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the very top of the list. 800 million. Such a colossal sum made even the typically composed Kakuzu's breath quicken. Instinctively, he reached to tear down the bounty notice. However, upon realizing the target was the fourth Hokage, his hand halted abruptly. Following this, upon seeing the details regarding the wood release abilities of the Hokage, Kakuzu recoiled as if struck by lightning, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. For the first time, faced with the prospect of wealth, he chose to retreat. It was only because he recalled a deeply ingrained memory of a person from long ago, Senju Hashirama, as a fellow wielder of wood release. Kakuzu would not dare to repeat the mistake he had once made against the former, having narrowly escaped with his life. Opportunities for profit abound, yet one possesses only a single life. On the main road leading from Konoha to the capital of the land of fire, Yunting, adorned in the robes of the Hokage and donning the Hokage's hat, accompanied by his secretary, Ritsuko Yamashiro, traversed this path. Should they travel at the full speed of a ninja, the journey would take roughly a day to reach the capital. However, as it was a rare occasion to venture out, Yunting, eager to savor the essence of the land of fire and the livelihoods along the way, chose to proceed at a leisurely pace. As they walked, they were flanked by lush and picturesque scenery, the air infused with the fragrant essence of verdant grass and blooming flowers. Occasionally passing by a village, they observed robust crops thriving abundantly, a testament to the land's fertility. Only through first-hand experience could Yunting truly grasp why the land of fire was said to occupy the most advantageous territory on the continent. The reason was simple. The climatic and geographical conditions were extraordinarily favorable. Situated in the heart of the continent, the land of fire is predominantly composed of fertile plains, enjoying temperate weather throughout the year, an undeniable advantage in terms of both timing and location. In stark contrast, the other four great nations reveal less favorable conditions. The land of wind is largely comprised of arid deserts. The land of earth is riddled with towering mountains and cliffs. The land of lightning resides upon high plateaus. And the land of water is but a collection of islands beyond the continent. Compared to the land of fire, the others could be deemed impoverished backwaters. It is little wonder that during the outbreaks of the Shinobi World Wars, the land of fire often found itself as the primary target. After all, who would not wish to seize a substantial portion of such a bountiful territory, particularly the land of wind, which, despite being significantly weaker than the land of fire, consistently took the lead in these conflicts, driven by the desire to reap rewards from the fertile lands of the fire country. These losses may seem trivial to the affluent land of fire, but for the financially strained land of wind, they represent a lifeline. Hence, Yunting harbored considerable disapproval towards Jiraiya and the future Naruto's pacifistic ideals of love and peace. Such so-called peace could only be fleeting. As long as the land of fire's abundant resources remained intact, it mattered not what ethical or moral considerations were at play. The desperate nations surrounding it would inevitably reignite the flames of war to secure their own survival. It is essential to recognize that the true bonds between nations are forged through enduring interests, much like the two world wars of Yunting's past life, which ultimately arose from the inequitable distribution of resources and conflicts initiated by emerging powers against established interests. As he observed the world around him, Yunting found himself forming numerous conclusions and ideas, which would prove invaluable in his future governance. Lord Hokage, there is a tea house ahead. Shall we take a moment to rest? It was already noon, and half a day had passed since Yunting departed from Konoha. Beside him, Ritsuko Yamanaka, adorned in her Leaf Village uniform, inquired upon noticing a tea house by the roadside. Yunting lifted his gaze momentarily, then glanced around before nodding in agreement. Let us take a brief respite inside, and have Yama and the others clear away the pesky insects that have been trailing us. Though harmless, their incessant buzzing can indeed be quite bothersome. Understood, Ritsuko replied, her slender, fair hand reaching behind her waist, signaling readiness for action. Thus, while Yunting and his female secretary savored their chilled tea within the tea house, a tempest of blood and chaos erupted in the surrounding woods. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Waves of colorless chakra surged forth from Hyuga Tokima's hands, striking down foes with unerring precision. Soon, all commotion subsided, shifting his gaze from the lifeless bodies strewn around. Tokima activated his Byakugan, scanning the vicinity. More tumultuous than his own exploits was the scene at 10 o'clock, where Hanjikumi showcased his prowess as a master of traps. Without the benefit of the Byakugan's all-seeing vision, the opposing squad of ninjas barely made it close before succumbing to a barrage of shuriken and explosive tags. On another front, the leader of the Shadow Guard, Bayunyama, maintained a quieter demeanor, relying solely on his extraordinary swordsmanship and remarkable speed to eliminate adversaries before they could react. As for the final newcomer, despite the long-standing debate over who reigns supreme in ocular techniques within the ninja realm, Hyuga Tokima couldn't help but inwardly concede that the Uchiha were indeed formidable. In stark contrast to the other three, Uchiha Aya faced the most adversaries at that moment, gazing at the 12 masked ninjas before her. The bloodthirsty intent characteristic of the Uchiha clan flickered across her visage. With a swift draw of her long sword, Uchiha Aya vanished from her position, launching the initial assault against the 12. Before the leader could utter a word, his eyes met a pair of blood-red tomo, and then there was silence. Crimson sprayed through the air as Uchiha Aya, having claimed a life, wasted no time and continued her relentless onslaught. With the enhanced speed and dynamic perception granted by her Sharingan, she effortlessly engaged the remaining 11, dispatching them one after another. After eliminating half their numbers, a tremorous shout rang out, "Be cautious! She possesses the Sharingan. Fame of a name is but a shadow of its legacy." Upon hearing the mention of the Sharingan, the remaining adversaries quaked, a primal urge to flee rising within them. Yet, Uchiha Aya would not allow a single one to escape. Seeing this, the remaining 6 steeled themselves for another advance. Do not look into her eyes. Attack from a distance with ninjutsu. In an instant, a dazzling array of ninjutsu was unleashed, striking with precision. Have we succeeded? Is she dead? Huh. The Uchiha are but a shadow of their former selves. The 6 remaining adversaries, relieved and emboldened by the sight of their erstwhile terror reduced to a corpse, began to celebrate. However, in that moment, a chilling blade of ice sliced through their vital points. Without the chance for any resistance, everyone perished one by one. In his final moments, one individual glanced ahead, only to find that the previously gruesome corpse of Uchiha Aya had vanished entirely. An illusion. Understanding everything in an instant, he let out a bitter laugh before closing his eyes. An illusion indeed? Coincidentally, Hinata Takuma, observing with his Byakugan, realized the same as he witnessed the enemy casting ninjutsu into an empty space, reveling in his success. Truly an impressive woman. Within the tea house, Yamashiro Ritsuko, utilizing her sensory abilities to ascertain that all enemies had been eliminated, informed Yunting of the news. Yunting nodded, purifying the cold tea in his bowl with the life force of wood release before drinking it down in one gulp. He then called out, "Owner, the bill please." "Coming right up," responded the tea house proprietor, an elderly woman with a hunched back, as she slowly approached to accept the money Yunting offered, smiling kindly. "Please take care." Yunting calmly acknowledged her and stood to leave. Just then, as he observed the elderly woman's south figure so close at hand, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and with a speed unfitting her age, she produced a poisoned silver needle and plunged it toward Yunting's back. Yunting showed no reaction. At that moment, the would-be assassin's face lit up with delight, only to suddenly find himself rendered immobile. The technique of chaotic heart and body. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Ritsuko calmly formed a secret seal, and, under the terrified gaze of the assailant, commanded his right hand to drive the silver needle deep into his own brow. Bang! The man fell lifeless, his disguise evaporating to reveal the grim visage of a middle-aged man. Yunting, without a glance, continued his stride. In his view, both the recent assassination attempt and the previous poisoning in the tea were rather rudimentary tactics, clearly not the work of someone dispatched by a major power. Yamashiro Ritsuko, equally aware of this, rummaged through the assassin's belongings and discovered a bounty list. Upon opening it, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly caught up with Yunting, saying, "Lord Hokage, that man, along with the previous group, must be bounty hunters from the black market. Their audacity likely relates to this bounty list." As she handed the list to Yunting, he glanced at it, finding his own name and likeness at the forefront. Looking at the bounty amount, he was taken aback 800 million Rio. Even one as affluent as Yunting couldn't help but entertain the thought of turning himself in upon seeing such a staggering price. Moreover, the individuals from the underground black market operated under the principle that greed leads to demise, a truth applicable across all realms. Of course, the notion of surrendering himself was merely a jest. Regaining his composure, Yunting shook the bounty list in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. This is still the land of fire, and the underground black market dares to openly place a bounty on my head as Hokage. They truly possess an audacious spirit. A malignant entity that he had previously overlooked now boldly challenged him, evidently believing that certain influential figures would provide them with immunity to act without fear. In the name of the Fourth Hokage, a notice has been dispatched to the Hidden Leaf Village, announcing an S-rank mission led by Minato Namikaze to eradicate the underground black market within the Land of Fire. This serves as a reminder that the dignity of the Hidden Leaf Village must not be trampled upon. Upon receiving the fervent command from Yunting, Ritsuko Yamashiro swiftly inscribed the details of the mission onto a blank scroll and presented it for Yunting's signature. Subsequently, she summoned a messenger hawk through a summoning technique, which swiftly carried the message back to the Hidden Leaf. It is to be expected that a storm of bloodshed will soon engulf the underground black market of the Land of Fire, especially with Minato Namikaze, who wields the Flying Thunder God technique. Leading the charge, no one shall escape unscathed. All of this is but the consequence of offending the Hokage. Historically, although many renowned ninjas from the 5 great nations have appeared on the bounties of the underground black market, the presence of any Kage has been exceptionally rare. After all, the former is expendable. A ninja village would not be stirred to wrath over the loss of a single individual. However, the latter represents power and prestige. To dare place a Kage on a bounty list would invite a relentless and merciless retaliation from an entire ninja village. Thus, Yunting was astonished, pondering what audacity had led the underground black market to include him in their listings. Could it be the unprecedented bounty of 800 million? Perhaps. He now found himself intrigued by the identity of the affluent individuals who had inflated his bounty to such lofty heights. Certainly, that Tsuchikage, Anoki, must have contributed to this sum, as he is notoriously fond of hiring bounty hunters, making a price on Yunting's head quite reasonable. Yet, it is unlikely that this old man alone could afford such an exorbitant amount. There must be others involved in this escalation. Who among them could it be? That remained a tantalizing mystery. The task of cleansing the underground black market would require time to unfold, but for now, after eliminating the initial wave of pursuers, Yunting and Ritsuko continued their journey. In the ensuing hours, despite the previous bloody reminders, there remained a steady stream of those ensnared by greed, approaching Yunting. However, they never even laid eyes upon him before being systematically eliminated by the members of the Shadow Guard, with 2 Jonin and 2 Special Jonin providing protection. Few organizations beyond the 4 great nations and a handful of others could hope to penetrate their defenses. Thus, the first day passed amidst a flurry of skirmishes. After enjoying a night in a luxurious wooden villa, Yunting set out again the following morning with Ritsuko and the Shadow Guard members. Unlike the previous day, today saw a notable absence of the overconfident challengers. After several hours of travel without incident, the vigilance of the Shadow Guard surrounding Yunting only heightened, for they understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. With the inept eliminated on the first day, only true dangers remained. At this moment, approximately 5 kilometers from Yunting, within a narrow valley, a group of unwelcome guests had gathered. There were 33 in total, the majority of whom were ninjas adorned with the headbands of the Cloud Village, numbering 11. The second largest group consists of 6 ninjas adorned with mist headbands. As for the remaining individuals, they may be formidable bounty hunters or simply agents dispatched from other ninja villages. Unlike the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, which are embroiled in conflict with the Land of Fire, these individuals can brazenly reveal their identities. However, they possess no identifiable insignia. Regardless, the mere fact that these individuals have gathered here indicates that their strength far surpasses that of the cannon fodder from the previous day. The leader of the Cloud Ninja team, known as Yun, observed his surroundings, noting the presence of all those who stood on the same front. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his mind. This operation involved 11 elite Cloud Ninjas, all of whom were of Jonin rank, alongside their mist counterparts, and augmented by these unidentified figures whose imposing aura matched their own. Thus, there were a total of 33 formidable Jonin gathered here. Such power could easily annihilate a small ninja village, and the likelihood of successfully ambushing a Kage-level stronghold was exceedingly high. When Yun accepted this mission, the initial objective was merely to probe the Fourth Hokage. If they found themselves outmatched, they could retreat after collecting his blood, without the obligation to engage in a deadly confrontation. However, now it seemed that the latter was not entirely unattainable. What of would release? Even if the current Fourth Hokage possessed the same bloodline limit, it did not equate him to the legendary Hashirama Senju. The latter earned the title of the god of shinobi after decades of warfare. Yun harbored no illusions about the capabilities of the young Fourth Hokage. Therefore, should they act in unison, the probability of successfully eliminating the Hokage was quite substantial. This would leave Konoha leaderless, positioning the village hidden in the clouds to reap greater benefits from this war. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Yun's gaze was inevitably drawn to a man in the crowd, shrouded in a chilling mask. It was this individual's arrival that enabled the Cloud Ninjas, Mist Ninjas, and various other factions to converge purposefully, lying in wait along the inevitable path of the Fourth Hokage, all without a whisper of their intentions escaping. Though this individual's contributions were considerable, Yun held a deep-seated disdain for him. The ability to locate their group within the Land of Fire and bring them here stealthily indicated a significant foothold in the region, likely intertwined with Konoha's upper echelons, possibly even one of its leaders. The tedious political machinations. Despite his muscular physique, Yun's intellect was sharp. He understood that within Konoha, there were those who sought to exploit their hands to eliminate the Fourth Hokage. It was no wonder that the Land of Fire, as the foremost nation among the ninja world, consistently faltered in wartime, with so many duplicitous individuals undermining their efforts. How could they possibly harness their full strength against external adversaries? In stark contrast, the village hidden in the clouds lacked such convoluted schemes, always striking as a unified force. This has been the reason for their consistent victories throughout numerous shinobi wars. Traitors are universally despised. Though he held no disdain for the individual, he was acutely aware of the gravity of their mission, and thus inquired, "As far as I know, the umbu surrounding the Hokage includes Byakugan users. If they were to discover our presence prematurely, would the Hokage and his entourage withdraw?" The messenger, or more aptly, a member of the root, was keenly aware that only those with substantial intelligence networks in the Land of Fire, and who dared to act decisively against the Yunin, could pose such a threat. Although Lord Danzo had dispatched an assassination squad, upon detecting the presence of other factions, they had strategically united their forces to maximize their threat to Yunin. At this moment, the root member replied indifferently, "Rest assured, we have established a concealed sealing barrier here. As long as we remain within the valley, the Byakugan cannot penetrate our defenses." Oh, the sealing barrier. Upon hearing this, he sighed in relief, reflecting on how Konoha's mastery of sealing techniques, inherited from the Uzumaki clan, was a source of envy for the other four great nations. Particularly, the Yunin, accustomed to seizing various secret arts, had long coveted this power. The fall of the Land of Whirlpools had seen their involvement, gaining some sealing techniques, yet the essence of those arts was obliterated, leaving them far inferior to Konoha. Not only the sealing arts, but also the Byakugan, Sharingan, would release, and other powers made the Yunin salivate with desire. This further solidified his resolve to eliminate the Fourth Hokage. Only through chaos in Konoha could their long-cherished aspirations come to fruition. However, not everyone shared this interest. One of the Mist Ninjas yawned impatiently, exclaiming, "Why complicate matters? We should just charge out and confront them head-on. Surely, the esteemed Hokage wouldn't flee without a fight. Do you presume everyone lacks sense like you?" He thought to himself, as even an entity as formidable as an Ying would prudently avoid confrontation against over 30 elite shinobi. He turned to the speaker and quickly recognized the individual. His white hair and the distinct two red dots between his brows marking him as a member of the Kagaya clan, known for their combativeness and brute strength. The Kagaya were even more reckless than their Yunin counterparts, making such a statement not unexpected. The root member paid him no heed, and understanding his temperament, he chose not to engage further. Additionally, he noticed that the Mist Ninjas appeared to predominantly consist of bloodline limit clans, Kagaya, Mizunakes, and others. Due to their unmasked appearances, he could identify these individuals, who had garnered considerable notoriety in previous battles. He had recently heard that the Mist's higher-ups had significant discord with the bloodline limit clans. Was this deployment of exclusively bloodline users a ploy to eliminate the Fourth Hokage? He shook his head in disillusionment. Another tiresome political struggle. It seemed that aside from the Yunin, other factions were more interested in utilizing the situation surrounding the Fourth Hokage to achieve their own ends, neglecting the true assassination task at hand. However, with the roots established as a connection, an unexpected delight has emerged. Gazing towards the distant approach of the Fourth Hokage, Yun Ting clenched his large fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Ting continued his journey at a steady pace. He planned to traverse the route from the Hidden Leaf Village to the capital of the Land of Fire in 3 days. Now, having covered only half the distance, the peculiarities along the way had alerted him to the impending turmoil ahead, yet he remained unfazed, maintaining his own rhythm. As he passed through a small village, he took the time to clear out a nearby bandit hideout and engaged in meaningful exchanges with the local villagers, earnestly inquiring about their daily lives. Catching and preparing some overly ambitious fish was never the true purpose of his journey. Even visiting the feudal lord was merely a secondary goal. What truly mattered to him were those ordinary individuals, often overlooked, yet forming the very backbone of society. Only through practical experience and a deep understanding of a nation's foundation can one genuinely perceive its true essence. Despite having already assumed the mantle of Hokage in the Hidden Leaf, Yun Ting harbored even greater aspirations. Although his thoughts remained somewhat nebulous, they began to crystallize as his awareness of this nation and the ninja world expanded. At present, he was undoubtedly engaged in this very endeavor. Through his visits, Yun Ting discovered that the Land of Fire boasted fertile soil and favorable natural conditions. Logically, the majority of its common folk should be faring well. Unfortunately, not every locale enjoyed the prosperity of the Hidden Leaf. The characteristics of aristocratic bureaucrats are a constant across all realms. The more affluent the region, the more relentless their exploitation. If the villagers of the Hidden Leaf could still benefit from some rudimentary advancements, the commoners of the Land of Fire were truly living in a backward feudal era. The disparity was so striking that it was hard to fathom they inhabited the same continent. Yun Ting sighed softly. The observant Ritsuko Yamashiro, standing beside him, found herself perplexed. She could not comprehend why the esteemed Hokage would concern himself with the trivialities of ordinary peasants in the Land of Fire. Shouldn't his focus be on ninjas, great nations, or the noble lords? Do you not understand the significance of my actions? Yun Ting glanced at his female secretary. Ritsuko nodded earnestly. In this world, the presence of chakra often rendered the lower classes' resistance to fate futile. Over time, their existence has been disregarded by those in power. However, it is crucial to recognize that for a world to avoid stagnation and aspire towards higher civilization, it cannot overlook those whom they deem insignificant. Moreover, the so-called resistance has never truly ceased. As long as oppression persists and class divisions remain, it will continue to smolder like a persistent spark. Especially in an era of ever-evolving technology, perhaps one day, the so-called born nobles and all unjust systems will find themselves powerless against this tide. Reflecting on past experiences, Yun Ting gazed upon this rather distorted world with a profound sense of awareness. However, upon witnessing the bewildered expression of Yamashiro Ritsuko, he sighed softly, realizing that the enlightenment of thought had yet to be attained. He shook his head, saying, "Even if I were to explain it to you now, you would not comprehend. Instead, observe and contemplate while you are beside me. In due course, you shall gain new insights." Yamashiro Ritsuko nodded in silence. Although she did not grasp the true meaning behind Yun Ting's words, she could distinctly recognize that this new Hokage, to whom she pledged her loyalty, was unlike anyone she had ever encountered. This uniqueness did not evoke a sense of alienation. Rather, it fostered a growing sense of intimacy. Perhaps this individual would indeed unleash a completely different tempest in the future. An unusual brilliance sparkled in Yamashiro Ritsuko's eyes. As a secretary, her role was to fulfill every request to the best of her ability and to follow closely, witnessing this transformation firsthand. Due to various delays along the way, Yun Ting arrived much later than the individuals from Root had anticipated. During this interval, including Yun, the group experienced considerable anxiety. After all, they were in enemy territory, poised to assassinate the leader of a rival nation. Even the slightest misstep could lead to their annihilation before they even laid eyes on their target. Even the typically stoic members of Root exhibited rare signs of unease when the designated time passed without sight of their objective. After an hour of this atmosphere of suspicion, finally, in the distance, the figure marked by the fire symbol upon his conical hat appeared at last. The next steps are up to you. One of the root members exhaled, relieved to see their target. In the time that followed, he needed to remain behind to erase the traces of the sealing barrier, leaving no evidence behind. The presence or absence of any individual was of little concern to Yun and the others. In response, Yun waved his hand dismissively, then, with a serious demeanor, addressed the group. Everyone, let us proceed according to our prior plan. The others nodded gravely, filled with a sense of resolve. Thus began the operation to hunt the Hokage. On the wide, straight avenue, only Yun Ting and Yamashiro Ritsuko walked alone. Suddenly, Yun Ting let out a soft exclamation. Raising his hand to slightly adjust the Hokage hat perched atop his head, revealing his eyes which gazed forward with a hint of solemnity. Although the path ahead appeared untroubled, his formidable strength instilled a deep trust in his instincts. Has the feast finally arrived? He mused inwardly. Before long, in less than 3 seconds, the Shadow Guard, who had been stealthily following him, suddenly revealed themselves, swiftly approaching him. As soon as Hyuga Takuma arrived, he urgently reported, Lord Hokage, a large number of ninjas, totaling 32, are approaching from 200 meters ahead, all possessing chakra levels of elite shinobi. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone, except Yun Ting, shifted dramatically. Even the proud and combative Uchiha Aya felt a wave of helplessness wash over her upon learning of the enemy's numbers and strength. Only Yun Ting, while marveling at the grand spectacle, found his attention increasingly drawn to the fact that Hinata Takuma's Byakugan had failed to detect the enemy's ambush in advance. Was there some secret technique capable of concealing their presence? No. Even if such a technique existed, it could not possibly cover the 30 or so individuals at once. The only exception would be something akin to a sealing barrier. With this thought, a cold glimmer flashed in Yun Ting's eyes. Lord Hokage, should we retreat for the time being? At this moment, Bayun Yeshan inquired gravely. The combined strength of over 30 elite jonin, on paper, could compel even someone of the 5 Kage-s caliber to momentarily withdraw. Unlike samurai, ninjas do not harbor the notion of disgrace in retreating without a fight. Hence, Bayun Yeshan did not intend any offense towards the Hokage in his words. Even the haughty Uchiha Aya remained silent, showing no signs of dissent. In response, Yun Ting calmly shook his head. There is no need. You all must simply protect yourselves. Understood, Bayun Yeshan and the others, including Hinata Takuma and Yamashiro Ritsuko, ceased their persuasion. As those who had followed Yun Ting closely, they held immense trust in this young Hokage. However, Uchiha Aya, who had joined midway, regarded Yun Ting with a hint of perplexity. Since the Hokage chose not to retreat, as a proud Uchiha, she too would stand her ground. Yet, was the Hokage's confidence rooted in complete assurance? Was it due to the wood release? A rare glimmer of anticipation crossed Uchiha Aya's otherwise stoic visage. 200 meters was but a fleeting moment for a ninja. Soon, a coalition assassination squad composed of Cloud, Mist, and other unknown ninjas surged towards Yun Ting and his companions. Leading the charge were the Mist ninjas, skilled in water release, who struck first. Water release, great waterfall technique. Several streams of chakra coalesced into a massive waterfall, surging forward with tremendous force. Yun Ting and the others swiftly evaded, but they were compelled to scatter temporarily, precisely aligning with the enemy's intentions. Attack! The leader commanded. Instantly, 5 members of the squad broke away, rapidly closing in on Bayun Yeshan and his group, ensnaring them and leaving no opportunity for rescue. The remaining 27, brimming with murderous intent, charged towards Yun Ting, intent on dispatching him with utmost speed. Fourth Hokage, today marks your demise. The first to arrive was the lightning-infused Yukari, who unleashed a speed surpassing that of his comrades. His robust physique rippled with muscle as he propelled his sharp elbow towards Yun Ting's head with tremendous force. Lightning release, thunderous flow, bang. The gust of wind dissipated as a pale hand firmly grasped the hefty elbow, preventing any further advance. In disbelief, Yukari gazed as Yun Ting, concealed beneath his Hokage hat, slightly lifted his head and remarked, Cloud Ninja, your prowess seems not to align with your bravado. With that, he abruptly flung Yukari aside, hurling him towards another incoming assailant. Bang! Bang! The two flew backward uncontrollably like cannonballs. Swish! At that very moment, just as Yunting had finished his actions. A water-wielding figure unexpectedly emerged from the pool formed by the waterfall technique beneath his feet, brandishing a large blade and ruthlessly aiming for his waist. Was it the water transformation technique from the Ghost Lantern clan? Unfazed, Yunting observed the scene with an impassive expression. His speed far exceeded the expectations of the Ghost Lantern clansmen before him. Not only did he swiftly evade the massive blade, but he also propelled himself before his opponent, delivering a crushing blow to the latter's head amidst a look of sheer terror. The sound of impact echoed, and cascades of water replaced the expected crimson brain matter. Even without a head, the Ghost Lantern clansman, now transformed into liquid, continued to retreat at a rapid pace. Yunting offered him no respite. With a sharp crackle, he gathered razor-edged lightning chakra in his hand and swiftly plunged into the unsuspecting clansman. Although the Ghost Lantern clan's secretive water transformation technique could nullify physical attacks, it exhibited a glaring weakness: lightning. In an instant, the clansman, paralyzed by the lightning, was forced to revert from his liquid state. Just as Yunting prepared to seize the opportunity to finish him off, a series of ice mirrors materialized in the air around him, unleashing a barrage of ice needles like celestial flowers raining down upon him. The ice release of Mizuki, indeed. Yunting regarded the unfolding scene with calm detachment. As the ice needles approached, he transformed into a stream of water, dispersing the attack. When he reappeared, he had mysteriously materialized behind another adversary. A swift motion ensued, blood flowed freely. The first life was taken by Yunting's hand. It seemed necessary for him to reintroduce the concept of a Hokage to them. Discarding the lifeless body, he had already caused several formidable opponents to falter in their encounter, easily dispatching one. He slowly removed his Hokage hat, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings with a chilling demeanor. Although over 20 individuals were hunting him, the atmosphere suggested he was the true hunter. With a sudden surge of determination, the newly steadied Yuin unleashed a ninjutsu in response. At this juncture, neither side could retreat. It was a battle to the death. Yunting sprang into action. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he deftly evaded a series of ninjutsu, advancing rather than retreating into the throng, igniting a fierce close-quarters combat. The clash of fists resounded. Those who faced Yunting felt their entire arms go numb upon contact. Though lacking the monstrous strength of Tsunade, he had nonetheless inherited the formidable power of the Senju clan. Without intensifying his efforts, Yunting slightly leaned forward as a cold blade narrowly grazed the top of his head. Denying his opponent any chance to withdraw, he swiftly grasped the clansman's arm with a vice-like grip, yanking him toward an oncoming assailant. Yunting followed closely, delivering a devastating kick akin to a whip, the sound slicing through the air. In an instant, the two collided as if struck by a colossal beast, blood gushing forth and sending waves crashing across the waterlogged ground. Suddenly, several shurikens flew through the air, obstructing Yunting's path. His expression remained unchanged as he deftly extended his fingers, flawlessly grasping the incoming shuriken and returning it to its sender before pivoting to launch an attack on a nearby adversary. The battle raged on. Awakened to the powers of wood release, Yunting experienced an unprecedented enhancement in physical prowess. In terms of strength, speed, and resilience, he surpassed the elite shinobi before him by a considerable margin. Consequently, despite the overwhelming numbers of his opponents, he dominated the hand-to-hand combat with absolute superiority. Shadows of figures were sent sprawling uncontrollably from Yunting's vicinity, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's clashes against the forces of the ninja world. However, it was not long before he encountered a formidable foe. Bone release, 10 finger piercing. 10 bony fingers shot forth like bullets. Yunting swiftly drew a kunai, knocking each projectile aside. Then he beheld a figure entirely adorned with bone spikes. Bone release, dance of the larch. Kagaya Minghui, transformed into a cold harbinger of death, charged at Yunting with fervent battle intent. Having activated the secret techniques of bone release, he was now unmatched in both offense and defense. Indeed, this was the case. After a few probing exchanges, Yunting realized that Kagaya Minghui, akin to a porcupine, was not only covered in bone spikes, but could also manipulate the growth and transformation of his bones at will, combined with the unique taijutsu of the Kagaya clan, rendering Yunting's battle more challenging than ever before, prompting him to retreat. As he withdrew, Yunting casually hurled a kunai at his opponent. Clang, clang, clang. Kagaya Minghui paid no heed, allowing the kunai to strike his body without inflicting any harm. Futile. My exterior is enveloped in bone membranes. These mere kunai cannot harm me. Nor can ninjutsu, he proclaimed with a triumphant grin. Following this, he drew two menacing bone whips from the vertebrae of his back, and with his spiky exterior, he charged at Yunting once more, laughing maniacally. Haha? Let me, Kagaya Minghui, claim the head of the Fourth Hokage. Hearing the audacious taunts of Kagaya Minghui, Yunting smirked slightly and surged forward again. Useless. The Kagaya clan, with their bone release, is invincible in close combat. With prior experiences fueling his confidence, Kagaya Minghui wielded his bone whips with reckless abandon, continuing the dance of the larch against Yunting. However, unexpectedly, this time Yunting deliberately brushed past his opponent, leaving behind a single explosive tag while retreating towards his comrades. What? The esteemed Hokage fears me? Haha, just a single explosive tag left behind? He jeered. I have already stated, bone release defense, boom. The explosion of the tag interrupted Kagaya Minghui. Yet, as he had asserted, a solitary explosive tag could indeed inflict no damage upon him. Just as Kagaya Minghui turned to taunt Yunting again, Yunting, having successfully repelled the surrounding enemies, cast a deathly gaze back at him and formed hand seals, declaring, explosion. In the next moment, to Kagaya Minghui's astonishment, another explosive tag materialized where the previous one had been affixed to him. As the words hung in the air, the sound of an explosion erupted abruptly. Damn it! Through the thick smoke, the frantic voice of Kagaya Minghui could be heard, followed by an involuntary cry of horror. How could this be possible? It appeared that the ordeal was far from over. One explosive tag after another relentlessly adhered to his body. Although the defense of the corpse bone pulse could withstand a few explosive tags, what about dozens, hundreds, or even thousands? In no time, amidst Kagaya Minghui's terrified screams, a series of explosions detonated one after another upon him. Ultimately, even the formidable corpse bone pulse could not endure such an onslaught, shattering into fragments amidst the cacophony of blasts. Meanwhile, Yunting calmly averted his gaze, and in a flash, evaded a fiery ball that surged towards him. The technique of mutual explosive tags, an infamous forbidden jutsu devised by the second Hokage, allowed one to affix a single explosive tag to an enemy with lightning speed, enabling an infinite cycle of summoning countless explosive tags that triggered continuous explosions. Naturally, to achieve unlimited summoning of explosive tags, it required coordination with the Edo Tensei technique, which the second Hokage had originally developed for this very purpose. Although Yunting had not mastered the Edo Tensei, his wealth allowed him to procure a vast number of explosive tags for the purpose of mutual explosive summoning. Just as before, less than 100 explosive tags had sufficed to obliterate a powerful member of the Kagaya clan. Fire release, great fire destruction. Reassuredly, Yunting formed hand seals at a remarkable speed, unyielding to the passage of even a single second. A tremendous amount of chakra coalesced in his mouth, and as the surging flames transformed into a sea of fire rolling forth, this technique, originally classified as B rank, now exhibited the potency of an S-rank jutsu in his hands. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth wall. Faced with such a colossal ninjutsu, the approaching adversaries hastily halted, each invoking their own jutsu for defense. After several tense moments, they finally managed to extinguish the great fire destruction. However, the price was steep, as two more had been swiftly slain by Yunting in such a brief span. Is this what it means to be a Hokage? Observing the chaos on his side while Yunting, adorned in the Hokage robes, remained unscathed, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. The fourth Hokage had effortlessly dispatched 4 of them without even resorting to wood release, leaving many others injured. This incited grave doubts within Yun regarding their ability to eliminate the opponent. On the other side, Yunting regarded the remaining 23 individuals and shook his head slightly. These opponents were much easier to handle than he had anticipated. Ultimately, it was a team composed of disparate forces, while they appeared to coordinate well. To a powerhouse of Yunting's caliber, myriad flaws were evident. Moreover, although each possessed chakra levels akin to elite jonin, there were not many who truly embodied the strength of elite jonin. Should Yunting choose to expend more time, he could systematically dismantle them one by one. However, upon observing her companions, particularly the timid Ritsuko Yamashita, and the perilous situation facing her, he resolved to swiftly conclude the battle. Wood release, advent of the forest realm. Since the era of Hashirama Senju, it was the first time that the likes of Yui and Ritsuko, members of the Shadow Guard, bore witness to the formidable power of wood release. In an instant, with a clap of his hands, the terrain within a kilometer radius transformed dramatically. Robust trees surged from the earth, rapidly growing and flourishing. Soon, a towering forest supplanted the original landscape, enveloping both sides of the conflict within its embrace. Is this a jest? A bewildered mist ninja gazed at the unfolding spectacle, utterly incredulous that a single individual could wield such immense power. This was a realm they could neither fathom nor aspire to reach. Only through direct observation did he truly comprehend why wood release had been revered as the foremost bloodline limit in the ninja world. Meanwhile, the originator of this phenomenon did not relent. Countless wooden clones sprouted from his form, charging forth to engage the foes surrounding them. Unlike shadow or water clones, these wooden manifestations inherited greater strength from the original, aided by the nurturing forest realm. Soon, the forest echoed with the sounds of carnage. Ritsuko Yamashita, armed with a kunai, struggled against an adversary skilled in swordplay. As a member of the Yamashita clan, she was not adept at direct combat. The secret techniques she had learned were primarily supportive in nature. Yet, the prevailing circumstances compelled her to muster her courage, just as she felt on the verge of collapse. The technique of the forest realm took effect. Trees sprang forth as if animated, with thick branches and vines launching toward the enemy from all directions, leaving them in disarray. By the time the opponent, having sacrificed his ninja blade and drenched in blood, narrowly escaped the encirclement, Yui's wooden clone had arrived, swiftly dispatching him with a few strikes. "Are you unscathed?" Yui's wooden clone inquired of Ritsuko Yamashita. She nodded wearily. "Just a minor injury. It is of no consequence. Please rest. I shall handle the remaining battle." With that, Yui's wooden clone moved on to the next target. Though she longed for respite, Ritsuko lifted her gaze, curiously watching the retreating figure of Yui's clone and the surrounding sea of trees. Having been by Yui's side for so long, this was her first encounter with wood release. In another battleground, when another of Yui's wooden clones arrived, the conflict had already reached its conclusion. Drawing the blade from the lifeless enemy, Uchiha Aya, though maintaining her stoic demeanor, could not conceal the excitement in her eyes as she noticed the wooden clone. Her three-tomo Sharingan swiftly scanned the area. Yui nodded in acknowledgement, observing that Aya was unscathed, and chose not to engage in further conversation, turning to depart. Aya remained silent, fixated on the retreating form of the wooden clone, until a flicker of fervor ignited in her gaze. Truly, what extraordinary power, and an equally remarkable individual. In the ensuing period, after Yunting successfully rescued Shou Jian and assisted in eliminating the adversaries of Bai Yun Yishan and Ri Xiangdejian, he devoted his entire focus to the remaining ninjas within the realm of the Divine Tree's descent. Consequently, the multitude of ninjas, previously isolated and struggling in the aftermath of the Divine Tree's separation, swiftly succumbed to Yunting's enhanced wooden clones, transforming into mere fertilizer for the trees. Such is the might of wood release. Witnessing their once formidable assassination squad of over 30 dwindle to a mere handful, the remaining ninjas, desperate, unleashed their final, desperate techniques. Corpse Bone Pulse, Early Fern Dance. Water Release, Great Exploding Water Shockwave. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. Ice Release, Ice Blade Storm. In that instant, a colossal forest of bone swords erupted from the ground. A massive elliptical water prison coalesced, a heavy earthen mound formed, and a tempest of ice blades swirled within the confines of the Divine Tree. Under the overwhelming onslaught of this combined ninjutsu, row after row of towering trees shattered into splinters. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of land emerged within the once mighty realm of the Divine Tree. The remaining 5, including Ruin, Shui Wuyu, and another Kagaya, endured their exhaustion and seized the opportunity to regroup swiftly. As they gazed upon the destruction they wrought upon the once nightmarish realm, their faces brightened with joy. Yet, just as their spirits lifted, Yun Ting appeared before them, calmly stating, "I must admit, I underestimated you. To show my respect, allow me to send you on your way with this wood release, wood dragon technique." They watched in horror as an immense, majestic wood dragon emerged from Yun Ting's hands, their earlier joy instantly dissolving into despair. With a thunderous roar, the wood dragon surged forth, colliding with the remaining 5. Boom! A colossal shadow fell, and amidst the violent tremors of the earth, the five vanished without a trace. As the dust settled, all was concluded. Having dispelled the wood dragon technique, Yun Ting approached the site of the final battle. Before him lay a vast crater, formed by the dragon's strike. The bodies of the five were nowhere to be found, save for a few bloodstains and tattered remnants of clothing, evidence of their existence. Yet, one figure remained. Yun Ting's expression shifted as a bloodied silhouette suddenly erupted from the ground beneath him. Lightning release, thunder pair heatblade. With the last of his strength, the solitary survivor, Yun, enveloped in scorching chakra, charged at Yun Ting. To wield the thunder pair heatblade, you must hold a significant position with the rakeage, Yun Ting remarked, his demeanor unflinching as he conjured a series of resilient wooden walls before him. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder pair heatblade, infused with Yun's final will, shattered wall after wall until, after 4 strikes, it ultimately came to a halt before the last wooden barrier shielding Yun Ting. At that moment, Yun had exhausted his final vestiges of strength, devoid of any semblance of life. Yun Ting lowered the wooden barrier and offered a slight nod to the Cloud Ninja, whose name he had never known. Thus, a magnificent assassination team comprising 32 elite jonin was entirely obliterated under the command of Yun Ting. Lord Hokage, the enemy's hidden stronghold has been thoroughly inspected, and no anomalies were discovered, reported Hinata Takuma, who had been assigned by Yun Ting to investigate the enemy's refuge following the battle. Yun Ting nodded calmly, his expression devoid of surprise. This was consistent with the style of the route. Regardless of success or failure, they meticulously erased all traces, leaving no evidence for others to uncover. Yet, did they truly believe that the absence of evidence would render them untouchable? A cold glimmer flashed in Yun Ting's eyes. Initially, he had intended to deal with route gradually, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, for time was always on his side. However, having witnessed their audacity, his perspective had shifted. It appeared that he needed to accelerate his plans upon returning. After all, having a ticking time bomb nearby, while it might not be lethal, would undoubtedly consume considerable mental energy. Lord Hokage, all the bodies have been collected, announced Hakiniyama, who was responsible for clearing the battlefield. Even in death, the bodies of ninjas represented a treasure trove, particularly since many of the attackers possessed bloodline limits, increasing their research value. The only regret was that the strongest among them had been reduced to mere blood mist under Yun Ting's wood dragon technique. With a tinge of regret for what could have been, Yun Ting surveyed the meticulously tidied surroundings and inquired of Yamano Ritsuko, "How long until the reinforcements arrive?" "Approximately an hour," Ritsuko replied. After the battle, she had summoned a hawk to relay messages to the nearest Konoha ninja outpost. The 28 intact ninja corpses could not possibly be transported to the capital of the Land of Fire without assistance, so personnel were needed to return them to Konoha. "In that case, let us all take this time to rest," Yun Ting declared. A major battle inevitably incurs injuries and exhaustion. Although the accompanying team lacked a medical ninja, Yun Ting summoned a slug, which proved to be more effective in providing treatment. As for himself, aside from a slight depletion of chakra, his energy remained abundant, and the minor injuries he sustained during the battle had already healed completely. It could be said that his condition had not diminished after dispatching over 30 foes. This exemplified the formidable constitution of the Senju clan, inheritors of the Sage of Six Paths. In terms of self-healing and endurance, perhaps only those who could harness the power of tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki, could compare. An hour later, the Konoha reinforcement squad arrived punctually. After sealing the ninja corpses within scrolls, the team, burdened with the substantial scrolls, bid farewell to Yun Ting. "Lord Hokage, we shall take our leave now." Yun Ting placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the leader, advising, "Remain vigilant on your journey. You carry a great fortune." Yes, the ninja squad departed. Yun Ting did not delay further and continued to lead Ritsuko from the mountains along with the members of the Shadow Guard towards the capital of the Land of Fire. A gentle breeze swept through, and the once blood-soaked battlefield had lost its initial scent under the passage of time. Aside from the vast, abruptly sprouted forest, few would recall that a fiercely intense battle had once unfolded here. However, shortly after Yun Ting's group departed, a mysterious figure began to rise slowly from the ground they had just vacated. This enigmatic individual, clad in a long coat adorned with red clouds against a black background, presented a body split evenly between white and black, further ensconced in a pitcher plant. Such distinctive features unmistakably identified him as a member of the Akatsuki organization. At that moment, White Zetsu exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Ah, what an extraordinary display of wood release. In comparison, our own abilities are mere counterfeit imitations." Black Zetsu, deep in thought about whether this unexpected wielder of wood release might interfere with his plans to rescue his mother, replied coolly, "You are a counterfeit by nature. Are you not? Is it not simply that you are tinged with a layer more of black? Perhaps I shall take on that hue as well." White Zetsu grumbled in discontent, adding, "Of course, if you could defecate, I might concede that you are different from us." Fool. Black Zetsu dismissed White's erratic musings, casting a serious glance around before stating, "We have gathered sufficient intelligence on the Fourth Hokage. It is time to report back to the leader." "Oh, are we returning so soon? Will you not continue to engage with the Fourth Hokage?" White Zetsu inquired with surprise. "That will not be necessary. Following today's battle, no fool will dare to attempt to assassinate the Fourth Hokage again. Even if they did, it would not force him to reveal more. We have other matters to attend to and should not waste time here. This concludes our business." With that, Black Zetsu did not wait for a response from White and directly maneuvered his body back underground. The battlefield finally returned to a genuine tranquility. Another day passed. With no further incidents along the way, Yunting and his group arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. Gazing upon the seemingly endless expanse ahead, filled with densely packed buildings and bustling crowds, Yunting felt a surge of interest. To speak earnestly, given the foundation of the Land of Fire, this city before him could indeed be deemed the largest in the ninja world. After a brief survey, Yunting lowered the Hokage hat atop his head, having spotted the individuals sent to welcome him. "Lord Hokage, welcome to the capital of the Land of Fire. The daimyo has long awaited your arrival." Upon noticing Yunting's party, the leading official of the Land of Fire approached warmly. "Clearing away some unseeing trash along the way has kept the daimyo waiting." Yunting replied with a faint smile. The time was still brief, aside from a few directly involved. The outside world remained unaware of the events that had transpired during Yunting's journey. Although the officials of the Land of Fire did not fully grasp the implication of his words, they maintained smiles and engaged in idle chatter before guiding Yunting's group into the capital. With dusk approaching, it was not an opportune moment to meet the daimyo. Ultimately, this marks a political display orchestrated by the newly appointed Hokage and the daimyo, aimed at showcasing their close-knit alliance to the outside world, leaving no room for negligence. After much deliberation, both parties agreed to convene tomorrow morning. Subsequently, Yunting declined the proposal for officials from the Land of Fire to stay at the ceremonial hall and instead opted to visit the Konoha ninjas stationed at the defense base. As the paramount force protecting the Land of Fire, although the daimyo is accompanied by the 12 guardian ninjas, Konoha has also dispatched elite warriors to ensure his safety. The commander of the Konoha ninjas stationed in the capital of the Land of Fire is Nara Shikamaru, a relative of Nara Shikaku. His appointment to this position arises from Konoha's need for an astute individual to navigate the affairs between the village and the upper echelons of the Land of Fire, a task naturally suited to the high-intellect Nara clan. Upon arrival at the defense base, after greeting and meeting with the local Konoha ninjas and sending Yamashiro Ritsuko and the shadow guards to rest, Yunting proceeded with Nara Shikamaru to a secure chamber. During their time together, Nara Shikamaru elaborated on the recent circumstances within the Land of Fire. In summary, the current relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire is one of mutual reliance, characterized by closeness and harmony, devoid of any underlying conflicts. Yunting's meeting with the daimyo is primarily to foster familiarity and strengthen emotional ties. However, Nara Shikamaru also expressed concerns regarding a prevailing ideology among the 12 guardian ninjas that is detrimental to Konoha, suggesting that the Hokage should not exist, and that all power ought to reside with the daimyo. In response, Yunting asserted unequivocally that as long as the daimyo maintains his faculties, such occurrences are utterly implausible. The establishment of Konoha has been solely the endeavor of its own people. All ninjas, villagers, and even the ninja clans within the village have always acknowledged the Hokage. Even though the daimyo may provide financial support to Konoha, the village's own revenues are on a healthy upward trajectory, rendering the former's contributions merely supplementary. Attempting to utilize economic means to constrain Konoha would prove exceedingly challenging. It is precisely this understanding that emboldened Yunting to make his earlier declaration. As a perceptive individual, Nara Shikamaru comprehended this reality, Yet he cautioned that allowing such sentiments to proliferate could be detrimental. While the daimyo may remain unaffected, there is no guarantee that those beneath him, including the entire 12 guardian ninjas, will not develop animosity towards Konoha. The current daimyo is indeed a wise man. Should this ideology truly overstep its bounds, he would surely handle it without our intervention. Yunting recalled that in the original narrative, the moderate faction among the 12 guardian ninjas ultimately quashed the radicals, and no repercussions were faced thereafter, indicating the daimyo's covert influence behind the scenes. Nonetheless, it remains prudent to exercise caution. Recently, Asuma Sarutobi has expressed his desire to serve among the 12 guardian ninjas. Given the current instability within their ranks, his inclusion could prove beneficial. Asuma Sarutobi? Nara Shikamaru appeared to recognize this name, pondering if it was the intention of the Third Hokage. Yunting waved his hand dismissively. No, it is his own desire, a fervent wish from someone who yearns to rise above the shadow of his father. Initially, I had no intention of acquiescing, but it seems now that it could indeed be a clever strategy. Nara Shikamaru, with a sense of maturity, chose not to dwell on the matters concerning the 3 generations of the family. Instead, he nodded in agreement, stating, "The decision for the illustrious son of the Third Hokage to join the 12 Guardians and pledge to protect the daimyo carries substantial political significance. It undoubtedly reflects Konoha's support for the daimyo, and I believe he would not refuse this proposition. Furthermore, Asuma's involvement could effectively counteract any unfavorable tendencies towards Konoha from the Guardians, truly a strategy that serves 2 purposes." With that settled, Yunting clapped his hands, suggesting that Asuma must be quite eager as well. He could only hope that the Third Hokage would not reproach him for his actions. Surely not. Nara Shikamaru hesitated. Yunting contemplated for a moment before smiling. Indeed, he will not. After all, the Third Hokage is a person of great vision. After concluding their clandestine conversation, Yunting and Nara Shikamaru retired for the night. The following day, the formal meeting between the Hokage and the daimyo proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. Once the official ceremony was complete, Yunting had a private audience with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who greeted him enthusiastically. Holding a delicate folding fan that obscured half of his face, and spoke in a somewhat peculiar tone, "Yunting, I trust you have no objections to me addressing the Fourth Hokage by your name." Observing the daimyo, whose attire and demeanor exuded an aura of gloom, Yunting internally scoffed, yet maintained a cordial smile, responding, "In public, you are the daimyo. In private, you are an elder. Addressing me by my name is most fitting." The daimyo chuckled heartily. "Haha, then I shall call you by your name. When Hizashi recommended you, I was quite astonished, considering your youth. However, upon discovering your surname, Senju, I felt reassured. Both the first and second Hokages were Senju, and they enjoyed a delightful rapport with my father, elevating the Land of Fire to its current status as the foremost nation in the shinobi world. Now, as heirs to our ancestors' wills, it is our duty to further strengthen the Land of Fire. With your esteemed support, Konoha shall do its utmost." Yunting nodded in agreement. His previous knowledge of this daimyo had been scant. In contrast, he had engaged extensively with the daimyo's wife since assuming the role of Hokage. It was unavoidable, as the daimyo's wife was notorious for her numerous cat-searching missions each year in Konoha. Each time a cat was found, it would soon escape again, leading to a continuous cycle of retrieval and loss. This repetitive endeavor alone sustained a significant number of Konoha's lower ninjas. In fact, she had taken to residing in Konoha permanently. Initially, Yunting had wondered why the daimyo allowed his wife such freedom. However, upon seeing the frail figure of the daimyo before him and recalling the robust physique of his wife, the answer became evident. With a tinge of sympathy, Yunting regarded the daimyo as he engaged in meaningful discourse, dedicating much of his time to the ongoing war efforts. Although the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion, conflicts within the Land of Fire persisted, albeit with significantly reduced intensity compared to the previous mass assaults. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that an unexpected friction might incite a new wave of conflict. In this regard, the military strength wielded by the Hidden Leaf Village undoubtedly requires robust support from the Fire Nation's official authorities, maintaining a consistent tone throughout. This is also one of the reasons why Yunting, as the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, has come to meet with the daimyo. It is said that political reform follows the departure of leaders, and Yunting must articulate his foreign policy to the daimyo and gain their endorsement. Overall, Yunting has continued the strategy of his predecessors. Yet, in contrast to the Third Hokage's conservative concessions, he exhibits a much firmer and unyielding stance. To put it succinctly, while the Hidden Leaf currently seeks to avoid escalating the war and yearns for genuine peace, they will not yield an inch if their adversaries take advantage. Having witnessed the Third Hokage's triumphs on the battlefield against the Stone Country, only to suffer defeats at the negotiation table, which led to immense turmoil within the Hidden Leaf and ultimately his resignation, Yunting is acutely aware of how to navigate external challenges moving forward. After some contemplation and inquiries regarding Yunting, the daimyo ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the dialogue between the Hokage and the daimyo, the two pivotal figures of the Fire Nation, concluded successfully. The overall strategy of the Fire Nation was subsequently adjusted. In summary, following this meeting, Yunting left with a favorable impression of the daimyo. While not particularly wise or formidable, the daimyo was at least not the type to hinder his allies. He understands the necessity of cooperation and does not harbor ambitions beyond his capabilities. Yunting found satisfaction in this nominal vassal, who is, in reality, a cooperative partner. After departing from the daimyo's residence, he chose not to leave immediately, instead opting to linger for an additional week. During this time, he engaged with various factions within the Fire Nation, strengthening relationships and negotiating numerous economic collaborations for the Hidden Leaf. Of course, in his leisure moments, he took the opportunity to explore the capital, experiencing the splendor of this magnificent shinobi metropolis and absorbing its myriad details. He even granted a reprieve to the Shadow Guard and Shanin Ritsuko. While the former is a matter of little concern, he had observed the latter returning from her daily shopping excursions, laden with bags of clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics. Indeed, regardless of the world, women possess a fervent passion for shopping. But there is one exception, a woman named Uchiha Aya. Throughout these 7 days, while even Bayun Yesan took the time to enjoy excursions, she steadfastly persevered in her practice within the courtyard, enduring solitude. Her rare outings were merely to the nearby ninja tool shop for weaponry replenishment. Truly, one cannot help but acknowledge the Uchiha's relentless dedication. 7 days have now passed, and Yunting and his entourage are prepared to return. Initially, they intended to hasten back to the Hidden Leaf, having accomplished all necessary meetings. However, upon hearing that the new Fire Nation envoy to the Hidden Leaf would also be traveling there, Yunting decided to accompany them on the journey. Just as the position of the deer in Nara is significant within the capital of the Fire Nation, each ambassador from the Fire Nation to Konoha carries equal importance. In many decisions concerning Konoha, the influence of its ambassador is second only to that of the daimyo. After all, it is merely a trivial task, and Yunting would not let such a fortunate connection slip away. The newly appointed ambassador to Konoha is a short, stout man named Imai Daisuke. Upon encountering Yunting, he immediately approached with a beaming smile and greeted him warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Imai Daisuke gestured towards the palanquin behind him, inviting, "Honorable Hokage, the journey is long. Why not rest in my palanquin?" Yunting cast a glance at the diminutive palanquin, barely large enough for one person, and then scrutinized the broad figure of the man before him. With a chuckle, he replied, "I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Daisuke, but as a ninja, I am not accustomed to riding in palanquins. Moreover, given the unrest along the way, I prefer to remain vigilant. With the Hokage present, what petty thief would dare to cause trouble?" Imai Daisuke was filled with confidence in Yunting's capabilities. However, seeing Yunting's determination, he could only regretfully concede. Unlike the extraordinary ninjas who traverse the heavens and the earth, he was merely an ordinary man, and with his rotund physique, it would take him a week to reach Konoha on foot. Thus, the palanquin, a nobleman's mode of transport, was indeed the best choice. Soon, the procession set forth. The Shadow Guard had retreated into the shadows for protection, leaving only Yamamoto Ritsuko accompanying Yunting. In contrast, Imai Daisuke's entourage consisted not only of 2 bearers, but also a cohort of samurai and attendants. In terms of grandeur, his retinue surpassed even that of the Hokage. Yunting paid little mind to this. He casually surveyed the group, and, finding nothing amiss, continued on his way. As time passed, the imposing silhouette of the capital of the Fire Nation gradually faded beneath the sunlight. To accommodate Imai Daisuke and his entourage, Yunting did not hasten his pace but maintained a leisurely speed, consistent with his earlier journey. Nonetheless, The group needed to rest intermittently, especially the two bearers carrying Imai Daisuke, who were drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Suddenly, when one of the bearers stumbled over a loose stone and fell, the palanquin toppled over onto its side. Instantly, Imai Daisuke emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, followed by a torrent of curses directed at the bearers. The two bearers could only tremble in fear and plead for mercy while desperately attempting to right the palanquin. However, whether due to panic or some other reason, they found themselves unable to lift it, thus inviting even more ire from Imai Daisuke. Observing all this, Yunting furrowed his brow and, without waiting for others to act, approached to offer assistance, hoping to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Yamamoto Ritsuko followed closely behind. However, just as Yunting reached the toppled palanquin and prepared to lift it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously timid and cowardly bearers, upon raising their heads to face Yunting, now bore expressions filled with a fatalistic indifference. Without uttering a single word, they unleashed the techniques within them at a breathtaking pace. In an instant, blood gushed forth from their bodies in a frenzied spray. What was most unsettling was the eerie black hue of the blood they expelled. Damn it! Almost simultaneously, Yunting's pupils constricted sharply as he realized the gravity of the situation. For the first time, he sensed an overwhelming threat of death. There was no time for further words. He forcefully yanked the incapacitated Jin Daisuke from the palanquin. Then, amidst the horrific screams, seized Yamanaka Ritsuko by his side, retreating with utmost haste. However, at that moment, two more attendants surged forth from the group behind them, silent and spewing forth black blood, just like the bearers before them. This was a meticulously orchestrated trap of certain death. In an instant, Yunting found himself surrounded, with black blood inundating all directions, above, below, and all around, accompanied by the manifestation of hexagrams, as four pulsating spheres of dark blood rushed towards him at an alarming speed. The inner four symbols sealing technique. An S-rank sealing ninjutsu. The practitioner inscribes the four symbols seal within their body, sacrificing their own life to seal away all surrounding matter into the realm of the underworld. It is an immensely powerful technique of mutual destruction. In the entire ninja world, few possess the capability to withstand such a jutsu. This was the ultimate killing move that Danzo had specifically prepared for Yunting. The four symbols team refers to the four individuals who bear the inner four symbols seal within them. They are the absolute warriors of the root. After years of control over the root, Danzo had only these four besides himself capable of inscribing the inner four symbol seal. Not only does this technique demand exceptionally high qualifications from its practitioner, but the inner four symbols sealing technique itself also requires the consumption of vast resources for successful execution. The decision to expend this decisive trump card on Yunting demonstrates the magnitude of their resolve. Thus, for the sake of Konoha, for Lord Danzo, let the Fourth Hokage perish here. In their final moments, the four members of the Four Symbols team gazed at Yunting with eyes filled with hope, eagerly awaiting the arrival of that moment. The inner four symbols sealing technique, what a grand design. As he beheld the ominous black blood surging from all directions and glanced at the four death warriors he had previously overlooked, Yunting's expression was one of cold resolve. Truly, they were the shadows of the ninja world. Compared to other factions, their strategic planning and lethal techniques were undoubtedly far superior. In a seemingly casual moment, he had unwittingly stepped into an unprecedented life and death crisis. Even with his wood release, if he were to be struck by the inner four symbols sealing technique, escape would be improbable, and he would be destined to sink into the underworld forever. This could be described as an infallible assassination plan devised with a full understanding of his abilities. Had this occurred some time ago, with his wood release and peak combat power, he might have found himself frustratingly defeated in such a covert manner. However, now, a brilliant light flickered in Yunting's eyes. Ah, help! No. Just then, a chorus of deathly screams erupted behind him, emanating from the nearest samurai and attendants. As he watched his subordinates swallowed by the inky blackness, with the dark tide surging rapidly towards him, Daisuke Imai's face turned pale, abandoning any regard for his own pain. He trembled and stammered, "Lord Hokage, what should we do now?" Previously, he had felt secure under the protection of one of the five Kage, renowned for their prowess as the strongest of ninjas. Now, he realized how naive he had been. Even the Hokage had limitations. The thought sent shivers coursing through his body. In contrast, Ritsuko Yamanaka, standing beside Yunting, displayed a remarkable composure. Though she was unaware of the mysterious ninjutsu behind the grotesque black blood and understood that her own strength offered no hope of survival, the sight of her loyal leader steadied her heart. No one understood the significance of the title Hokage better than a Leaf Village inhabitant, and indeed, he did not disappoint her. Observing his secretary's determined effort to remain calm, Yunting nodded appreciatively and said, "Take my hand." Without hesitation, Ritsuko's slender, pale hand, slick with perspiration, grasped Yunting's firmly. Meanwhile, addressing the trembling Daisuke Imai, Yunting was less courteous, hoisting him up directly. Just as the encroaching waves of black blood threatened to engulf the trio, he finally made his move. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. The four ominous waves of dark blood collided, curiously silent. What was happening? As the plan neared fruition, the target had inexplicably vanished, leaving the four root Umbu, who had poured their last drop of blood, in disbelief. They could only close their eyes in resignation, filled with profound regret and confusion. Outside the reach of the four-symbol seal, the three, previously ensnared by the dark blood, suddenly materialized beside a special kunai that had just been thrust into the ground. Daisuke Imai, still trembling, kept his eyes tightly shut, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, as time passed, and he found he could still breathe, he could no longer resist opening his eyes. Upon seeing a vibrant green teeming with life, starkly contrasting the eerie blackness, he realized he had escaped calamity. He exhaled deeply, turning to his savior with heartfelt gratitude. "Lord Hokage, thank you so very much." Yunting nodded calmly. This unfortunate incident had arisen because of him, leading to the demise of his subordinates and nearly costing him his life. In terms of misfortune, few could rival him. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Daisuke Imai, who, being a non-ninja, was oblivious to the nature of their escape, Ritsuko's face reflected profound astonishment. The ability to transport them instantaneously to another location was undoubtedly a form of space-time ninjutsu. As for the space-time ninjutsu, the one who participated in the Third Great Ninja War had a profound impression of the infamous Golden Flash, who relied upon the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, when Ritsuko Yamashiro noticed that Yunting was stowing away a unique kunai inscribed with the technique on its surface, a look of realization spread across her face. Nevertheless, the astonishment in her eyes remained unabated. When had her Hokage learned the Flying Thunder God technique? It is known that throughout the years in Konoha, only the second Hokage and Minato Namikaze had mastered it. Even the third Hokage, revered as the doctor of the ninja world, could not grasp it. Now, the fourth Hokage before her had acquired this technique, and coupled with his formidable wood release, Ritsuko could scarcely fathom the extent of his power. At this moment, Yunting had also noticed the gaze of his secretary, yet he paid it little heed, merely instructing her not to disclose this information. He had already begun to appreciate the advantages of keeping his strength concealed. It was precisely because Danzo was unaware of Yunting's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique that the meticulously laid trap was so easily unraveled. When Yunting had seen the two bearers spouting black blood, he swiftly rescued Daisuke Imai while simultaneously tossing a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. His cautious approach had proven to be sagacious. Later, when enveloped by two corpse-like figures sealed within the four symbols, it was that distant kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal that granted him a path to escape. This was something those adversaries had never anticipated. Had Danzo been aware that Yunting possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, such a significant oversight in this assassination attempt would not have occurred, resulting in a complete waste of his most potent trump card. This underscores the importance of intelligence. Yunting resolved to keep the Flying Thunder God technique a secret for future subterfuge. After all, among the two individuals who had witnessed the recent events, Daisuke Imai was merely an ordinary person who had kept his eyes shut in fear, unaware of what had transpired. Moreover, with his identity as a Konoha envoy, no one would press him for information, thus rendering it inconsequential. As for Ritsuko Yamashiro, his trusted aide and personal secretary, there was no cause for concern. Regarding the Shadow Guard, they remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded within, shrouded by the black blood. Presently, the only individual privy to Yunting's secret was Ritsuko Yamashiro, ensuring that the Flying Thunder God could remain concealed. Upon hearing Yunting's directive, Ritsuko, though perplexed, obediently nodded and affirmed, "Yes, Lord Hokage." At this moment, as she gazed at Yunting, Her eyes shimmered with even greater brilliance than before. Not only had he saved her life, but with such a powerful Hokage, how could Konoha not flourish even more? Soon thereafter, a hurried sound of breaking air echoed. It was the members of the Shadow Guard, who had previously been anxiously lingering beyond the boundaries of the sealing technique. Upon discovering Yunting and the others, they rushed forward in a flurry of excitement. Lord Hokage, it is our negligence for failing to notice that the assassin had concealed himself within our ranks. Please punish us. The leading by Yun Yeshan knelt upon the ground. A look of remorse etched upon his face. Even I failed to perceive the slightest indication, let alone you all. One can only assert that this adversary is exceptionally formidable and cunning. There is no need for you to feel guilt. Rise, please. Yun Ting extended his hand to lift by Yun Yeshan, then addressed the others. The group stood up, and under Yun Ting's guidance, they returned to the site where the four symbols sealing technique had erupted. At this moment, with the demise of the four death warriors, the four symbols seal had been lifted. The black blood had vanished, leaving behind a colossal pit nearly 400 to 500 meters wide. Within it, nothing remained. All had been greedily dragged into the underworld by the four symbol seal. Limited by their perspective, the onlookers were engulfed in profound shock upon witnessing this scene, oblivious to the nature of the technique. Simultaneously, aside from Ritsuko in the mountains, they were even more astonished at how Yun Ting had extricated himself from such a terrifying technique. However, observing that Yun Ting remained silent, the gathered individuals prudently refrained from questioning him. Among them, Uchiha Aya, with a tinge of regret, withdrew her gaze from Yun Ting. Being one who valued strength, she yearned to comprehend the means by which Yun Ting had liberated himself from such a potent technique. Yet, as he was the Hokage, she was acutely aware of her subordinate status. Ultimately, she could only touch the corner of her eye. The three-tomo Sharingan could not possibly endure under such a technique. The clan elder had mentioned that there were higher levels of the Sharingan. One could only wonder if they could withstand such damage. Meanwhile, by Yun Yeshan, recovering from his astonishment, inquired about the most pressing concern. Hokage-sama, do we have any leads regarding the identity of the assailants? The visitors were all death warriors and would naturally divulge no information. However, at this juncture, Yun Ting's lips curled into a smirk, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he remarked, with such a formidable sealing technique that conflicts with me, who else could it be? Sealing technique? By Yun Yeshan and the others exchanged glances, clearly grasping the implications of Yun Ting's words. Yet, as this pertained to the higher echelons of Konoha, they lacked the authority to inquire further. What they could do was be a sharp blade when Yun Ting needed it most. Concurrently, Imai Daisuke, overhearing the dialogue beside him, suddenly realized something, anxiously explaining to Yun Ting, Hokage-sama, those two bearers, along with the other two, although they were under my command, no, they certainly are not my people. They must have been swapped. You must investigate this thoroughly. I am not implicated in this matter. Imai Daisuke was evidently worried about being entangled in the incident. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the assassins were concealed within his ranks. According to the political climate of the Land of Fire, if Yun Ting truly escalated this matter, even if he were innocent, the repercussions could jeopardize his hard-won status as a Konoha envoy. Of course, Mr. Daisuke was also a victim, entirely unconnected to this affair. Yun Ting reassured him. With the capabilities of the root, it was indeed quite feasible to discreetly replace an official S-attendant. Yun Ting harbored no animosity towards Imai Daisuke, and given the events of today, he felt that future interactions could be more harmonious. Therefore, he had no intention of acting detrimentally towards him. However, to prevent any unforeseen incidents from recurring, Mr. Daisuke has reluctantly agreed to be carried by one of my subordinates. We must hasten our return to Konoha. Yun Ting spoke again. Naturally, Daisuke Imai, who breathed a sigh of relief, would not object. Thus, the group commenced their swift journey, aiming for Konoha. Yun Ting took the lead, his eyes concealed beneath the Hokage hat, glinting with cold resolve. It was time for retribution. At the entrance of Konoha village, within a day's time, Yun Ting and his party returned. Weary yet resolute. As ninjas, they fared well. Though fatigued, a brief rest would restore their vigor. In contrast, Daisuke Imai, who had been carried on the back of the largest member, felt no physical exhaustion, yet appeared pale from the bumpy ride, unable to suppress his nausea upon touching the ground. Ritsuko, please escort Mr. Daisuke to the Konoha hospital and ensure he receives proper medical attention, Yun Ting commanded. Ritsuko nodded and led the somewhat grateful Daisuke towards the hospital. Yunting then turned to the members of the Shadow Guard. His gaze icy as he continued to issue orders. Next, our target is the home of Shimura Danzo. Let us depart. No one voiced any dissent, even though they were acutely aware that their destination was the residence of one of Konoha's elders. Unlike other elders whose homes were situated in the bustling heart of the village, Danzo's abode lay on the outskirts, in a secluded and desolate area, perfectly befitting the nature of a figure shrouded in darkness. Though it was a home, Danzo seldom returned there, spending most of his time at the root base. However, due to Yunting's house arrest decree, this sparsely populated residence had recently experienced an influx of activity. Aside from Danzo himself, only a single ordinary servant attended to his daily needs, a simplicity that starkly contrasted with his status. Moreover, to monitor his every move, Yunting had discreetly stationed a team of Umbu ninjas outside. Yet, it appeared their efforts were in vain. Inside the Danzo household, despite the abundant sunlight outside, he habitually kept the windows and doors shut, seated in the dimness of his abode. Years ago, he had missed his chance at the position of Hokage and was compelled to embrace the shadows. Although he had not forgotten that fleeting opportunity over the years, perhaps he did not comprehend, or was unwilling to acknowledge, that he had become so entrenched in darkness that he no longer felt at ease in the light. Even if he were to momentarily return to the brightness, the searing sunlight would expose the darkness that clung to him, from skin to bone. Clearly out of place, yet he persisted, ultimately facing the fate of demise. Nevertheless, he would resolutely remain seated, just as he was doing now. At this moment, in the dimly lit room, the sound of his fingers tapping against the cane was markedly more hurried than before. Danzo was not as tranquil as his exterior suggested. If all proceeded as anticipated, the four-symbol squad should have already made their move. Calculating the time, it was now due for a report to return. What, then, would the outcome be? The Fourth Hokage's remains are utterly obliterated? If so, it would be nothing short of perfection. Although the demise of the Fourth Hokage may cast a shadow over the current war-torn state of Konoha, it is ultimately just a transient pain. With the guidance of Hizashi and my own presence, Konoha shall swiftly recover, bolstered by its profound heritage. This outcome is far preferable to the prospect of Konoha's future being jeopardized by the reckless ambitions of that arrogant young man. His relentless pursuit of power and suppression of the elder generations is one matter, but the gravest error lies in his decision to ease the constraints on the Uchiha clan. It is worth noting that even the illustrious Second Hokage maintained a vigilant wariness towards the malevolent Uchiha lineage. How could a mere descendant like Senju Yunting dare to overturn his predecessor's strategy? Arrogance, belligerence, and unprecedented extremism, coupled with formidable strength, render the Uchiha a veritable powder keg within Konoha, poised to explode at the slightest provocation, ultimately inflicting harm upon themselves. Having witnessed Uchiha Madara's hubris and self-importance firsthand, Danzo harbors profound reservations. He is resolute in his desire to prevent the emergence of such a being from the Uchiha clan once more. Therefore, for the future of Konoha, the Fourth Hokage, who has strayed far from the village's original path, must perish. As for the possibility of failure, Danzo shook his head. No one understands the formidable nature of the Four Symbols seal better than he does. Since its inception, the Four Symbols team was designed with the intent of engaging powerful ninjas in a mutual demise. Consequently, their training did not adhere to conventional ninja methodologies, but rather focused on enhancing speed, stealth, secrecy, and disguise, to ensure that enemies remain unaware. Their chakra reserves are kept exceedingly low, aimed at disarming the adversary's vigilance and unleashing lethal strikes at critical moments. When the enemy finally perceives their anomaly, it will be too late. In preparation for the Fourth Hokage, Root has orchestrated a meticulous plan. With all four members of the Four Symbols team deployed, Danzo is confident that even if the Fourth Hokage possesses would release, he can scarcely evade such a deadly trap. The blame lies solely with him for obstructing Konoha's path. Danzo's fingers paused, his eyes glinting with intensity. Time ticked away. The sunlight outside had dimmed considerably. The rhythmic tapping within the room continued, accelerating, revealing the master's growing anxiety. According to the timeline, the messenger should have arrived by now. Why had they not come? Had some misfortune befallen them? After several hours of stagnation, Danzo's brow furrowed, and he instinctively began to contemplate an alternate scenario he had previously wished to avoid. What if the plan had failed, and the Fourth Hokage was still alive? If that were the case, What should he do next? It would seem that such considerations were no longer relevant. The true concern rests solely upon him. For the four-symbol seal, a profound sealing technique, is a treasure that only Konoha can possess and master. This S-rank seal is accessible only to a select few within the upper echelons of Konoha. Kansho Yunting is not a fool. It is evident that he is likely responsible for the situation. Although the actions of the Four Symbols team were executed flawlessly, leaving no trace behind, the occurrence of such an event would certainly provoke a thunderous retribution from the adversary, even in the absence of evidence. Thus, it could very well lead to a complete loss. Danzo's grip on his cane tightened with resolve. He understood from the outset that deploying the Four Symbols team would leave no room for retreat against the Fourth Hokage. Success was imperative, failure was not an option. With this thought, Danzo's solitary eye gleamed with the ferocity of a wolf. Yet, some matters are beyond the control of human will. At that moment, the creaking sound of a door being pushed open echoed through the room. Danzo's body stiffened instinctively, under the watchful gaze of Umbu outside. His subordinates could not enter so brazenly, and his old servant would never intrude without notice. The visitor was none other than he slowly raised his head, and a striking flash of red and white garments caught his eye. The vivid colors belonged to the Hokage's ceremonial robe, an attire Danzo was all too familiar with and had long aspired to don. Had the plan truly failed? As he watched the figure in the Hokage's robe enter, his gaze shifted to the youthful yet familiar face, and his heart sank. His previously erect posture deflated, leaving him hunched and defeated. It was clear he had indeed failed. Meanwhile, Yunting strode in with an unmistakable air of coldness, unmasking his disdain. Danzo, are you surprised and disheartened to discover I am still alive? In that instant, the atmosphere in the room grew overwhelmingly oppressive. Ultimately, as a master of subterfuge, Danzo suppressed his inner turmoil after a few breaths and forced a calm facade as he inquired, "Why does the Fourth Hokage say this? I have been confined to my home for some time and am unaware of the matters beyond. If there has been a misunderstanding, please clarify." Observing Danzo's reaction, Yunting smirked coldly. The inner Four Symbols sealing technique. Elder Danzo, you truly possess remarkable skills. I wonder when the root has managed to cultivate such formidable four death warriors. Inner Four Symbols sealing technique. I do not comprehend why the Fourth Hokage would assert such a thing, Danzo replied. He knew the roster of root was clear to the Fourth Hokage, and there were no such individuals. At this juncture, Danzo could only deny the allegations. Even if everyone could surmise the outcome, as long as there was no concrete evidence, he, as a senior elder of the Konoha Advisory Council, would not face peril. Survival meant there was still hope. Yunting, understanding Danzo's line of thought, scoffed mockingly. To think that one who claims to contribute to Konoha from the shadows would shrink back for personal gain. Danzo, you have greatly disappointed me. If only you would boldly declare your loyalty to Konoha by exposing your true self in this moment. Even resorting to the inner Four Symbols sealing technique to perish alongside me, I might have regarded you with a modicum more respect. However, at present, it seems this old man has adopted the stance of watching his allies remain motionless in the face of impending doom. Upon hearing this, Danzo wished to counter, yet Yunting, weary of further discourse, declared resolutely, the Four Symbols seal, as an advanced technique of Konoha, has been wielded by an enemy against the Hokage. This is a grave matter. Only a select few high-ranking officials of Konoha are qualified to master such a seal, and the only entities capable of training assassins and possessing a formidable intelligence network to eliminate the Hokage are the Umbu and Root. The Umbu are my subordinates. Thus, there can be no assassins among them. Therefore, the primary suspect is undoubtedly Root. Although there is no direct evidence, substantial suspicion is indeed substantial. Until sufficient evidence is gathered to resolve this case, Root shall cease operations, and its personnel shall temporarily be integrated into the Umbu. As for you, Elder Danzo, who also bears significant suspicion, your house arrest shall be indefinitely prolonged until your innocence is proven, and no visitors shall be permitted. With that, Yunting waved his sleeve dismissively, uninterested in Danzo's attempts at justification, and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, a thought struck him. He turned back, his gaze filled with murderous intent, and addressed Danzo. Danzo, it would bring me great pleasure to witness the infamous claws of the shinobi being shattered. Forever confined within this small room, living out your days as a clawless tiger for the world to observe. I believe this would serve as a fitting punishment for you. Of course, You may choose to disregard my orders and leave at your own discretion. Should you do so, I would be more than pleased to end your life myself." At that point, no one would dare to speak. With those words, he departed, leaving behind an atmosphere of cold solitude. The victor and the vanquished. As the defeated. Upon Yunting's arrival, Danzo had already begun to accept his loss and the impending descent into obscurity, awaiting the resolution of his fate. This was not unfamiliar territory, having faced similar circumstances in his past encounters with Hisashi. Yet, as Yunting's final words echoed in his mind, particularly the phrase "a clawless tiger" on display, no amount of self-reassurance could suppress the turmoil within him. Regret? Danzo remained seated in silence, motionless for a considerable time. Exiting Danzo's residence, Yunting gestured, and in an instant, an Umbu ninja appeared before him, bowing respectfully. "Hokage-sama, double the personnel monitoring Danzo," Yunting instructed. "Additionally, include the Byakugan ninja in the team. I require knowledge of Danzo's every action." Previously, due to Danzo's mere year-long house arrest as a minor penalty, his status as an elder had prevented Yunting from treating him like a common criminal, resulting in a somewhat lenient approach that had allowed Danzo's subordinates to exploit the situation. However, Yunting would no longer indulge such leniency. Not only would he enforce strict surveillance over Danzo's every move, but he also had plans for Danzo's loyal root subordinates. Even if the curse seal binding them to Danzo were lifted, their years of indoctrination would ensure their continued covert allegiance to him. Thus, suspending Root's operations and assimilating them into the Umbu was merely a temporary measure. Yunting had further arrangements in mind. 3 days had elapsed since Yunting's return to Konoha. During this time, news of the assassination attempt against him had undoubtedly spread throughout the village. The common villagers were only aware of his remarkable feat of vanquishing over 30 ninjas, as the numerous corpses brought back were indisputable evidence. However, the subsequent perilous assassination involving the four-symbol seal was only whispered among the higher echelons of Konoha, the ninja clans, and a select few high-ranking jonin. Ultimately, this was a matter of internal strife within Konoha, and its revelation to the public would be detrimental. Everyone, including Yunting, tacitly agreed to confine this affair to a small circle and keep it from the general populace. Yet, concealment does not imply that Yunting would abstain from seeking retribution. The ruthless punishment meted out to Danzo and the root had already spread throughout the ninja community. Consequently, the two seldom visited advisors from Konoha, Minato and Uzumaki Kaoru, could no longer remain idle and decided to confront Yunting together. Fourth Hokage, imposing such punishment on Elder Danzo without any evidence regarding the assassination seems rather unorthodox. Minato questioned Yunting in the Hokage's office. As a member of the advisory council, Danzo wielded considerable power among the elders. However, now the latter had lost everything and was relegated to house arrest, further diminishing the already waning influence of the advisory council under Yunting's growing authority. Therefore, whether for personal or public reasons, Minato and Uzumaki Kaoru felt compelled to intervene and attempt to reinstate Danzo. They even called upon the retired Sarutobi Hiruzen, though he declined to assist. At that moment, facing Minato-on's inquiry, Yunting merely glanced up from his paperwork and replied coolly, "The four-symbol seal technique is accessible only to the upper echelons of Konoha. If it wasn't Danzo, then was it you, Elder In?" Minato-on's expression changed, and he hastily shook his head, denying the accusation. "How could it possibly be me? As an advisor of Konoha, I would never engage in an assassination of the Hokage. Indeed, Elder In and Elder Kaoru, you both would lack such motivation. But what of Danzo?" Yunting smirked coldly. "As comrades for decades, you must know Danzo's character well." Minato and Uzumaki Kaoru fell silent. It was precisely because they understood that they had little complaint regarding Yunting's unorthodox and procedural breach in punishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even unwilling to intervene. Now, their sole desire was to rescue their old friend. As for the root, they had long since given up on that. Beyond matters of power, Danzo was ultimately a comrade who had fought for Konoha for decades and made significant contributions. As elders, they did not wish to see the remainder of his life tarnished by the label of a criminal. In the Hokage's office, just as Minato and prepared to speak again, Yunting impatiently interrupted, "Let us not dwell on the matter of evidence. For a ninja, the ability to discern the truth is innate. Some matters are clear to anyone with a modicum of sense, yet they choose to remain silent for the sake of Konoha. That is acceptable, but appropriate punishment must be rendered. If such a grave crime as the assassination of the Hokage is treated with leniency, how will others regard the Hokage in the future? What becomes of the Hokage's prestige? What of Konoha's honor? The stern words flowed unflinchingly from Yunting's lips, revealing his unwavering resolve. Mito Gate Flame and Tanshin Koharu sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. The blame could only be laid at Danzo's feet for his ruthless actions in this matter. Yunting did not linger on the issue, swiftly bidding them farewell. If there are no further matters, I must excuse myself from this audience. There are pressing affairs to resolve, particularly those concerning the Land of Fire. And time is of the essence. Mito Gate Flame, recognizing Yunting's resolute stance and the futility of their visit, rose to take his leave, saying, "Then the Fourth Hokage should attend to his duties. However, I wish to remind you that while the younger generation of Konoha has indeed grown, we must not forget the immense contributions of our predecessors. Danzo's deeds for Konoha ultimately far outweigh his transgressions." With that, he departed, accompanied by the taciturn Tanshin Koharu, who had remained silent throughout, her expression cold. Once the two had left, Yunting lifted his gaze to the closed door, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What does it matter if the merits outweigh the faults, when such treachery as the assassination of the Hokage remains unpunished? These old-timers have long sat atop their pedestals, considering Konoha their own fief, dismissing others as lesser beings. Even the Hokage, in their eyes, is merely a junior, expected to respect and follow the elders, who they deemed the greatest benefactors of Konoha. Thus, the act of an elder taking the life of a junior is merely a fleeting lapse of personal interest. A simple acknowledgement of error, an apology, and a promise not to repeat the offense would suffice, with perhaps a token compensation. There is no need for perpetual scrutiny. After all, this is a figure who has shed blood and tears for Konoha. The implications in Mito Gate Flame's words were clear. Their joint plea for leniency stemmed from this very mindset, and they saw no fault in it. It is no wonder that Akimichi Toraifong, as a fellow clansman, rarely hears of ties with these two, nor is it surprising that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has distanced himself from them. The latter possesses greater discernment and a clearer sense of right and wrong. As for these two, they merely cling to their status as disciples of the second Hokage and peers of Sarutobi Hiruzen, having endured through the years to attain their positions in Konoha's advisory council. In terms of capability, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could easily overshadow them. Fortunately, the former has wisely chosen to relinquish all burdens and savor retirement, while the latter is now confined by Yunting. The remaining duo, weak and insignificant, are not regarded highly by the power-holding Yunting, who feels no obligation to spare their feelings. Were it not for the fear of escalating the situation, he would have considered eliminating Danzo outright. Yet, to kill an elder advisor of a ninja village without substantial evidence would mark an unprecedented event in the annals of the 5 great ninja villages. In the intricate chessboard of politics, Yunting cannot recklessly overturn the table, for he is no longer a carefree soul unburdened by the weight of responsibility. Occupying the esteemed position of Hokage, he must exercise restraint and prudence. Even with formidable power at his disposal, he cannot act with impunity. Much like a sovereign ruling from a lofty perch, if one disregards their ministers and drives them to resign, what use is power if decrees cannot escape the palace walls? It is crucial to uphold the system and regulations that govern human interactions, no matter how mighty Senju Hashirama may be. He relies on a multitude of capable individuals to sustain the operations of Konoha. Yunting is no exception. Thus, despite the clear consensus that the one with the ability, means, an intent to assassinate the Hokage is likely Danzo, he cannot act against him without incontrovertible evidence. Particularly since Danzo serves as a senior advisor and has long aided the Hokage, his influence extends well beyond the confines of the root. Various factions within the ninja clans, functional departments, and the broader ninja community, especially the militant factions, show considerable inclination towards him. Yunting's decision to imprison him and temporarily dissolve the root signifies a punishment that subtly transcends established norms. A concession made possible by his esteemed lineage as a Senju and the formidable reputation derived from his wood release, as well as the understanding of the fury that propelled him from the confines of the Shiki Fujin. However, should he reveal any intent to harm Danzo, he could expect a deluge of admonitions from all quarters. While he could choose to act unilaterally, the resultant rift would be arduous to mend over time, a loss far outweighing any potential gain for Yunting. Furthermore, as he previously conveyed to Danzo, confining a once mighty tiger without its claws, merely for exhibition, serves as a humiliation far more profound than outright execution. Having already placed this tiger in a cage, it is now time to sever its remaining claws. Yunting clapped his hands. Soon, a high-ranking member of the Umbu, clad in a beige uniform and mask, appeared before him. Have the personnel from Root been accounted for? Yunting inquired. The Umbu officer responded, reporting to you, Lord Hokage, all active personnel from Root have been fully assimilated and accounted for by the Umbu. In that case, extract them to form teams for the most perilous missions, Yunting replied coldly. From the outset, he harbored no intention of fully assimilating Root, well aware of its impossibility. His initial aim in incorporating them into the Umbu was to gain complete insight into Root's operations. Subsequently, these individuals would be called upon to sacrifice everything for Konoha. As Root serves as the dark sword of Konoha, these personnel have forsaken all emotions for the sake of their missions. Thus, it would be a pity to wield such a sharp blade against one's own or to destroy it. In the current state of ongoing strife along the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, numerous tasks abound. It is only fitting to dispatch these individuals for support. Even should they meet their demise in battle, it would surely be a matter of no regret for them. In summary, regarding the Root as a ticking time bomb, Yunting treats it as a double-edged sword, wielding it in a manner that is both advantageous to Konoha and systematically undermining, until complete annihilation, the power of Danzo. The struggle for power is indeed ruthless. As for the Root ninjas, deeply branded by Danzo's influence, Yunting refrains from labeling them as traitors. Instead, he informs them of their status through the legacy of Konoha's heroes, demonstrating a commendable sense of mercy. Of course, it is possible that remnants akin to the Four Symbols team remain hidden, unrecorded within the ranks. However, in the present circumstances where resources, logistics, and intelligence have all but vanished, these so-called loose ends pose no significant threat. Even if they seek to reconnect with Danzo, the formidable prison that confines them would ultimately lead them to their own demise. Yunting's resolve and decisiveness in severing Danzo's minions are unwavering. Time flies, and we find ourselves in June of the 48th year of Konoha. Aside from the incident involving Shimura Danzo over 2 months ago, nothing of great significance has transpired in the village. But recently, the most noteworthy event has been the birth of a robust baby boy to Akimichi Choza, the head of the Akimichi clan, in early May. To celebrate this newborn, named Akimichi Choji, Choza generously reserved an entire barbecue restaurant to host a feast for the guests to mark the child's first month. Yunting, having received an invitation, contributed a monetary gift. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly captured everyone's attention was the rumor that Choza, after settling the bill, was carried away, pale-faced. It was said that the total contributions he received fell woefully short of covering the expenses of the day, leaving him nearly in the position of having to part with his trousers to settle the account. The cause of this predicament stemmed from the uninvited Akimichi relatives who joined the gathering. This served as a cautionary tale for others, reminding them to limit the number of the Akimichi clan's voracious eaters at future banquets. Otherwise, a joyous celebration could easily devolve into a lamentation. Even someone as financially robust as Yunting fell silent upon witnessing the towering, portly Akimichi relatives swiftly consuming the barbecue in mound-like portions. Ultimately, with a gaze filled with pity, he glanced at Choza, who was beaming with joy amidst the crowd, his face aglow, before shaking his head and departing. He, being soft-hearted, cannot bear to witness the vicissitudes of life. As expected, shortly thereafter, Choza submitted a leave request, citing practice errors as the reason, and upon receiving it, Yunting readily signed his approval, even extending it to 2 weeks. He had once experienced the hardships of poverty, and thus, it seemed wise to allow Choza to recuperate properly. In the Hokage's office, after signing the last document, Yunting stretched languidly and gazed out the window. Above, the most prominent sight was undoubtedly the 4 Hokage statues carved into the Hokage rock. His own likeness stood at the far right, unmistakably clear, as he is, after all, the youngest and most dashing Hokage among them. Below, the vibrant and bustling streets of Konoha unfolded before him. Although not as vast as the capital of the Land of Fire, the area bustles with ninjas adorned in headbands, their movements complemented by the sight of individuals leaping across rooftops, infusing the locale with a unique vibrancy. Suddenly, Yunting's gaze sharpened. focusing on two pregnant women engaged in laughter on a distant street. One bore dark hair, while the other flaunted a striking red mane. The former's belly was noticeably more prominent. He recognized both women as Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Considering the timeline, it would not be long until Sasuke and Naruto made their entrance into the world. Yun-Ting had arrived in Konoha in October of the 47th year, and he had been residing there for over 7 months now, suggesting that the chaos of the Nine Tails incident had unfolded less than half a year prior. Initially, he had felt a sense of uncertainty, but now he possessed a profound confidence regarding the future. Retracting his gaze from the bellies of the expectant mothers, Yun-Ting smiled calmly. This year marked the beginning of a new generation emerging in Konoha. Among the renowned Konoha 12, Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee had already been born last year. As of this year, thus far, Yamanaka Shino, Haruno Sakura, and Akimichi Choji had also welcomed their arrivals. He had even contributed a monetary gift for Shino's birth, considering that many among the Konoha 12 were of the second generation of ninjas. As for Sakura, her father was merely a chunin, and thus lacked the influence to invite him. By this calculation, the remaining 6 would gradually usher in their births in the latter half of the year, heralding the official commencement of a new chapter for Konoha. However, Yun-Ting calculated that he would need to present gifts for 6 more births in the upcoming months. For instance, Sasuke, being the son of the Uchiha clan leader, certainly warranted his congratulations as the Hokage, especially given the amicable relations he currently shared with the Uchiha. Hinata, as the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader and the future heir, deserved recognition, particularly since her clan had previously extended their assistance during the ordeal with Orochimaru. Moreover, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba, each being the sons of clan leaders and part of the second generation, could not be overlooked. He must extend his regards to each. Lastly, Naruto, with both Minato and Kushina being formidable assets to Konoha, could not be allowed to fade from his support. Thus, he must also attend Naruto's celebration upon reaching a month old. After all, Minato was his capable aide, and respect for Kushina, a Jinchuriki, was paramount. In summary, he anticipated a significant financial outlay in the latter half of the year. While his resources were ample, the constant outflow of goodwill without reciprocation left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. This was merely the beginning. Who could predict the future events such as month-old celebrations, 10th birthdays, weddings, or funerals? As Hokage, he must offer gifts even if he could not attend. Would he ever have the opportunity to reclaim his goodwill? Yun-Ting pondered this, shaking his head in despair. The only occasion he could foresee for inviting guests and receiving gifts would be his own wedding, but that seemed unlikely to materialize in the near future. Tsunade, it appeared, was utterly unyielding. For him, the road ahead is long and arduous. Should he consider changing his target? Yun-Ting pondered for a moment, then resolutely shook his head. For the sake of the continuation of the Senju clan's noble bloodline, for the inheritance of Wood Release, and to honor the wishes of the clan elders, he would descend into hell if necessary. Alas, his selflessness is truly remarkable. In the Whetbone Forest, Yun-Ting navigated the terrain with ease. After exchanging pleasantries with a small living slug, he proceeded, as usual, to his training ground to continue his cultivation of sage techniques. It had been over half a year since he began his practice, and without relying on the system, he was now able to autonomously absorb the natural energy from his surroundings without the slug's assistance. Although he had yet to master it completely, it was merely a matter of time. While it may seem that his progress was considerably slower than Naruto's, who appeared to possess greater innate talent for sage arts, the reality was quite different. Yun-Ting was practicing the Whetbone Forest techniques, which were undoubtedly more challenging than those of Myaboka Mountain. Furthermore, while Naruto dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his training throughout the day, Yun-Ting was constrained by his duties as Hokage, often only able to steal limited time for practice, occasionally even having to interrupt. Consequently, this naturally extended the duration of his training. Moreover, the sage techniques Yun-Ting sought to master were not akin to a quick charge of 2 hours followed by 5 minutes of operation. Rather, they required the kind of endurance reminiscent of his ancestors' long-lasting power. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to progress more slowly than Naruto. As he began his training, Yun-Ting sat placidly by a lake rich with natural energy, following the secret techniques taught by the slug. With each breath, he visibly drew in the colossal waves of natural energy, influenced by the environment. The natural energy within the Whetbone Forest was not only denser than that of the other 2 sacred lands, but also more vibrant due to the presence of the slug. This was undoubtedly comfortable for Yun Ting, who possessed wood release, significantly reducing his risk of petrification compared to others. Half an hour later, while Yun Ting was deeply engrossed in his practice, a sudden plume of white smoke erupted in the wet-bone forest, and a figure emerged. The only person capable of arriving here now was Tsunade. She approached Yun Ting's training area with a clear purpose, choosing not to disturb him. Instead, she stood with her arms crossed, observing him intently. This boy seems to have made considerable progress since their last encounter. There is indeed a substantial possibility that he will master the wet-bone forest techniques after his grandfather. Although this development would be a tremendous boon for the Senju and Konoha, the memory of having wagered against this young man irked her greatly. How cunning he is. Tsunade let out a habitual cold huff. She was now quite concerned about what unfavorable terms he might propose. As for failing to fulfill a bet, although Tsunade often lost her wagers, her integrity remained intact. She never owed anyone a debt. At most, she might delay payment for a while. Though that duration might be rather lengthy, she would invariably settle her debts. As for the demands that Yunting might propose at that time, would they continue to be postponed as in the past? Tsunade pondered for a moment and shook her head in discontent. This simply wouldn't do. Nowadays, due to the wood release experiment, she and Yunting had been meeting with increasing frequency. How could there be any delays? Having witnessed Yunting's mastery of wood release firsthand, and seeing her own previously failed attempts at senjutsu nearing success in Yunting's hands, Tsunade could hardly contain her envy. Especially with recent reports of progress in the wood release experiment, she would not be able to distance herself from Yunting. Thus, everything circled back to the initial dilemma. What would she do if Yunting made unreasonable demands? When Yunting finished a cycle of meditation and opened his eyes to find Tsunade's expression fluctuating rapidly, he approached her, expecting some reaction. However, she seemed lost in thought, so he playfully waved his hand in front of her eyes and called out mischievously, "Hey!" Startled, Tsunade instinctively leaped back. Upon realizing it was Yunting, she scolded him, "You little brat. What are you up to?" Yunting chuckled and curiously asked, "What were you just thinking about? You didn't even react when I came close. That is not like you at all." Naturally, Tsunade would not divulge her thoughts. Noticing Yunting still clad in his training shorts, she shifted the topic, saying, "Aren't you going to put on some proper clothes? With that childish physique of yours, do you really think you look good?" "Certainly not as good as you," Yunting replied with a shrug, being quite honest. The woman before him was truly exceptional. In Konoha, he had yet to find anyone whose physique could rival hers. Boom. Just as Yunting finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed nearby. A living slug glanced up momentarily before returning to its tasks, unfazed. 15 minutes later, in a clearing marred by craters and shattered trees, Tsunade dusted off her fists. Feeling invigorated, what had appeared to others as an intense battle was merely an appetizer to her. Yunting shared this sentiment. After all, both the Senju clan and their close relatives, the Uzumaki clan, were renowned for their extraordinary physical prowess. Yunting had now donned his clothing again. Aside from the dust covering his attire, he appeared much like Tsunade. He looked up at her. To be honest, aside from lacking the overwhelming vitality bestowed by wood release, Tsunade was not inferior to him in terms of physicality. Compared to the previous Senju clan members, her potential for awakening wood release should have been the highest. Unfortunately, she lacked a touch of luck. Now that the research on wood release had shown signs of progress, a glimmer of hope emerged. Coincidentally, after their customary warm-up, Tsunade asked the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. "How is the wood release research progressing?" Yunting replied, "Quite well. We have achieved some breakthroughs. Through comparative research, it appears that your own physical constitution already meets the necessary conditions to activate wood release. However, it lacks the influence of certain critical factors, which has kept the dormant wood release hidden deep within your blood. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for one to awaken the wood release technique. However, I am here. My own unintentional awakening of this ability at such a tender age suggests that I have inadvertently discovered the crucial factors that facilitate this phenomenon. With me as a prototype, identifying and nurturing these essential elements could potentially enable you, who inherently meet the conditions, to awaken as well. Of course, this endeavor requires both time and luck. The research team still has a considerable journey ahead before achieving ultimate success. Tsunade, you must exercise patience. Even for a scientific genius like Orochimaru, significant time investment is required to yield results in any research. not to mention the research team in Konoha. Given that the subject of study is the elusive wood release, many factions have previously embarked on this quest. Yet apart from the stroke of sheer fortune that allowed Yamato to inherit a flawed version of the technique, all others have met with failure. Nevertheless, Yunting possesses great confidence in this wood release research he has meticulously assembled. After all, my unexpected awakening serves as an exceedingly rare and valuable blueprint. The underground black market has even placed an exorbitant price of 800 million on my corpse, while the Raikage dispatched a dozen elite shinobi solely to retrieve a mere sample of my blood. Moreover, Tsunade's own qualifications are equally suitable. Were it another clan member of the Senju, it is likely that even upon discovering the key factors, their inadequate physical constitution would hinder any awakening. Thus, the prospects are undoubtedly bright. Yet, as he rightly pointed out, the journey is fraught with twists and turns. Nearly half a year has elapsed, and only now has research shown slight progress. Should we await complete resolution, it may very well take years. As a woman of mature age, a fierce warrior, and a survivor of the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade's temper remains fiery, yet she possesses the wisdom to understand certain matters. Although the wood release holds immense significance in her heart, the thrill and urgency of rekindling a long-abandoned desire is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Nevertheless, aware of the arduous journey ahead, she can temper her impatience, occasionally seeking solace in venting her frustrations to Yunting, an individual so familiar that there is no fear of causing harm. It's all right. After being disappointed for so many years, I don't mind waiting a few more. Consider it a gamble. If I lose nothing, and if I win, I gain immensely, she confidently asserts. Yunting, upon hearing this, was momentarily struck by a peculiar expression and quickly interjected, "Tsunade, please do not regard this as a gamble. Are you not aware of your track record in gambling? That would be a curse upon yourself." It is important to note that Tsunade invariably loses in such matters. This is a matter of causality. He feared that her ill-fated words might jeopardize the substantial investment of resources and manpower he had dedicated to the wood release research. Even if successful, the implications could be dire. Historically, each time she emerged victorious, someone significant in her life faced dire consequences. Given their close blood ties and relationship, he was the most likely target this time. Thus, this gamble must not be undertaken lightly. Nonsense. As the illustrious gambling master Tsunade furrowed her light yellow brows, poised to unleash her wrath, a sudden realization struck her. This matter was pivotal to her own awakening of wood release. Reflecting on her past gambling outcomes, she ultimately ceased her self-deception and, with a sense of ennui, declared, "Fine. If we're not gambling, then so be it." Yunting exhaled in relief, acknowledging her decision as sagacious. He then added, "While this particular wager cannot proceed, do not forget the bet we made previously, Tsunade." "Ah, indeed. And should my research into wood release prove successful, you will owe me a monumental favor. Have you contemplated how you shall repay it?" After a lively exchange, Yunting, having returned to the Hokage office, barely had time to catch his breath when Ritsuko Yamashiro entered, reporting that Minato Namikaze had completed his mission. 2 months had elapsed since Yunting, incensed by the exorbitant bounty placed on his head in the underground black market, commanded Minato to lead an operation to eradicate all such establishments within the Land of Fire. The protracted duration of this endeavor was not due to the formidable nature of the black market, but rather because these vermin had burrowed themselves too deeply. The locations of their transactions were merely the surface. The true challenge lay in dismantling the vast intelligence network they had cultivated over the years. Even with Konoha's capabilities, significant time was required to root them out entirely. Minato, as the operations commander, did not spend every moment in the field. He only led his team to cleanse when the intelligence department uncovered leads. During other times, he continued to assist Yunting with pressing matters. Yunting had always regarded capable subordinates as essential assets. Minato's arrival to report the completion of the mission clearly indicated that all underground black markets within the Land of Fire had been thoroughly cleansed. Indeed, upon entering and addressing Yunting, he reported, "Lord Hokage, all 32 underground black market trading points and 106 intelligence sites within the Land of Fire have been eradicated. Moreover, throughout the operation, we have acquired numerous spoils, which you may review." Yunting received the meticulously compiled list from Minato, and his eyes brightened upon examining it. The cash seized alone from the underground markets amounted to 600 million, not including the funds stored on cards. Once they extracted account passwords from the captives, that sum would undoubtedly swell. Additionally, they had recovered 113 highly valuable ninja corpses, over 200 scrolls of C, B, and a few A-rank ninjutsu. 6 precious ninja swords capable of channeling chakra, and countless shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and other ninja tools. It could be said that Konoha had struck a significant financial windfall this time. In the face of ongoing wars and a steadily declining revenue for Konoha, this was indeed a substantial boon. Truly, the spoils of war are a golden belt. Yunting mused, particularly given that this operation targeted a black market that had consistently maintained a surplus of resources, one that had long since lost its vigilance in the shinobi world. In the face of an unexpected strike from Konoha, all attempts to evade the situation proved futile, culminating in a predicament of being caught red-handed. Holding the list in his hands, Yunting pondered the notion of expanding his reach beyond the Land of Fire for further plundering. However, he soon shook his head, setting aside the fact that the underground black market had already become wary. The current state of the ninja world made it clear that mobilizing troops to foreign lands would incite misunderstandings and potentially lead to unnecessary incidents. Thus, Yunting merely entertained the thought before discarding this impractical notion. With the underground black market in the Land of Fire now eradicated, the next step was to ensure its complete annihilation, preventing any chance of resurgence. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, aside from Konoha, no uncontrolled, vast organization could be permitted to exist. Yunting commanded, "Minato, this matter shall remain solely your responsibility. Remember, we cannot allow the underground black market to reopen in the Land of Fire." Minato firmly replied, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I shall exert every effort." Those who roamed the underground black market were predominantly ruthless bounty hunters and rogue ninjas. Their presence, bolstered by the intelligence and protection offered by the black market, posed a significant latent threat to both Konoha and the Land of Fire. Moreover, the bounty list featured numerous notable figures from Konoha and the Land of Fire, making their eradication undoubtedly the right course of action. As for the pressure from certain influential individuals in the Land of Fire, who had intricate ties with the underground black market and were willing to serve as its protectors, Yunting had already received numerous overt and covert attempts at persuasion and even threats since he issued the task. He scoffed at these threats. If they were merely attempts to intimidate him, he could afford to overlook them. However, should they escalate to serious actions, such as reducing the war funds allocated to Konoha or deliberately failing to cooperate with them, he would have to respond in kind. Yunting was not a native of the ninja world. Possessing power, he was unwilling to merely act as a weapon while refraining from targeting the inherently privileged aristocrats. Should he truly be provoked, he would not hesitate to eliminate all obstacles in his path, ensuring that no trace remained. It is well known that in the realm of assassination, he is a seasoned leader with an abundance of capable individuals at his disposal. Once the business was concluded, Yunting smiled and inquired of Minato, "During this period, many of our peers have become parents. You are next, aren't you?" Considering the time, Kushina's due date is approaching. Upon mentioning Kushina and the anticipation of becoming a father, a radiant smile broke across Minato's face. "Indeed, if we calculate the time, Kushina has about 3 months left." Yunting remarked, "I truly envy you. When the child is born, do remember to invite me to celebrate." Minato replied, "Absolutely. It will be our honor to have Hokage-sama join us." Yunting's words led Minato to envision the beautiful scene of cradling his child alongside Kushina, receiving blessings from friends and family upon the child's arrival. In the future, Kushina will undoubtedly become a devoted mother, while he will strive to be a commendable father, nurturing their child, Naruto, to grow into a remarkable ninja akin to the protagonists in the tales of old. Observing the blissful countenance of Minato, Yunting silently resolved that he would not allow the tragedy that befell the Minato family to occur in this lifetime. Having assumed the mantle of the Fourth Hokage, it was only fitting that he shoulder the responsibilities that were originally Minato's on the night of the Nine Tails. Thus, the fates of Minato and Kushina would be altered forever. One can only imagine that if Minato were aware of all this, he would willingly relinquish his obsession with the Hokage title, choosing instead to live alongside his beloved wife and provide Naruto with an idyllic childhood. As he prepared to depart, Minato, struck by a sudden thought, kindly inquired, "Hokage-sama, among our acquaintances, it seems you are the only one yet to marry. Do you have a partner? Would you like me to assist in making an introduction?" Yunting's expression darkened at the remark. Why must he bring up such matters? Am I truly the only single individual among our circle? He dismissively replied. As the fourth Hokage of Konoha, how could I allow personal affairs to impede the greater responsibilities of the village? At this critical juncture, when the winds of turmoil sweep through Konoha, I must devote my energies to its welfare. Matters of love can wait until our village enjoys stability and prosperity. Truly commendable, Hokage-sama. Minato responded, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Yet, a hint of guilt washed over him as he pondered whether he had been overly focused on his wife during this period. This simply would not do. With such trust placed in him by the Hokage, and given that Konoha was far from peaceful, he must rally his spirits and contribute even more significantly to the village's cause. With this resolve, Minato's gaze sharpened, and he immersed himself in his work with renewed vigor. Yunting was taken aback by this display. His offhand comment had genuinely resonated with Minato. Such innocence was truly worthy of respect. To express this respect, Yunting decided to delegate a substantial portion of his tasks to Minato. He then joyfully escorted Yamashiro Ryuko, leaving work early together. On July 7th, 48th year of Konoha, Inazuka Kiba, the son of the Inazuka clan leader, was born, and Yunting offered a congratulatory gift. On July 23rd, 48th year of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke, the illustrious son of the Uchiha clan leader, entered the world, instantly transforming Uchiha Itachi into a devoted older brother. And Yunting bestowed another gift. On September 22nd, 48th year of Konoha, Nara Shikamaru, the son of the Nara clan leader, was born, and again, Yunting offered a token of celebration. The very next day, on September 23rd, Yamashiro Ino, the daughter of the Yamashiro clan leader, was born. To signify his appreciation for Yamashiro Ryuko, Yunting generously contributed double the usual amount. Among the remaining members of the famed Konoha 12, only Naruto and the youngest, Hinata, were yet to be celebrated, but as time flowed steadily onward, Naruto's day was swiftly approaching. On October 10th, 48th year of Konoha, a day of profound significance arrived. Earlier, the Konoha hospital had designated this date for the birth of Uzumaki Kushina. Unlike previous occasions, Yunting had prudently postponed all his affairs to ensure thorough preparations for Naruto's arrival. Not only he, but also the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been living a secluded life for a long time, came to lend a hand. The birth of Uzumaki Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails, was not merely a personal matter. It bore significant implications for the village of Konoha. On this day, due to the circumstances of childbirth, Kushina would be in her most vulnerable state, which could potentially destabilize the seal of the Nine Tails. As denizens of Konoha, everyone understood the calamity that would ensue should the Nine Tails go awry. Moreover, there was a pressing concern regarding whether external forces might exploit this opportunity to stir trouble. Thus, not only did the third Hokage personally participate, but under the orders of the Yondaime, the entirety of Konoha also adopted a state of heightened vigilance, with all ninjas remaining on standby. At that moment, Kushina had been escorted to a concealed location prepared by the Umbu for her delivery. The vicinity was under the protection of the Umbu, shielded by barriers. However, the ever-cautious Yondaime did not hold much faith in these precautions. Consequently, he had summoned Namikaze Minato to remain by his wife's side throughout the day. He himself would arrange everything and then stand guard outside Kushina's chamber. Unfortunately, he could not enter the delivery room. Otherwise, the security would be even more assured. Yondaime believed it would be best for Kushina to have someone familiar and experienced accompany her during childbirth. Perhaps I should ask Lady Tsunade for assistance, he suggested. Observing that Yondaime had a moment to spare, Sarutobi Hiruzen ventured to propose. Tsunade Senju is indeed a capable individual. Yondaime cast a glance at him, and, wishing to spare the elderly widower any disappointment, kindly declined. While Tsunade is an excellent choice, I have already prepared a more suitable candidate. Her presence will ensure Kushina's safety. Unfazed by the dismissal of his suggestion, Hiruzen inquired with curiosity, "Who is it then?" "Tsunade," Yondaime replied. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of disbelief, and he remarked, "As a master of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade is indeed the best candidate. But will she be willing to return to Konoha?" Hiruzen was well aware of Tsunade's disposition. In the past, he had attempted to persuade her to return, but each time, he was met with refusal. Even with the ascension of Senju Yondaime, she had not returned, indicating her sentiments. "It is only a temporary return," Yondaime reassured him, exuding confidence. He then informed Hiruzen that he would be stepping away momentarily, but would return swiftly, before vanishing in a puff of white smoke from the office. Is it the reverse summoning technique? The seasoned Hiruzen quickly deduced how Yondaime summoned Tsunade from 1,000 miles away. However, he was puzzled about when Tsunade and Yondaime had become so close as to warrant such assurance. If this were indeed the case, the past musings that had lingered beside him might just have a chance of realization. Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Concerning would release. Not only was it a matter of interest to the Senju clan, but Konoha also earnestly hoped that this immensely powerful bloodline limit would continue to be passed down. In the Wetbone Forest, when Yondaime arrived, he did not find Tsunade arriving as punctually as had been agreed upon a few days prior. She was undoubtedly engrossed in gambling, having lost track of time in the thrill of the game. At such a critical moment, to be stood up is utterly infuriating. Yunting directed his ire towards the slug, exclaiming, "Slug, summon Tsunade back from the realm of reverse summoning. You were present when we arranged to meet at this very hour." The slug, a being of unwavering principles, typically refrains from performing reverse summoning without the consent of its contract holder, just as it had previously declined Tsunade's request to summon Yunting upon learning of Orochimaru's demise. However, this situation was different. The prior agreement weighed heavily, and the slug was not so rigid as to ignore it. Moreover, Tsunade had recently assured that she would arrive punctually. Thus, in the interest of preserving Tsunade's credibility, the slug nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, my lord Yunting." Meanwhile, within a gambling house in the land of rivers, Tsunade, clad in a vibrant green gambling robe, was filled with exuberance as she fervently shook the dice. Her voice ringing out with anticipation, "Big, big, big." This was undoubtedly a pivotal moment for her, rendering her oblivious to the scheduled meeting with Yunting, which had long since faded from her thoughts. Beside her, Shizune, cradling a small pink piglet named Tun Tun, could only watch in despair as the pile of money before them dwindled. If this continued, she would find herself sleeping on the streets once more. "Someone, please stop Lady Tsunade," Shizune silently screamed. In the next instant, as if responding to her unvoiced plea, a plume of white smoke erupted around Tsunade. When it dissipated, she and the dice cup had vanished. Shizune, having witnessed this phenomenon numerous times, was not surprised. She understood perfectly well that Tsunade had been summoned to the Wetbone Forest. While she was puzzled by the timing of this summons, it was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for her. No need to sleep on the streets tonight. With a face alight with joy, Shizune reached for the dwindling pile of money on the table. However, at that moment, a large, hairy hand slammed down onto the cash with a resounding thud. Startled, Shizune looked up to find a brutish, grotesque face grinning at her. "Little girl, you should know that when your lord departs, you mustn't wander about carelessly, or you might easily get lost. Just stay here until your master returns. You can also continue her unfinished gambling game," he said, his tone chillingly nonchalant. "But that doesn't seem right," Shizune stammered. "There's nothing wrong with it. We are here to take care of you in your lord's absence." As he spoke, Shizune noticed that the area around her was now filled with muscular men adorned with tattoos. Tun Tun, frightened, burrowed into Shizune's modest bosom, leaving only its pink rear visible. Nervously, Shizune swallowed hard. Faced with this predicament, she could only nod stiffly, "Very well." Thus, Shizune took Tsunade's place at the gambling table. As for Tsunade, she found herself bewildered, clutching the dice cup as she arrived in the Wetbone Forest, exclaiming in exasperation, "Slug, why have you summoned me at this moment?" A premonition surged within her as she contemplated her imminent victory. Victory? Is it not rather that others shall triumph over you? At that moment, a familiar male voice reached her ears. Tsunade was taken aback. A mere glance revealed that Yunting was present as well. Observing the unfolding scene, Yunting shrugged in exasperation and remarked, "Tsunade, surely you haven't forgotten that this is our agreed meeting time?" A sudden rush of memories flooded her mind. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade recalled the prior arrangement. With a somewhat sheepish laugh, she responded, "Haha, how could I forget? I had every intention of joining you after finishing my last game." Time was of the essence, and Yunting, disinclined to unravel Tsunade's fabrications, promptly addressed the matter at hand. "There is an urgent situation in Konoha that requires your assistance. Come back with me." The mention of returning to Konoha startled Tsunade, who instinctively shook her head vehemently. No, absolutely not. She reveled in her current freedom and had no desire to return to Konoha, where various constraints awaited her. Moreover, An internal barrier prevented her from willingly going back. Yunting was not surprised by Tsunade's reaction. It was precisely why he had delayed informing her until now. Had he disclosed it earlier, even if he had managed to persuade her, there was no guarantee she would not reconsider and disappear again, making her elusive. It was far more prudent to convey the message and take her away on the same day. Observing her vigorous head shaking and her obstinate demeanor, Yunting patiently elucidated. I am not asking you to return permanently, merely for today. Tomorrow, you may depart again without obstruction. Yet Tsunade remained skeptical, her expression reminiscent of someone well-versed in literature, unyielding to deception. Yunting continued, today marks the day of Uzumaki Kushina's delivery. As a medical master and a woman, I hope you can be by her side during this crucial time. Is Kushina giving birth today? How swiftly time passes. Tsunade exclaimed, though she quickly added, even so, I see no necessity for my return. The personnel at Konoha Hospital will suffice in attending to her needs. Yunting shook his head in disagreement. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina will be at her most vulnerable during childbirth. The seal on the Nine Tails will be at its most unstable, and there exists the potential for external forces to invade. Therefore, I require a powerful kunoichi at her side to ensure her protection against unforeseen circumstances. Your formidable strength and exceptional medical ninjutsu render you the ideal candidate. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's stance softened, her previous resolve wavering as she hesitated. Konoha's defenses are formidable. And with you, Lord Hiruzen, and Minato present, what could possibly go wrong? Yunting sighed. While that may be true, we cannot enter the delivery room. Should a crisis akin to a Nine-Tails rampage or an external invasion occur, we would need time to breach the premises. During that interval, both Kushina and her child could be in grave peril. As a woman, you can provide immediate support. If an emergency arises, you possess the capacity to quell it. Who in all of Konoha would be more suitable than you? Do not presume that my words are mere alarmism. The matter pertains to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which allows for no slackness. We must ensure absolute certainty. I believe you are well aware, Tsunade, of the catastrophic repercussions should the Nine-Tails spiral out of control, particularly for Konoha. Additionally, I have received intelligence indicating that a formidable adversary is set to target Kushina today. Thus, Konoha requires your assistance, Tsunade. Tsunade remained silent. Although she harbored personal reservations about returning to Konoha, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Consequently, faced with the earnest appeal from the Fourth Hokage, she eventually nodded slowly, emphasizing, only for today? Of course, just for today, Yunting assured with a smile. Finally, he had succeeded in persuading her. With Tsunade's protection for Uzumaki Kushina, alongside the vigilant Minato and himself, the risk of a Nine-Tails upheaval had been significantly mitigated. All necessary preparations had been thoroughly made. What remained was to irrevocably amend this tragic saga within the annals of Hokage history. In the Hokage office, upon reappearing, Yunting first acknowledged Sarutobi Hiruzen, who awaited nearby, with a nod before biting his finger to perform the summoning technique. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing a living slug of human size. Thank you for your assistance, living slug, Yunting said. It is no trouble at all, Lord Yunting, the slug replied gently, proceeding to execute the reverse summoning technique. Shortly, another puff of white smoke emerged, and Tsunade stepped forth. Ah, I have finally returned, she exclaimed, surveying her surroundings, and upon recognizing the Hokage office, her gaze drifted to the window. Seeing the familiar streets, she couldn't help but remark, it has been quite a while. Indeed, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a sense of nostalgia upon seeing her. Turning to her mentor-clad in casual attire, Tsunade casually teased, old man, it has been a long time. You seem to be looking more sprightly. Have you found a second spring? Cough, cough, cough. Hiruzen, who was habitually savoring a puff of smoke, choked momentarily upon her words and, once recovered, retorted irritably, nonsense. What second spring? You are utterly ridiculous. Well, what can I say? I have always remained youthful. Tsunade shrugged nonchalantly. Hiruzen observed his disciple, who appeared untouched by time, contrasting sharply with his own wrinkled skin, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Yunting listened with keen interest to the light-hearted banter between the two. It is noteworthy that, according to the original timeline, Tsunade had never returned to Konoha after her departure, not even after the death of the Third Hokage, let alone engaged in conversation with him. This time, he felt that he had altered history, and with the subsequent events concerning Minato and his wife, he believed he could rightfully claim the title of Dreamweaver. Once the reunion between the mentor and disciple concluded, Yun Ting addressed Tsunade. I shall send someone to escort you to Uzumaki Kushina. I appreciate your assistance for this day. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, assuring, rest assured, I will fulfill what has been promised. Very well, Yun Ting replied, summoning Yamashiro Ritsuko to guide Tsunade to the concealed location of Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth. Since returning from the capital of the Land of Fire, Yamashiro Ritsuko had changed into a fitted black secretary outfit. As she entered, the ever-keen Sarutobi Hizashi involuntarily cast a glance her way. Tsunade, with an amused expression, exchanged a knowing look with Yun Ting before departing with Yamashiro Ritsuko. Ahem. Once the two women had left, Sarutobi Hizashi, caught in Yun Ting's understanding gaze, cleared his throat and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, I never anticipated you would indeed summon Tsunade back. With her presence, Kushina's protection is assured. Assured? Were he unaware of the true circumstances, Yun Ting might share such confidence. Yet, considering the formidable infiltration capabilities of their enemies, who wielded a space-time ninjutsu that rendered them nearly invincible, his faith was far from unwavering. The matter of the Nine Tails was of utmost importance. Thus, it was imperative that he personally oversee the situation. Yun Ting stated cautiously, furthermore, I must ask the Third Hokage to remain vigilant within the village to prevent any potential disturbances from rogue elements. The news of Uzumaki Kushina's pregnancy was an open secret, as her prominent belly had been visible in the streets for an extended period, allowing onlookers to speculate about her gestational timeline, albeit with accuracy only to the month rather than the specific day. In recent weeks, Uzumaki Kushina had been concealed by the Umbu, leaving no opportunity for external conjecture. If nothing untoward occurred today, perhaps all would remain tranquil. However, should any unforeseen events arise, it was prudent to anticipate that spies from neighboring villages might seize the opportunity to instigate chaos. Therefore, Yun Ting had specifically requested Sarutobi Hizashi to remain in the village, prepared for any eventualities. Despite his advanced age, the legendary shinobi still possessed formidable power, sufficient to maintain order. After observing Hizashi's current state of relaxation and enjoyment in his retirement, Yun Ting felt reassured in his decision to seek his assistance. Had it been Danzo, he would never have placed such trust, regardless of the facade of harmlessness presented. I understand, Sarutobi Hizashi replied. You may proceed to Kushina's side without worry. I shall manage things here. While he remained puzzled as to why Yun Ting insisted on going, he nonetheless respected the Fourth Hokage's judgment. Moreover, to honor the trust placed in him, he resolved to put forth his utmost effort today. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, having arranged everything, Yun Ting surveyed the surroundings. As always, the village of Konoha thrived. The townsfolk, enjoying their daily lives, strolled through the streets and alleys, oblivious to the ominous tides of danger that were poised to surge forth on this seemingly ordinary day. As dusk approaches, the delivery of Uzumaki Kushina enters its latter stages, and Yun Ting prepares to depart. Regarding Uchiha Obito, he never entertained the notion that the other party would remain oblivious to Kushina's impending childbirth. Even in the absence of Kakashi revealing this information at his grave, Obito's formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities would ensure that he acquired all pertinent details. In fact, compared to other factions, he could even ascertain the exact time and location of Uzumaki Kushina's delivery. Thus, one must not harbor any illusions of chance. After casting a final glance at the bustling scene below, filled with laughter and joy, Yun Ting vanished from the rooftop. No matter how prosperous the exterior may appear, it can never conceal the underlying falsehood and filth. Almost simultaneously, in a secluded corner of Konoha, clad in a black cloak and adorned with an orange whirlpool mask, Uchiha Obito returned to the land he had spent a significant portion of his life in. With an indifferent gaze, he surveyed the vibrant streets illuminated by flickering lights. Yet his thoughts reflected a profound realization distinct from the past. This shinobi world has embarked on a fundamentally erroneous path from the very beginning. War, bloodshed, and strife, even if they yield fleeting moments of beauty, inevitably lead to loss, culminating in an overwhelming despair. Therefore, this hypocritical and despairing world must be transformed. I shall take it upon myself to create a realm where innocent souls are spared from harm, where heroes need not repent before gravestones, and where lovers can remain together for eternity, a true, perfect world of love and peace. With his purpose clear, Uchiha Obito reaffirmed his convictions. At that moment, a peculiar figure, wrapped in a pitcher plant, silently emerged from the ground beside him. Obito, Lord Madara, we have located the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She is currently in labor. And it sounds quite painful. Childbirth is such a hassle for humans. Why can't they simply sprout from trees like we do? This was White Zetsu, possessing the ability to traverse underground effortlessly while concealing his presence, proved to be an exceptional gatherer of intelligence. Just like now, despite Konoha's attempts to conceal Uzumaki Kushina, he had successfully tracked her down. Following this, Black Zetsu took over the conversation with a more serious tone. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in labor, and unexpectedly, she is accompanied by one of the legendary three of Konoha, Tsunade. Additionally, there is the vigilant Minato Namikaze outside, as well as the potential arrival of the Fourth Hokage. This assembly is unimaginably lavish. Lord Madara, what are your plans? Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered as he pondered momentarily and replied, now is not the opportune moment to act. Once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki completes her delivery, she will be at her most vulnerable, and the seal on the Nine-Tails will be at its weakest. It is then that we shall strike. Controlling the Nine-Tails will be far easier, and we can leverage the newborn as a means of coercion. Hence, our initial plan requires some adjustments. Zetsu, I may need your assistance shortly. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu exchanged a glance and nodded. The former, having been instructed by the real Madara before his demise to obey Obito, would undoubtedly comply with all his commands. As for the latter, the weakening of Konoha provides certain advantages for its grand scheme, and naturally, it shall not be refused. Furthermore, it is imperative to change out of the Akatsuki uniform, as this is not the moment to expose the organization. After Uchiha Obito uttered these words, he departed once Zetsu had donned his disguise. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a frail old woman, stooped and shuffling towards him, one hand clutching a basket and the other leaning on a cane as she struggled to advance. Uchiha Obito momentarily halted his steps before vanishing in an instant, leaving only the melancholic sound of the cane striking the ground under the night sky. Within the secret base specifically established for Uzumaki Kushina, anguished cries from Kushina had echoed for an extended duration in the delivery room. Nearby, Tsunade, revered by all medical ninjas across the shinobi world, found herself at a loss as to how she could assist. She possessed no experience in childbirth, and the doctors and nurses from Konoha Hospital, who had delivered numerous newborns, were far more competent than she. However, her presence was not without merit. The admiration of an idol instilled a sense of vigor among the Konoha medical staff. When Kushina noticed Tsunade's deliberate arrival, her previously anxious heart found solace. With this esteemed figure present, there was newfound confidence in the safety of both herself and her unborn child. Expertise lies within specialization. Tsunade, having established the code of conduct for medical ninjas, refrained from unnecessarily showcasing her abilities. While observing Kushina's condition, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. Prior to her arrival, Yunting had specifically warned her of the potential for enemy infiltration that night. Although the means by which an adversary could breach such formidable external defenses were unclear, her trust in Yunting compelled her to heed the warning and maintain her vigilance. Amidst this atmosphere, the journey of Naruto's birth continued. The arrival of new life is never a swift affair. Even a ninja with a chakra-infused physique cannot simply summon a child into existence. Like any woman, this was a protracted process. Since Kushina was ushered into the delivery room, approximately 10 hours had elapsed, transitioning from day to night. While Kushina and the medical personnel battled through the ordeal, outside, the ever-dutiful Umbu members remained vigilant, while Minato, the Fourth Hokage, anxiously paced outside the door. Faced with numerous enemies, including the current Fourth Hokage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, he had never felt the slightest trepidation. Yet now, he was acutely aware of the complex emotions, anticipation, excitement, joy, and anxiety, whirling within him as he approached fatherhood. Not far away, Kakashi, still on duty and purposefully guarding the premises, cast a glance at his teacher before shifting his gaze to the delivery room just a wall away. Inside were his mentor's wife and the child soon to be born. The companionship of October bore witness to the gradual growth of new life, and Kakashi's once icy heart began to thaw with warmth. At this moment, he appeared outwardly calm. Yet internally, he was as anxious as his own teacher. "Senpai, are you all right?" Nearby, Yamato, who had been accompanying Kakashi for some time, had grown quite familiar with him and naturally noticed that this typically composed captain seemed somewhat uncharacteristic. With genuine concern, he inquired. I'm fine. Prompted by Yamato. Kakashi quickly collected himself and spoke softly. Currently, he was in the guise of an umbu, making it impractical for him to be by his teacher's side. He could only do his utmost to guard from the outside. In the external environment, Yunting had also been present for quite some time. Concealed within the canopy of a tree, his gaze was not directed at the base encased in a barrier, but rather at the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Uchiha Obito. Unfortunately, after waiting for a considerable time, no one arrived. It seemed that this time, the opponent would not audaciously choose to intrude. After all, this was not the original narrative where Kushina was merely protected by the umbu. At this moment, the number of umbu ninja guarding here was not only greater, but also included Minato and Tsunade. If he were to join them, would Obito not simply opt to abandon his endeavor upon seeing them? Contemplating this, Yunting decided not to remain in hiding any longer. He revealed himself and walked towards the base. Who goes there? The umbu ninja stationed outside were exceedingly vigilant. Even upon seeing Yunting, they maintained their guard. After a thorough inspection confirmed there were no signs of transformation techniques, they respectfully addressed him. Lord Hokage, do your duty well. I will go in and take a look. Yunting naturally held no grievances against his responsible subordinates. Upon passing through the barrier and arriving at the delivery room's entrance, he noticed Minato anxiously pacing at the door. Surprised, Minato exclaimed, Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Yunting patted Minato's shoulder, saying, This matter is of great significance. I had to come and see. Minato understood it was due to the situation with the Nine Tails. Nevertheless, he felt immense gratitude, knowing that Tsunade had been specially invited by Yunting. And with such stringent protection in place, Yunting's presence added an extra layer of assurance. How does it feel to be a father for the first time? Yunting jested with a smile. Minato scratched his head. It's quite complicated. I am currently worried about whether I can be a competent father in the future. Rest assured, you will be fine. Even a free-spirited Naruto has grown into a man full of sunshine and justice. How much more so with you and your wife guiding him? Yunting expressed greater confidence than Minato. He then turned his gaze towards the delivery room door. Regrettably, this world did not allow for the same privileges as his previous one, where husbands could accompany their wives during childbirth. The tradition of barring men from the delivery room remained deeply entrenched here. Without clear evidence of a threat, Yunting could not advocate for breaking this tradition to allow Minato inside. After all, if the husband had no such notion, what would others think of him, an outsider? Doing so? Fortunately, Tsunade had replaced the previous midwife within. With Minato stationed outside, should any emergency arise, he could swiftly enter. In that regard, it seemed manageable. Withdrawing his gaze, Yunting observed the restless figure of Minato, who was anxiously pacing beside him. Having never experienced fatherhood in either of his lifetimes, he found it impossible to empathize with the emotional journey of one about to become a parent. Meanwhile, the renowned fastest man in the shinobi world, Minato, was indeed living up to his reputation. To prevent himself from becoming dizzy from Minato's fidgeting, Yunting scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting a distinctive head of white hair, he beckoned, Kakashi. Without hesitation, Kakashi approached, responding, Hokage-sama. Yunting remarked, Today marks the day of your teacher's wife giving birth. For the time being, set aside your umbu duties. I grant you leave. Remove your mask and come here to keep your teacher company. Although umbu operatives concealed their identities from the outside world, they were well acquainted with one another internally. Furthermore, Kakashi's striking white hair made him easily recognizable to those familiar with him, alleviating any concerns about revealing his identity. Upon hearing this, Kakashi obediently removed his mask and joined Minato. The latter had indeed recognized Kakashi upon his arrival, but had refrained from speaking due to the umbu regulations. Now, with the Hokage's approval, he felt free to pat Kakashi's shoulder reassuringly. At this moment, Minato genuinely required the presence of someone close to him. And as his sole disciple, Kakashi was undoubtedly qualified for this role. Thus, amidst the anticipation of concerned onlookers, the sounds from within the delivery room gradually approached their conclusion. Half an hour later, accompanied by Kushina's final, forceful scream, the resounding wail of a newborn echoed through the air. In the next moment, the medical staff, including Tsunade, collectively exhaled in relief. It was a boy. A nurse carefully wrapped the newly born Naruto and handed him to Tsunade, who stood nearby. Just as Tsunade was about to cradle Naruto with utmost care, the pale and weak Kushina, unable to catch her breath, eagerly implored, Tsunade-sama, let me hold my child. She longed to see her baby's face at the first opportunity. Tsunade nodded in agreement, but in that very instant, an unexpected figure in a black cloak suddenly emerged from the ground beside the bed. Without uttering a word, he swiftly reached for Kushina on the hospital bed. Having just given birth, the only immediate threat in the room, Tsunade, was momentarily distracted by the infant, providing Uchiha Obito, who had stealthily infiltrated using the ephemeral technique. With the perfect opportunity. However, he had underestimated the capabilities of one of the legendary Sannin. With Yunting's prior warning in mind, Tsunade reacted with remarkable swiftness. The moment she saw the cloaked figure rising from the ground, she instinctively stomped her foot down while cradling Naruto. Crack, crack, like an earthquake. A deep fissure erupted beneath her foot, rapidly spreading to the bedside of Kushina, and amidst the tremors, the width of the cracks swiftly expanded. As Uchiha Obito prepared to seize Kushina, he suddenly realized that the distance between them was not diminishing, but rather expanding, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. The sheer force was terrifying. He immediately propelled himself forward with a powerful push from his legs, lunging once more towards Kushina. However, at that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and Tsunade had positioned herself before him just in time. Although she cradled Naruto in one arm, her other hand was clenched into a fist, ready to strike with ferocity. Die, she cried, her delicate yet fierce demeanor charging towards him with an intensity that belied her appearance. Obito had no doubt that if he were to be struck by that punch, he would meet his demise instantly. Yet, as long as he avoided the blow, he would be fine. Thus, he feigned ignorance of the incoming fist and continued his trajectory towards Kushina. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tsunade's eyes, but she did not hesitate to unleash her attack. However, to her utter astonishment, despite her strike connecting, the result was an empty void. What was happening? As she observed her fist passing through the cloaked figure before her without any obstruction, and the figure continued its advance, Tsunade was left in a state of shock. She initially suspected an illusion, but her seasoned experience quickly dispelled that notion. Just then, as Tsunade's fist completely penetrated Obito's form, the last segment of his body was about to slip past her. Obito's gaze flickered as he deftly maneuvered his hand behind him, producing several explosive tags that he swiftly adhered to Naruto's wrappings. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade furiously lunged at his arm, but his form once again became ethereal, rendering her strike futile. With this, it seemed that she could no longer impede his progress. Without looking back, Obito surged towards Kushina. Indeed, the situation unfolded as he anticipated. The explosive tags on Naruto's wrappings began to hiss ominously, signaling an imminent explosion. Tsunade had no time to contemplate further. She hastily tore the wrappings away and threw them aside. With no time to evade, she crouched down, shielding Naruto beneath her, bracing herself to withstand the impending blast. Fortunately, at that moment, a peculiar three-pronged kunai materialized beside the wrappings, vanishing them just as the explosive tags were set to detonate. Simultaneously, Kushina, resting on the hospital bed, also disappeared without a trace. When Obito halted and turned to glance to his left, he beheld a familiar golden figure, radiating brilliance, who held Kushina and regarded him with a cold stare. The newcomer was none other than Minato Namikaze. Having inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique within his wife's body for protection, he had swiftly activated it upon hearing the commotion from the delivery room. Previously, Tsunade's confrontation with Uchiha Obito seemed to require considerable effort. However, for such formidable beings, the frequency of combat is exceedingly rapid. Coupled with the time it takes for sounds to reach the outside world, when Minato arrived at the scene, he found it had already progressed to its latter stages. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Minato first utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport the explosive tags away, ensuring the safety of Tsunade and his child, before swiftly distancing himself with Kushina in his arms. Even without employing the Flying Thunder God, his speed ranked among the elite in the ninja world, rendering him unreachable to Obito. Casting a cold glance at his former teacher, Obito suddenly uttered, "I never expected the illustrious Yellow Flash would manage to avoid faltering at such a critical moment." Minato, perplexed, questioned the unfamiliar masked figure before him. "Who are you?" To which Obito coldly replied with a smirk, "If you wish to know my name, you must first catch me. But I doubt you will have that opportunity." Minato took note. The figure in the black cloak had the ability to allow attacks to pass through him without inflicting harm. Just then, Tsunade rose anew. Cradling the weeping Naruto, and cautioned Minato. Before he could respond, a new voice echoed within the delivery room. It is better to witness the truth than to hear about it. As the words fell, sharp wooden spikes surged forth from the ground around Obito like venomous serpents, accompanied by a piercing sound of air friction, mercilessly aiming for the unprepared target. Yet, in the ensuing moment, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. Although Uchiha Obito remained stationary, the surrounding wooden spikes pierced through the air as if striking nothing, leaving no trace of injury upon him. Minato's expression hardened. He comprehended Tsunade's meaning entirely. Meanwhile, Obito, maintaining an impassive demeanor, fixed his gaze at the entrance. Would release, Fourth Hokage. There, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, Kage Yunting strode confidently into the room. Inside the delivery chamber, Yunting, Minato, Tsunade, and Uchiha Obito faced off against one another. Given the strength of their lineup, it could be said that few in the entire ninja world could survive such an encounter. Yet, Uchiha Obito was an exception. It must be said that Kimui is an exceedingly overpowered ability, especially with the enhancement of Hashirama cells, rendering him impervious to the consumption of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power. As long as he refrained from recklessness, it was nearly impossible for outsiders to bring about his demise. At that moment, surrounded yet unflinching, Obito exuded an air of unyielding confidence, a realization that Kage Yunting could not ignore. Despite possessing would release, if Obito truly wished to escape, there would be no way to prevent it. After all, the combination of Kamui and the ever-cooperative Izanagi offered an overwhelmingly high margin for error. Nevertheless, Kage Yunting was aware of a method to counteract him, that being Kakashi's left eye, which possessed the same Kamui ability. However, the Sharingan belonging to Obito, despite having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan once during Rin's death, ultimately only shone fleetingly. The true mastery of this power was only achieved in the original narrative after the commencement of Shippuden. Presently, Kakashi is far from capable of such feats. Therefore, all that Yunting can hope for now is that Obito might make a misstep. Observing that the other party shows no immediate intention to flee, it seems that such an eventuality is not entirely impossible. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? The ability to transfer one's true body to another location when under attack? To Yunting's surprise, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, the ninja world possesses such space-time ninjutsu. To avoid alarming the enemy, Yunting wisely refrains from uttering the name of Kamui at this moment. However, utilizing the recent probe, he can articulate its capabilities in the guise of deduction, thus preparing Tsunade and Minato for what lies ahead. Indeed, Tsunade and Minato exhibit expressions of realization. Yet, Uchiha Obito is taken aback, astonished that the Fourth Hokage could deduce his abilities with merely one technique. To avoid prolonging this confrontation, he has no interest in engaging in dialogue. He swiftly navigates through the wooden spikes, resolutely continuing his advance towards Kushina. Suddenly, a series of wooden stakes obstructs Uchiha Obito's path. While engaging in combat, Yunting commands, Minato, you must first use the Flying Thunder God to relocate Kushina to a safe location. Tsunade, you must do the same and take Naruto away. Leave this to me. With a weakened wife and a newborn infant left in peril, it is wiser to ensure their safety before returning to fight. Trusting Yunting's strength wholeheartedly, Tsunade and Minato nod in immediate agreement. Uchiha Obito's expression shifts dramatically. If Minato succeeds in using the Flying Thunder God to take Kushina away, his long-planned revenge would be rendered impossible. This he cannot allow. Absolutely not. Uchiha Obito shouts, "Here I come." A cheerful voice echoes through the delivery room. Now, witness my prowess. Spore technique. In an instant, among those present, excluding Uchiha Obito and Naruto, who has not mastered chakra, Yunting, Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, and even the medical staff yet to evacuate find themselves enveloped by a series of white robes that absorb their chakra and swell continuously. This sudden disruption forces Minato to halt his previously prepared Flying Thunder God, redirecting his focus to the ever-expanding, eerily pale robes on his body. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Obito rushes forward, finally making contact with Kushina. Just as his expression brightens, ready to employ his ocular technique to transport her into the Kimui dimension, an abrupt, excruciating pain radiates from his waist. Subsequently, he is violently propelled backward like a cannonball, as the genuine wielder of would release. The robe technique just unleashed by Zetsu may cause chaos for others, but for Yunting, these robes within him are merely a source of nourishment. the moment they manifest. He swiftly absorbs them, resulting in a rise in his chakra rather than a decline. Thus, it was only after that swift and unperturbed kick that he had just executed. After being kicked into the air, Uchiha Obito, spitting out a mouthful of blood, quickly regained his balance. Upon witnessing Yun Ting's condition, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he pulled out an iron chain, launching it toward him. Unfazed, Yun Ting charged forward, one hand swiftly extending. In the next moment, precisely as he had anticipated, his palm seamlessly passed through Obito's visage. With a sharp hiss, the iron chain sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Just as Obito passed through Yun Ting, he yanked the chain fiercely, aiming it with lethal intent at Yun Ting's waist. In a brutal tearing motion, Yun Ting was cleaved in two. At that moment, Obito had no opportunity to utter his famous declaration of victory, for just as he initiated his attack, another Yun Ting appeared before him, while behind him lay merely a wooden clone. When had this occurred, Obito's expression shifted dramatically, but he had no time to ponder as a razor-sharp beam of light from a sword approached him. This transpired with extraordinary swiftness. Yun Ting had calculated his move perfectly, emerging from his ambush beneath the ground at the precise moment Obito made his move, wielding the Kusanagi sword he had seized from Orochimaru with utmost speed. In that fleeting instant, Obito could not revert to his intangibility. In a heartbeat, droplets of blood scattered into the air, retrieving the Kusanagi sword. Yun Ting shook his head in regret. Although he had executed the maneuver to the best of his ability, it had still been a fraction too late. As the sword grazed Obito's flesh, just as it seemed poised to penetrate deeper, the latter's Kimyui finally manifested, forcing the Kusanagi to retreat without achieving its purpose. It appeared that his earlier intention to eliminate his opponent in that moment had been thwarted. Compared to his future self, Obito was still rather inexperienced, and his utilization of Kamui lacked the finesse he would later acquire. However, after this misstep, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to attempt a repeat performance, particularly since he likely possessed Izanagi. At this juncture, he was no longer bold enough to take risks. Indeed, sensing the peril, Obito was quick to activate the three-tomo Sharingan in his left eye, employing the Izanagi technique and setting a predetermined duration. He then cast a wary gaze toward Yun Ting. At that moment, he bore a long gash across his chest, blood flowing profusely, rendering him quite disheveled. Ever since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, especially with the power of Kamui, he had effortlessly defeated every adversary he encountered. He had never anticipated that he would be severely wounded after merely engaging in combat with the Fourth Hokage before him. This undoubtedly left a profound psychological scar. With a flick of his wrist, several kunai were hurled, only to pass through Obito without any hindrance. Yun Ting shook his head, deciding not to squander any more time. He summoned another wooden clone to assist in removing the outer robe from Minato. Presently, not only was there Obito to contend with, but there was also another adversary lurking in the shadows. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he wished for Minato to swiftly escort Kushina away. Meanwhile, he positioned himself before Uchiha Obito, the bloodied Kusanagi sword slicing through the air as he calmly stated, "Your body only materializes when you engage in an attack or when you are about to truly make contact with a person or object. Am I not correct?" Upon hearing Yun Ting's words, Obito's expression contorted in anger. To him, the Fourth Hokage standing before him was his nemesis, having quickly grasped the essence of his abilities. This realization compelled him to acknowledge a harsh truth. With the current strength on his side, the possibility of seizing Kushina was nearly non-existent. This meant that his meticulously devised plan to unleash the Nine Tails and annihilate Konoha would come to naught, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. No, even if the original plan could not be executed, he could not allow Konoha's forces to emerge unscathed. As Obito pondered this, his gaze inadvertently caught Kushina's worried glance towards Tsunade, who held Naruto in her arms. As a mother, Kushina had yet to see her son's face. Despite knowing that Tsunade was safeguarding Naruto, her anxiety compelled her to steal glances in that direction. Observing this, Obito's eyes gleamed with malice, and he coldly remarked, "Since I cannot capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I shall seize the child of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as compensation." As he spoke, a swirling, distorting power emanated from beneath his mask, causing him to vanish in an instant. In the next moment, the space before Tsunade warped, and a hand from Obito emerged from within, reaching for Naruto cradled in her arms. Among the crowd, Tsunade, possessing formidable chakra control, was the second to swiftly dispel the entity within her robe. Although the enemy's appearance was exceedingly peculiar, she swiftly prepared for defense, having already internalized Yunting's summary of his abilities. However, her confidence did not guarantee that Kushina, who remained unaware of the situation, could feel at ease, especially upon witnessing the even more bizarre entrance of the cloaked figure. She instinctively called out to Naruto and leaned forward anxiously to peer at the opposing side. Worry breeds chaos. It was precisely this maternal instinct that afforded Obito an opportunity. Facing Tsunade's obstruction, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand, swiftly pivoting to position himself within Kushina's line of sight. Simultaneously, beneath his mask, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan within his singular eye radiated a sinister glow. At that moment, his gaze locked with Kushina's. Then, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. Cold and damp. Within the ceiling space, the colossal Ninetales fox observed with disdain the prison that had confined it for so many years, now appearing most vulnerable. Suddenly sensing something, it lifted its head sharply and exclaimed, "That repugnant, yet familiar scent. It is the wretched aura of the Sharingan." As the words fell, Obito's figure materialized before the prison. In the kaleidoscopic reflection of the Sharingan, the immense form of the Ninetales loomed within the confines of its iron cage. Obito, filled with emotion, remarked, "The Ninetales indeed possesses unparalleled strength." The fox spirit cast a cold glance at him, retorting, "Another Uchiha, and judging by your ocular prowess, you fall short of the legendary Madara Uchiha." The memory of being forcefully manipulated by Madara, which led to a severe beating at the hands of the First Hokage and decades of confinement within a Jinchuriki, lingered in its mind. A grudge it had yet to forget. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the waterlogged ground outside the prison, rapidly coalescing into a colossal head of the Ninetales. It shifted, lowering its head with malicious intent, gazing down at the Uchiha Obito below, and seductively inquired, "Ambitious Uchiha, what brings you here? Do you seek to harness my power? Then come closer, to the iron bars, and I shall bestow upon you great strength." Obito, expressionless, gave it a fleeting glance and mused, "Originally, I intended to use the tail release seal to liberate you from your confinement and unleash you upon Konoha as retribution. Alas, that plan is no longer feasible. Therefore, I shall resort to an alternative method. Although it may lack the intensity of my original scheme, it is better than nothing. I imagine the turmoil caused by the Ninetales rampage will suffice to trouble Konoha." Without awaiting a response from the Ninetales, he abruptly reached forward, crushing the bubble-like head, and invoked an illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan upon its essence. On this day, when the seal was at its most vulnerable, he found it effortlessly achievable. In an instant, just as the Ninetales was about to speak, its pupils turned crimson, and its rationality began to fade, accompanied by a ferocious roar. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within the Ninetales, engulfing the entire space. As the tempestuous red chakra surged forth, Obito vanished contentedly from the ceiling space. Time flowed differently within the ceiling realm compared to the outside world. Just as Obito made deliberate eye contact with Kushina, the ominous realization struck Yunting, leaving him unable to intervene in time. In the next moment, the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan reflected in Kushina's pupils, and a tumultuous burst of red chakra erupted, annihilating her robe and enveloping her in a thick layer of chakra. But that was not all. Behind Kushina, tails swiftly emerged, forming a total of 4, and without delay, they lashed out towards Minato. The abruptness of these events left Minato with no choice but to momentarily release his wife and evade the assault of the 4 tails. Witnessing this, Yunting furrowed his brow. Habitually, he had assumed Obito's aim was to extract the 9 tails from the Jinchuriki. Yet he had not anticipated such a deviation from that objective. Fortunately, there remained a chance for redress. The 9 tails was merely in a state of turmoil, not fully separated from its host, and Kushina was not yet in immediate danger. Seizing the opportunity while Kyubi was occupied with Yunting and the others, Obito Uchiha prepared to retreat, having accomplished a small fraction of his objective. Once more, a whirlpool of spatial ripples emanated from his being. Casting a final glance at Minato, he proclaimed, "Enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon Konoha. Oh dear, you didn't even call out to me as I prepared to leave. Farewell, everyone at Konoha." Following his departure, Zetsu, who had remained concealed throughout, cheerfully bid his goodbye as well. However, in the next moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The cacophony of Chidori resonated within the delivery room. In an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Kakashi, who had been lying in wait in the shadows, swiftly surged towards a section of the ceiling. Having stood alongside Yunting and Minato earlier, he was aware of the commotion within the room. Yet, recognizing his own limitations in comparison to the two, he chose to remain hidden, biding his time for the opportune moment. He had also been diligently searching for the second enemy, who had remained elusive on the battlefield. Just then, Zetsu's careless remarks as he departed provided Kakashi with the chance he sought. Without hesitation, Kakashi unleashed his most potent Chidori, darting towards him with incredible speed. A cry of agony soon echoed from above as Zetsu felt the brunt of the attack. Simultaneously, Obito's gaze fixed intently upon Kakashi, even as he began to fade from existence. The enemy had retreated, yet a troublesome predicament remained. Wood release, thorned killing technique. Thick wooden pillars shot up from the ground, wrapping around Kyuubi-enshrouded Kushina like vines. However, an explosion soon erupted. The sturdy pillars were shattered by the frenzied chakra of the Nine Tails. As the enraged Kushina re-emerged, a new tail coalesced behind her. Observing the now ominously crimson figure of Kushina, nearly unrecognizable beneath the malevolent chakra and the trembling edifice around them, Yunting furrowed his brow and commanded, "Tsunade, take Naruto and leave first. Kakashi, notify the surrounding personnel to evacuate. Minato, please ensure that all medical staff here are evacuated. I will handle Kushina's situation. Rest assured, I will safely deliver her to you afterward." Without hesitation, Kakashi nodded swiftly. While Tsunade could only cast a glance at Naruto in her arms, Minato gazed deeply at his wife, suppressing his anxiety, and responded, "I leave it to you, Hokage-sama." Just as Minato finished speaking, a peculiar beastly roar erupted from Kushina, who had transformed into her fox form. With a sudden flourish, her five tails struck out in all directions. Crack! The sound of shattering stone filled the air as fissures rapidly spread across the floors and walls. The entire building housing the delivery room trembled violently. "Move quickly." Yunting clapped his hands, and a wooden platform swiftly elevated Kushina, propelling her toward the ceiling. Kakashi and Tsunade, with Naruto in tow, dashed towards the exit. Meanwhile, Minato steadied himself and swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to transfer the medical personnel who could not escape in time. Observing the scene, Yunting nodded, now fully focused on confronting the tumultuous Kyuubi. With a swift motion, the figure resembling a diminutive Kyuubi, Kushina, unleashed her four razor-sharp claws, etching deep grooves into the ground as she broke free from the wooden platform, hurtling towards Yunting with remarkable speed. The hissing sound of Kyuubi chakra igniting in the air grew increasingly pronounced. Yunting's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he surged forward to meet the oncoming force. With a thunderous roar, Kushina unleashed her claws toward Yunting. Yet, he was swifter. In an instant, he vanished from her line of sight, only to reappear, almost spectrally, behind her. With a powerful kick, he sent Kushina hurtling away as if struck by a freight train, shattering several walls and crashing through numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. Remarkably, upon regaining her footing, there was no trace of injury on her. Any damage inflicted had been swiftly mended. However, the force of his blow ignited a fierce fury within her. The more enraged she became, the more tumultuous the chakra within her surged. Soon, a sixth tail began to materialize behind her, with the seventh tail following closely behind. Yunting could no longer remain passive. With a resounding boom, he flashed to Kushina's front, delivering another punishing blow that interrupted her transformation. Trees toppled around them as Kushina, in pain, brandished six tails and engaged Yunting in a fierce battle. In truth, even in her six-tailed state, Kushina was significantly more formidable than Naruto would later become. At this moment, she housed the complete form of the Kyuubi, while Naruto possessed only its yang aspect, a mere fraction of her power. Yet, despite this, Yunting maintained the upper hand. With a resounding thud, another punch connected with Kushina's face, sending her sprawling and dragging a long furrow in the ground. Unyielding, Yunting pressed his advantage, striking again as she attempted to rise, this time targeting her abdomen. Dust and debris erupted as Kushina, nearly broken, was driven into the earth. Yunting spared her no further chances. Vines of wood ensnared her neck, arms, and five tails with unyielding force. Then, he extended his right hand, a sigil materializing in his palm. It was time to conclude this. Yunting stated coldly, preparing to suppress the QB. However, in the next moment, the protagonist, Kushina, inexplicably vanished before him. His pupils dilated in shock, and as he attempted to retreat, it was already too late. Yunting had gravely underestimated the QB's speed at its moment of weakest ceiling. With a resounding crash, Kushina erupted from the ground. It seemed as though their identities had been exchanged, as with a mighty strike, Yunting was propelled through the air like a cannonball. The fierce winds lashed against his body, and in his moment of retreat, he caught a glimpse of QB's seventh tail taking shape. Not only that, but her eighth tail also defied logic, visibly growing at an alarming rate. Bang, 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 bang. He was unaware of how many great trees he had collided with. By the time Yunting rose again, his ceremonial robe was tattered, and the chest that had just been struck by QB bore 5 bloody claw marks. This was the first time in a year that he found himself in such a disheveled state. Yet, fortunate for him, his Senju physique endowed him with formidable healing abilities through wood release. As he stood, the wounds on his body had already begun to scab over, and he could see that he would soon return to his former state. However, Yunting could not afford to dwell on these matters, for not far from him, QB's eighth tail was now swaying behind her. Moreover, her entire form was rapidly expanding. Ultimately, in Yunting's eyes, QB had nearly assumed the true size of the 9 tails. Or rather, at this moment, she could be directly referred to as the 9 tails. The ominous and surging chakra of the 9 tails danced freely above the forest, filling the air with a foreboding atmosphere laden with taboo. A tremendous pressure radiated from the 9 tails, spreading outward in all directions. In this instant, aside from Yunting, those closest, including Kakashi, who still cradled Naruto and Tsunade, Minato, who had just returned with Flying Thunder God, and numerous ANBU ninjas, could not help but look up, their hearts racing as they stared at the distant sight of the tail thrashing wildly, a colossal red figure embodying a terrifying and supernatural chakra. Even those who had never witnessed it before instantly recognized it at first glance. It was indeed the 9 tails. Furthermore, within the distant confines of Konoha village, many were suddenly engulfed by an indescribable sense of oppression. When the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stationed within the Hokage building, sensed it, he abruptly lifted his head and swiftly gazed towards the direction of the secret base, murmuring in disbelief, "Is that the chakra of the 9 tails?" Having witnessed the power of the 9 tails before, he could not be mistaken. Could something have gone awry with QB? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow deeply. The stakes were high. Since all was well in Konoha, he could no longer remain seated and swiftly made his way toward the direction of the 9 tails. At this moment, the one under the greatest pressure was undoubtedly Yunting, especially as QB was rapidly condensing a massive deep purple-tailed beast ball in her mouth, aimed directly at him. Rumbling, the 9 tails moved with remarkable speed. Like the heavens collapsing, the colossal-tailed beast ball formed swiftly, then surged towards Yunting, carrying endless brilliance. In a flash of lightning, summoning the 5-headed gate of hell. At this moment, unwilling to be captured easily, Yunting suddenly struck the ground. Instantly, 5 gigantic iron gates with demonic faces rose before him, blocking the path of the tailed beast ball. Compared to the triple gate of hell once employed by Orochimaru, this 5-headed gate of hell, stemming from his ancestor, Senju Hashirama, undoubtedly boasted even greater defensive prowess. In the next heartbeat, the tailed beast ball collided with the 5 layers of the Rashomon gate, instantly unleashing a deafening roar and a brilliant explosion of light that illuminated much of the night. Once the chaos subsided, Yunting exhaled in relief at the sight of the last remaining standing ghost gate. Fortunately, the tailed beast ball in its 8-tail state was not overwhelmingly powerful. However, as the smoke cleared, he beheld the massive 9 tails, its 9th tail ominously beginning to take form. After a brief moment of silence, Yunting's gaze sharpened with intensity. He could not allow the emergence of that 9th tail, should it appear. Even if Kushina's tailed beast was not extracted, she would be completely consumed by the 9 tails, leaving no hope for revival. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. Without hesitation, Yunting clapped his hands together with a resounding thud. Instantly, deep crimson patterns emerged at the corners of his eyes, forming a circular design on his forehead. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of natural energy flooded his being, merging flawlessly with his chakra, resulting in a formidable aura that surged forth from within him. This was the Sage Mode, In light of the pressing circumstances, Yunting opted to exchange for sage techniques using the system. The Nine Tails, unlike the other eight-tailed beasts, was on an entirely different level of power, especially since it had not yet been divided. Even Shinju Hashirama would only be able to contend with it in sage mode. The Nine Tails before him had nearly reached its peak, and to conclude the battle swiftly, Yunting dared not underestimate his opponent. He finally resorted to his last resort. Fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. The exchange for sage techniques cost him only half of the original price, allowing him to save a significant number of reputation points, which he promptly reinvested into various wood-release techniques. Thanks to the system's capabilities, he could rapidly manifest formidable combat power upon mastering them. At this moment, they were precisely what he needed. Thus, he resolved to deliver a decisive blow. With the sage mark etched upon his forehead, Yunting radiated an aura that exuded an ethereal confidence unlike any he had displayed before. The calm before the storm. On the battlefield, one side featured the eight-tails state of the Nine Tails, while the other showcased Yunting in sage mode. The former was wild and sinister, while the latter embodied reason and transcendence. It was time for the Nine Tails to return and reflect after such prolonged madness, Yunting declared coldly. The Nine Tails responded with a fierce roar, shaking its increasingly solid form, charging towards Yunting like a mountain in the throes of an earthquake. I shall end this with one strike. Yunting's gaze sharpened as he clasped his hands together once more. Instantly, a tremendous amount of sage chakra was expended from his body. The resultant effect was nothing short of spectacular. True thousand arms of wood release. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, far more intense than the commotion caused by the Nine Tails, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Amidst this earth-shattering sound, an enormous statue of Guanyin, adorned with 1,000 colossal arms, rose rapidly from beneath Yunting's feet. The Nine Tails already possessed a size far beyond human imagination. However, at this moment, the colossal statue of the 1,000-handed Guanyin summoned by Yunting dwarfed its adversary by several dozens of times. In stark contrast, the once fearsome Nine Tails now appeared as harmless as a kitten. Witnessing this scene, those present could not help but reminisce about the past, and the face of the Nine Tails, usually fierce, now bore an unusual hint of fear. In the distance, Tsunade, Kakashi, Minato, and a host of Umbu ninjas stood in a state of disbelief, gazing at the spectacle before them. Could this truly be the pinnacle of human capability? One Umbu ninja dared to voice the unspoken thoughts of all. Kakashi reflected on his ongoing development of the Raikiri technique, pondering whether he could sever one of the opponent's arms if he charged in. As he took over Naruto from Tsunade, who was gently soothing the child, he could not help but recall his own legendary technique, the Flying Thunder God. Unlike many who succumbed to feelings of helplessness, he instinctively began to strategize as a ninja on how to confront such an opponent. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly be suicidal. The only glimmer of hope lay in striking at the core, locating the caster themselves. Although he possessed the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan, he lacked the means for large-scale devastation, rendering his combat style reminiscent of the former Konoha White Fang. Suitable for individual combat, but ineffective against a creature of the Nine Tails' immense stature. This was precisely why he had been sidelined by Yunting, relegated to mere observation. Of course, with a wife bearing the Uzumaki surname, Minato's proficiency in sealing techniques was commendable. Yet, to contend with the current Nine Tails, aside from the Shiki Fujin, an all-or-nothing technique, he had no other recourse. However, they were not yet at a dead end, and with the Fourth Hokage currently demonstrating his formidable prowess, he had no reason to entertain such thoughts. Meanwhile, Tsunade, feeling unburdened, initially contemplated assisting Yunting. However, upon beholding the immense Guanyin statue, she, more aware than others of the situation, murmured with nostalgia and reflection, the true essence of sage art would release 1,000 hands. Next, it should transform into the Buddha atop. That rascal Yunting has indeed succeeded in mastering sage techniques. At this moment, he resembles my grandfather. The past materialized once more, as another cycle began anew. As Yunting stood atop the 1,000-handed Guanyin, denying the Nine Tails any opportunity to grow stronger, he charged forth with overwhelming momentum. Though the gigantic Nine Tails, infused with a bizarre chakra, lacked rationality, the ingrained fear within its very essence remained evident. Yet, soon after, with a ferocious roar that echoed with primal fury, the beast's madness returned. disregarding the vast difference in size, and it lunged forward once more. At the same time, an even larger-tailed beast ball began to coalesce in its maw. Observing this, Yunting pressed his hands down once more, continuing to channel the technique as Tsunade had instructed. It was time for this to conclude. Sage Art would release 1,000 hands. Transform into Buddha. Sage Art would release 1,000 hands. Transform into Buddha. Like a deity high above, under Yunting's command, the countless massive arms of the Guanyin statue came to life. In an instant, gigantic fists, imbued with the terrifying power to shatter mountains and meteors, descended upon the Nine Tails. In an instant, the latter was akin to a small vessel tossed about amidst tumultuous waves, utterly disoriented and unable to discern direction. It yearned to resist. Yet regardless of its formidable physique or the devastating power of the tailed beast ball it possessed, the ceaseless barrage of colossal arms rendered its efforts futile, inflicting only negligible damage akin to an infant's harmless scratches. Soon, it was compelled to abandon all hope. This was the most formidable technique at Yunting's disposal at that moment. Employing such a grand strategy against the Nine Tails, which was merely in its Eight Tails form, was undeniably excessive. However, to ensure that Kushina's ninth tail remained concealed, he opted for the most foolproof method, with a subtle intention of replenishing his own dwindling prestige points. The ensuing developments mirrored the struggles faced by the Sage of the Six Paths during his battles against the beastly Nine Tails. Despite Yunting's self-assessment that he fell short of the legendary Sage of the ninja world in his prime, the fact that the Nine Tails had yet to reveal its true form, still ensnared in its Eight Tails state, significantly diminished its prowess. Such a comparison inevitably shortened the duration of the encounter. Indeed, before Yunting, the Nine Tails exhibited little capacity for resistance, and amidst its cries of agony, it was thoroughly bested by the colossal Buddha figure. Soon, its immense body was firmly pinned to the ground by the gigantic arms, rendering it completely immobile. Standing atop the statue of Guanyin, Yunting once more extended his right hand, the inscribed characters aimed directly at the Nine Tails. This technique was specifically designed to suppress tailed beasts. After a few moments, the once tumultuous crimson chakra emanating from the Nine Tails visibly dissipated, causing its massive form to shrink rapidly. Ultimately, when all the Nine Tails chakra returned to the seal, the true Kushina re-emerged before him. Satisfied with the successful outcome, Yunting exited Sage Mode, allowing the myriad of arms to dissolve. As he approached Kushina, the onlookers in the distance, upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, hurried over. The first to arrive was none other than the renowned fastest man in the ninja world, Minato Namikaze. With the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed upon Kushina's seal, he instantly teleported to the scene upon seeing the battle's end and the return of her true form. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," he exclaimed, cradling Naruto in one arm and the still unconscious Kushina in the other, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Yunting. Despite the minor setbacks encountered, the family of three remained intact, and the future had been irrevocably altered. Naruto was no longer an orphan, and the Uchiha clan was now far less likely to face annihilation. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. To Yunting, this served as undeniable evidence that he, as Hokage, had outperformed the Third Hokage. After a brief moment, the main contingent arrived in rapid succession. Upon their arrival, they gazed at Yunting with awe and reverence, evidently overwhelmed and deeply impressed by the preceding spectacle. Amidst a flurry of notifications from the system heralding a surge in prestige, Yunting maintained a facade of composure. Though inwardly he was elated, his prestige points visibly began to flourish, and with ample resources at his disposal, he could not contain his joy. At this moment, Tsunade approached, having contributed a considerable amount of prestige points. She had many things she wished to discuss with Yunting, but with Kushina, the injured party, present, she simply offered a brief congratulatory remark before swiftly attending to Kushina's wounds. Having just given birth, Kushina was already in a weakened state, and the subsequent tailed beast rampage had exacerbated her condition. Had she not been of the Uzumaki clan's robust constitution, she might have succumbed long ago. Nevertheless, the injuries resulting from the tailed beast transformation remained, necessitating Tsunade's expertise. In this regard, she undoubtedly stood as the pinnacle among medical ninjas. It was precisely her illustrious reputation in medical ninjutsu that assuaged Yunting's concerns, a sentiment shared by Minato as well. Indeed, not long after, amidst the astonished gazes of the personnel from Konoha Hospital, Kushina's previously pallid complexion began to regain color under Tsunade's ministrations, her breathing growing calm and steady. Following a week of recuperation at the hospital, given Kushina's constitution, she would soon be restored to full health. As Tsunade concluded her work, she addressed Minato, who, upon hearing her words, exhaled in relief, his face radiating gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade," he exclaimed. Tsunade waved dismissively, rising to vacate her position. Observing this, Yenting turned to the sealing team waiting nearby. "Reinforce Kushina's seal," he instructed. With his own seal in place, the Nine Tails would not awaken for the time being. This was precisely why he had prioritized Tsunade's treatment before calling upon the sealing team. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The highest-ranking sealing experts in Konoha responded, nodding in agreement as they sprang into action. Earlier, Yenting had wisely arranged for the sealing team to be on standby nearby to avert any unforeseen circumstances that might require reinforcements from the village. Now, their preparedness was proving invaluable. While the current members of the sealing team might not possess overwhelming strength, each was highly skilled in sealing techniques. They had previously transferred the Nine Tails from Uzumaki Mido to Kushina and reinforced the seal, and now they were well acquainted with the process. Soon, meticulously prepared scrolls inscribed with intricate sealing techniques were unfurled around Kushina. As they formed hand seals, the intricate seals within the scrolls sprang forth, coalescing in the air into a complex sealing array that ultimately shrank and integrated into Kushina's abdomen. Reinforcing the seal was not an instantaneous task. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi suddenly approached Yenting, presenting a white, severed arm. "Hokage-sama, after I engaged the second hidden enemy, I managed to land a hit, but they still managed to escape, leaving only this arm behind. However, it is rather peculiar, as it appears to be composed of something other than flesh and blood." Yenting accepted the white arm, sensing a familiar aura emanating from it. He recognized it immediately. It was a white zetsu, a biological weapon birthed from the god tree. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara employed the cells of Hashirama and the Outer Path Golem to mass-produce replicas. Although these beings, aside from their reconnaissance capabilities, were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers meant that a few exceptional individuals inevitably emerged, such as Akatsuki's unique member who had just made an appearance. The fact that this white zetsu could merge with black zetsu indicated its distinctiveness, setting it apart from mere mass production. Consequently, the white zetsu arm that Kakashi had acquired now held significant research value. Striking from the shadows and inflicting severe damage upon the enemy, Kakashi had performed admirably. Furthermore, given the arm's considerable worth, it warranted recognition as an S-rank mission, and he was reminded to collect his reward upon returning. Yenting appreciatively patted Kakashi on the shoulder. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Kakashi's typically stoic expression momentarily brightened with joy. This was not only due to the significant addition to his ninja portfolio, but also because of the S-rank mission reward. Even he was mindful of finances, particularly as he had recently spent a considerable sum on various books aimed at emotional regulation and spiritual nourishment. The unexpected influx of income was indeed a source of happiness. However, he lamented that contemporary novels had become so monotonous, lacking the awe he had felt when he first discovered a truly groundbreaking work. Now, he could only console himself with quantity, pondering when the next epic-defining novel might emerge. Meanwhile, outside a women's bathhouse, Jiraiya, cheeks flushed with excitement, muttered to himself about finding excellent material. As he peered in, he hastily scribbled notes in his notepad. After Kakashi's departure, Yenting approached Tsunade to express his gratitude, acknowledging her timely arrival as a significant factor in their success. However, Tsunade herself seemed less than enthusiastic about the day's events. "After spending the day as a caretaker, I found myself overly cautious in combat. I spent the entire day dodging and hiding, which was quite infuriating. If you call on me again, I hope it won't involve babysitting." Tsunade, exhibiting a temperament akin to a fierce dragon, was undeniably at odds with her usual demeanor, thus prompting her complaints. Yenting nodded in agreement, recognizing the uniqueness of the situation, particularly given that this was likely the only occasion for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to bear a child, as it was doubtful that Minato and Kushina intended to have a second child. He shook his head, swiftly suppressing that line of thought. His attention returned to Tsunade's remark about being called upon again, realizing that this incident would likely facilitate future collaboration. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a voice filled with urgency from the leader of the sealing team interrupted him. "Lord Hokage, we have an emergency." Yunting furrowed his brow and quickly approached, with Tsunade following closely behind. Meanwhile, Minato, cradling Naruto, also sensed the urgency and hastened over. Soon, the sealing team leader conveyed the situation in a rapid manner. Lord Hokage, there has been an unexpected complication in the reinforcement of the sealing work. As the container, Kushina's current constitution does not meet the requirements to fully withstand the power of the Nine Tails, which was unforeseen. Why is Kushina's physique inadequate now? Yunting inquired, perplexed. The leader of the sealing team explained. In simple terms, Kushina's constitution was akin to a sturdy and spacious prison cell, capable of accommodating the Nine Tails form. However, the day she gave birth coincided with the seal's weakest moment, rendering the once robust cell exceedingly fragile. In the tumult of the Nine Tails rampage, although the cell remains unbroken, many areas have collapsed and been damaged, thus reducing its capacity significantly, making it incapable of containing the Nine Tails volume. At present, given Kushina's condition, she might not endure even a day. Is there any solution from the sealing team? Minato, who was anxiously listening, asked. The sealing team's leader hesitated, saying, the reduction of the cell's size is temporary. It can be resolved once Kushina's body fully recovers. However, as Lady Tsunade just mentioned, this will take 7 days. I wonder if Lady Tsunade has any other methods to expedite Kushina's recovery? Tsunade approached and, upon hearing this, contemplated before shaking her head. Even with cost being no object, given Kushina's current state, it will take at least 3 days for her to recover. Although I possess a secret technique that enables instantaneous restoration, it is only applicable to myself and cannot be extended to others. Upon hearing this, Yunting was struck by an idea and proposed, at this juncture. There is but one alternative. Minato, who had been feeling disheartened, suddenly brightened at Yunting's words. He then noticed that Yunting's gaze was directed toward him, specifically, toward Naruto nestled in his arms. One cannot help but acknowledge the capriciousness of fate. Despite veering far off course, it seems to have led them back to the beginning, prompting a reflection on the unpredictability of life. Yunting gazed at Naruto, deeply moved. The solution he envisioned was quite simple. Since the cell's capacity was insufficient, they could sever the excess portion of the prisoner and cast it into a new cell, just as Minato had done in the original story, splitting the Nine Tails in two. However, this time, the yin aspect of the Nine Tails would remain within Kushina, allowing her current condition to manage it, while the yang aspect would be sealed within Naruto, aligning with its destined fate. This would provide a flawless resolution. Upon hearing Yunting's proposal, the leader of the sealing team was initially taken aback, having never considered dividing a tailed beast before. However, he soon felt a surge of joy, realizing that this indeed was the optimal solution at present, and he nodded in agreement. The next step hinged on Minato's decision as Naruto's father. In fact, from the moment of his birth, Naruto was bestowed with the mission of becoming the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, much like his mother, who succeeded the first Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki. This was due to the Uzumaki clan's constitution being more suited for the role than that of the Senju clan. Minato was acutely aware of this, though he had not anticipated it would come to fruition so swiftly. Certainly, it is now appropriate to state that both the resilient Kurama and Tsunade could serve as Jinchuriki. However, given that tailed beasts are formidable weapons, it is imperative for the village to maximize its benefits. The latter two are already exceptionally powerful ninjas and require no further embellishment. Thus, for the sake of Konoha, sealing half of the Nine Tails within a new host would undoubtedly enhance the village's combat strength. As a steadfast heir to the will of fire, Minato would not refuse such a proposition. Although those who wield the overwhelming and uncontrollable power of a Jinchuriki often face disdain and animosity, he firmly believes that his child will, like Kushina, possess the strength to overcome these challenges and learn to control the tailed beast, rather than succumbing to its influence and becoming a mere harbinger of destruction. With the power of the Nine Tails, Naruto will, as Minato anticipates, embody the protagonist depicted in Jiraiya's writings, destined to become a great ninja. Thus, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Minato gently glanced at the now quiet Naruto in his arms, lifted his gaze, and nodded decisively, stating, "Lord Hokage, I have no objections." The plan commenced without delay. The others promptly began their preparations. "Lord Hokage, if we are to split the Nine Tails, the sealing team currently lacks sufficient personnel. I require additional assistance." The leader of the sealing team promptly remarked. This was not an urgent moment, and there was no need to resort to the costly dead demon-consuming seal. However, an alternative sealing technique would necessitate substantial manpower and resources. Within the entire ninja world, only Konoha could accomplish this. Kurama nodded and said, Minato, you and the leader of the sealing team should return to Konoha and procure anything that is lacking. We must ensure that all preparations are flawless. Yes, both Minato and the sealing team leader replied in unison. At this point, Minato could no longer hold Naruto, and Tsunade, occupied with her medical support duties, entrusted the child to her disciple, Kakashi. Thus, the 14-year-old Kakashi, though quite stiff, embarked on his journey of childcare. With a swift motion, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself and the sealing team leader back to Konoha. Meanwhile, the remaining sealing ninjas began preparing for the forthcoming separation. The medical personnel, under Tsunade's guidance, continued to care for Kushina. The remaining Umbu swiftly dispersed to guard against any potential enemies. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Kurama, stationed at the center, quietly whispered to the captain of the Shadow Guard, Yamabayun. The latter nodded and promptly vanished. Having sustained some injuries and left traces of blood during the earlier battle with the Nine Tails, he could not allow outsiders to acquire them. Now was the perfect opportunity to send his trusted subordinate to recover the remnants. 5 minutes later, Minato had made numerous trips back and forth using the Flying Thunder God technique, finally gathering all the people and items necessary for the sealing. The time had come to officially seal the Nine Tails and divide its power. At this moment, the ground was inscribed with a colossal sealing array by the sealing ninjas. Kushina lay serenely at one of the focal points, while Naruto was placed at another parallel focal point after being handed over by Minato. Departing from the sealing array and gazing at his wife and son within, Minato took a deep breath and nodded solemnly to Yunting. Understanding the cue, Yunting spoke. Let us begin. As soon as the words left his lips, the sealing ninjas, now multiplied in number, sprang into action, forming hand seals. Instantly, the enormous sealing array illuminated with a dazzling radiance, and a series of tadpole-like techniques ascended, ultimately coalescing into an even more intricate and colossal symbol than before. Soon after, from Kushina's abdomen, the soul of the Nine Tails was forcefully extracted, writhing and clawing in defiance. Amidst the relentless struggle against the sealing ninjas, with a final roar of unwillingness, it was ultimately drawn into the peculiar symbol suspended in the air. At that moment, the exhausted leader of the sealing squad, drenched in sweat, shouted despite his fatigue, divide. In the next instant, the hand seals of all sealing ninjas transformed. The peculiar symbol shone brightly, accompanied by the anguished screams of the Nine Tails, visibly splitting into two. With this step completed, Minato, who had been anxious, finally exhaled in relief, for the most challenging part was now behind them. The subsequent task merely involved placing the divided yin and yang attributes of the two Nine Tails into Kushina and Naruto, followed by reinforcing the seal, a task that the Konoha sealing ninjas had mastered, albeit with some time expenditure. Indeed, as the two Nine Tails were successfully sealed within Kushina and Naruto's abdomens amidst their reluctance, all present rejoiced and laughed. Yunting glanced around, noting the absence of Uchiha Obito. Realizing that this individual had indeed fled. It was a pity, as he had meticulously prepared a trap for him. Although it appeared that Kushina was defenseless, she had already set a hidden sealing trap, waiting for the adversary to fall into it. Alas, Obito had been too cautious. In reality, after provoking the Nine Tails, Obito had not truly departed as he claimed. Instead, he remained at a distance, observing for any opportunities. However, upon witnessing Yunting's display of power as he subdued the Nine Tails, he fell silent for a moment and abandoned all thoughts of intervention, fleeing far away. He had no desire to return to Konoha unless absolutely necessary. This Fourth Hokage of Konoha was truly formidable, unbeknownst to Yunting, who had inadvertently deterred the future instigator of the Fourth Great Ninja War. He was soon joined by Sarutobi Hisashi, who rushed in. Upon seeing the immense sealing array before him, along with Kushina and an infant within it, Hisashi was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Yunting explained the situation to him, and he soon grasped the circumstances, wholeheartedly agreeing that Yunting's actions were indeed the most prudent course. How could they not be? The Watergate couple remains alive, and the chaos of the Nine Tails has yet to truly erupt. Konoha stands unscathed, without a single shard of rubble. A far better fate than in the original history. Furthermore, I nearly overlooked Lake Biwa, which this time shall also remain unscathed. Speaking of which, the third Hokage ought to express his gratitude to me. After all, losing a longtime partner would undoubtedly be a profound blow to him. Regrettably, such hypothetical scenarios are best left unspoken. It appears I must remain an unsung hero, as I observe the third Hokage beside me, nodding in my heart, feeling remarkably virtuous. Sarutobi Hiruzen remains oblivious to Yunting's thoughts. At this moment, witnessing the sealing of the Nine Tails nearing completion and the situation approaching a favorable resolution, he relaxes. Puffing on his pipe, in a manner reminiscent of many elders, he turns to his disciple Tsunade and advises, "Tsunade, you are no longer a child. For your sake and the legacy of the Senju clan, it is time to consider marriage." As he speaks to Tsunade, his gaze intentionally flickers toward Yunting, the implication unmistakable. His urgency in broaching this subject stems from Tsunade's rarity. Should this opportunity be missed, one cannot predict when another will arise. This urgency is particularly reinforced after learning that Yunting effortlessly subdued the Nine Tails with the power of wood release, solidifying the notion of their union. This desire not only reflects the wishes of the former elders of the Senju clan, but also echoes the sentiments of many of Konoha's higher-ups. Even those like Mitarashi Anko and Tadu Koharu, who currently have strained relations with Yunting, share this aspiration. Regardless of ambition, no one wishes to see the wood release vanish from Konoha, not only due to its formidable capabilities, but also for its immense symbolic significance. Upon the announcement of Yunting's awakening of wood release, he smoothly assumed significant power within the village. A development that was not solely due to the defeat of Orochimaru or the Third's voluntary concession. The influence of wood release played a monumental role. Prior to Yunting's awakening, the villagers had disregarded their age difference, hoping for their union, as both bear the Senju surname, theoretically enhancing the possibility of producing a bloodline limit for wood release. After all, the direct descendants of Hashirama Senju had failed to awaken such a power, a living example right before their eyes. Naturally, they were unwilling to see Tsunade marry outside her clan, not even to the Uzumaki clan. In contrast, Yunting, who shares the Senju bloodline and has now awakened wood release, is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Regrettably, Tsunade, one of the parties involved, does not share this sentiment. At this moment, she sharply glances at her teacher and then scolds Yunting, who appears indifferent, with even greater force. She has grown weary of hearing such sentiments. Having listened to them countless times before, reflecting on the past, she can quickly dismiss them, allowing one ear to absorb while the other lets them escape. Simultaneously, she mutters in impatience, "This is one of the significant reasons I am reluctant to return to Konoha. Wait, once I awaken my wood release, if that truly happens, these individuals will undoubtedly become even more fervent in their attempts to unite her with Yunting. After all, the offspring of two wood release wielders, provided luck is somewhat favorable, are likely to inherit the ability as well." The very thought of being coerced into marriage irritates Tsunade greatly. For someone who has never genuinely experienced romance, a spirited young woman like her being pressured into matrimony is simply unacceptable. Consequently, faced with Sarutobi Hizashi's relentless persuasion, she finally expressed her impatience. "Since there are no issues here, my mission is accomplished. I shall take my leave." Observing this, Yunting immediately halted Hizashi's further attempts at dialogue and urged, "You've only just returned. Why not enjoy a drink before departing? I'll cover all expenses. Rest assured, I will not broach any tiresome topics." Tsunade hesitated for a moment. Truth be told, after safeguarding Kushina all day and witnessing so much, she indeed felt inclined to have a drink. "Are you certain we won't discuss anything else? Just indulge in libations?" she inquired. "Of course, I've shared drinks with you before. Did we ever talk about anything else?" Yunting assured her. "Very well. It's settled then." Tsunade eagerly nodded in agreement. She realized that if she returned now, she might not only miss out on a drink, but also lack funds for accommodation. It would be far better to revel in a hearty drink here before heading back. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had forgotten something. Just as Tsunade began to ponder, her attention was drawn to the recently concluded sealing, and she cast her thoughts aside. Nearby, Sarutobi Hizashi watched their interaction with a smile. With their group of elders continuously reinforcing Tsunade's impression, Yunting, without needing a reminder, skillfully maneuvered in a roundabout manner to enhance his efforts, yielding even more remarkable results. A true master, Hizashi regarded Yunting with a look of mutual admiration. At that moment, the sealing of the Nine Tails was nearing completion. As the final hand seals were completed by the sealing ninjas, the massive sealing array vanished, replaced by the nine-tail seal imprinted within Kushina and Naruto. To celebrate his rebirth, Naruto emitted a resounding wail, a sound that echoed loudly. Truly, he is of the Uzumaki lineage. If it were any other newborn who had endured such turmoil at birth, they would scarcely have the strength to cry out. Just as Minato prepared to scoop Naruto up for a comforting embrace, it seemed that the sound of his cries stirred Kushina from her previous state of unconsciousness. Slowly, she opened her eyes and instinctively murmured, "My child? Where's my child?" Minato quickly lifted Naruto and brought him before Kushina, speaking tenderly, "Kushina, this is our child, Naruto." For the first time, after giving birth to her flesh and blood, Kushina finally beheld her son's visage. Ignoring her weakened state, she tightly embraced Naruto, tears of joy streaming down her face. Once a fiery red pepper, she now embraced the role of a mother. Time, ever so fleeting, slips away unnoticed. It is only in those seemingly trivial moments, when one lifts their gaze and suddenly becomes aware, that an exclamation from the depths of the heart escapes. Oh, how has so much time passed? Observing Kushina cradling Naruto and Minato embracing Kushina, the warmth of their familial tableau strikes Yunting, who now realizes that he has been in this world for an entire year. In the village of Konoha, at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, renowned for its superior meat and culinary mastery, complemented by the Akimichi clan's secret seasoning passed down through generations, patrons continue to flow in, even at this late hour. This is where Yunting has invited Tsunade for a drink. After all, what is a gathering without wine and meat? Seated in a private room, Tsunade, who had briefly recalled a thought she seemed to have forgotten, was suddenly interrupted by a rich aroma of fine wine wafting to her nostrils. Good wine. Instantly aroused, her eyes sparkled as she shifted her attention to a hefty figure bringing forth exquisite bottles. The earlier contemplation seemed trivial. She could ponder it later, after indulging in this delightful experience. Meanwhile, in the land of rivers, within a casino, Shizune trembled, surveying her surroundings filled with bloodshot eyes of gamblers who appeared ready to devour her whole. Her gaze fell upon the mountain of coins amassed before her. Having substituted for Lady Tsunade in gambling throughout the day, she had never anticipated her luck would be so fortuitous. Observing the numerous patrons who had been carried away, she hesitantly inquired, "Shall we continue to gamble?" "Yes, we shall wager everything." The gamblers responded in unison, their indignation palpable. They could not fathom how a novice, devoid of any gambling skill or experience, could outplay seasoned veterans. Hearing their fervent response, Shizune could only nod in disappointment, her small hand listlessly shaking the dice cup before revealing the contents. Peering in, her eyes widened in astonishment. Sixes, three of a kind, a full house. The gamblers at the table shared her stunned expression as their pile of coins swelled even larger. Tears threatened to spill from Shizune's eyes. She truly wished to cease her winning streak, especially as the glares from those around her grew increasingly menacing. "Lady Tsunade, when will you return? I'm so frightened," she lamented, simultaneously compelled to continue winning while fervently praying for Tsunade's swift return. Meanwhile, Tsunade, blissfully oblivious to her apprentice's plight, savored the delectable food and drink before her. Across the table, Yunting smiled, enjoying his meal while surveying the lively atmosphere surrounding them. The villagers indulging in the pleasures of nightlife were blissfully unaware that, according to historical precedent, this very place might have already been ravaged by the Nine Tails, and the number of those who would have shared in this revelry might have been considerably diminished. Yet, the present had transformed everything. The sense of accomplishment brought about by this generational gap is something that only Yunting can fully comprehend. This is one of the reasons why he extended an invitation to Tsunade to join him for a drink. Not only has she experienced profound emotions today, but his feelings are even more intense. This drink symbolizes the culmination of the burdens he has carried over the past year, finally allowing him to revel in a moment of relief. Since his arrival in this realm and the realization that he had ascended to the position of the Fourth Hokage, Yunting has felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. This unease stems from the impending chaos of the Nine Tails incident that is set to unfold in a year's time. He has no desire to follow in the footsteps of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who is remembered as the briefest holder of that title in history. Yet, as he has already become the Fourth Hokage, he must brace himself to confront the Nine Tails when it appears. He is acutely aware of his limitations and fears that he may be swiftly overwhelmed by the beast. Fortunately, the emergence of the system has illuminated a glimmer of hope for him. In pursuit of prestige points, he has traversed among the villagers despite their bewildered gazes, driven solely by the desire for accumulation. His encounter with the benevolent guy accelerated his progress significantly. Eventually, after awakening his would-release abilities, his once restless heart began to settle, instilling him with newfound confidence regarding the impending Ninetales turmoil, allowing him to focus on strategic planning. The defection of Orochimaru was, in fact, a meticulously arranged scheme on his part. This not only solidified his grip on power, but also significantly increased his prestige points, further enhancing his strength. With this, his precarious situation has been alleviated. Following this day, the subsequent decade in Konoha can be characterized as relatively uneventful. If he so chooses, Yunting can truly spread his wings and savor this period of tranquility. However, being aware of the course of history, he is unwilling to squander these precious years, especially now, as he has fully integrated into this world, comprehending its distorted society, and recognizing that every ambitious individual, regardless of their character, is striving to realize their vision of peace in their own way. As Hokage, Yunting, who ought to be the most qualified, cannot help but ponder his aspirations. Envisioning the entire world as his canvas, he yearns to illustrate a flourishing peace, enabling future generations to relish the fruits of his labor. Such grand ambitions are the aspirations of every noble man. Now, possessing unparalleled strength within the shinobi world, Yunting similarly aspires to achieve this vision. In his view, the system established by the legendary shinobi of yore, with its rigid village and nation structure, along with the distribution of tailed beasts, is profoundly flawed. It merely transformed the previously scattered ninja clans into a formidable force, resulting in even greater bloodshed and carnage. This reality was starkly evident when the First Shinobi World War erupted shortly after the death of Hashirama Senju. The prophecy of the child of destiny entrusted to Jiraiya, along with Naruto's ideals of love and peace, and the paths of characters like Madara and Pain, all present significant issues. Even if a semblance of peace is achieved, it remains fleeting or illusory. The true path forward is illuminated by the lessons of the past. It is not said that one must rely on the organization. Yet the essential prerequisite for achieving peace, especially in a world where the ninja realm enjoys the perfect conditions of a shared language and unified transportation, is undoubtedly unification. The wars between nations and ninja villages ultimately stem from conflicts of interest. In this world, true fairness is an illusion. Thus, interests will always be divided. Those with fewer interests naturally envy those with more, leading to inevitable friction. Perhaps there are individuals of remarkable charisma who can temporarily quell such discord, but over time, or with their demise, everything will revert to its former state. Therefore, the optimal solution lies in merging the various nations into one, transforming external conflicts into internal ones, so that any future disputes will not result in the same rampant bloodshed as before. Especially given the current advancements in technology, there is ample opportunity to develop productivity, create numerous industries related to these interests, and generate vast employment opportunities, significantly alleviating internal tensions. This is the only way to achieve lasting peace. However, should one pursue this path, the obstacles along the way will be considerable. The ideology of Yunting is far too avant-garde for the denizens of the ninja realm. The notion of unifying the ninja world has never crossed anyone's mind before. To them, the land of fire is the land of fire, and the land of lightning is the land of lightning. Both have coexisted for many years, making any thought of merging inconceivable, let alone how the two would coexist thereafter. Should he truly attempt this, the conservative factions within the village would rise up in rebellion, as they view such actions as merely inviting further warfare upon Konoha. Thus, it is imperative to begin with ideology and education. Yunting could not help but ponder, but is it truly necessary to invite such immense trouble upon oneself? He found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, a fair hand waved vigorously before him, and its owner exclaimed, "Hey, Yunting, wake up. When it's time to drink, let us drink. Don't be like the Third Hokage, always thinking about serious matters." The dissatisfied voice of Tsunade reached his ears, prompting Yunting to ask curiously, "How did you know I was deep in thought?" Tsunade shrugged and replied, "Well, the Hokage, once in this position, is always occupied with serious matters. I assent it. But right now, we agreed to drink together, so no more daydreaming. Indeed, the Hokage is meant to handle serious affairs. Yun Ting sighed, then suddenly remarked, what if one day, while attending to serious matters, the Hokage is met with disapproval from many, and they contemplate overthrowing him? What should be done then? Just after downing a sizable bowl of sake, Tsunade, in a fit of temper, slammed her hand on the table and declared, then let them try? A bunch of hindrances. Indeed, let them try. Yun Ting laughed heartily as he filled their cups once more, and the two of them began to revel in their drinking contest. Yes, if all else fails, let them try. In this life, one must strive to achieve accomplishments beyond the reach of others. Only then will this journey through time be worth it. Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses resonated continuously within the private room. As an old drunkard, Tsunade's face was flushed, yet her eyes remained clear. A mere few drinks were far from enough to intoxicate her. Regarding this matter, Yun Ting, who had shared numerous drinking experiences with the other party, was quite aware. He had no intention of deliberately intoxifying his companion. As previously mentioned, he indeed needed to indulge in a hearty drink to bid farewell to the past and embrace a new phase of life. During this time, the presence of a beautiful woman was far preferable to the company of old men or solitude. However, Tsunade's thoughts were quite different at this moment. Perhaps it was due to witnessing the once fiery Kushina now transformed into a mother. Perhaps it was the exhilaration induced by Yun Ting's sage mode and his astonishing wood release. Or perhaps it was the words of the Third Hokage that had once again unsettled her mind. After revisiting familiar grounds, an overwhelming urge to drink to excess suddenly surged within her. After all, with a generous patron treating today, it would be a disservice to herself not to indulge. Thus, she heartily ordered bottle after bottle of liquor. Even when the stock in the establishment dwindled, she showed no signs of stopping. Consequently, throughout the ensuing hours, a cadre of portly servers repeatedly ventured to nearby taverns to procure more alcohol. The esteemed guests included the Sage of Six Paths himself. Moreover, the private room housed not only the Fourth Hokage, but also one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Although they were at a barbecue restaurant, since the patrons requested wine, it was only fitting that they momentarily transformed into a tavern. Within the private room, numerous empty bottles lay strewn about. Amidst the rich aroma of alcohol, the two were not merely consuming food and drink, they engaged in a plethora of discussions, from astronomy to geography, interspersed with ninjutsu knowledge and personal anecdotes, including childhood embarrassments. They traversed a vast array of topics, indulging in an endless flow of conversation. Notably, Tsunade relished recounting tales of her own youthful mishaps, where her age granted her a distinct advantage. As Yun Ting's childhood follies spilled forth from her lips, eliciting raucous laughter, he could not help but wear a grim expression, contemplating whether he should silence her right then and there. He had never anticipated that his younger self had committed such cringeworthy acts. Should Tsunade's loose tongue reveal these stories, his reputation as Hokage could be irreparably tarnished. Fortunately, having endured 2 great ninja wars, Tsunade was acutely attuned to potential crises. Upon noticing Yun Ting's increasingly troubled countenance, she stifled a yawn, choosing to let the matter slide. The night was still young, and offending the benefactor at this juncture would be utterly irrational. After all, such musings were confined to her thoughts. There was no need to rush. So, after downing another glass with Yun Ting, Tsunade, her brown eyes now slightly glazed, shifted the topic. In the recent battle, that man in the black cloak triggered the 9 tails within Kushina with just a glance. It must have been the Sharingan, right? Although the black-cloaked figure had his back turned to her, as someone well acquainted with the Uchiha, Tsunade was quick to deduce that it was indeed the work of the Sharingan. After all, there had been a precedent of Uchiha Madara manipulating the 9 tails with his Sharingan in the past. In merely an instant, a 9 tails uprising could be provoked. Within the entire ninja realm, aside from the Sharingan, she could scarcely fathom another possessing such an ability. Indeed, it was the Sharingan, and moreover, a Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, even if Kushina's seal on the 9 tails were feeble, it would not be so easily stirred by mere 3 tomo. Yun Ting, who was prudent in his response, exhibited no intention of withholding information, even revealing further details. A Mangekyo Sharingan? Is it one akin to that of Uchiha Madara? When did such an individual emerge? Tsunade of the Uchiha clan could not help but massage her temples. Her usually carefree demeanor was replaced with a rare seriousness, evidently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Yunting shook his head, stating, "It is not as you presume. This matter bears no connection to the Uchiha clan. Setting aside our current predicament, the latter has no necessity to act in such a manner. Furthermore, there are presently no members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Mangekyo." Given Yunting's unwavering confidence as the Hokage, Tsunade felt a weight lift from her heart. Although she harbored a certain disdain for the Uchiha as a fellow villager, she did not wish to see their relations deteriorate to the point of conflict. However, if the individual in the black cloak was not affiliated with the Konoha Uchiha, then who might they be? To awaken a Mangekyo, one must inherently possess Uchiha blood. Could it be a distant descendant of the Uchiha? Or perhaps it was the revival of Uchiha Madara. Tsunade took another sip of her drink and shrugged casually. Yunting regarded her thoughtfully, contemplating that while it was not Madara, there was indeed a significant connection to that individual. This might be a fortunate miscalculation born of inebriation. Regardless of who it was, anyone with the ambition to orchestrate the Nine Tails would inevitably stir further turmoil in the future. Sooner or later, their true nature would be revealed. Just as we have now uncovered the details of their abilities, should we encounter them again, we shall be better prepared, Yunting remarked calmly. Upon hearing Yunting's words, Tsunade nodded in eager anticipation. Their confrontation with the figure in the black cloak had left her feeling constrained due to Naruto's involvement, which was quite frustrating. If given another chance, she truly wished to engage in a more decisive battle. By the way, regarding the black-cloaked man's possession of the Sharingan, Tsunade, you must not disclose this to outsiders. Although we are aware that it is not the doing of the Uchiha clan, should this information spread, it is inevitable that outsiders will draw their own conclusions. For the majority, possession of the Sharingan is synonymous with the Uchiha clan. In such a scenario, what is not factual may soon be accepted as truth. The Uchiha clan has only just begun to mend their relations with Konoha under my leadership. We cannot allow any unwarranted rifts to emerge, Yunting cautioned Tsunade. Tsunade nodded, affirming that she would not be careless regarding such matters. In truth, it was not only Tsunade who understood the significance. Kakashi, who was also present and well acquainted with the Sharingan, as well as Minato, who had witnessed the entire incident alongside Kushina, were aware of the black-cloaked man's possession of the Sharingan. However, like Tsunade, they had been careful to advise discretion regarding this matter prior to this point. Thus, there were 4 individuals privy to the information, and after all had pledged confidentiality. No one else was aware of the cause of the Nine Tails upheaval. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, when informed by Yunting, deliberately sidestepped the matter. One should always be cautious, for the unexpected can arise. Yunting had grand ambitions ahead and wished to steer Konoha away from a path of internal strife, unlike the elderly and weary Third Hokage, who had long since lost his fervor. In contrast, Yunting, youthful and robust, harbored a vigorous spirit of exploration. After addressing the matter of the figure in the black robe, Yunting and Tsunade returned to their revelry. As time passed, their indulgences grew increasingly wild. At one point, Yunting, feeling the effects of the alcohol, mused about the formidable opposition he might face from individuals like the Third Hokage should he pursue his ambitions, and he inquired how Tsunade would respond. With a confident pat on her chest, she promptly assured him she would lend her strength, suggesting they merely spare the old man's life. Yunting chuckled, unconcerned whether she was merely intoxicated or speaking earnestly, and replied that he would hold her to her word. With that, they resumed their focus on merriment, challenging each other to see who would succumb to inebriation first. This marked the first time in a year that Yunting had allowed himself such abandon, and it likely would be the last. Both were of the Senju lineage, and while they might not be impervious to alcohol, their capacity far exceeded that of ordinary folk. From the onset of their nocturnal revelry until the late hours, as the establishment emptied and the staff grew weary, the clinking of their glasses resonated continuously. Even as dawn approached and the sounds within the private room became less frequent, the occasional clink still echoed, prompting curiosity about their limits. A member of the Akimichi clan, bleary-eyed and yawning as he prepared to relieve himself, cast an envious glance toward the private room, specifically at one of the men inside. Within that chamber, amidst the scattered, empty bottles, Yunting and Tsunade, though still steadfastly holding their ground, exhibited glazed expressions. Their intermittent closing of eyes betrayed their exhaustion, and they were likely unaware of their surroundings, driven only by a desire to outlast one another. Unbeknownst to them, Their seating arrangement had shifted from a formal positioning to a more intimate proximity. Minutes later, having briefly closed his eyes, Yunting suddenly jolted awake, instinctively raising his glass to his lips, and slurred, "Hey, Tsunade, are you asleep? Still drinking? If not, I win." Tsunade, true to form, opened her eyes, clinked her glass against Yunting's without hesitation, and as she prepared to drink, realized, there's no liquor left? No liquor? Same here, Yunting replied, casually discarding his empty glass, intending to seize the moment for a quick nap. Tsunade shared the same inclination. Yet, moments later, an unexpected thought crossed Yunting's mind as he inquired, "By the way, how is that young girl who was with you?" "What young girl? Is there anyone?" "No way." Leaning against the embrace of Yunting, Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes wide in shock, causing a significant portion of her inebriation to dissipate in an instant. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to silence it." At that moment, she finally recalled the matter she had long neglected: silence. It dawned on her that she had been summoned while at the casino. A whole day had passed. What could have transpired? The more Tsunade pondered, the more her dread intensified. Without a second thought for Yunting's unwelcome hand, she transformed into a cloud of white smoke and hastily returned. "Where is everyone?" Yunting, who had just uttered a few words before drifting back to slumber, suddenly felt an emptiness in his grasp and opened his eyes to inquire. He then found himself staring blankly at the emptiness surrounding him. Had Yunting been fully awake, he would have surely slapped himself for his previous remarks. After all, that was Tsunade's prized delicacy, a sanctuary in the hearts of countless fans. What a splendid opportunity it had been, squandered by his own negligence. Particularly since he had spent most of the time in a daze, scarcely savoring the moment. Who could say if such an opportunity would ever present itself again? How lamentable indeed. But, alas, now was not the time for heartache. Upon realizing he was alone, and believing he had won, Yunting simply closed his eyes once more and succumbed to a blissful sleep. This was Konoha, his domain, and with the Shadow Guard patrolling outside, he felt no concern for unforeseen events. Everything could be addressed once he awoke. Meanwhile, the unexpectedly roused Tsunade hastened back through the wet-bone forest, hastily shaking off the effects of the alcohol. As someone accustomed to frequenting various taverns, she possessed methods to swiftly regain her clarity, or else. A stunning beauty with a penchant for drink like herself would have long been taken advantage of by many. Yet, to date, the most likely culprit remained none other than Jiraiya from her childhood. However, he had paid a steep price for his advances, suffering broken ribs and nearly meeting his end. And now, she must also consider Yunting, who had acted even more egregiously. Yet, with her mind preoccupied with concern for silence, Tsunade had no time to dwell on these thoughts. In the past, she had only been away for half a day at most. This was her first venture to the casino in the Land of Rivers, a place unfamiliar to her, making it difficult to imagine what predicament silence might be in. As she contemplated sweeping through the Land of Rivers and its surrounding human trafficking dens to search for the unfortunate silence, almost forgetting the high likelihood of encountering the pig slaughterhouse, Tsunade, with the aid of a slug, finally made her way back. However, what she witnessed upon her return was quite astonishing. The casino remained the same. Yet the once boisterous atmosphere had turned desolate. A group of formerly arrogant casino thugs now lay strewn upon the ground, groaning in agony. Silence stood as the sole figure still upright, not counting the slug. "Ah, Lady Tsunade has finally returned," Silence remarked, her expression devoid of emotion, as though she had been cast aside by a scoundrel. "Ha ha ha, it's all that rascal Yunting's fault. He dragged me to Konoha to do menial labor. And only now do I have a moment to return. Who would have thought? Never before had I witnessed Shizen engage in combat. When did she become so formidable? I had almost assumed she would be caught up in a human trafficking scandal." The embarrassed Tsunade hastily attempted to clarify, nearly revealing her true thoughts. Yet, Shizen merely twitched her nose, expressing her discontent. Is the busyness that Lady Tsunade speaks of merely drinking? One must understand that this day has been fraught with trepidation. By the time the desperate crowd surged at the gambling den, her despair was palpable. However, she overlooked one crucial aspect. Although her training under Lady Tsunade had primarily focused on medical ninjutsu, and she had seldom encountered opportunities for combat over the years, she remained a ninja endowed with chakra. Faced with a throng of ordinary men, she could still bring them to their knees, albeit with tears in her eyes. Hence, the earlier scene unfolded. Nevertheless, I am merely an inconsequential pawn. It is only natural that Lady Tsunade might forget about me. As if having seen through the illusions of the world, Shizun sank deeper into her self-deprecation. What could Tsunade do, having erred first? She could only toil as a caregiver, offering comfort to her irritable daughter. In the end, Shizun's inherently kind heart quelled her anger. Tsunade, observing this, sighed in relief. Soon after, the dull ache in her chest captured her attention. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the formerly pristine white surface now marred by numerous red handprints. Damn that yunting! Instantly, memories flooded back, inciting Tsunade's ire. This was the first time she had been so taken advantage of. Normally, her temperament would compel her to return and give the instigator a thorough lesson. But upon seeing Shizun, she reconsidered. If she were to leave now, Shizun might once again lose her temper after the recent calming. Of course, there was another reason she would never confess. In response to Yunting's offense, she found herself less enraged than she had anticipated. After all, when Jiraiya once attempted to spy on her while she bathed, she had harbored thoughts of delivering a lethal kick. Even now, should anyone dare to entertain ill intentions, she would show no mercy. Ironically, Yunting, who had already taken advantage, would only face a few punches at most if she decided to return. Let us go, Shizun. You must be exhausted after a long day. Let us indulge in a hot spring. With a flick of her robe and a renewed sense of purpose, Tsunade called out. Very well, Lady Tsunade. No longer in a state of grievance, Shizun lifted her beloved tauntaun and was about to step forward when a thought struck her. She turned around and pointed at the mountain of coins piled upon the gambling table, saying, Lady Tsunade, that is the money I won yesterday. Let us take it with us. Is that your winnings? At once, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon receiving Shizun's confirmation and inquiring a few more details, her gaze toward Shizun transformed, radiating warmth akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Shizun, yes, whether we can live a carefree life from here on out depends on you. Oh, Konoha. When Yunting awoke, the first thing that caught her attention was a pair of black stockings. Subconsciously, he found himself comparing the allure of black silk to that of great peril. Why did such a comparison arise in his mind? Yunting pondered. Soon, a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. Alas, in that moment, he was filled with regret. What a splendid opportunity squandered merely by a careless utterance. Were it not for the presence of Kazuki Yamanaka beside him, he would have truly wished to slap himself for the sake of preserving his image as Hokage. Hokage-sama, would you like a bowl of sobering soup? As Yunting regained consciousness, Kazuki, who had been waiting patiently, offered him a steaming bowl. Thank you. Yunting accepted the soup and drank it in one gulp, feeling his mind clear almost instantly. He looked around. He was in the same place where he had been drinking with Tsunade. However, the previous chaos had been tidied up, likely thanks to the diligent efforts of his secretary. What time is it? He inquired. Kazuki replied, It's October 11th, 3 p.m. Yunting understood that only a night had passed, thus he did not waste any time. With a swift motion, he rose to stretch his limbs, only to suddenly catch a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol clinging to his clothes. His brow furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to suggest changing into a fresh outfit, a pristine Hokage robe was already presented to him. Having served for over half a year, Kazuki, with her meticulous nature, had prepared everything without needing a reminder. Observing the new attire and her adept assistance in dressing him, Yunting couldn't help but exclaim, I truly cannot do without you, Kazuki. It must be said, his choice of secretary had been astute. Kazuki Yamanaka not only had striking blonde hair and long legs, but also managed her responsibilities impeccably. At home, she had effortlessly taken on the role of a devoted housekeeper, ensuring that everything was ready without him needing to worry. As he had mentioned, having grown accustomed to such attentive service, he genuinely found himself reliant on her. Kazuki accepted his compliment with an unchanging expression. However, there was a downside to her demeanor. Her overly calm attitude lacked the vivacity typically expected of someone her age, making her seem less like a girl from the Yamanaka clan. Yet, one might argue that a reserved secretary held a unique charm compared to a more flirtatious counterpart. A smile crept upon Yunting's lips as he contemplated this. At that moment, while adjusting his collar, Kazuki paused slightly, casting a puzzled glance at him. For some inexplicable reason, she had felt an urge to strike him just then. Although Yunting's face remained impassive, he was taken aback internally. Was this intuition a manifestation of a woman's sixth sense? Truly perplexing. Fortunately, he managed to react in time, narrowly preserving his Hokage image. Coughing to regain his composure, Yunting asked seriously, During my slumber, nothing significant has occurred in the village, has it? Kazuki, who had not found anything noteworthy, responded, there haven't been any major issues. However, due to the events involving the Nine Tails last night, the two advisory elders sent someone to inquire during the day. Those two old geezers, instead of enjoying their twilight years, insisted on making their presence felt all day long. For the two elderly individuals, whose talents pale in comparison to the Third Hokage and Danzo, yet who remain unwilling to fade into obscurity, Yunting has never held them in high regard. Even though their substantial efforts during his campaign for Hokage were notable, such actions were primarily motivated by a desire to secure their own power. After all, promoting a puppet of mediocre reputation to ascendancy is far more advantageous than endorsing someone of the illustrious stature of Minato Namikaze. At times, Yunting finds himself envious of the Kazekage of the Sand Village, who is fortunate to have two elder advisors that are genuinely reclusive and uninvolved in affairs. However, the fates of the Kazekage have not been particularly favorable. The so-called strongest third Kazekage was defeated by the young Scorpion, the fourth was assassinated by Orochimaru, and the fifth was abducted by Deidara. Had it not been for Chiyo's sacrifice, she too would have met a grim fate. In this light, it is evident that the Land of Wind is indeed the weakest of the five great nations, and the Kazekage might well be deemed a disgrace among the five shadows. Nevertheless, the present circumstances differ from the past, and perhaps the future holds different outcomes. Upon changing his attire and settling his expenses for the day, Yunting stepped out of the establishment, greeted by the beaming smile of a Kimichi Choji. Stretching widely under the bright sky, he embraced the dawn of a new day. Lord Hokage, what shall we do next? Inquired Ritsuko Yamanaka with utmost seriousness. At her behest, Yunting withdrew his gaze from the children nearby engrossed in their ninja games and turned back with a radiant smile, declaring, I shall write, nurture the young, and impart wisdom. In the 49th year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory, early in the morning, Itachi Uchiha carefully cradled his infant brother, Sasuke, in his arms, reluctant to part with him before finally handing him over to their mother. It seems Sasuke is more attached to you, remarked Mikoto Uchiha, as soon as she received Sasuke, who promptly began to fuss, prompting her to soothe him while playfully teasing Itachi. Itachi smiled shyly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his younger brother, clearly tempted to hold him again. However, his father's voice interrupted this thought. Itachi, it's getting late. Today is your first day at the Ninja Academy. You must not be tardy. Fugaku Uchiha beamed with pride at his eldest son, completely satisfied with Itachi. Not only was he remarkably composed for his age, but his exceptional talent as a ninja left Fugaku in awe. With time, he was certain Itachi would evolve into an extraordinarily powerful ninja, enhancing the prestige of the Uchiha clan. Even now, Fugaku believed Itachi's prowess rendered the academy unnecessary, as there was little the institution could teach him. Yet, for political reasons, as the heir to the Uchiha clan, Itachi was obliged to attend the Ninja Academy. Since the establishment of the academy by the second Hokage, while not mandatory for all children of ninja clans, it remained a customary path for the offspring of clan leaders and high-ranking officials. This practice not only demonstrated the support of various clans for the village system, but also aimed to instill in the next generation a profound understanding of the will of fire, fostering a greater sense of belonging to the village. Regardless of the academy's academic standards, it undoubtedly excelled in ideological education. The various ninja clans do not constantly harbor thoughts of betraying their villages. Thus, entrusting the next generation to the Ninja Academy brings assurance to both the families and the village. It is understood. Upon hearing this, Itachi could only nod helplessly and then hoist the backpack beside him. I shall take my leave now, father, mother, and Sasuke. Arriving at the entrance, Itachi earnestly bid farewell to his parents, and with a gentle tone, he addressed Sasuke as well, not minding whether the latter could comprehend his words. Go ahead. And when you arrive at the Ninja Academy, do not tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation. This was the advice from his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, remember to heat up your lunch before eating it, was the reminder from his mother, Mikoto Uchiha. Yes, father. I will certainly remember about the lunch, mother. Itachi replied in turn before turning to depart. Itachi, are you sure you don't want us to accompany you on your first day of school? Came Mikoto's inquiry from behind as he had not walked far. No need. I know the way. Itachi waved his hand without looking back, considering himself quite the grown-up. He had already indicated that he did not require his parents to escort him. Ultimately, Mikoto watched Itachi's figure fade into the distance and sighed. Ah, having a child so understanding takes away some of the joy of being a parent. The so-called joy was merely Mikoto's personal sentiment. Itachi's maturity genuinely pleased Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha Guard, being busy day in and day out. He was undoubtedly delighted to have a son who did not cause him concern. Now, he could only hope that this second son would be as obedient as the first. As his confidant, Mikoto was well aware of her husband's heavy burdens during this time. Thus, she gently refrained from contradicting him and inquired with concern. I heard the guard is undergoing reform again. Indeed. Fugaku sighed. What can we do, considering we have a young, vigorous Hokage with the vision and capability to change everything? For decades, the guard had remained unchanged. But in just over a year since the latter's ascension, significant transformations had taken place, especially this time, which could be deemed more thorough than ever before. I have heard complaints within the clan that if the reform continues, the guard will no longer be the Uchiha's guard. What is the meaning of this? Mikoto asked curiously, noticing that Sasuke had fallen into a peaceful slumber in her arms. The future guard will not consist solely of Uchiha members. Individuals from outside the Uchiha clan will also be included. Fugaku calmly explained this shocking news that would undoubtedly be perceived as catastrophic by the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Mikoto's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "Can the clan agree to this?" Throughout history, the Konoha Guard had always been regarded as the Uchiha's own. Any external attempts to seize it would surely provoke fierce retaliation from the Uchiha. To Mikoto, such actions by the Hokage seemed akin to pulling teeth from a tiger, which explained her reaction. However, surprisingly, Fugaku, as the clan leader, maintained his composure, and his tone even bore a hint of admiration as he remarked, "How could they not agree? After all, our Hokage is exceptionally skilled." It turned out that the Hokage had never pursued a direct and forceful approach regarding the reform of the Konoha Guard from the very beginning. Since his ascension to the position of Hokage, he has significantly relaxed the policies that once confined the Uchiha clan. Previously, only a select few from the Uchiha were permitted to serve on the battlefield, as the higher echelons of Konoha feared that the clan's formidable strength would be difficult to control. After all, the Sharingan could only evolve through practical combat and strife. Keeping them confined within the Konoha police force, a veritable prison devoid of danger, would gradually dull the claws of this metaphorical tiger. Thus, they preferred not to unleash the Uchiha's ferocity against foes, opting instead to temper their potential for harm. This was also the reason why, in the annals of history, Itachi and Obito could bring about the downfall of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Had it been the Warring States period, even with their Mangekyo Sharingan, these two would have struggled to eradicate the Uchiha entirely. Now, with Yunting at the helm, possessing greater vision, ambition, and strength, the circumstances have changed dramatically. He has considerably eased the restrictions placed on the Uchiha. Those wishing to hone their skills on the battlefield need only submit a report to be deployed at any time. This announcement sparked a wave of excitement among the Uchiha, who, as battle enthusiasts, had long felt stifled within the village. Upon their liberation, countless individuals eagerly enlisted for the front lines, including many from the Konoha police force. Subsequently, Yunting also relaxed the requirements for the position of guiding Jonin. Recognizing the significance of the master-disciple relationship, many Uchiha shinobi were drawn away from their posts. Ultimately, Yunting justified the creation of additional roles within the police force by emphasizing its vital importance to the village's security. Is this a positive development? Certainly. An increase in the number of shinobi signifies a bolstered strength for the police force. However, the pressing issue remains that the Uchiha clan lacks sufficient ninja to fill these vacancies. Under Yunting's multifaceted and cunning policies, the Uchiha, while delighted, were taken aback to discover that the number of available shinobi within their clan was woefully inadequate to meet the demands of the police force, especially since Yunting indicated that, before long, the Umbu would also be recruiting Uchiha ninjas, further enticing many clan members to compete for these positions. So, what should be done about the vacancies within the Konoha police force? With funding secured and positions established, it would be unwise to let these resources go to waste. Thus, Yunting naturally proposed the inclusion of ninjas from outside the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha were inclined to oppose this, they found themselves speechless when Yunting asserted that as long as they could provide personnel, all would be well. For the first time, The Uchiha felt acutely aware of their dwindling numbers, particularly in comparison to the vast entity that is Konoha. Yunting's treatment of the Uchiha had improved significantly, and they understood the necessity of not provoking him unnecessarily. Otherwise, they risked losing the favorable political climate they had not experienced in over 40 years. Consequently, the Uchiha ultimately had to begrudgingly accept the reality of allowing outsiders to join the police force. After all, the captain of the police force would still be from the Uchiha clan. Yet, for Yunting, this undoubtedly marked the achievement of his objectives. The garrison is no longer solely a manifestation of clan power, which significantly enhances his control over Konoha. Furthermore, these individuals perceive only the superficial aspects, failing to grasp the deeper implications. The increase in positions within the garrison, orchestrated by Yunting, is accompanied by comprehensive reforms across its various departments. Notably, he has fortified the positions pertaining to institutional regulations. This signifies that the Konoha garrison will continually refine its functions and standards. The previously extensive authority to detain individuals at will, henceforth, vanish from the legal framework. In reality, while the number of personnel in the Konoha garrison appears to have risen, their power will no longer be as formidable as it once was. Most Uchiha may not comprehend this shift, but Fayek, as the captain of the garrison, is undoubtedly aware of it. Consequently, Yunting engaged in an extensive closed-door discussion with him for the better part of a day. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Fayek ultimately acquiesced to this notion. As for the reason, it is simply because he understands that all of Yunting's actions are aimed at integrating the Uchiha into Konoha, allowing them to enjoy the same rights and responsibilities as other clans. Thus, the garrison, in the grand scheme of things, is trivial. It merely served as a source of solace for the Uchiha when they were comprehensively marginalized by the village. However, Konoha has now gradually opened its doors to the Uchiha, presenting no further obstructions. Consequently, the garrison's significance has diminished. Moreover, since the Hokage has extended such a considerable gesture of goodwill, it is only fitting that the Uchiha reciprocate in kind. The Konoha garrison serves as that gesture of reciprocity. The moment non-Uchiha ninjas are incorporated into its ranks will mark the true amalgamation of the Uchiha and Konoha. At home, Fayek succinctly relayed this development to his wife. Upon hearing this, Mikoto exhaled in relief, expressing, "This is quite wonderful." Previously, there were numerous dissenting voices within the clan against Konoha, which left me anxious and perplexed. As we are all members of Konoha, why must we create such discord? Now, everything is well. The Uchiha and Konoha have become one, and we are truly a family. Indeed, we are all one family, Fayek replied, embracing his wife's shoulders, gazing at the Uchiha territory where they had lived for decades, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia. While Fayek and Mikoto were discussing clan matters at home, on the other side, Itachi, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, was nearing the exit of the Uchiha compound. Due to the fact that the Nine Tails incident had not truly transpired, the Uchiha compound remained centrally located within Konoha, thus sparing them the distress of relocating to the outskirts. Although the beautiful lake was no longer present, Itachi had gained more leisure time, at least not having to rise too early each day. At this moment, he walked while surveying his surroundings. Compared to the past, the Uchiha compound now felt considerably quieter. It was said that many clan members had joyfully ventured out on missions, no longer expressing their frustrations within the compound as they once did. The catalyst for this transformation was none other than the Fourth Hokage, with whom he had previously shared a brief encounter. How wonderful! With this thought, a knowing smile graced Itachi's face. Despite his tender age, he had often overheard the discontent and grievances within his clan regarding the higher echelons of Konoha and the village itself. With a precocious mind, he was acutely aware that if this atmosphere of discord persisted, it would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Thus, even at such a young age, he pondered ways to alleviate the rift between the two parties. To his surprise, however, it was the Fourth Hokage who first achieved tangible results. Previously, the Uchiha clan harbored a plethora of grievances against him. Yet now, even with the opposing surname of Senju, a significant majority of the Uchiha had altered their stance, singing praises and admiration. Among them, some of the power-worshipping Uchiha had developed a profound reverence for the Fourth Hokage, especially as Uchiha Itachi occasionally recounted the Fourth's formidable strengths. This admiration grew even more widespread. The Uchiha were undoubtedly proud and haughty. However, adhering to the principle of might above all, They would willingly submit upon witnessing an extraordinary power of an unparalleled caliber. Just as in the past, when Uchiha Madara defected, not a single Uchiha chose to follow him. While some may have settled down and wished to avoid further strife, the undeniable strength of Senju Hashirama played a crucial role as well. The pursuit of power and the veneration of the strong were ingrained in the very essence of the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi stood as an exception. Yet it did not negate his current admiration for the Fourth Hokage. His admiration was not merely for the strength he possessed, but for his broad-mindedness, openness, and remarkable charisma. I, too, aspire to learn from Lord Hokage and become a great ninja like him, Itachi encouraged himself as he walked. Just then, a familiar voice of an elderly woman interrupted his thoughts. Itachi, you're out so early. Have you eaten breakfast? Come and have a baked pancake. Itachi snapped back to reality, realizing he had arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory. Nearby, the early opening pancake shop featured the elderly Uchiha Shiaki reading the newspaper, while the elderly Uchiha Jin greeted him. No, thank you, Grandma General, I've already had breakfast at home, Itachi replied politely, bowing respectfully to the two elders before continuing on his way. What a polite child, Grandma Jin remarked warmly, watching as Itachi's figure disappeared into the distance. Then, seemingly lost in thought, she sighed and reminisced. I remember there was another child who was even more courteous. Whenever he encountered me, he would enthusiastically assist me, carrying my things without a hint of annoyance. Such a shame. How could such a wonderful child just vanish? Uchiha Obito, the hero of the Sharingan. Uchiha Shiaki set down his newspaper with a sigh. I say, dear wife, we should find time to pay our respects at this child's grave. He has no siblings, and his line will end with him. We must help continue the legacy. Absolutely. I will prepare right away. We shall go today. The elderly woman, a woman of action, quickly set about her preparations. Leaving the Uchiha clan's territory, Itachi continued on his way to the Ninja Academy. The sights along the way were markedly more vibrant than those he had previously encountered in the clan's territory. Among them, he noticed several children of his age, accompanied by adults, all heading in the same direction. It dawned on him that these individuals might very well become his future classmates. However, Itachi shook his head in frustration. If given a choice, he would be most unwilling to attend the Ninja Academy. To him, it seemed a sheer waste of time. In comparison, he found that his efficiency in solitary practice was significantly higher. Unfortunately, his father would never consent to such a notion, he sighed. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out from ahead. Hey, Itachi, are you on your way to school? A boy approached, also clad in the Uchiha clan's fan-emblazoned attire. And upon seeing Itachi in his backpack, he quickly exclaimed. Itachi lifted his gaze and, spotting the boy's prominent round nose, suppressed his inner discontent and greeted him with a smile. Shursui, today is the start of the Ninja Academy, and since I've come of age, I must attend. The boy was none other than the recently renowned Uchiha prodigy, Uchiha Shursui. Itachi was aware that Shursui had made quite a name for himself on the battlefield in the Land of Water, earning the moniker Shunshin Shursui, and even managed to instill considerable fear among the Mist Ninja. This reputation was solidified after high-ranking officials from the Mist promptly retreated upon brief contact with him. It was precisely due to his fame on the battlefield that Shursui had recently been recalled from the front lines by Konoha, rumored to be destined for significant tasks ahead. Their acquaintance had begun during a training session, and despite Shursui's formidable strength, his gentle demeanor had allowed him to selflessly impart a wealth of knowledge to Itachi, which he greatly appreciated. Thus, Itachi held a deep admiration for Shursui. At this moment, upon hearing Itachi's response, Shursui instinctively rubbed his round nose and remarked, I almost forgot you just reached the age for school. When he first met Itachi, Shursui had been astounded by the boy's extraordinary throwing technique. And throughout their subsequent practice sessions, he had been further amazed by Itachi's remarkable learning speed. So much so that he completely overlooked the fact that Itachi was only 6 years old and merely at the threshold of Ninja Academy. With your current abilities, you might not learn much at school. Shursui initially intended to say it would be a waste of time, but reconsidered to avoid disparaging the academy. Given that Itachi had been thrust onto the battlefield at the tender age of 4, he had commenced his ninja training early on. And under the tutelage of Shursui and within the clan, one could argue that he surpassed the academy's instructors by leaps and bounds. He was well aware of this. Yet there was no escaping the obligation. He had to attend. Ultimately, Itachi could only shake his head in resignation. Observing this scene, Shirsue's eyes lit up with a sudden thought. I have a way for you to escape school. Itachi's eyes brightened in response, eagerly asking, Shirsue, what do you have in mind? Shadow clone. Shadow clone. Indeed. You can leave a shadow clone at school while you venture outside to train solo. You should know that I often employed this trick too. Cough cough, practice outside. As Shirsue spoke, he patted Itachi on the shoulder. But now, time is of the essence, and with today being the first day of school, you should head in. After school, let us meet at the usual place. I will teach you the technique of shadow clones, allowing you to practice independently without disrupting your studies. Thank you so much, Shirsue. Itachi nodded enthusiastically, filled with excitement. With the dilemma resolved, he bid farewell to Shirsue and arrived at the Ninja Academy in a buoyant mood. Today marked the inaugural day for the new students at the academy. Upholding a cherished tradition, the revered Fourth Hokage, admired by countless individuals, would take time from his busy schedule to address the new seedlings of Konoha. Upon Itachi's arrival, his peers were already gathered on the playground, eagerly awaiting. His presence stirred a considerable commotion among the children, not because of his Uchiha clan emblem on his attire. At this tender age, few were cognizant of such matters. Otherwise, the future would not have witnessed a group of ordinary children bullying the esteemed Hyuga clan's heiress, Hinata, mocking her Byakugan, only to be heroically rescued by Naruto in a celebrated scene. Had they been adults, even with tenfold courage, they would not have dared to bully Hinata. The stir Itachi created stemmed from a single reason, his undeniable charm. Inheriting the Uchiha clan's legacy of striking beauty, young Itachi was not only adorable, but also remarkably handsome, naturally capturing the attention of many young girls on the playground. After all, children in the world of Hokage mature swiftly. Just then, a little girl with golden pigtails, adorned in a garment embroidered with purple wisteria flowers, clearly a member of the Yamanaka clan, loudly proclaimed, I saw him first. He is mine. However, the other girls, who had previously shared a strong camaraderie, instantly revealed the fragility of their friendship, voicing their dissatisfaction. Just because you claim you saw him first, it doesn't mean he belongs to you. I saw him first. Yes. Why should this handsome boy belong to you? I am the oldest. You all should defer to me. I am the tallest. He should be mine. Before the matter could be addressed by the parties involved, these precocious girls, unable to avert their gazes from the handsome boy, erupted into a flurry of playful punches, each trying to assert their claim. Meanwhile, Itachi stood, wide-eyed, witnessing the chaotic scene unfold before him, realizing for the first time the undeniable truth that women could indeed be troublesome. In the Hokage's office, the same crystal ball, the same voyeuristic tendencies, but now a younger observer, Yunting, happened to witness this spectacle through the crystal ball. With a chuckle, he pointed out to Ritsuko, do you know that girl with the golden pigtails? She truly embodies the spirit of the Yamanaka clan. In contrast, Ritsuko seemed somewhat out of place. The emblem of the Yamanaka clan was the wisteria flower, symbolizing passionate love, influenced by their heritage. The girls of this clan tended to be quite bold and direct in matters of affection, much like the little Yamanaka girl now, who resembled future Ino. Ritsuko did not respond, her gaze fixed intently on the instigator of the mayhem within the crystal ball. As an elder in the family, she decided that upon returning home, she would certainly report the incident to the girl's parents, urging them to instill some discipline. Upon their initial encounter, without even a semblance of understanding each other as personalities, one could hardly contain the eagerness to assert dominance. Such infatuation has reached astonishing heights. One should not take the playful antics of children too seriously. Observing this scene, Yunting smiled gently in consolation before closing the crystal orb, rising to adjust his attire, ready to embark on his journey. It was time to meet the blossoming talents of our future in Konoha. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, on the playground, the Chunin instructor responsible for the new students stood aghast at the distressing spectacle of girls brawling. He had merely lost focus for a moment. How had it devolved into chaos? The Hokage was set to arrive imminently. Should he witness such a scene, it would reflect poorly on his responsibilities as a teacher. With this thought, the Chunin rushed forward, seething with anger, and shouted, Silence! Silence! For the group of rascally youngsters, the unfamiliar teacher still held a degree of authority. Soon, the brawling girls ceased their scuffle, and the boys who had been cheering quieted down. Everyone, form up in your previous lines. The Hokage is nearly here. Do you wish to be impolite in his presence? Gasping for breath, the Chunin hastily reorganized the rowdy children, only then noticing Itachi, who seemed uncertain of his role. "You are Uchiha Itachi, correct? I am your homeroom teacher for this year. Come and stand in line, as the Hokage is about to meet you all." As a schoolteacher, he was well acquainted with each new student, unaware that Itachi was the very catalyst of this turmoil. Having witnessed the preceding chaos, Itachi, feeling that the girls were overly exuberant, chose to slip into the row of boys. However, they were not keen on sharing the spotlight with him, glaring at him with hostility. In response, Itachi subtly rolled his eyes. Indeed, this ninja academy held little allure. Nevertheless, he found anticipation for the Hokage's speech to be quite compelling. With this thought, Itachi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As a devoted admirer, he was among those most eager to hear Yunting's address. Soon, order was restored on the playground of the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Yunting, already prepared, made a grand entrance. A whirlwind suddenly swept across the stands before the youthful assembly. Accompanied by dancing leaves, Yunting, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, elegantly appeared before the audience, showcasing the most charming smile as he greeted the future successors of Konoha. "Hello, everyone." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by waves of delighted squeals from the children. For those who had been nurtured in the atmosphere of Konoha since childhood, the Hokage had always been an object of admiration. Especially now, the Hokage was not an old man but a young and handsome figure, greatly endearing himself to them. Indeed, the loudest cheers came from the very girls who had previously fought over Itachi. For them, at this age, handsome boys were always a welcome sight. The abandoned Itachi felt no sense of loss at that moment. Like the others, upon his appearance at the platform, his small face flushed with excitement. After considerable effort from a group of teachers, the venue finally fell into a serene silence. Gazing into the expectant and admiring eyes of the crowd, Yunting offered a gentle smile and continued with his speech. There exists a tradition within the Ninja Academy. At the commencement of each new academic year, regardless of their busy schedules, the Hokage dedicates time to meet and encourage the next generation of Konoha. The podium where Yunting stood had once been graced by the second and third Hokages, the latter having made the most frequent appearances. This was due to his obsession with oratory. Not only during the arrival of new students, but throughout their studies, he could often be seen delivering speech after speech, instilling the principles of the will of fire into the students. At this moment, Yunting's address encompassed not only encouragement for the newcomers to study diligently and strive for improvement, but also the essence of the will of fire. However, he infused it with his own perspectives. While the third Hokage's concept of the will of fire appeared commendable, advocating self-sacrifice for the sake of the next generation, it ultimately emphasized continuity and inheritance, lacking a robust philosophical framework. Worldview, outlook on life, and values are pivotal in shaping an individual. To address the significant matters of the future, Yunting felt compelled to instigate change. Naturally, the first to embrace this new ideology would be the fresh-faced students of the academy. Of course, for these children, such concepts were rather profound and difficult to grasp. During this speech, Yunting only touched upon these ideas lightly, as the more in-depth discussions would unfold in the forthcoming 6 years through a series of educational texts he would personally author, which would guide all students throughout their journey. He envisioned that by that time, they would emerge as devoted advocates of his new interpretation of the will of fire. Soon, Yunting's speech drew to a close. Therefore, dear students, the ninjutsu knowledge you will acquire over the next 6 years is not meant to serve as a mere cold weapon. A ninja is also a human being. The power you possess is not to exacerbate violence, but to protect your loved ones, safeguard your village, and defend the vast multitude of individuals unjustly affected by fate. You are to eliminate bloodshed and madness, creating a truly harmonious, peaceful, and equitable new world. I believe that if you can achieve these ideals in the future, then genuine peace within the ninja world may not be far off. As he spoke, he found himself slightly straying from the intended curriculum. Upon concluding his address, the surrounding teachers appeared somewhat perplexed, sensing that today's Hokage's speech differed from those of the past, yet unable to pinpoint how exactly. If the adults were so bewildered, one could only imagine the confusion of the younger audience. Thus, amidst a round of deliberate applause, Yunting smiled wryly. However, he soon realized that his efforts were not in vain. He noticed Itachi among the crowd, listening intently, with his eyes growing ever brighter. Even as Yunting prepared to depart, he deliberately approached Itachi, his youthful face imbued with solemnity as he inquired, Hokage-sama, if everyone truly adheres to your words, will peace genuinely ensue? For the aspirants of the ninja realm, the quest for peace has undeniably been of paramount concern throughout the ages. From a millennium ago, the incessant debate between Indra, who sought peace through power, and Ashura, who sought it through love, to the present, where Madara has envisioned a conflict-free world via Tsukuyomi, and Pain's threats of utilizing tailed beasts as nuclear weapons in pursuit of peace. These individuals, regardless of their methods, share a common aspiration for true tranquility. Only those who have endured ceaseless warfare can yearn for peace with such fervor. Yunting did not regard Itachi as an ignorant child. However, he understood that such explanations could not be imparted in a single moment. Thus, he placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder and responded with equal gravity. Merely these notions are insufficient. While thoughts can indeed influence some, they cannot sway all unless everyone were a sage. However, the amalgamation of ideology with robust institutional safeguards will undoubtedly foster peace. These concepts, Itachi, you will encounter in your philosophy classes at the Ninja Academy. Truly grasping them is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Therefore, should you ever find yourself perplexed, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Yunting harbored a genuine admiration for Itachi, hoping that he might one day assist him, which prompted his earlier remarks. Itachi nodded earnestly, for the first time feeling a sense of anticipation for his studies. Consequently, as Yunting departed and classes officially commenced at the Ninja Academy, Itachi swiftly extracted a weighty tome from the materials distributed by the school, dismissing all else. In the Hokage's office, upon returning from his speech, Yunting reopened the crystal ball, deliberately shifting the view to the classroom, where he naturally observed Itachi's engrossed demeanor. A slight smile graced his lips, as he mused that this child would likely remain astonished for quite some time. After all, the philosophies of countless remarkable individuals from his previous life had been meticulously refined into a coherent system. Now, Yunting had adapted these ideas to better suit the current state of the ninja world, significantly enhancing their relevance to contemporary society, even surpassing the original will of fire in its capacity to inspire many. Yunting had contemplated incorporating the ideology of unified peace into the curriculum. However, given the sensitivity of his current position and the fact that Konoha had only recently emerged from the shadows of the Third Great Ninja War, it was prudent to refrain from pursuing such an ambitious goal for the time being. To mitigate any external apprehension, he decided to omit it for now, with hopes of revisiting it in the future. Certainly, while he could not publicly advocate this vision, he would privately impart it to those who embraced the new will of fire, thereby gathering a growing fellowship of like-minded individuals. For those utterly disinterested in philosophical discourse, fixated solely on the blade, this book, even in its incomplete form, would seem as incomprehensible as celestial scripture, easily cast aside. Yet for those earnestly striving to ameliorate the ninja realm, like Itachi, it represented a profound revelation. In the ensuing days, Itachi's gaze remained steadfastly affixed to the pages of this tome, even when the teacher noticed his distraction and urged him to answer questions. The brilliance of this budding genius shone through as he flawlessly responded one after another, leading to a gradual disregard for him. It was not until the arrival of the philosophy class that Itachi raised his head once more, attentively absorbing the lessons from the remarkably youthful newcomer. The transmission of wisdom is indeed paramount, and prior to this, Yunting had deliberately recruited a group of vibrant and courageous young ninjas, imbued with the responsibility to enact change, to first impart their thoughts. Subsequently, these thoughts would be conveyed to the next generation. Currently, the one instructing Itachi and his peers was among the finest of this select group. Yunting, confident in this instructor's pedagogical prowess, allowed his mind to wander as he gazed pensively out the window. The newly formulated will of fire was not only being taught within the Ninja Academy, but also beginning to spread beyond its confines. However, few were paying heed to it, as most ninjas still preferred the art of combat over philosophy. Philosophers like Itachi remained a rare breed. Thus, this innovative ideology circulated within a limited scope, lacking significant attention. Yet, it was believed that such a day would not be far off. After all, that which is valuable tends to attract admirers. When that day arrives, it is likely that many obstinate individuals will react vehemently. However, with his influence, as long as he refrained from extreme actions, these individuals would not dare to challenge him. Yunting remained patient, fully aware that while power can extinguish a life, it cannot conquer a spirit, only thought can achieve that. Therefore, for the sake of a prosperous future, he decided to let this ideological bullet take flight, soaring towards Konoha, the land of fire, and eventually the entire shinobi world. Reaching the vast populace often overlooked by the lords, nobles, and ninjas, he would simply await the moment to ignite the flame. Then, a single spark could kindle a blazing inferno. In the Uchiha training grounds of Konoha, a flurry of shuriken and kunai whirled through the air in a dazzling display, aimed at Uchiha Shisui. At that moment, he had yet to activate his Sharingan, yet with a single ninja blade in hand, he adeptly countered each intricately devised assault. Suddenly, a kunai in flight gained momentum from another kunai hurled from behind, hurtling towards Shisui's forehead with renewed speed. Shisui's gaze sharpened, and with a more focused step back, he swiftly contorted his body, allowing the kunai to narrowly graze his hair. But the encounter was not over. The passing kunai, seemingly premeditated, collided with another kunai that had previously been launched but had failed to find its mark. In a stunning display, the latter spun dramatically, altering its trajectory towards Shisui's blind spot. This was merely the beginning. Following this, the kunai and shuriken surrounding Shisui appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, creating a cacophony of metallic clashes as they unexpectedly redirected from all directions, converging upon Shisui without leaving a single gap. Impressive, in the stillness that could not be avoided. Shisui did not take action, but instead gazed appreciatively at the architect of this unfolding spectacle. As an array of shuriken approached, he flickered and vanished in an instant. Itachi, your throwing technique is truly astonishing. I doubt there are many in our clan who could surpass you. The next moment, Shisui emerged from the other side, sincerely praising him. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their throwing techniques, particularly after awakening the Sharingan, which endowed them with remarkable dynamic capturing abilities, allowing them to wield their ninja tools with unparalleled creativity. Yet, in Shisui's eyes, this 6-year-old, who had yet to unlock his Sharingan, had already surpassed the majority of their clan in throwing skills. Such unparalleled talent was indeed remarkable. This gift was not limited to throwing. Itachi made astonishing progress in chakra cultivation, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even jinjutsu. Presently, Shisui was regarded as the greatest genius of the Uchiha clan. However, he was acutely aware that it wouldn't be long before that title would shift to Itachi. Rather than feeling a tinge of jealousy, he was filled with joy, for Itachi's innate abilities would not only strengthen the Uchiha, but also bolster Konoha, a notion he found most agreeable. Similarly, Itachi held great respect for the gentle and selfless Shisui, particularly because the latter, like himself, possessed a vision that transcended their clan, harboring an immense love for the village. Thus, it was only natural that these two rare individuals from the Uchiha's history would come together. Let us take a break, Shisui suggested, sheathing his ninja blade, as he observed the panting Itachi. Despite his prodigious talent, the latter was merely 6 years old, and after an intense bout of combat, his stamina was understandably waning. All right, brother Shisui, Itachi replied readily, without a hint of bravado. He then settled down by the backpack he had previously placed on the ground and retrieved the book he had been diligently studying, The Will of Fire, immersing himself in its pages once more. This had become his routine. Aside from his ninja training and caring for his younger brother Sasuke, most of Itachi's time was devoted to this book. Even though attending ninja school had become akin to his shadow clone, he remained resolute in attending any classes on philosophy. Earnestly posing numerous questions to the instructors regarding concepts he found perplexing within the text. Shisui had long grown accustomed to this scene. Itachi's behavior had become second nature to him. In fact, inspired by Itachi's example, he had also procured a copy of the book to read. However, due to the absence of a teacher's guidance, Shisui's understanding progressed rather slowly. At that moment, Itachi, having already taken the lead in their studies, began to impart his knowledge to him. After some time spent learning, Shisui formed several thoughts about this book, authored by the current Hokage, agreeing wholeheartedly with the notion that ninjas are not mere tools but human beings, existing to protect rather than to kill, and that everyone should cultivate virtue and establish a correct worldview and values. However, when it came to the theory of natural rights, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It was not that he dismissed this theory, but rather, through his broader experiences, he perceived its implications more profoundly than Itachi. Although the world of ninjas captured undeniable attention, it was the daimyos and nobles who truly governed the multitude of nations. For the latter, who considered themselves born of noble lineage, their veins coursing with aristocratic blood, there existed an insurmountable chasm between them and the vast majority of commoners. They believed it was their birthright to enjoy all privileges, passing them down through generations. In their eyes, the notion that commoners could ever rise is nothing short of a fallacy. The concept of natural rights undoubtedly posed a significant challenge to their dominion. Itachi, raised in Konoha, perceived the village as a relatively harmonious and egalitarian place, thus viewing natural rights as self-evident. However, beyond the borders of Konoha, even in the most affluent land of fire, a rigid hierarchy prevailed, with the aristocracy perched high above an unassailable norm. Thus, Shisui harbored a modicum of concern regarding the Fourth Hokage's advocacy for natural rights. From the latter's perspective, it was impossible not to recognize the potential estrangement such actions could precipitate with the powerful elites of the Land of Fire. Nevertheless, since the Hokage had chosen to proceed regardless, it was evident that there were reasons unknown to him. As a Konoha ninja, Shisui could only resolutely follow suit. After all, the foundational premise of natural rights was indeed just. Although the Uchiha clan had a history spanning millennia, they never prattled on about their ancestral deeds. Quite the contrary. Their belief in the primacy of strength led them to disdain the ineffectual and decaying aristocracy. This sentiment extended to the Hyuga clan, who also exhibited a strong noble demeanor. Despite being an unconventional Uchiha, Shisui inherited this aspect of the Uchiha ethos. While he worried about the potential conflicts that might arise, he would not hesitate to take action if necessary. Today's lessons continued. Each time Itachi conveyed the knowledge imparted by their teacher to Shisui, it allowed him to review and deepen his understanding. Compared to the school's ideological curriculum, he had significantly surpassed the syllabus. This was not merely due to his immense dedication, but also because the instructor had taken the initiative to provide tailored guidance to such a bright and diligent student. As dusk approached, their lessons came to a close. Upon sensing the dissolution of his shadow clone, Itachi quickly tidied up and said, "Shisui, I need to head home. Would you like to join me for dinner?" Shisui replied with a smile, "I'll pass. I need to prepare thoroughly for my meeting with the Hokage tomorrow." "Oh, has that day finally arrived, Shisui?" Itachi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Within the Uchiha clan, everyone understood that the Konoha leadership summoning such a formidable ninja as Shisui would undoubtedly lead to significant responsibilities. The most speculated role among them was that of an Umbu. Especially since previously, the leader had indicated that the doors to the Umbu would be opened for the Uchiha. At this pivotal moment, the renowned Uchiha Shisui's return naturally triggered such thoughts. Itachi was no exception. The serene figure of Shisui before him is likely to become the first Umbu ninja of the Uchiha clan, following in the footsteps of Uchiha Itachi, who serves as a member of the Shadow Guard, entrusted with the personal protection of the Hokage, though he himself does not belong to the Umbu. This thought fills him with delight and envy. Yet, Shisui maintains a calm and gentle demeanor, asserting that confirmation will only come after he reports to the office tomorrow. He encourages Itachi, saying, "Study diligently. I have faith that your future accomplishments will surpass mine." Itachi nods earnestly in response. However, this newfound realization brings him a sense of melancholy for being too young. The Hidden Leaf Village is undergoing monumental changes, and if given the choice, he would prefer to experience and contribute to these transformations directly, rather than spending these crucial years in the Ninja Academy, engaging in trivial play. Thus, he contemplates the possibility of graduating early. He recalls that a senior had graduated ahead of schedule in the past. If memory serves, his father had mentioned this individual, Hatake Kakashi, the only genius without Uchiha blood, yet possessing a Sharingan. If he too could graduate early, it would surely bring joy to his father, as it would undoubtedly enhance the prestige of the Uchiha clan in the latter's eyes. As he walks home, the spark in his eyes grows brighter. The following day, in the Hokage's office, Yunting encounters Shisui, who has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet remains a tragic figure. Merely a footnote in history. At first glance, he is struck by Shisui's distinctive button-like nose. More remarkable, however, is the individual's cheerful and gentle demeanor, which starkly contrasts with the typical Uchiha disposition. One cannot help but admire Yunting's fortune as Hokage. Both Uchiha youths possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan are anomalies within their clan, harboring a profound love for the village that far exceeds their allegiance to their own bloodline. Had they shared the temperament of Uchiha Madara, even he might find himself troubled, leading to a significant shift in his attitude towards the Uchiha. It is perplexing to consider what the historical Sarutobi Hiruzen must have thought, possessing two exceptionally talented cards at his disposal, during a time when Konoha's strength should have been flourishing, yet he squandered it all. Shursui's failure to manage his ferocious hound, driven by selfish motives, forced the former into a tragic demise. Itachi, too, was compelled to distance himself after assuming the role of executioner due to the Uchiha's betrayal. The repercussions of these events cannot absolve Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the leader of Konoha, from his culpability. After all, he has grown old. Had he possessed the vigor of his youth, perhaps these calamities would never have unfolded. Therefore, it is best for him to enjoy his twilight years. With Yunting now in power, such tragedies shall not be permitted to recur. Presently, with Danzo permanently confined and the root ninjas dispatched to the battlefields against the Cloud and Mist villages, they suffer considerable losses. Nevertheless, as they intended by joining Root, they truly shine in service to Konoha. Thus, Shursui need not worry about anyone plotting against his eyes any longer. At this moment, it is unclear to the individual before him that this person, Shursui, is the savior he has long sought. This is also his first encounter with the Fourth Hokage. Naturally, he holds immense respect and admiration for this individual, who is now considered the greatest contributor to the improvement of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, associating him in his mind with the nearly deified First Hokage. This is due to their shared mastery of wood release, unparalleled strength, and a heart filled with tolerance and generosity. Hokage-sama. Shursui half kneels on the ground, respectfully greeting Yunting. Rise, the great contributor of Konoha. Yunting smiles and gestures. At the command, Shursui stands up. Although merely in his teens, his height of nearly 6 feet lends him an air of maturity, complemented by the aura of someone who has endured the ravages of war, truly embodying the name Shunshin Shursui. Yunting, with an appreciative nod, remarks, I presume you have guessed the purpose of your return, but before we proceed, there is another matter to address. Ritsuko. Soon, the sound of high heels clattering against the floor echoes as Ritsuko arrives, her hands cradling a Jonin vest. Yunting takes it from her and hands it to Shursui, saying, Congratulations, Shursui. From this day forth, your title will be elevated from Special Jonin to Jonin. The rank of Jonin is not one that everyone can attain. Even the frontline command center limits the highest elevation for accomplished ninjas to Special Jonin. To ascend to Jonin, one must return to Konoha, where the Jonin Council deliberates and the Hokage personally signs off on the decision. This is because Jonin not only represent the elite fighting force of the village, but also wield greater authority. For instance, the Jonin Council has the power to vote on the approval of a new Hokage. Although this is often a mere formality, the status it confers is significant. Thus, despite Shursui's remarkable achievements on the battlefield, he had remained a special Jonin due to the constraints of power and time. Now that he has returned, Yunting is poised to rectify that. Shursui is, of course, elated. For a ninja, ranks such as Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin are akin to academic degrees like master's, doctorate, and fellowship, who would not desire to elevate their title. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Shursui exclaims, holding the Jonin vest with great fondness. Yunting observes this with satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder. To be promoted to Jonin at such a young age is a rare achievement in Konoha. Only Kakashi has matched such a feat in recent years. Keep striving. My expectations for you extend beyond mere Jonin. I firmly believe you possess the potential to become a great ninja. Upon hearing these words, Shursui feels invigorated, his enthusiasm surging as he replies, Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your kind words. I will not betray your trust and will strive to meet your expectations. If reality were a game, Shursui's loyalty to Yunting would have soared from 100% to an astonishing 200% at this moment. When Yunting initially traversed to this time, he felt a tinge of regret for having ascended to the position of Hokage so swiftly, thus fulfilling the aspirations of countless fanfiction writers, yet depriving himself of the joy derived from struggle and making genuine connections with familiar faces. However, upon reflection, the notion of having many esteemed figures from Konoha pledge their unwavering loyalty to him was indeed quite gratifying. Ahem. It seems I may have indulged in a touch of vanity. Let us return to the matter at hand. Yunting continued, Although you have been promoted to Jonin, Shursui, your opportunities to don this mantle in the future may be rather limited. I trust you can surmise the reasons. As expected, Shui thought to himself and nodded earnestly. Observing this, Yunting decided to dispense with further suspense. Shui, effective immediately, I appoint you as the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 1st Division of the Umbu. As the first Uchiha to join the Umbu, you undoubtedly are making history, but you also bear a significant responsibility. As a bridge between the Uchiha and Konoha, I hope to witness your loyalty to Konoha through your actions. Upon hearing this, Shui solemnly replied, Rest assured, Hokage-sama. I will demonstrate the Uchiha's loyalty to Konoha with my very life. I look forward to your performance. I shall send someone to escort you to the Umbu. Adapt to your new duties swiftly, for many tasks await you. Shunshin Shui, Yunting concluded. As you command, Hokage-sama. Shui respectfully took his leave and turned away. Thus, history experienced a subtle alteration. Under Yunting's deliberate arrangement, Shui supplanted Itachi, becoming the first Uchiha to join the Umbu several years earlier than originally intended. Placing him in such a pivotal role was not only to reassure the Uchiha following the issues concerning the Konoha Guard, but also to fully integrate this talented individual into his circle. If memory served him correctly, Shui had already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, possessing the formidable Genjutsu known as Kodoame Tsukumi. Though Shui had not explicitly stated this, Yunting understood implicitly. After all, a ninja's capabilities were typically shrouded in secrecy. Konoha had never instituted a policy requiring every ninja to disclose their abilities. This was akin to demanding all clans to surrender their secret techniques, a manifestly unrealistic expectation. In the original narrative, Shui revealed the secret of Kodoame Tsukumi to a select few Konoha leaders, hoping to alter the irreconcilable rift between the Uchiha and Konoha through his ocular power. However, he had been overly naive, placing too much faith in the integrity of the 3rd Hokage and others. In the face of such a world-altering ability, any rational ruler's instinct would be to eliminate it or ensure its complete subjugation for personal use. After all, the power to manipulate others raises the unsettling possibility of inadvertently altering oneself. To toy with the mind is far more insidious than mere physical annihilation. While Yunting harbored some trepidation regarding this, it was not overwhelming. His strength surpassed that of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo considerably. Let us not delve into the hypothetical scenario of a confrontation where Shui's prowess would be insufficient to evade the grasp of Kodoame Tsukumi. Furthermore, should he be in the sage mode of the wood release, augmented by centuries of enmity towards the Uchiha and extensive research into counter-genjutsu techniques, his innate resistance to illusions would far surpass that of an ordinary individual. The efficacy of Kodoame Tsukumi, should it land, remains uncertain. Moreover, given Shui's character, it is implausible for him to initiate an attack against the Hokage of Konohagakure. As depicted in the original narrative, even after being ambushed by Danzo, losing an eye, he harbored no thoughts of vengeance, instead opting for self-sacrifice to preserve peace between the Uchiha and Konoha. Thus, from both a standpoint of strength and character, Yunting harbors a profound trust in Shui, particularly as he will require the power of Kodoame Tsukumi in the future. It is essential, therefore, to cultivate him as an ally. At this moment, Yunting gazed out the window, his expression contemplative. The transformation of the ninja world cannot be accomplished overnight. It demands time and like-minded companions. Yunting harbors grand ambitions, desiring not to establish a dynasty akin to Qin, which remains stable only in his presence, destined to collapse upon his absence. He yearns for a legacy that endures through the ages, where the splendor of mountains and rivers is cherished for eternity. Yunting, still in his youth, possesses the patience to await the fruition of his aspirations, yet he recognizes the necessity of preparation. The time for such endeavors is now. In the early morning at the Namikaze household, 2 figures clad in matching pajamas emerged from their respective rooms, coincidentally at the same moment. "Good morning, Mom," murmured Naruto, rubbing his sleepy eyes in greeting. "Good morning, little Naruto," Kushina replied, scratching her tousled red hair while stifling a yawn. Together, they made their way to the bathroom, where their synchronized routine of brushing teeth, rinsing mouths, and washing faces unfolded flawlessly, culminating in a shared pat on their cheeks to signify their grooming was complete. It was no surprise, given their shared lineage. Upon reaching the dining table, Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the warm breakfast prepared by his attentive father, Minato, who had risen early for work. "Mom, I'm starting," he declared, hands clasped together in anticipation. "I'm starting too," Kushina exclaimed, already reaching for the food. Observing her, Naruto swiftly followed suit, as if facing a formidable opponent. In an instant, the breakfast on the table visibly diminished as the mother and son engaged in a spirited contest, devouring their meal with fervor, each determined not to fall behind. Indeed, since giving birth to Naruto and embracing the role of a devoted wife and mother for a time, Kushina could no longer suppress her true nature, reverting to her fiery, spirited self. This was not only directed towards outsiders, but also extended to her own son. Consequently, in light of his mother's competitive eating, Naruto, having learned from previous painful lessons, dared not let his guard down. At this moment, he held a slice of bread in his mouth, clutched several more slices in one hand, while the other gripped a carton of milk, resembling a soldier amidst a battlefield. As he consumed his meal with fervor, his eyes remained fixed on his mother across the table, vigilant against any potential underhanded tactics akin to the shadow clone jutsu. While other mothers would never resort to such methods, his mother was undoubtedly an exception. Despite frequently lamenting her unscrupulous behavior, deep down, Naruto was more than willing to accept it. Their interactions resembled those of playful friends, a relationship that was both a luxury and a longing for Naruto at this juncture. Thus, when faced with his mother's occasional cheating, he chose to turn a blind eye. "I'm full. I am too." Soon, accompanied by the sounds of their full bellies and identical burps, Naruto and Kushina reclined lazily in their chairs, patting their stomachs, exuding an aura of utmost leisure. Naruto felt a surge of joy, for in this breakfast duel, he had consumed one more slice of bread than his mother, signifying his victory in this contest. "This time, little Naruto, you've won. But next time, Mother will unleash her full strength, so don't you shed any tears when you lose." Kushina, observing her exuberant son, first chuckled, then feigned a frown, declaring her playful challenge. "Haha, bring it on, Mom. In matters of food, I shall never concede," Naruto declared, raising his fist triumphantly, filled with fighting spirit. Thus, a new day commenced amidst the delightful banter of mother and son. However, adults inevitably have their own responsibilities. After a brief respite, upon seeing Kushina don her Jonin uniform, Naruto realized she was preparing for work. Although a sense of disappointment washed over him, he smiled understandingly and bid her farewell. "Don't worry, Mom. I've made plans to play outside with some friends. Just be careful on your own." Kushina paused momentarily, knowing the truth, yet she refrained from exposing her son's comforting words. Instead, she affectionately ruffled his golden hair, a trait inherited from his father, and smiled. "Little Naruto, make sure to get along well with your friends." While she wished for more time to spend with him, as the host of the Nine Tails and a vital asset to the village, Konoha would not allow her to remain idle at home. The only reason she had been able to spend such an extended period with him was due to a special extension of her leave from the Hokage. Fortunately, she felt reassured about Naruto, her son, cheerful, spirited, upright, and brave. Despite facing numerous challenges, this child retained a shining, golden character. As she looked at her son, whose face radiated with a bright smile to ease her worries, Kushina felt a pang of tenderness mixed with immense pride. Just as she, Minato, and Jiraiya-sensei had once hoped, she was confident that Naruto would grow into a great ninja. Now, she held unwavering faith in that future. But do remember not to forget lunchtime while you're playing. At noon, when Mother would not return, remember to dine at Father's, okay? "Rest assured, Mother, I will not forget," Naruto cheerfully replied. It was not until the sound of the door closing echoed that he deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly losing his vitality. Staring at the empty house, he sat in silence for quite a while before finally deciding to venture outside. It was now the 52nd year of the Hidden Leaf Village. Compared to the 47th year when the Cloud Territory began its governance, the past 5 years had witnessed unprecedented progress in the village. Under the guidance of Cloud Territory, which prioritized science and technology, various technological marvels had spread throughout the village. Household appliances like refrigerators and air conditioners had become more prevalent than ever before. Outside, in contrast to the old-fashioned buildings of the past, numerous high-rises adorned with large screens and neon lights had emerged. Such transformations left the village's elders in deep reflection. However, for Naruto, who was accustomed to this scenery, there was little sentiment to be found. He took out his children's bicycle, and at nearly 4 years old, he pedaled away skillfully through the streets and alleys of the village. At this moment, he was not alone. Many others were also riding bicycles, a mode of transport that had gained immense popularity in just a few years. Yet, compared to the bicycle, Naruto longed to traverse rooftops like a true ninja. His eyes lit up as he noticed a few ninjas adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors leaping across the rooftops nearby. 2 more years. Soon, he would attend ninja school, just as his parents had promised, and become a genuine ninja. As he daydreamed, he pedaled aimlessly. After a while, he heard the sounds of laughter and merriment. Following the noise, he discovered a group of children his age engaged in the latest popular ninja game. Several of them were familiar faces. Filled with envy, Naruto mustered the courage to ask if he could join when suddenly the group recognized him. And a few of his acquaintances shouted in panic, "It's that monster! The monster is here! Run!" In an instant, before he could utter a word, the children scattered in fear. Naruto's smile faltered, and he lowered his head deeply, silently pushing his bicycle away. Once again, he could not comprehend why. Despite their previous camaraderie, they now looked at him with terror, fleeing from him as if he were a monster. He did not understand what he had done wrong that had turned his former friends against him. From that moment on, he found himself utterly alone, devoid of companionship. This solitude weighed heavily on Naruto's heart. Every Jinchuriki's childhood was fraught with sorrow. It was not due to secrecy. Rather, the fragility of their young bodies made it difficult to suppress the occasional leakage of tailed beast chakra. This unfortunate reality often resulted in loss, both of people and possessions. Surrounding the Jinchuriki, even if it is not by one's own volition, when confronted with the formidable threat of malevolent terror, the vast majority of individuals find it exceedingly difficult to maintain complete rationality. This is especially true for those who have suffered harm amidst the chaos of a Jinchuriki's loss of control, directing their resentment towards the very Jinchuriki themselves. Consequently, the childhood of a Jinchuriki is predominantly spent under the hostile, fearful, and hateful gazes of outsiders, who perceive them as monsters. In the present day, Naruto is referred to as a monster by his former companions, a label that arose after a playful incident during which the chakra of the Nine Tails inadvertently leaked. Fortunately, the accompanying Umbu acted swiftly, preventing any harm from occurring. However, those erstwhile friends, witnessing the event, developed a genuine fear of Naruto, and the moniker of monster quickly spread within their small circle, leading to a complete cessation of their camaraderie. At the moment of the Nine Tails chakra leak, Naruto was in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, and thus could not comprehend the shift in his friends' attitudes towards him. Thankfully, endowed with an inherently optimistic spirit, he buried all harsh words deep within his heart, continuing to face the world with an optimistic outlook. After all, this individual grew up amidst the village's disdain, yet maintained a sunny disposition. Presently, his environment has improved significantly. Under the explicit instructions of the Hokage, the news of Naruto being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has not reached the outside world, except for a select few in Konoha. At this juncture, Naruto struggles to make friends. The label of monster, in the eyes of villagers who have not experienced the Nine Tails rampage, is merely seen as childish banter and is not taken seriously, allowing them to treat Naruto as they would normally. Moreover, with his parents, Minato and Kushina, still present, Naruto cannot help but thrive, becoming even more radiant under their guidance. Naturally, however, even the most optimistic individuals encounter moments of disappointment and sorrow. Like now, when Naruto, feeling quite wronged, glares at the footboard. Unintentionally riding to the edge of a small river, he comes to a halt, sits by the riverside, and melancholically begins to toss stones into the water. At that moment, a little boy, equally disheartened, approaches from not far away. Soon, their eyes meet, and almost in unison, they emit a cold snort. As if bound by fate as rivals, both turn their heads away in disdain.